say the color black without walking on eggshells.
You're tuned into Tomfoolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Yo, 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 what's up, fools? How's it going? Today is 3/20/2026. It is 11:12 p.m. Eastern Time. We just got done streaming over on TikTok. We did pretty well. It was about an hour and a half stream and got 15 new followers over there. Got a lot of people in the chat. It was we had like 30 to 40 people watching at one point. I probably should like move a little bit faster through some of these debates, but I don't want to just like one of the things I really don't like when I watch other people on TikTok is that I feel like they cut off people too quickly and just end something like in the middle of a conversation. And so I try to like give people an opportunity to kind of like engage with something when they've kind of sucked on the first couple of things. And I end up having like 2 to 3 people in the waiting room that end up not being there or just kind of lagging out after a while. Any interesting TikTok debates? There was one that I think we'll probably get a couple good clips out of. One guy came on and we were talking about the Epstein stuff, and he said, I think it was the very first debate I had, maybe the second, but he came on and he was talking about the Epstein stuff, and he was talking about the fact that there's like no real evidence against Trump. And I kept saying, no, there's evidence, like there's good evidence. And I kept like naming all the different types of evidence. And at some point I said, I was like, bro, I was like, I keep telling, like saying, like, what is it that you need in order to believe that Trump did this? And like, you just keep going off about how the evidence that we have isn't good enough for you. But this is like what we would accept in any other case. And he's like, I would need like hard proof. And I was like, what is hard proof? Like, what is that? Like, I'm giving you affidavits. I'm giving you tons of claims from victims. I'm giving you I'm giving you a bunch of I'm giving you a bunch of evidence. What else do you want? And he's like, I mean, in order to believe Trump did these things, like I would need like video proof. And I was like, wait, you want to watch him have sex with a minor? And he's like, well, no, that's not what I said. I was like, no, you did say that. You said that you want to watch him have sex with a minor. But that's the only way that you'll be able to believe that he did these things is if you watch child porn. And he's like, well, no. Well, yeah, I would need like, you know, something. Like, I'm not saying I want to watch him have sex with the minor. And I was like, hold on, wait. You don't have that evidence for Jeffrey Epstein. So go ahead and defend Jeffrey Epstein now. And he's like, wait, why would I defend Jeffrey Epstein? I'm like, you don't have videos of Jeffrey Epstein having sex with minors. You don't think he's guilty then. If you're going to hold the standard consistently, you also do not think Jeffrey Epstein's guilty. So go ahead. We'll listen. Everybody, go ahead and defend Jeffrey Epstein. Go ahead. Let's listen to it. So fucking good, dude. So good. Ugh. Sheesh. I forgot to record it on my side though, so I'll have to go back and get the bot off of TikTok, and getting bots off of TikTok sucks. It really sucks. So I'll have to try to do that later. But the last guy I was talking to, I was telling him that Trump lied about the Iran stuff, and he kept saying that Trump said, no, I'm going to wait on the investigation. I was like, no, he didn't. He said that in a different clip. In the initial clip, he said that this was not the United States that bombed the girls' school. He's like, no, he said that, but then he said, I'm also going to accept whatever the results of the investigation are in the same clip. I was like, no, dude, that's a different clip. That's after the Pentagon took responsibility for it. Then he said that. And so I went and looked it up afterwards. It says, yes, based on reports from early 2026, Donald Trump denied that the United States was responsible for a February 28th, 2026 strike on a girls' elementary school in Manab, Iran, which caused 165 to 175 casualties, many of them children. Initial denial and accusation. On March 7th, 2026, aboard Air Force One, Trump told reporters, no, in my opinion, based on what I've seen, that was done by Iran. He further claimed that Iran was very inaccurate with their munitions, suggesting a failed Iranian rocket strike. He also claimed that, like, everybody has, what was it called? It's not Bobcats, Tomahawks. He claims everybody has Tomahawks, which Iran does not have Tomahawks, but he literally said Iran has Tomahawks too. Everybody has them. So contradiction of evidence. Trump claimed that despite satellite images, video footage, and preliminary U.S. military investigations suggesting the strike was likely caused by a U.S. Tomahawk cruise missile. Shifting stance, later, when confronted with reports that the U.S. investigation indicated American forces were responsible due to a targeting error, Trump told reporters on March 11, 2026, I don't know, regarding the findings. While Trump initially blamed Iran, his defense secretary, Pete Hegseth, and other officials did not immediately endorse this claim, stating instead that the incident was under investigation, according to reports. So yeah, that does not seem to be accurate, but all right. And then also yesterday, if you guys weren't here, me and Mantis got on a little bit late, and we started playing a new game called Reanimal. We might play it a little bit later as well, depending on how quickly I can go through some of this news. But oh wait, you know what? I want to start a vertical stream as well for this. I forgot about that. But everybody take a second, hit the thumbs up button. Appreciate you guys joining us. Yeah, I'll start the vertical up. Start that vert. Get on that Lil Vert. Isn't that the name of a rapper or some shit? Lil Vert. Am I crazy? Isn't there a rapper that calls himself like Lil Vert or some shit like that? Lil Vert. There's a song that pops up a lot on TikTok and YouTube Shorts and stuff like that, and it's stuck in my head. And it's like a African song. It's It's fucking stuck in my head, dude. I can't get it out of my head. Afro Man? No, that's not Afro Man. Sorry. That's he's black but not African. That's French. It might be French. It's African. There's people in Africa who speak French. You're racist. You're racist, Aryan. But yeah, this is Mantis and I playing the game last night.
Why am I so slow?
Follow me, Clue.
Oh my god!
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Oh god! Run, 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 run,
I'm
run,
going. Jump, bitch! Oh shit! Nice catch, Mr. Gnome. Look at Mantis! Look at her just standing there! I'm falling off the edge of the train! She's just standing there. She's like, oh. Sucks to suck. Look at her! She wants me to die, dude. Help him! Help him! Help him!
I'm trying!
You were gonna. I'm trying. Look at her. Look at her. Look at her. Look at her trying, Mr. Gnome. She's not even on the screen. She's just standing. I'm trying. Look at me trying, guys. It's like Titanic. Oh. Ooh-wee. Oh no. Discord. Okay, there we go. I was about to say Discord just crashed. That's where all of my stuff is for today. We're about to have to just cancel stream real quick if I can't get this up. Ooh boy. Okay, so first, if you guys were here yesterday, we covered some stuff on we did the gaming stream, then we ended that and started a new stream where early this morning I went over some news. One of the things that we went over was Clavicular just getting slapped at a club. Clavicular a girl just walks up and fucking slaps him. And then he says he's calling the cops. And then we all watched this and we're like, what? No fucking way, dude. This chick's crazy. It's just fucking crazy, bro. Like, this is gonna be bad. Like, she just smacks him hard too, dude. She hits him hard. Oh, like she wound up, bro. Whoo. And I don't know that he should mind all that much. He literally hits himself in the jaw with a hammer pretty regularly. So I don't know that that's probably like part of his regimen. He should probably hire this chick. Look at this chick's eyes over here. So look at that. Like, you see it. You see her. You see this clip? This says Clavicular called the police on a stupid girl who slapped him for no reason. He says, I'm gonna sue you for that.
I'm gonna sue your entire family.
He said, I'm gonna sue your entire family.
I'm gonna sue you. You're getting sued for assault. I'm gonna press charges on you. Hey, hold your ear, call the police. Hold her ear, call the police. Hold her, get the police. Hey, grab her.
What's up? What happened? What?
Get her. Call the police. Go, get the police, please.
Can I get a picture with you?
She just said, can I get a picture with you?
Call the police. Go, get the police, please.
Can I get a picture with you?
Oh, that was a different girl. Okay, I didn't realize that was a different girl.
Police.
So this looks fucking insane, dude. Like, this looks fucking crazy. Turns out there was a bit more to it than that. It's hard to believe that there's anything that could make this seem justifiable. You're about to find one of those very rare moments where this actually might be totally justifiable. I think she just said, I'm gonna mog you or something.
Another, you have me by,
I got you by adrenaline.
Sure.
Okay. Do you really believe women don't deserve rights? That's kind of a fucked up thing to say, right?
What did she say? You really don't believe women should have rights?
Do you really believe women don't deserve rights?
You really believe women don't deserve rights?
That's kind of a fucked up thing to say, right? You said you don't believe women deserve rights?
Like which one, dude? You have to clarify.
Like all women. You said all women don't deserve rights?
Like
What the fuck is wrong with you for that?
Like which one?
You're weird as hell.
Well, can you clarify what you mean?
It's just, you were raised by a mother.
Well,
You know all women deserve rights. Those are fucking you, bitch.
Which one? Like which right? Like the right to vote? Like, can you explain,
She's fucking trash, dude. She is trash.
what you mean? Like which right? Like right to vote?
All women deserve the right to vote. Are you kidding me?
Well, I'm asking you to clarify. What's your
I don't want to punch you, so I won't.
You don't want to what?
I'm gonna fucking punch you in the face, bitch.
Go ahead.
I am.
So she just said, I'm gonna punch you in the face, and he said, go ahead.
You don't want to what?
I'm gonna fucking punch you in the face, bitch.
Go ahead.
I am.
Go ahead. Let's see it.
You want a punch?
No, you don't have the balls for that. No, you
I can punch you, Sam. You can't say women don't deserve rights.
I can't. Go ahead.
No, you can't. I don't slap you.
Go ahead, do it.
Then she said, can I slap you? And he said, yeah, go ahead. Now, in the other ones, it's a little bit different. If somebody's like, yo, I'm gonna punch you in the face, and you're like, do it, bitch. Fucking do it. Find out. Do it. That's not really giving consent to somebody to hit you. That's not really giving consent to somebody to hit you. But she says it, I'm gonna fucking punch you, and he's like, go ahead, do it, right? That's more taunting her, being like, you'll find out, go ahead, fuck around and find out. But then, when she says, can I slap you? And then he says, yeah, sure, go ahead. That's fucking consent, bro. That's fucking consent. He sticks his chin out and everything and says, yeah, sure, go ahead. That's consent. I don't think he expected a real slap. I don't know. She was pissed. I think he should have. I think when she first says, I want to punch you in the face, and then she you know, and she's like yelling at him about not wanting women to have rights and not wanting women to be able to vote. She's fucking crazy though. She's fucking crazy though.
Say women don't deserve rights.
Yeah.
No, you can't. I don't. Can I slap you?
She says, "Can I slap you?" And he says, "Yeah, do it." I'm sorry. This totally fucking changes the entire clip. And so they, like the clips that we watched before, they start after she asks. They start here. This one totally cuts out the rest of that. It starts there. She won't be sued successfully. Yeah, this is insane. Like, this girl's face, dude. You can see the full fucking face here now. Like, you can see her full face here now. That edit is whack though. It's fucking crazy, isn't it? It's crazy. This went viral yesterday. This was all over the place. Like, this was all over the place. That this chick just rears back and smacks him, and then it's like, you know, doing this afterwards. You're like, what is that? But it's obvious, like, yeah, he gave her consent to do it, and then I guess he looked mad afterwards. So she was like, you know, like, hey, all in good fun, like, because she did ask. She did ask. Like, she asked if it was okay first. So I don't know. This is a very, very different perspective here.
Call the police. That's all. He's slapping. Slap you? Yeah, call the police. Charge him. Press charges.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. Can I get another? Can I get another? Oh my god.
Assault is assault. You're just literally saying nothing. If you give somebody the consent to hit you, they're allowed to hit you. Like, you know that there's people who literally box for a living. I don't know if you're aware of this, okay? So it's about to blow your mind if you just say things like assault is assault, okay? Did you know that there's people who do boxing for a living, and that after the boxing matches, the two guys don't call the cops on each other because they consented to the other guy hitting them? Crazy, right? Did you know that in football matches, every time somebody tackles somebody, the whole teams don't call the cops on everybody who tackles them after every game? It's wild, right? Do you know that there are some times where people have sex with each other and they like choke each other and smack each other and shit like that because they consent to that sort of stuff, and so they can't just turn around and call the cops on each other afterwards? Like, it's wild, bro. But assault is assault, though.
Thank you, Flab. I appreciate you.
But yeah, so that was interesting. So Tim Pool, I saw it from him. He said, "Curious, the Bronca show. The viral clip just shows the slap and her getting grabbed. However, in the full clip, she says she asks, 'Can I slap you?' And he says either yeah or uh-huh, then do it. Is she criminally liable?" This person says, if I say kill me and you kill me, you're still liable for murder. That's such a stupid fucking argument. Eric says, from what I see, it's not literally serious. Oh. It's not literally serious. Oh. Someone being an asshole and threatening to hit you, being answered with something like, yeah, sure, asshole, whatever, isn't actually getting permission. You know that, man. LOL. I mean, let's not do this. Can I slap you? Uh-huh, do it. He gave full permission. He dared her. He didn't consent. I read it as I dare you, there will be consequences. So the problem isn't just like what he means by it, but it's also the way that the other person can perceive it. So as I said, the first parts where she says, I'm going to punch you, and he's like, do it. Like, that's obviously taunting. That's obviously him being like, I dare you. Fucking find out. But the second part where she stops and she's like, but no, can I slap you? And he's like, yeah, go ahead, do it. That is not the same as what he was saying before. That is actually like consent. That is inviting it. So this is very, very different. No, he clearly said you don't have the balls and do it, to mean you wouldn't dare assault me in front of the camera. She did it anyways, proving the lack of accountability and self-restraint women have. Oh, they have no accountability from women. That's what it is. As you sit here taking away all accountability from the guy who just told her that she could do it. Yeah, if she says, I'm gonna punch you, and you say, do it, that's I dare you. If she says, can I slap you? And you say, yeah, go ahead, do it. Those are drastically different things.
You are critical of the government of Israel. Do you believe in Israel's right to exist? Would you consider yourself a Zionist in that narrow definition?
What does that mean, a right to exist?
The existence of the political state of Israel as
but
it
has
existed,
a right. What does that mean?
That you think it should continue in its existence as a state, right?
Yeah, you think like they're allowed to exist, that they have a right to exist, meaning like you think they're allowed to defend their own existence.
Right now. So you do not agree with Iran, for example.
Well, let me just ask, since you...
This is, again, I've said this numerous times. I'm glad that this conversation is actually being had by some people, because it's rare that people actually talk about the differences in Zionist terminology. Lots of people will just say like, oh, I hate Zionists, and like you ask them what a Zionist is, and they're like, oh, it's a genocidal ideology where you want to clear out all of the people who live in the in Palestine and take it over by Israel, and you have to vanquish all of the, like, that's what you mean by Zionism. Okay, so like I think the majority of people, when they say Zionist, they just mean that like Israel has a right to exist. They believe Israel has a right to exist, that is Zionism. That's what most people mean when they say Zionist. But when, like, you have to actually ask that question, you have to actually like get into that with people and know what it is that they mean in order to have a conversation about whether or not one is or is not a Zionist. And I'm glad that she's actually asking this question here, because that is important.
State right now. So you do not agree with Iran, for example.
Well, let me just ask, since you asked me the question, it's fair for me to get you to define the term so I can answer it. You've asked two questions. The first was, do you believe Israel has a right to exist? And the second question was, do you believe Israel should continue to go on as a nation state? And those are very different questions. So I often hear the phrase...
Having been created as a political entity in 1948,
does it have a right to exist? Is that what you're asking?
I don't want to get hung up on the right.
No.
Should it continue to exist? That's how I define narrowly Zionism.
Because the phrase you used was devised by the Israeli government.
You already said, what do you mean by a right to exist? And she said, I mean that you should be able to still exist. That like you think you want them to continue existing. She already defined all these terms, but now he's just circling back and asking the same questions again, even though she already defined the terms. And he's like, oh, well, it's important to know what you mean. She already told you what she means.
Of course. Does it have a right to exist? And so my question to you would be, what does that mean?
Why don't you answer my question? It's a very simple question.
I don't know what your question is. Are you asking, does it have a right to exist, or do I want it to exist? Do I seek its destruction?
She said that those are one and the same, not either or. She said they're the same.
Fine, answer it that way.
Well, of course I don't seek its destruction. I've already said, as you know, because I said it to you, I don't want Israel to be destroyed or have to use nuclear weapons.
We've we've established that you are in that narrow terms a Zionist. If that's how
I'm
we're
in
going to
no
define
sense a
it.
Zionist. I don't want any country to be destroyed, at all, and I don't want.
That's not so yeah, so let's see. Zionism is a political and nationalist movement advocating for the self-determination of the Jewish people and the establishment, development, and support of a Jewish state in their ancestral homeland, Israel. That's what it is. Okay? That's the way that most people use it. Now, again, if you want to give it a different definition and say, this is what I mean when I say it, okay, fine. We'll have a conversation based on that definition. But she's given her definition. She's using this definition. And then he keeps making it about, like, she's like, okay, well, then you're a Zionist. In the way that most people use the term Zionist, you're a Zionist. And he's like, no, I don't want people bombed. She didn't say anything about people being bombed. That was not part of the definition. That's not part of what she asked you. He's so bad faith.
I want people to die, particularly ones who committed no crime, because I don't believe in killing innocents, period. That's the basis of Western civilization. Eastern civilization, it's a whole different view. They believe in collective punishment. I don't.
So you're in no sense a Zionist.
I don't even know what that means. Why don't you define the term, and then I'll tell you whether I am.
I've just defined it. And
What's
you
a
said
Zionist?
that
No other choice. I'm sick and tired of being abused because I'm white and male. Who's abusing you? I don't know anything about these people. When it comes to reality, I only get to know what people tell me, so I trust nothing. Who the fuck is what are you going off about, bro? If somebody's abusing you, you should just call the cops. I don't know why are you going to YouTube chats to talk about it?
a Zionist in my narrow term, this definition is that the state of Israel, the political state of Israel, has the right to continue existing.
The right? Where does that right come from? What do you mean? These are like, I'm not being a lawyer about it. I just want to know what you're.
You are, because before you were asking what a right means. She already gave you what a right means. And then you changed the definition to mean that people are getting bombed. And then now that she's saying again, okay, you're denying now. You just said a minute ago that you think they have a right to exist. Now you're denying that you think they have the right to exist. So I'm going to ask the question again. Do you think they have a right to exist? And he's like, where does the right come from? Who cares? Who cares? Who cares where it comes from? Like, it doesn't matter. She doesn't have to tell you where the right comes from in order for you to say whether or not you think they have a right. That's it. Like, she does not have to tell you. You can believe the right comes from God. You can believe the right comes from the state. You can believe the right comes from the United Nations. You can believe the right comes from whatever the fuck you want. It's about you and your fucking beliefs, but you refuse to answer the question and keep asking her about what she thinks about it instead.
Refusing to answer the question.
Because I don't know what you're asking me.
Let's go to the
Wait,
third.
no. I think a lot.
He knows what she's asking. He knows what she's asking. He's just so fucking bad.
You don't want to define your question, and I don't know why. I don't know what you're asking me. I've already said I don't want Israel to be destroyed. I don't want anyone to be killed. And you've said, does Israel have a right to exist? Does it have my question is, what right are you talking about? Does Britain have a right to exist? Does the United States have a right to exist?
There was a world order built up after 1945 which suggested that aggression should not be condoned into countries, that countries with borders have the right to continue.
I totally agree with that.
Okay.
Which is why the first thing that Israel did within 2 weeks of this war starting, which is supposedly existential for them.
Reason? I can't tell if you're trolling by spelling uneducated that way. And having horrible grammar. Why does every uneducated, unejucated person has opinions on other uneducated people? So the person calling other people uneducated doesn't know how to spell uneducated?
Was take southern Lebanon, take someone else's country, as they have done repeatedly. And no one even mentions that. And so I guess I would be opposed to that, because I think Lebanon has a right to exist. I thought Gaza had a right to exist. But I noticed that as soon as we start apportioning rights, only one country gets them.
No, I did not say that. You're absolutely putting words into my mouth.
Because I believe, here's what I do believe, since you asked. I believe in universally applicable standards. And if they're not universally applicable, they're not standards, they're preferences. That's why I believe in human rights, not ethnic rights. I don't think Jews have more rights or less rights than anyone else. I don't think Christians have more rights or less rights, blacks, Filipinos. I believe in human rights that derive from the creation of people by God.
He's such an idiot, dude. He's so fucking bad faith. Like, she defined it for him so many times. She kept giving him the definitions of everything that she was saying, everything that she meant, everything. Like, she outlined all of it for him. Netanyahu thinks he is Genghis Khan of our time. Netanyahu says, evil overcomes good. Jesus Christ has no advantage over Genghis Khan. Quote by Netanyahu. The one in all said that in vertical chat. What Netanyahu said about Jesus Christ and Genghis Khan. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has faced backlash for quoting historian Will Durant to say Jesus Christ has no advantage over Genghis Khan. To me, I don't read that and think he thinks he's Genghis Khan. I think, like, to me, a Jewish person doesn't believe that Jesus Christ is God. He doesn't believe that he's the Messiah. He believes that he's like another human. And so I don't know why that would matter. During an English language press conference in Jerusalem on Thursday, Netanyahu defended America and Israeli military operations in the Middle East, arguing in favor of the West asserting strength. History proves that unfortunately and unhappily, Jesus Christ has no advantage over Genghis Khan, he said, because if you are strong enough, ruthless enough, powerful enough, evil will overcome good. Aggression will overcome moderation. The comments sparked outrage online, with some calling them blasphemous, prompting Netanyahu to clarify his meaning in a post on X, saying, "No offense was meant." He said in another post that it was fake news about my attitude towards Christians who are protected and flourish in Israel. Let me be clear, I did not denigrate Jesus Christ at any of my news conference this evening, he said. Netanyahu has come out of hiding to mock Jesus Christ in the most blasphemous way imaginable. Jesus Christ has no advantage over Genghis Khan because if you are strong enough, ruthless enough, powerful enough, evil will overcome good. I don't know, why is that offensive? Why is that blasphemy? He's not a Christian. He's Jewish. Like, why do people expect somebody who doesn't believe that their God is a God why would they expect them to treat him as a God? He's talking about the fact that Genghis Khan was evil. He's not saying he's Genghis Khan. He's saying Genghis Khan was evil. Genghis Khan had the means to kill people, to slaughter people, to hurt people, and that Jesus Christ didn't stop him. That because Genghis Khan was powerful enough and evil enough and ruthless enough, he was able to just trounce other nations. That's what he's saying. He's not saying he's Genghis Khan. He's saying Genghis Khan is evil and that Jesus didn't stop Genghis Khan. Let me be clear, I did not denigrate Jesus Christ at my news conference this evening, he said. How can Christian Zionists continue? Why it matters, Netanyahu's comments arrive amid heightened tensions about America's relationship with Israel amid the country's coordinated attacks on Iran, making his invocation of Jesus especially sensitive for Christian audiences and global allies. What to know? During the press conference, Netanyahu said, if people want to be naive, then they don't see the kind of world we're living in. In this world, it's not enough to be moral. It's not enough to be just. It's not enough to be right. Quote, you know, one of the greatest writers of the 20th century, someone that I admire a lot, was the historian Will Durant. Netanyahu continued. Now, he wrote many volumes. I read most of them. He also wrote The Lessons of History, a very brief 100-page book in which he said, well, history proves that, unfortunately and unhappily, Jesus Christ has no advantage over Genghis Khan. Oh, so they cut him out of context. Oh, they cut him out of context. Sheesh, so he was quoting somebody else. He was quoting another person, and they cut it and tried to make it look like he was saying something different. Because if you're strong enough, ruthless enough, powerful enough, evil will overcome good, Netanyahu said. Aggression will overcome moderation. The comments came amid an already widening rift between conservatives about America's relationship with Israel, often between Christian Zionists who believe the support of Israel is biblically mandated, and Christians who disagree with this interpretation. Outside of religion, the debate is also ongoing between isolationist conservatives who argue that the United States' relationship with Israel is not in line with the America First campaign that U.S. President Donald Trump campaigned on, and those who say that it is America First to nurture having such an ally in the Middle East, where the administration argues there are ongoing threats to America. Damn. Owen Schroyer. In this short clip, Netanyahu insults Christians and Jesus Christ, asserts there's no purpose in being a good person, says we have no choice but to fight Israel's war, subtly threatens us if we don't. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? These people are so stupid. Like, literally, like, conservative thought leaders are just really lacking thought. Just the littlest bittest of thought. Come on, man. Come on. Just give us a little bit. Give us a little bit of thought there. Like, be a sapien for just a moment, please. He's denying the divinity of Christ while simultaneously demanding everyone double down on his war with Iran. The arrogance of this man. Netanyahu said on X, let me be clear, I did not denigrate Jesus Christ at my news conference this evening. To the contrary, I cited the great American historian Will Durant, a fervent admirer of Jesus Christ. Durant stated that morality by itself is not enough to ensure survival. A morally superior civilization may still fall to a ruthless enemy if it does not have the power to defend itself. No offense was meant. Yeah, this is obviously what he was saying. He was obviously saying that Genghis Khan is a bad guy, and Genghis Khan was able to do a lot of really horrible and evil things because he had the power to do so. And that if the righteous people who were on the other side had the power, they could have vanquished him, but they didn't. Because just having Jesus on your side is not enough in and of itself. You have to have the means in order to stop him. What kind of person who believes in a good thinks that evil overcomes good? I'm sorry, that is the case a lot. That is the, like, are you seriously trying to act as though evil never overcomes good? Do you really think that? You're going to tell me that as a Christian who believes that everybody sins, that we live in a very sinful world, that the majority of people in the world are not Christians, the majority of people are not saved. You're telling me right now that you think that good always wins out. Really? Foolery is woke now. He blocks God. I don't block anything. It automatically censors it on my screen. I think it's meant to like block out people who are using God's name in vain, and it just ends up blocking it out every time. God is good. If you believe evil overcomes good, you don't believe in God. Can you answer the question, the one and all? Do you believe that evil ever overcomes good? Do you believe that ever happens? Do you believe that Genghis Khan was good? How about that? The one and all. You believe that Genghis Khan was good then, right? Answer that. Do you believe Genghis Khan was good? You would have to. You would have to believe that Genghis Khan was good and that Genghis Khan had Jesus on his side, right? Christians don't believe that good overcomes all. They don't believe that. Christians do not believe this at all. I don't know what sect you're from, but the Protestants do not believe that in any way. Like they are very, very clear that like living is to struggle, that to like be alive in this world, that this is like the devil's domain, that this is where the devil is able to run free, and that we have to make our own decisions to like fight back against that, and we have to have the power and the will and the means to do so. And this is why we have community. This is why we have church. This is why people are supposed to congregate with one another and commune with one another and pray for one another, because it's not just enough for you to believe in God. You have to actively act on things in order to stop it. You can't just be good. That's not enough. Whoever does not recognize good and light lives in darkness and evil. Again, nobody's saying don't recognize it. We're saying you're the one who's refusing to recognize evil.
Breaking news, MS Now's Stephanie Rule just wrapped up a 15-minute phone call with President Trump. Stephanie joining us now by the phone.
There's a bunch of reports of the fact that like every reporter now has Donald Trump's cell phone number, and that they all just call him directly now, and that he spends almost the entire day on the phone with reporters now. That like his cell phone number has just been handed out to everybody. That like there's even, I've heard podcast hosts talking about the fact that like when they talked about it, a couple of podcast hosts were like, yeah, apparently his phone number is being handed out. And a couple of other people on the podcast were like, oh, I have it. I got his phone number. A couple of people gave it to me. So he just spends all fucking day just taking calls from reporters now.
Phone, Stephanie, I know Trump already called NATO cowards this morning. What else did he tell you?
He did. You know, ironically, I wanted to get on the phone with you earlier, but I'm at the airport.
Your connection seems spotty, dude. You keep freezing for a few seconds every few minutes. One's in chat if you guys have a clear connection. Two's in chat if I'm spotty for you. Because I'm spotty for you. I have it up on my phone right here. Spotty for you. I have it up on my phone right here. And everything's fine on my end. Everybody so far is putting ones in chat. Yeah, it might be. Yeah, I'm looking at my YouTube health. It says that my stream's been healthy the entire time. Yeah, it might be an issue on your end. I'm not sure.
And it took me quite a long time to get.
Yeah, if anybody has like freezing or anything, let me know.
Get through TSA. The president and I had about a 15-minute phone call. We started, of course, talking about Iran. He said that Iran was 2 weeks away from having a nuclear bomb and they would use it. Now, of course, most experts say it was at least a year away. He said that we could leave the war right now. We could walk away tomorrow because we have just decimated most of the country and their power. But he said the regime would rebuild. It would take him about 10 years, but that's not an acceptable situation, which is why he thinks we should stay. He said the major thing is they cannot have a nuclear weapon. We obliterated it. We totally obliterated it. So that's very good that we're there. We talked all about our
if you obliterated it, then why are you there? It doesn't make sense. If you obliterated it, then what the fuck is the reason for anything to continue? It doesn't make sense. They keep saying, like, we've already won the war. They don't have a military. They don't have a navy. They don't have an air force. It's all gone. We decimated all of it. And then the next day, today's going to be our largest day of bombing yet. We're going to go out in full force and bomb more than we've bombed in the last. Okay, so you're saying that you didn't decimate everything, that there's still a lot more to bomb, or what are you just killing fucking civilians now? Like, what are you doing? what is left? If you keep saying you decimated everything, that the war's already won, are you just unnecessarily just spending a lot of our money now for no reason? Like, what the fuck is happening?
European NATO allies, and he continued to crush them. He said absolutely none of our allies in NATO have helped with support as it relates to the war. He said we don't need their help, but they've proven themselves to be a paper tiger. He also posted that on Truth Social, i.e. without the...
Everybody take a second. Hit the thumbs up button. If you're watching on vertical, just double tap the screen. That'll give us a thumbs up. Appreciate you guys joining. And if everybody could, just take a moment. We got a lot of people watching right now. If you do me a favor, just one time, just real quick, hit the share button, okay? Click the share button and go post it somewhere, okay? Go post it on Twitter, go post it on Facebook. If you're on Discord, you got a bunch of groups that you're in, go post it in Discord real quick and tell people to come watch. Post it in a couple of Discords. Go share the stream, let people know that you're watching, and get some more people in here. We got a lot more to go over. We got a long way to go. I saw somebody asking why we haven't covered the NotSoErudite stuff on Tim Pool yet. We'll get to that later. We got maybe an hour or two of news to get through first, so we got a lot of news to go through. So we're gonna be here for a while, getting through a lot of the stuff that's happened today, and then we'll go over some debates later, most likely. If I do you that favor, what are you gonna do for me? I'm gonna put on the greatest content you've ever seen in your life, bitch. You better get ready. I'm gonna put on a fucking show.
United States, NATO is nothing. And he said before he came to office, the United States, and you've heard this from him before, paid 100%. Now NATO allies are paying more, but they've done nothing. I asked about Ukraine helping and Ukraine supporting, and he said they've done nothing. Anything Zelensky has said as far as what Ukraine has done to help us, he's just doing for political and PR purposes. They've done nothing. He says Zelensky is very difficult to deal with. He says Zelensky is more difficult to deal with than Putin is. And he said Putin has also shown that he's not afraid of Europe at this point, or our European allies. He said I would clearly say that he expressed more trust in Putin than he does any of our European allies. We talked about the Texas primary. He said originally,
when you find out Charlie Kirk is Governor Spencer from Utah, enjoy your show.
They wanted to run against Jasmine Crockett, but Tallarico can be easily defeated, whether it's Ken Paxton or John Cornyn. He referred to Tallarico as a whack job. I asked him about our next steps as it relates to Cuba. He was sort of vague, but he said, just you watched, and he promised sort of changes, but he did not give any details. I asked him about what the White House is spending on. I asked if the ballroom was much bigger than they planned. Did it need to be that big? And he said, of course, it's under budget and ahead of schedule. But he said they plan to have future inaugurations in that ballroom since it's going to be drone-proof and bulletproof. I asked him about those comments he made.
Decimate is 10% pedantic, and obliterate, why take Trump literally? After so many years, politicians lie, Trump sells / manipulates theater. Nobody lies like Trump. I'm sorry. You guys, you're like a child when you keep doing this, like both sides things, where you're going to try to find a way to act like Trump is the same as everybody else. He's not. Nobody lies like Trump. Nobody lies at the extent that Trump lies. Nobody lies about the very serious things that Trump lies about. Nobody. We don't have examples of other people doing the same thing. It's not politics. It's not normal. It's not natural. And even if they did, we would call them out. We would hold them accountable. We would demand some sort of responsibility there. But you guys don't. You guys don't even call them out. You don't even care, and you just make excuses for it from beginning to end. That's all you do. It's Like, if you think that's just like normal in politics, then you should be doing something about it to try to change that. I don't think that's normal in politics. I think this is something that's very specific to Trump. But if you do, and you're admitting that these are lies, you're admitting that he's just like trying to stretch what the truth is, you should be calling him out for that. You should expect some more accountability from the person who is running your country. Like, you should expect a higher degree of responsibility from this person. You guys treat him like he's just some like little school child. It's so stupid.
About Gavin Newsom and dyslexia, I gave him the opportunity to sort of take those comments back, saying someone with dyslexia, with those learning disabilities, shouldn't be in the White House. He didn't take the comments back.
Zelensky sacrificed 8 million Ukrainians to BlackRock's globalist New World Order while his wife went handbag shopping in Paris. Donald Trump works with BlackRock. Why? First off, Zelensky was already super rich. I don't know why you guys, like, he was a famous actor before he ever became the leader of Ukraine. He was already ridiculously rich, so I don't know why you guys act like he needed BlackRock's money in order to do that. First off. Secondly, Donald Trump has close relationships with BlackRock. You guys don't give a fuck when it's Trump, right? Nobody cares about BlackRock when it's Trump who's close with them, but you know, Zelensky has some ties with BlackRock, and all of a sudden it's some big deal. Donald Trump's close ties with BlackRock, and his wife is going shopping for handbags. Nobody gives a fuck.
He continued to go after Gavin Newsom, and then, you know, talk quite a bit more about how unfairly he's being treated by the media.
And I know, Steph, you've talked about how hurtful those comments have been. Did you tell him that you're stymied at the airport and ask him about the DHS?
Yeah, also 8 million is kind of fucking insane. Isn't that like... Isn't that like... Didn't they have like maybe 1 million die so far? How many Ukrainians have died in Russian war? Estimates on deaths in the war with Russia vary widely. 140,000. Oh, okay, yeah, it's not even close. Okay. Not even close to 1 million. Not even close. Fucking 8 million? Holy shit.
Just shut down?
Of course, I did. And he, you know, blamed Democrats. He said they're the ones standing in the way of funding this. Blame that if you don't like your long line at the airport, look no further than Democrats. And that's not a surprise that he would say that. And then, you know, talk quite a bit more about how unfairly he's being treated by the media.
Yeah, the media is so unfair to the guy who constantly lies and fucks everything up and refuses to do any of the things that he promised. So unfair. It's unfair when you're the most powerful person in the world and you have just the most limited amount of accountability. So unfair. It's so unfair when you get to go commit tons of felonies and crimes and then you get voted in as president again because all of your voters are a bunch of fucking cultists. It's so unfair, man. Can't imagine. Can't imagine.
Right now, there are these MAGA podcast wars going on. And I got to say, I'm enjoying them. As an observer, as an outsider.
We deserve this, honestly,
I mean, I've never seen it.
We deserve this.
It's always Democrats in disarray.
Yeah.
The left with the circular firing squad. The right's always message discipline. Everyone sticks together.
Yep.
They fall in line.
Yep.
Not this time. Explain to our viewers who have been spared.
Oh, my God.
Just give us a summary to normies watching. What are the right wing?
Dude. I've been blown away by the people in my chat who complain when we cover the stuff with like Candace Owens, when we cover the stuff with Tim Pool, we cover the stuff with Tucker Carlson, we cover the stuff with Megyn Kelly, we cover the stuff with Ben Shapiro, like all of the splits, you know, Dave Smith, all of the major splits within MAGA. This is huge. This is actually huge. Like this is This is massively detrimental to Trump. Like, Trump has really fucked up his reading of his base this time. And that's rare for Trump. Trump does not normally misread his base. Normally, there's lots of times where it seems like he might misread them, but he course corrects pretty quick. This time, he's wholly fucking up his entire constituency. Like, it is falling apart at the seams. And this is a huge thing going on, because normally, like I said, like, everybody is in line, they're very cultish, they're very like on point with their talking points, they're all saying the same things. Now, and it's all about, like he said, you know, Democrats in disarray, Democrats, you know, in full cope mode, Democrats, you know, can't handle it. Like, it's always this all over the place. Now they're talking about each other. Now they're calling out each other. Now it's, you know, Megyn Kelly going after Ben Shapiro, and Piers Morgan and Tucker Carlson. Like, all of these people are all splitting up and calling each other out and fighting with each other nonstop. And it's big. It's very big. The death of Charlie Kirk made all of these people lose their fucking minds.
MAGA podcast. What is going on right now?
Well, I mean,
it's big.
It is big. And so it would take a long time for me to give you all of the subplots. But I mean, the major fissure is around Israel. And I mean, the real question for many of these people is like, do we hate the Jews or the Muslims more, right? Like, that's what many of them
sadly well put
are really fighting over. I don't want to lump everybody in that
True,
bucket, but that's you know, the sort of flavor of a lot of it. And so the latest flare up in this, you've got, you know, Tucker and Candace, and Megyn Kelly has now kind of joined that side because she can see this is the way the young base is going.
Yep.
And then you've got Mark Levin and Ben Shapiro. Actually, Piers Morgan has now jumped in and going after Ben Shapiro, and they're fighting. The latest flare-up has been...
Yeah, it's so bad that all of us of MAGA have different opinions. It is bad. You guys have not had different opinions in the past. You guys, when you looked at Democrats who had different opinions, you guys used to call it leftist infighting. It was your biggest fucking insult against Democrats, was that there was leftist infighting, that Democrats are always fighting with each other, that Democrats call each other out, that Democrats have differences in opinions. This is what our coalition's built on. We are built on a big umbrella movement that has a lot of different ideologies under it. You guys are not. MAGA is not built on that. MAGA is built on a very, like, soldier-like obedience to the emperor, and that is not what's happening anymore. That is not what's happening here. And so this is new. This is not what happened in his first administration. This is not what happened under Joe Biden. It's this is new. This is, and it is tearing the fucking movement apart. Like, we're talking about a lot of these people who are, we're not just talking about a difference in opinion. We're talking about a bunch of people who say they're not supporting Trump anymore. They think he should be impeached. They think he's committing war crimes. They think that he's like, that. This is not just difference in opinion. These are people who are fully off the Trump bandwagon.
Mark Levin has apparently been going after Megyn Kelly pretty relentlessly for a long time.
Because he's got after me too. He's an awful person.
Super Zionist, awful person, you know, and
was a never Trumper, by the way. Always should remind people, and these Trump acolytes, they used to hate Trump.
And that's true of a lot of the people who are his biggest fans. I mean, Ben Shapiro was not a Trump guy,
agreed.
Right? You know, this is a sign that everybody...
Your umbrella only covers people that believe the same stupid shit you do. That's to an extent. But again, we're talking about to an extent, yes, you have to have similar beliefs to an extent, yes. But we have a lot of disagreements. Again, you can't call it leftist infighting and then say that we all have the same beliefs. That's, I don't know what the fuck that even means. Like, there's leftist infighting again. Oh, well, left is always fighting with each other. Oh, man. But you guys all just believe the same exact things. What the fuck? There's no shot. No shot, dude. Pick one. Everyone else is kicked out and called right wing. I don't know what that means. I don't know what you're talking about. I've been a conservative for the first 33 years of my life. My values didn't change all that much. My morals didn't change all that much. just actually believe the things that conservatives pretend to believe.
He knows the Trump era is coming to an end one way or another. He's incredibly unpopular. They're going to get destroyed in the midterms if they're free and fair remotely at all. They can see the writing on the wall, and they can also see that, especially with an online young right, the direction they're going in
very dark direction,
yeah, it is a very
ways.
dark direction in many ways. They are, they're very Groyper pilled. So they're sort of reading the room of how this thing is coming apart. And in the same way that after Bernie lost in 2020, there was a lot of like left liberal, left on left fighting and squabbling and drama, et cetera. They're kind of in that moment now where Trump has betrayed, some of his promises. I would say it was all very foreseeable, but there is an element that feels very betrayed. There is a sense of who's going to take the reins next. What is that direction going to look like? And so all of these personal grievances also that were underneath the surface, those are coming up too, which is why I say like partly it's about Israel and like Jews versus Muslims. Partly it's just these like incredibly petty, personal, vicious beefs.
Yep. This is big stuff, though. This is big stuff. MAGA is definitely falling apart. It's looking rough out there. And thank God it's just in time for the
answer to the question.
It's just in time for the midterms because Democrats have been winning very disproportionately to Republicans. Democrats have been winning gubernatorial races. They've been winning Senate races. They've been running, House races. They've been winning mayoral races. They've been winning pretty much everything disproportionately. They have been winning big time. Big time.
Is the answer to the question that Israel does what it wants and we just have to live with it? Because that's the question the world is asking themselves. If Israel decides to continue moving up the escalation ladder, attacking energy, retaliatory attacks, that's not just Israel's problem anymore. That's the whole world's problem suddenly.
Well, look, it sounded to me today like President Trump was not happy about this strike, and it sounded like Prime Minister Netanyahu got the message. So, look, my anticipation is that we're heavily influential to them.
Yeah, so this is, again, Trump reading the tea leaves. He finally had like a snapback on Israel because he realized that his movement is kind of being torn apart over the stuff that's going on with Israel. So he needed to virtue signal to people a little bit. And he's done this a couple of times. It's like the third time that he's done something where he like puts out a message where he's like, Israel is out of hand. He's done this numerous times in the past. It doesn't mean anything. It's just a virtue signal. But he tweeted out or put out on Truth Social the other day. He said, Israel, out of anger for what has taken place in the Middle East, has violently lashed out at a major facility known as South Pars gas field in Iran. A relatively small section of the whole has been hit. The United States knew nothing about this particular attack, and the country of Qatar was in no way, shape, or form involved with it, nor did they have any idea that it was going to happen. I don't know why he says this. He makes it sound like Iran thought that Qatar was involved. It's really fucking stupid. Like, though, he's trying to find a way to be upset with Israel. Like, that's what when we say that this is a virtue signal, he's trying to find some way to be upset with Israel. And so Israel bombed a gas field. Iran obviously knows that they can't bomb Israel as easily as they can bomb other countries, so they just went and bombed Qatar. And then Trump acts like, dude, Iran didn't know that Qatar didn't bomb them. Iran didn't know that this was Israel who bombed them. There's no fucking way that he thinks this. It's so stupid. It's actually so fucking brainless that he said this, because there's no way he thinks that Iran thought Qatar bombed them. In the very beginning of the war, where Israel and the United States were bombing when they were bombing Iran immediately started bombing Qatar and the UAE and Saudi Arabia and Oman. Like, they're bombing everybody around them. Trump didn't come out then and it's like, wait, guys, You didn't know. Those countries weren't part of it. I think it's just that he doesn't want Qatar to be mad at him. True, but he can say this. He can say it in a way that doesn't like that. That is apologetic to Qatar without throwing Israel under the bus, right? But in this case, he seems like he wants to really make it sound like he's really mad at Israel. He's really, oh, Israel, you better stop. Oh boy. Yeah, he says, the United States knew nothing about this particular attack, and the country of Qatar was in no way, shape, or form involved with it, nor did it have any idea that it was going to happen. Unfortunately, Iran did not know this. Oh, they didn't know. They didn't know that Iran wasn't involved, guys. Or sorry, that Qatar wasn't involved. Or any of the pertinent facts pertaining to the South Pars attack, and unjustifiably and unfairly attacked a portion of Qatar's LNG gas facility. No more attacks will be made by Israel pertaining to this extremely important and valuable South Pars field, unless Iran unwisely decides to attack a very innocent, in this case Qatar, in which instance the United States of America, with or without the help or consent of Israel, will massively blow up the entirety of the South Pars gas field at an amount of strength and power that Iran has never seen or witnessed before. Never seen or witnessed before. Nobody's ever seen it. Oh, it's so big, it'll be the biggest that no one's ever seen. I do not want to authorize this level of violence and destruction because of the long-term implications that it will have on the future of Iran. But if Qatar's LNG is again attacked, I will not hesitate to do so. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. That's what they're talking about here.
Is the answer to the question that Israel does what it wants and we just have to live with it? Because that's the question the world is asking themselves. If Israel decides to continue moving up the escalation ladder, attacking energy, retaliatory attacks, that's not just Israel's problem anymore. That's the whole world's problem suddenly.
Well, look, it sounded to me today like President Trump was not happy about this strike, and it sounded like Prime Minister Netanyahu got the message. So, look, my anticipation is that we're heavily influential to them. We don't run them, and they don't run us. We're allies, but they don't control us. Yeah, and I don't know that we necessarily control them.
We're the senior partner. They're the junior partner. We have the weapons. We give them the weapons. We're funding this war. We're the great power. They're our client state. So in theory, we should be able to have the more than a 50% say in whether American blood and treasure is spent to perpetuate this war for months and months. And it's pretty clear from what President Trump said today that the war he wants to get out very soon. He keeps saying it. And he wants to get out very soon. And it's pretty clear from what Netanyahu said today that he doesn't want to get out very soon. Well, so both of those people can't win. One of them is going to be right and one of them is going to be wrong. So who's going to win that disagreement? Is it going to be Trump and we're going to end the war soon? Or is it going to be Bibi and the war is going to go on for a very long time? Both of them can't be right, Scott. And in the end, we're going to find out who really wears the pants in this bromance.
Well, look, the bottom line is that Israel cannot exist, will not exist, has said they won't exist any longer with an Iranian state that is funding terror proxies and committing the kind of atrocities against Israel that we saw on October the 7th. They have wiped out the terror proxies for the most part. They're continuing that against Hezbollah now. But Israel is not in a position to say, okay, you know what, we'll just let them reconstitute what they had for the purposes of going after us again. So that's not going to happen, and they shouldn't let it happen.
Okay, so he is saying that he thinks the United States is at war with Iran for Israel. That's what he's saying here. He's saying we're at war with Iran for Israel. And that's a conversation that we can have on whether or not that's a good idea or whether or not that's what we want to do. But that's not what we've gotten from the Trump administration. They have not said we're at war with Iran for the sake of Israel.
If the Israelis want to perpetuate ongoing offensive hostilities against Iran forever, that's on them. You know what I mean? I'm not Israeli, you're not Israeli. We're Americans, right? Do you think that's a good idea? Or do you think we should just have a strategy that says we're attacking the Iranians forever and ever because the regime's not collapsing, they're not going to stop trying to have an army, they're not going to stop trying to have the capability to project power. So the only options are to attack them forever or to have some sort of end game that gets us extricated from this conflict. Which one of those are you for, Scott?
Well, I think you're being a little dramatic.
No, it's pretty simple.
B, we have significantly
dramatic kind of
degraded the regime. And look, here's the deal.
What's the answer?
The Israeli government cannot allow Iran to ever be in a position again to do to them what they did on October the 7th. It cannot happen. They do have some different experience than we do on this front. And so if they have to finish that job to their satisfaction, that needs to happen. But that's different than what we're doing there, which I think is being a good partner. But Israel has to live with it, and they did live with it, and we shouldn't expect them to have to live with it again.
Yeah, this is a wild one. We're at war with Iran for Israel. Okay. Okay.
Of simulation theory often point to video games as a way to explain, if not prove, that our reality is artificial. In a video game, the only data that is rendered is what the player sees or interacts with. If you're playing a video game and there's a car or building a mile away, that entire object isn't rendered. The game engine only renders the bare minimum of information to make the object look real. A distant building is rendered as just a few pixels, not that complicated. As you get closer, the engine renders more details, but still, it's just a facade. The engine doesn't bother calculating what's inside the building until you actually go in. The game engine always knows how much data to send you and doesn't bother with anything else. If we live in a simulation, it would make sense that our reality is rendered the same way. And we could test this.
Wait, what do you mean we can test this?
Specifically, we can use the double slit experiment. Here's how it goes. If we fire particles in a straight line at a screen, after passing through a single slit, we would expect to see this clumping pattern on the screen.
I've watched this like a 1,000 times, and I've never really understood. There's specific parts of this test that don't make a whole lot of sense to me, but I don't know if they're going to talk about that part, so we'll watch this. But I've thought about this a bunch of times, and I've read just a ton of shit about this test that doesn't make any sense to me at all.
If we try this with a wave, we expect to see a pattern like this, where particles are most dense in the middle of the screen but radiate outward, similar to the clumping pattern. When we add a second slit, it starts to get fun. When the waves pass through the double slit, each slit creates its own wave. When those waves intersect, they cancel each other out. That creates a pattern like this. It's called an interference pattern. So, particles passing through two slits create clumping patterns. Waves through two slits creates an interference pattern. Make sense?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Good. If we fire electrons through the slit, we see the clumping pattern as expected. An electron has mass, so it's a tiny bit of matter. So if we fire electrons through two slits, we should see two clumps. But we don't. We see the wave interference pattern. This shouldn't be happening. What's going on here? For years, scientists assumed that the electrons were colliding with each other, causing the wave pattern. But in the 60s, the experiment was modified so that only one electron at a time was fired through the slits. There was no way the electrons could interact with each other.
And they still randomly go to the different parts. The majority still go to the middle, but less and less. They still start to spread out.
Yet we still see an interference pattern. Scientists wanted to see what was causing this, so they added a detector to observe electrons as they pass through the slits. That's when things go from weird to paranormal.
So this is the part that, yes, once you actually observe them, they act differently. So if there is something to watch them, they do something completely different than what it is they do when we don't.
As soon as the detectors were installed, the interference pattern went away and the clumping pattern returned. Take the detectors away and the wave interference pattern is back.
But that's a different result to what we had earlier. So here's the last bit of sneakiness that we can play with atoms. Surely now, we're going to get to grips with it. Leave the detector there, but just very quietly go and unplug it. Don't let the atoms know that you're not spying on them. Run the experiment again. Now, if you can explain this using common sense and logic, do let me know. because there's a Nobel Prize for you.
It's as if the particles are aware they're being observed. Then physicist John Wheeler had an idea. He called it the delayed choice experiment. How it works is photons are projected through the double slit, but the detector is not activated until after they pass through the slit, but before they impact the screen. Photons were emitted as waves, passed through the slits as waves, but when the waves were observed before hitting the screen, they suddenly behaved like particles again. Still don't think there's an intelligence at work? Well, what Wheeler's experiment showed is that even though the electrons started as waves but behaved like particles after being observed, at the moment the decision to observe them was made, the electrons recorded themselves as having passed through the slits as particles. The electrons changed their state by going back in time.
I personally find that I gravitate more towards the information theoretic point of view and believing that the universe that I exist in
literally doesn't make sense. It literally doesn't make sense. I have no idea how the fuck this makes sense.
is a very good, high-quality simulation.
Now, this experiment is happening on a table in a lab, a very short distance. So what happens when we observe light coming from vast distances, like say a galaxy 100 million light years away? If light from a distant galaxy is projected through the double slit, it creates the wave interference pattern. But if we push those photons through a measuring apparatus to observe them, the wave again collapses all the way back to its source. This is called retrocausality. Simply by choosing to observe the photons this way, they reach back through time 100 million years and alter their state on the other side of the galaxy. But like a video game engine, it only does this if we're looking. Even though our universe is full of galaxies, those galaxies may not actually be there. If we're living in a simulation, then stars and galaxies could simply be projections, and only when we get up close would those projections become more detailed. This is an excellent way to save computational resources. And because we're stuck with the hard limit of the speed of light, getting to far off places is really difficult. Limiting the speed of light is a useful rule to have in place. Quantum mechanics like the double slit experiment and quantum entanglement only make sense if there's a program at work, because only the program can ignore the laws of physics.
Interesting. This is the first time I've seen this video. I'm a string theorist expert with no college degree. It's, yeah, I don't know. This has always like interested me. Because I like at first, my first thought is like, okay, so like it's, why isn't it likely that the measuring device that's actually capable of keeping up with where a photon is, that this in and of itself doesn't change the pattern? But I also wondered, I wonder about how the measuring device works and how close it would have to be in order to actually see things, see the photons, and that if you moved it farther back to where it could only see some of them but not others, if the ones that it could see still acted different while the others still went in waves. But I just have so many questions about like how that would actually work, and the different types of tests that have been done on it.
This is about the BBC. I'm going to play you first Donald Trump speaking in the Oval Office. Okay, this is about the BBC.
BBC took it a step further. They actually they put words in my mouth and I said some pretty bad things, and I didn't say them. It was AI generated. I said, I never said that. And then we found out it was AI generated. But I watched them this morning for some crazy reason.
That is not true. Is he talking about the January 6th documentary where they clipped like two separate parts back to back and it made it sound like he said something that he didn't say? Because for those people who are here, who are just like, oh, well, everybody lies, who cares? Well, the BBC fired people over this. The BBC like said that they were wrong. The BBC made retractions for what it was that they put in their documentary. The BBC actually has some accountability, and they actually do the right thing in the end. Donald Trump doesn't ever do any of these things. So.
And it was so inaccurate. Their reporting on the war was unbelievable. We have decimated that country. And if you watch BBC, it's almost like they're fighting us to a draw. They're not fighting us to a draw. It was very inaccurate news. It was fake news. So I'm very proud of the term fake news because it was my term. I came up with it, but it's no longer accurate. It really is. It's corrupt, fraudulent news. It really is.
See if you can spot what's missing from how the Daily Telegraph chose to report the comments that you have just heard. Listen out for when the Daily Telegraph quoted him claiming that the BBC had used AI to generate entirely fake footage of him saying things that he never said.
It's corrupt, fraudulent. And if you watch BBC, it's almost like they're fighting us to a draw. It was very inaccurate news. It was fake news. So I'm very proud of the term fake news because it was my term. I came up with it, but it's no.
He didn't come up with it. CNN came up with it. Literally, CNN came up with the term fake news to talk about people like Donald Trump. Donald Trump took the term and started using it towards them.
No longer accurate. It really is. It's corrupt, fraudulent news. It really is. It's fraudulent. It's not just fake. It's beyond fake. It's really criminal what they do.
They've completely removed the bits of Donald Trump lying through his teeth and left in the bits where he accuses the BBC of having poor journalistic standards. And I think we should reflect for a moment on the absolute irony of that moment.
Yep. Again, the BBC, they didn't share anything AI. This is just a lie. That never fucking happened. They did, like, edit him out of context, and they apologized for it. They admitted they were wrong. They made retractions. They paid for that. Donald Trump doesn't. Why? Well, because the people who follow BBC actually have standards. The people who read BBC knows that when they put things out to liberals, liberals will not accept news that is continuously wrong. And so anytime they get something wrong, they have to show that they are willing to be accountable for that they're willing to fix this, that they're willing to go through a process to make sure that this doesn't happen again in the future. Donald Trump lies. Liberals are the only ones who call him out for it. And then the conservatives run around and make excuses for why it's not that big of a deal. Conservatives will run around and be, oh, it's everybody lies. Who cares? It's politics, guys. It's not that big of a deal. But I guarantee you, like, you catch like if they would ever catch Biden lying about something, they would not just be like totally ignore it. Be like, everybody lies. Who cares? They're not gonna do that. No, they're gonna fucking call Biden out for it every fucking time, because they only care if somebody does something bad. If it's not Trump. And Trump can do the same exact thing that they're calling out a liberal for. Trump can do that thing times 1,000. They'll never say a fucking word about it. Biden does it, right? Biden got called out by liberals pretty consistently for a ton of things. Biden and Obama and Democrats, they all get called out. They all get held accountable. Just because we call them out for something doesn't mean that we no longer like them or that we don't have their back anymore, because we expect some sort of accountability there. We expect them to show some sort of some sort of signal to us that we can still trust them in the future. Conservatives don't care if they can trust Trump. They don't give a fuck. The absolute irony is that the LBC is even more fake than the BBC. Back to basics, James. The BBC edited an anodyne speech by Trump to make it sound like incitement to riot. No amount of fake editing will take that away from the BBC. The BBC are guilty of editing to create false political message. BBC apologizes to Trump over the Panorama edit, but refuses to pay compensation. The BBC has apologized to U.S. President Donald Trump. What the fuck? Oh shit, this is behind the paywall now too? Sheesh! BBC's editing of Trump's January 6th speech caused controversy, but what did he really say? The editing of Donald Trump's speech on January 6, 2021 has embroiled the BBC in controversy, led to the resignation of its top leaders, and given fuel to claims of media bias at the storied British broadcaster. The dossier from a former external advisor to the BBC's Editorial Standards Committee flagged the edit, among other instances of purported bias in the outlet's coverage, which was leaked to The Telegraph. As a public sector organization, the BBC is required to be impartial, though it often faces claims of bias, particularly from the right. In a broadcast of the news show Panorama before 2024 election, Trump's speech was edited to put together two sentences that were actually 54 minutes apart, making it appear as though he was telling people they would walk to the Capitol and fight like hell. After Trump's speech, thousands of his supporters descended on the U.S. Capitol, blah, blah, blah. Scandal provided Trump another avenue to attack the media, this time overseas, and to relitigate the circumstances of the 2021 election and his attempts to overturn the results. He has threatened legal action against the BBC. So yeah, this is... Fuck. Yep, this is so stupid. This is the difference between conservatives and liberals across the board. Liberals expect accountability. Liberals will be held accountable. Liberals will admit when they're wrong. Liberals will fire people if they do something fucked up. Liberals will resign when they do things like this. Donald Trump, if he was a liberal, he would have resigned a million times by now. Donald Trump, literally, I don't even think that's an exaggeration. I think Donald Trump, if he was a liberal, if he was held to liberal standards, Donald Trump would have resigned a million times already. Donald Trump does something that a liberal can never do. He does this 10 times a day.
Today that the New York Times reported today that the elementary school in Iran that was struck, killing 175 people, was struck by a Tomahawk missile, which only the United States has. Israel doesn't have them, Iran doesn't have them. Plus, the idea that Iran would target their own elementary school, killing little girls, is a laughable claim, to say the least. Nonetheless, Trump made that claim. But putting that aside, Ben Shapiro had some comments about it. I haven't seen this video yet, so I'm sure it'll make my blood boil. Let's take a look.
A lot of Trump's critics today are pointing out this tragic incident with
Yeah, that's Democrats. Remember, Obama bombed a country we weren't at war with and killed a 16-year-old brown kid that was an American. If Trump had done that, he'd be jailed. Trump did do that. What are you talking about? Are you crazy? Are you fucking serious right now? Are you fucking kidding me right now? Is this a joke? Is this a joke? Are you joking right now? Are you a fucking bot? How much Russia paying you to fucking say this shit? You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be fucking kidding me right now. This is like when conservatives come in all the time when we're talking about like Trump going to war or something like that, and they start saying like, well, Obama set the record for drone bombings. Yes, and Donald Trump more than doubled that fucking record. Obama did that in 8 years. Donald Trump doubled it in 4 years. Donald Trump had more casualties. Like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. You're gonna turn around and say you didn't do this shit. First off, hold on. Trump killed a 16-year-old American. Where is that? Okay, so when you say Trump killed, right? We're saying the Trump administration, right? You're not saying Trump literally, because Obama didn't literally, okay? So we were just playing a clip talking about all of the entire girls' school that got bombed and all of those people that got killed. What are you talking about? You're going to answer the question? You might be a little bit behind because I just did. Here's another one. This is 2017 U.S. military action authorized by the Trump administration resulted in civilian casualties, including children in Yemen and Syria. Yemen raid January 2017. In the first U.S. military operation authorized by President Trump in Yemen, at least 10 women and children were killed in a ground raid targeting Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula. One of the children was killed in Nawar al-Awlaki, an 8-year-old American girl. You gotta be fucking kidding me, dude. This is what I'm talking about. You are proving my point, just so you know. You are proving my fucking point that Obama can do something one fucking time, you guys will make the biggest fucking deal about it. You guys will act like this is fucking insane. How could Obama actually do something like this? How could anybody put up with this? But he gets a lot of criticism for it. We can go find tons of mainstream media outlets talking about Obama's bombings and how unethical it was. We could go find it all over the fucking place. And we can see that Obama actually instituted tons of new policies to make it to where way less people there were going to be way less casualties in drone bombings. He wrote a whole new fucking script on how to go about drone bombings to get the least amount of people to die in those. You know what happened? Donald Trump, as soon as he got in office, got rid of all of those. He got rid of all of the new regulations on drone bombings and then went on a fucking screed, just setting records on drone bombings and setting records on casualties. You got to be fucking kidding me. No, you avoided the question about Obama killing a 16-year-old American child. Wait, what was the question about that I missed? Oh, American child. Wait, you didn't say American. You said a brown child. Anwar al-Awlaki was not a child. Anwar al-Awlaki was... Wait, you think Anwar al-Awlaki was... You said, yeah, that's Democrat. Remember Obama bombed the country where we weren't at war with and killed a 16-year-old brown kid that was an American. If Trump had done that, he'd be in jail. Okay, so Trump did do that. He's not in jail. So you said I didn't answer the question about Obama. You didn't ask a question about Obama. You made a statement about Obama and said if Trump did this, he would be in jail. Well, Trump did it tons of times. I'm showing you right here. You're acting like I'm obfuscating. Why are you upset about Trump doing it if Obama does it? I didn't say I would. Where the fuck are you crazy? You're actually fucking stupid, aren't you? You must be fucking MAGA. You must be fucking MAGA to be this fucking stupid, dude. You're the one who came in. You said Democrats do this. If Trump had done it, he would be in jail. Okay, well, Trump did do it. I didn't say I was upset about this. I'm saying Trump does this. Trump does this. He's done it more than anybody. He's not in jail. And Obama had to, like, answer for these things. Obama had accountability. Obama, everybody knows that Obama did this because the media reported on it all over the place. Trump, he does it all the fucking time, so it doesn't mean much. Can you name those imaginary things that are supposed to protect children that Obama did? Yes. I didn't say children. I said less casualties. I don't know why the fuck you keep saying children. Where the fuck children comes from. Brookings Institute. Finally, Obama breaks his silence on drones. Over the last 4 years, there has been a strange irony. One of the greatest speakers of our era has largely kept silent about one of the signature aspects of his presidency. Signature aspects of his presidency. Again, this is something that was talked about so much. Talked about by everybody. He was 16 years old. I don't know why the fuck you keep saying that. Under President Obama's leadership, U.S. civilian intelligence agencies have carried out a series of not so covert operations and so-called secret wars that have reached a huge scale. There have been nearly 400 drone strikes in Pakistan and Yemen since 2008, in periods of activity that have ebbed and flowed, dependent on everything from the availability of intelligence to local political tides. Let's see. This. Oh wait, this isn't the right one. American Civil Liberties Union. There we go. The Obama administration released a summary today of the numbers of non-combatants that it killed outside of war zones. So remember, the Obama administration released numbers on non-combatants that they killed in war zones because this is also what they called the drone bombing transparency laws that they made to where they had to release any time that they killed somebody with drone bombings. The government had to release that information and that data every single time. Again, Donald Trump got rid of this. Donald Trump got in office, immediately got rid of the Transparency Act for drone bombings and made it to where he didn't have to report it anymore. aimed at creating new transparency and accountability rules for such strikes. Unfortunately, both were released, and new order falls short of the standards for transparency and accountability needed to ensure that the government-targeted killing program is lawful under domestic and international law. First, the government's very use of the term non-combatant rather than civilian in reporting in its numbers exposes one of its most dangerous and far-reaching premises. So yes, this is the whole thing. If he does it all the time, you can name more than one example. Okay. Syria missile strike. Following a chemical weapons attack in the Syrian government that killed many civilians, including children, the U.S. launched 59 Tomahawk cruise missiles at the Shayrat Air Base in Syria. Reports from Syrian governor and the Syrian Observatory of Human Rights indicated that at least 9 civilians were killed, including 4 children in that strike. So this is 4 children here. This one here said 10 women and children, and then it just mentioned 1 child there. Increased civilian casualties. Throughout 2017, monitoring groups like Air Wars reported a significant increase in civilian deaths from U.S.-led coalition airstrikes in Iraq and Syria compared to the previous administration. So that previous administration was Obama. So he by far set records in civilian casualties and by far set records in drone bombings. Later incidents involving high child casualties occurred under the Trump administration, including a 2018 airstrike in Yemen by Saudi-led coalition backed by the U.S. that hit a school bus that killed dozens of children. Recent 2026 reports also detail a U.S. strike on an elementary school in Iran in the early days of recent conflict, which killed over 100 children due to outdated intelligence. So when you come and you say, oh, dude, Obama killed this one person, and if Trump ever killed this one person who was a brown child, he would be in jail. Well, we're in the hundreds for Donald Trump. We're in the hundreds for the amount of brown children that he killed. Not in jail. So, co-partner.
The New York Times reported today that the elementary school in Iran that was struck, killing 175 people, was struck by a Tomahawk missile, which only the United States has. Israel doesn't have them, Iran doesn't have them. Plus, the idea that Iran would target their own elementary school, killing little girls, is a laughable claim, to say the least. Nonetheless, Trump made that claim. But putting that aside, Ben Shapiro had some comments about it. I haven't seen this video yet, so I'm sure it'll make my blood boil. Let's take a look.
A lot of Trump's critics today are pointing out this tragic incident within.
Releasing the numbers isn't some grand plan to lower the numbers, bro. I didn't say it was. I didn't say it was. I guess if you want me to go over the whole thing. President Obama adopted new rules in 2013, often called the drone playbook, requiring near certainty that targets are combatants and no civilians are killed. These policies mandated that strikes in non-conflict zones like Yemen and Pakistan only occur when capture is not feasible and threats are continuous. Targeting standards strike require near certainty the terrorist target is present and that non-combatants will be killed or injured. Capture first policy. Lethal force was deemed a last resort and used only when capturing a suspect is not feasible. Threat assessment. Target had to pose a continuing and imminent threat to U.S. persons. Geographical limits. The rules applied to areas outside of active war zones, e.g. Yemen and Somalia. Presidential approval. The president was required to personally approve the targeting of U.S. citizens with a review process for other strikes. Transparency measure. In 2016, an executive order was signed to require an annual report on the number of strikes that the civilian toll. These rules were a response to concerns about civilian casualties and aimed to bring the covert program under stricter legal and political control. Note that these rules were largely revoked by the Trump administration in 2019. So, there you go. Now, some accountability, okay? So we're saying that Democrats are willing to admit when they're wrong. They're willing to take some accountability. They're willing to hold each other accountable. So let's see. Are you going to admit that you were wrong about the fact that Trump would be in in jail if he had ever done something like that. Dude, this guy's got to be so fucking far behind. Holy shit. He's got to be so fucking far behind. I think he's like 5 minutes behind. Okay, moving on. Y'all let me know pretty quick if he takes accountability. If not, we're just gonna ban him.
An Iranian school in which 160 girls were killed. That is indeed tragic, and it's terrible. And it's also called collateral damage in war. It is unclear at this point whether the munitions were American or Iranian. We'll find out. Here is the point. Do you really believe that the Trump administration knew there were girls at a school and they decided to hit it with a tomahawk? Do you really believe that? If you do, you hate not only Trump but America, truly.
I don't think there's not really anybody that I've seen that's actually claiming that, like Trump, that the Trump administration was trying to kill those children. I haven't seen anybody say this outside of like Twitter. Like I'm sure there's people on Twitter and TikTok who are saying this. I mean, like real legitimate news sources that are on Ben Shapiro's level. But he's not going to engage with the real criticisms here. This is what conservatives do, right? This is what the Chuck Norris guy in chat's doing. This is what conservatives always do. He's not going to engage with the real criticisms of the outdated intelligence, that the fact that they weren't careful enough, that they didn't take their time, that they rushed everything and ended up killing innocent kids. They're not going to engage with those criticisms. They're going to engage with the straw man versions that nobody's saying. Like, oh, wow, you think they were purposely trying to murder a bunch of little kids? Wow. Ron tortures people for being gay and treats women like cattle, and yet you don't think that they could kill their own children? I didn't say that. The Pentagon said that the United States did it. And also on top of that, we know that Iran kills their own children. We're supposed to be better than them. I don't know what that has to do with anything. Yeah, whatever you're reading from on the right is about a 5-minute delay on it.
Because that is a scurrilous lie. Iran, by the way, would. If Iran had the ability to launch a cruise missile at an Israeli school filled with schoolgirls, they absolutely would hit it on purpose. They do it constantly.
I think Ben.
Drone playbook and policies are not concrete law, bro. I don't think I said anything about laws. I was talking about the regulations that Obama put in place for this. I don't know why that matters either way. Even if I did say law, which I don't think I did, but even if I did say that, like if I did, I'm wrong, okay? I'm wrong. But even if I did, it doesn't make a difference. We're talking about the accountability here. We're talking about whether or not this happened. We're talking about those things. So we're gonna need you to quit coping and engage with what's being said.
Ben Shapiro hates America. Because
Definitely.
Ben Shapiro is happy to see American soldiers die on behalf of his precious Israel. I know he likes to use that line against his detractors or anyone who dare criticize Israel. Israel is a terror state. I think that they've proven that to the vast majority of the American people, which is why public opinion toward Israel is in the gutter where it belongs. But to claim that you would hate America for pointing your finger at the United States for dropping a freaking Tomahawk missile on a girls' school.
What did she say?
Opinion toward Israel is in the gutter where it belongs.
Let's see. As of early 2026, American public opinion has shifted to a historic low in support for Israel, with 41% of Americans sympathizing for Palestinians compared to 36% with Israel. Notes a February 2026 Gallup poll. The conflict caused deep partisan divides, with 59% holding unfavorable views of the Israeli government and growing majority viewing the military action in Gaza as going too far. According to Pew Research in 2026 and a Gallup poll as well. Declining sympathy for the first time in decades. Sympathy for Palestinians has surpassed that for Israelis, marking a major shift from previous years. Military action for views. As of late 2025, 39% of Americans believe Israel is going too far in its military operations, up to 31% a year prior. A plurality of Americans, 40%, now believe Israel is intentionally killing civilians in Gaza, nearly double the proportion from 2023. Roughly 7 in 10 Democrats now believe Israel's military response has gone too far. Younger Americans and Democrats are far more critical of the Israeli government compared to older Republicans or conservative voters. Aid and support. So yeah, so that's, again, this is saying 59% of Americans hold an unfavorable view of Israel. So this is about 60% hold an unfavorable view. Approximately 63 to 69% of Republicans hold a favorable view of Israel or sympathize with them more than Palestinians, according to 2026 data, making them the most pro-Israel partisan group in the U.S. However, this support has declined from higher levels in previous years, with roughly 55% of Republicans favoring the Israeli government and support dropping significantly among younger Republicans under 50. Support levels, roughly 69% of Republicans hold a favorable view of Israel, and 58% believe the U.S. should side with Israel. Military aid, roughly 41 to 48% of Republicans, depending on subgroup, believe the U.S. sends the right amount of military aid to Israel. So that's saying they send the right amount of aid, 41 to 48%. It could be that, like, a lot of people who say they don't send the right amount of aid think that they should send more, and a lot of them should think that they should send less. And so we don't really know which one is which one's going in which direction. Internal divisions. While the majority of Republicans are supportive, there is a generational divide. Republicans under 50 are roughly split between positive and negative views of Israel, 50% versus 48%. Damn. Government versus people. 55% of Republicans view the Israeli government positively. While the Republicans remain strongly pro-Israel, support has fallen by around 12 to 15 points since 2023 to 2025, dropping to its lowest level in over 2 decades.
But to claim that you would hate America for pointing your finger at the United States for dropping a freaking Tomahawk missile on a girls' school, killing 175 people. Oh, God forbid you tell the truth about what's going on. It must mean you hate America.
Answer this one simple question. What is a woman? If you can't answer that, you're probably stupid. It's an adult human female. Now, Chuck Norris, will you admit that you were wrong about Trump being in jail if he had done something similar to Obama? Your turn. Regulations, policies, and rules are not concrete laws. They are nice suggestions that nobody said they were laws. All right, we're banning this dumbass motherfucker. Duster with the 10 jewels. Thank you for the floating heart, good sir. Appreciate it. Let's get some W's in chat for Duster. If you guys want to support the channel, you can go to the main part of the channel or go to the description for the stream that you're watching right now. But the best way to do it is to go to the main part of the channel and click the links to drop down. At the very bottom, it has tip the channel. If you click on that link, you can send a tip to the channel that I get immediately, and you can write a note on there that'll be read through TTS. You can do it with PayPal, or you can do it with any debit or credit card. Type in the message here. Currently, our weekly top tippers is pretty low here, guys. We got Aaron at $20, J-Rod at $10, Mantis at $5, Arian at $2. We're really struggling over here, guys, okay? Really struggling over here. So if you guys want to send a donation, you can use Super Chats with YouTube, but YouTube takes 1/3 out of all of those super chats. So it is a lot better to send it through this, where I get 100% of it and I get it immediately. Whereas with YouTube, I got to wait about 2 months to get any of that money. So please, if you'd like to support the channel, consider using the tips link here. We're probably going to go back to using the clocks tomorrow. Honestly, we're probably going to go back to using the clock because we have dropped off heavily in donations in the last 2 weeks.
Get a job.
Thank you, Pepe, for the $1.99. Let's go.
No, the people who keep dragging our soldiers into endless wars on behalf of Israel, they're the ones who hate America. The real question here is, Cenk, if you ask me, why isn't Ben Shapiro living where he actually wants to live? Why is he here in the United States trying to manufacture consent to drag our soldiers into wars that could get them killed on behalf of a foreign country? That's the real freaking question.
Yeah. So Mark Levin, Laura Loomer,
traitors to this
Katie
country.
Miller have all said that.
Aram Sound tipped $20. Tom booting morons from chat since 2020. Bald. Baldy bald bald baldy bald 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 baldy and bald.
Nope. Not bald. Not bald. I recovered from baldness. I beat that. I beat baldness. I now have a hat on. Thanks to you guys and your support for the channel, I was able to afford a hat. No longer bald. So. Thank you.
Should be deported, even though I'm a U.S. citizen. And this was before the Iran war started. And why do they say that? They say, oh, you're a Muslim, hence evil. Well, okay, then you're a bigot. Actually, you don't understand the concept of America at all. In this country, we believe in equality and not supremacy, okay? And so these people are constantly talking about get out of our country, and they use every kind of terrible adjective about Muslim Americans, etc. And so, okay, but really, who's loyal to America and who isn't? Because they started the conversation. They're talking about deporting people, denaturalizing people. You're not really Americans. Okay, let's have a conversation about that. We fight for America and only America, and we care about American soldiers, American treasure, and right wing and left wing have different opinions about what is best for America, but we do not have different opinions on this war. 100%. No one thinks that this is good for America except Israel first.
Look. So yeah, this is really stupid when they keep doing this. This is really fucking stupid when they keep doing this. We just went over the stats. Republicans are still in favor of funding Israel. They're still in favor of the war. They're still largely in favor, and this is depending on what poll you go to. There's some as of late 2025 that say that 80% of Republicans are still in favor of funding Israel. So this is really fucking annoying when these people keep running around saying nobody's in favor of this, nobody likes this. You guys have no idea what you're talking about, and I don't know why you would make this claim so many fucking times. I don't know why you would keep making this claim so many fucking times. I've heard them say this so many times. We fact check them on it every fucking time. I don't know why they say this so often. Like the polls that we just looked at said that 65% of Americans are against the war. The majority of the people who are voting there are not going to be Republican or Democrat. Or sorry, the plurality are not going to be Republican or Democrat. They're going to be independent. Democrats are very staunchly anti-Israel. Independents are very staunchly anti-Israel. Republicans are not. So this is really annoying.
They are asking everyone, and getting it from our politicians, to betray this country on behalf of the country that they actually love and support, which is Israel. So you want to start talking deportations? I'd be careful if I was you. So, and then they'll get catch.
R.I.P. Chuck Norris, yep. Just killed him again.
All sorts of feelings. They'll say, what do you mean? How dare you? Are you saying dual loyalty? Are you saying pro?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm saying dual loyalty. Yes, I'm saying that. In fact, I'm saying even worse. I think that he's far more loyal to Israel than the United States.
I don't think it's close.
No, it's not close. I'll give you an example. Ben Shapiro fancies himself a fiscal conservative, okay? He's always talking about the debt. He's always talking about the solvency or lack of solvency when it comes to our Social Security program. Have you heard him complain even once about the now multiple times the US government, the executive branch, circumvented Congress, went around Congress in order to send tens of billions of dollars to Israel for this war?
Oh, that's weird. He's never once mentioned it, Anna.
He wants you to retire later in life because, oh, well, I mean, Social Security, we're spending too much money on it. It's not solvent. It's not solvent. When it comes to us going into more debt to fight Israel's wars for them, never any complaints from Ben Shapiro.
Did Ben Shapiro complain about the $300 billion we've given to Israel?
Never, not
Did
once.
he complain about the $31 billion we've given to them in the middle of the genocide?
Money well spent, according to Shapiro.
Has he complained about the $1 to $2 billion a day this war is costing us?
Against Iran? Nope, no.
So all of that money, by the way, we don't have. We borrow from China, Japan, and other countries. You and I are gonna have to pay interest on that for the rest of our lives so that Israel doesn't have to. So that Israel doesn't have to borrow the money, and they don't have to pay it back, and they don't have to pay the interest. Us sucker Americans are forced to pay that on behalf of Israel for the rest of our lives. But Ben Shapiro says, you don't get to retire at 65. Back to the mines.
Right.
Back to the assembly lines, you dirty Americans. And don't you dare question Israel, otherwise we'll have you arrested, deported, and denaturalized. I see who the new fascists are. It's not unclear at all. And this is exactly how a fascist talks. Did you see him talking about this dead school-age girls and boys? He said, now it's called collateral damage.
He's a piece of crap.
Okay. So now if you said, hey, you know what? Hamas, actually a third of the people that they killed were military and the rest, I guess, were collateral damage. He'd be like, how dare you, right? Those are human beings, Israelis. Not like useless Americans or useless Palestinians that we just call, or Iranians that we call collateral damage, right? No, it's not collateral damage when Hamas does it. And it's also not collateral damage when Israel does it. I'm gonna say this for the millionth time. Israel has a worse civilian kill ratio than Hamas does.
Yep.
They're bigger terrorists than Hamas. They kill more civilians on purpose as a ratio. And then when you talk about the raw numbers, they've done 70 October 7th, and it wasn't collateral damage. It was done on purpose. And look at that, they stole 53% of Gaza, and they're not leaving, just like we told you they were going to. And all of this paid for by you and me, by Americans. And then you know what he'll say about your pocketbook? Collateral damage. So listen, brother, the jury's in. No one thinks that you even care about America. We all know you're obsessed with serving beloved homeland Israel. Okay, so self-deport, okay? Just move to Tel Aviv and be done with it. You're an utter fraud. No one believes you on the left or the right anymore, or the right. So enjoy the crash of your...
Yeah, he's just so wrong. He's just so fucking wrong, dude. It's so weird. Like, obviously there is a massive split within MAGA right now because there are few pundits who are coming out against Israel. There's few, right? There's Tucker Carlson, there's Candace Owens, there's... I guess Dave Smith could be considered one. There's Piers Morgan maybe considered one. Like there's not a lot. It's mainly Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson. That's the main parts. And then there's obviously Nick Fuentes, who was never really like part of MAGA. He was never really like a big Trump supporter. He was never really like a Republican. He's always been anti-Israel. But these big splits, these big divisions are happening. And it's still a minority of the conservatives who are doing this. It's, you know, you're not going to hear Dave Rubin say anything about the problems with Israel. You're not going to hear Ben Shapiro say anything about this. Most of the Daily Wire guys are all going to stay quiet. Jordan Peterson isn't going to come out against this. Tim Pool doesn't talk about it all that much. All of these people, they're not. The majority of right-wing pundits are not coming out against Israel. The majority of them don't have much to say about this. They're either ignoring it or they're fighting with, people like Officer Tatum. They're fighting against all of the people who are anti-Israel. That is still the norm on the right. Dave Rubin's still a thing. Haven't heard from him in months. Yeah, no, he's been in the media pretty heavy lately.
Disgusting website in your network and all, oh no, culture wars. Americans hate each other. Die for us, pay for everything for us, and make sure you hate each other, because that's the culture wars are the only ways we can divide you and take advantage of you so that you serve Israel.
Every time you ring the bell below, an angel gets his wings.
Totally not true. But it does keep you updated on our live shows.
It's funny. They keep talking about how the other side's lying. The other side doesn't know what they're talking about, but we literally just fact-checked numerous things that they said that they repeated numerous times. They got a lot of that shit wrong. TYT is so fucking stupid, dude.
A few questions. How are you doing?
Oh, well, thanks so much.
How are you?
I'm fine. Sorry, I
How's it
didn't know
going?
that you were entering.
No,
sorry.
okay. Not you, though. Not you, Mark.
We're going to take you out, I believe. Are we ready?
Wait. Is that the career ladder guy?
Are you ready to go?
Not yet, because I just wanted to ask a few questions.
Yeah, that's the career ladder guy, isn't it? Isn't it? It is, yeah. Yeah, right. Yeah, it's the career ladder guy, right? Yeah. It is. Yeah, isn't it? What? The career? You guys don't know what the career ladder is? Hope you don't have to hold your bladder, cause it's time for the career ladder.
Hi. How's it going?
It's going well. How are you?
What?
I think it's going to be the easiest one
What?
I've ever got.
Do you have a job?
I have a job.
Okay, get on the ladder, please. Astronaut.
Oh, what? How did he know, dude?
Hi. Sorry, can I ask you a quick question for my channel?
Of course.
Can you get on the ladder? What's your name?
Annie.
Don't tell me what you do for a living. I will guess.
You're never going to guess what I do.
Yes, I will. Welcome to the career ladder.
That's him. That's him.
Hope you don't have to hold your bladder, cause it's time for the career ladder. Okay, Annie, what animal would be good at your job?
A duck.
Are you well paid?
I think so.
How much was your highest paid job?
£580.
Very specific. Do you work at a big company?
No.
Are your clients people or businesses?
Mostly people.
Do you help people?
I do.
After you're doing your job, people are better off.
Trump has the best policy. That's why America voted for him. President's not a policymaker. They're an executive. They don't make policies. 1. 2, the majority of Americans disagree with the things that Trump has been doing as executive. Even the people who voted for him are upset with him, feel like he has not been doing what it is that they voted for him to do. 3, when you go look at the promises that he made, we can see he has drastically failed on them. And we're not talking about ones where like, hey, we'll have to wait and see. There's time. We'll have to find out. No, he has already like blatantly gone against exactly what it was that he said he was going to do as president. He has already made sure that he has gone the exact opposite direction of what it was that he ran on. So sorry, but this is TDS, the new pandemic. So okay, so what part do you disagree with? We'll get into the facts. Let's go. You think I have TDS, right? I don't have the facts. You have the facts, right? You're the one who knows what's going on. So all right, let's get into it. What part of what I just said do you disagree with? And don't say all of it like a fucking brainless retard. Give me an example. Give me one thing that I can prove to you. He helped the FBI put him away. Trump did not help the FBI put away Epstein. That there is no evidence for that. Dems voted against the SAVE Act. Why? Why did they vote against the SAVE Act? And don't say because it's racist. That's not true. That's not why they voted against it. We're waiting. Yep. We're waiting. I don't think he's gotten the answers. You ain't got the answers, Sway. I have my soundboard on here, and I just haven't downloaded any sounds for it yet. Illegal immigrants? Nope. Nope, nope, nope. to protect illegals. Okay, how about this? We'll see if you're capable of being good faith. All right, we'll see if you're capable of being an honest person. Okay, what is the stated reason? Okay, that's your conspiracy theory. That's why you think they're going against it. Okay, nobody's ever said that. So what is the stated reason? Why do Democrats say they're against the SAVE Act? What is the reason Democrats gave for why they're not going to vote for the SAVE Act? It's racism, yeah. Because Dems hate America, yeah. Yep. Against showing ID proof of citizenship. Nope. All Democrat states do that. All Democrat states have people show proof of citizenship. You don't know. See, it's wild. You literally don't even know. You don't know what Democrats' reasoning is for not going with this. You know what the conspiracy theory is. You know what Republicans have come up with as their way to cope about this. You have no idea what Democrats have said is the reason for why they're voting against it. All you say is, nope, joke. Okay, how about this? How about this? I don't know what I'm talking about, right? I'm just coping here. I'm just saying no. How about you come on, and I will allow you to present the evidence and prove me wrong. Okay? You can prove this is what they said. This is what happened. Then tell us, okay, it is because a large portion of the country would not be capable of voting under the standards in the SAVE Act. Like when I say a large portion, I'm talking about like half the country. About half the country would not be capable of voting in the next election. I'm talking about citizens. So one of the requirements is that you would have to show a passport, okay? This is not, we're not saying a passport is one of the things you could show. No, you have to show a passport. You have to show Social Security card, birth certificate, and a passport. Not one of the three. You have to show all three. Half of Americans don't have passports. Open borders can't fix stupid like you. We didn't have open borders, so not worried about it. All docs people have. Nope. Half of Americans do not have passports. I'm 37. I just got my passport for the first time. But they have birth certificates, stupid. I just said it's not one of the above. It's all three. You have to show all of these.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had spoken a little bit earlier about what was happening with Homeland Security funding, and one of the things that we are hearing from so many school groups and church groups, people and families that were coming up for spring break.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the Senator from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today against the so-called Save America Act. Mr. President, I believe that our elections are the foundation of our democracy. Most Americans do. It's how we protect our country from tyranny and dictatorship. It's how we remain the greatest country in the world. But the SAVE Act does not safeguard our elections. It does the opposite. My Republican colleagues like to repeat over and over that this is about voter ID at the polls, that showing ID at the polls is something that we have to do, and that's what this bill is about. That already happens. Most Americans, 99.999% of Americans, do what everyone else does. They walk into the polls on Election Day. They bring their ID. The volunteers and the clerks check your ID, and they see you check it to the voter rolls, and they say, come on in and go ahead and vote. That already happens across the country and certainly the state of Michigan. This bill is not about voter ID, which hopefully all Americans are in agreement about. It's about making it harder to vote so that more Americans are excluded from voting. It requires that Americans have proof of citizenship in order to vote. So just by example, I brought my Michigan license, okay? Michigan license, my official, it's the official safe version. There is no proof of citizenship. It says my address, it says my eye color, it says all these things, but it does not have my citizenship. It's just not on the license. And for most of Americans, it's not on the license. So
I'm pretty sure she's wrong. How many states have a different class of license? Let's see. Of ID for, let's see, state ID for non-citizens. As of early 2026, 19 states and the District of Columbia have enacted laws that allow non-citizens, including those without proof of authorized lawful presence, to obtain driver's licenses or identification. These states typically issue a special class of license or standard license that is distinct from a real ID compliant license. The jurisdiction that provides these licenses, often marked not for federal purpose or designed for driving privilege cards, are California, Colorado, Connecticut. That's not what I asked, but okay.
So how would I prove my citizenship? Well, I can do it, I guess, in two ways. You can either bring a passport with you, or you can bring an original birth certificate in the name you want to vote with. Passport. 60% of Michiganders have no passport. They've never applied for one, they don't need one, they're not interested in one, and if you want to get a passport, it's nearly $200. So now we're charging a fee for people to do what I hope most people believe is a God-given right as an American to vote. And then if not, you've got to have an original copy of your birth certificate in the name you want to vote in. Well, as you can imagine, for millions and millions of women who took their married name, took their husband's name, their birth certificate doesn't show the name they plan to vote.
Oh, that's right. That was the other thing, is that yes, your birth certificate has to match the name on your license, but for every woman who ever changed her last name when she got married, her birth certificate does not match the name on her license. So
vote with. So it puts an unbelievable onerous requirement on those married women. This bill also truly constrains mail-in voting. This is going to hurt senior citizens, military, folks in nursing homes, college students who don't live at home. This is intended simply to make it harder to vote.
yeah, what she said earlier as well is that like every state, she said 99% of Americans have to present an ID at the polling station. That's also incorrect. They don't have to present an ID at the polling station. Every American, 99%, yes, they do have to present an ID in order to vote, but just not at the polling station. So most like all of these states that they say aren't voter ID states, where the Republicans are always complaining like, oh, we want voter ID to show. Okay, you're just saying you want them to show their ID at the polling station, whereas all of these other states, they have to show their ID when they register to vote. They have to show all this information when they register, and then yes, there's like processes with like signature matching and identification and things like that at the polling station. Just not it's not always an ID. There's other processes that they use to match your ID to, or your identity to your ID.
And I want to double tap this because Michiganders weighed in on the ballot on this very issue. In 2018, Michiganders voted in a law that said that anyone could vote absentee for any reason, and it passed with 67% of the vote.
So yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty sure Buddy already ran off because he knew that he didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. He was just making shit up. But that's generally what MAGA does. They come in, they start spamming a bunch of random shit, trying to get my attention. They get my attention, I engage with them, and then as soon as I engage with them, they run away because they know they have no fucking idea what they're talking about. So any other country requires a passport at voting polls. How many countries require a passport at voting polls? I would bet none do. I would bet almost nobody does. Oh my goodness, this is so fucking stupid. Yeah, these are all about voter ID. I don't think there's any countries that require a passport. I don't think there's a single fucking country that requires a passport. I don't think there's one. Google search is corrupt. Okay, well tell me where I can find it. All illegals must go. Well, Donald Trump is too busy getting rid of non-illegals to where he'll never get to those. But Democrats hold the record for most deportations of illegal immigrants. So. Yeah, heck pack. No countries require passports at the voting station. Nobody does.
Definitely.
Yeah, anyways,
Did you?
This is the career ladder. So what they do is they invite you on. You get to stand on the ladder, and then he gets, I think it's 2 minutes, maybe 60 seconds, but he gets a certain amount of time to guess what job you have, and he asks a bunch of different questions to try to get to it. But yes, he's limited on time. Trump is deporting them all. Liberal males are not men. Co-partner, baby girl. You guys don't know what a woman is? You know what a man is? That's crazy, dude. It's crazy. I always have conservatives coming into my chat asking what a woman is. Like, dude, if you guys had fathers growing up, you wouldn't be acting like this. If you had fathers growing up, they would have told you what a woman is. You didn't need to come in here. I'm not going to be your father, okay? You can call me daddy. You can keep calling me daddy, but I don't want to be your father figure, okay? You need to go find a Big Brother program for that shit. But I am not going to teach you what a man is. I'm not going to teach you about the birds and the bees. I'm not going to teach you what a woman is. Y'all need to go back to a school, probably in a liberal state, where they actually teach biology, and you'll be able to figure it out there. But anyway, so yeah, so the career ladder, he's able to like kind of guess what their job is. And they just stand on the ladder. I don't know why they do a ladder, but they do a ladder. They stand on the ladder. You get 60 seconds to guess their
Have to
job.
study or go through special training to do what you do?
Yes.
What type of training?
Special training.
Is it
Okay, it looks like
health
3
related?
minutes.
You're on the right track.
Mental health?
You're still on the right track.
Something to do with their mind?
Still
Meditation?
on the right track. Not meditation. They feel calmer at the end of it.
It's like famous clients?
Yes.
Who?
Some footballers. I don't think I can tell you on here.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Is she a physical therapist?
Good luck.
Thank you. Sorry, can I ask you a quick question for my channel?
I've got an easy job, but can I give it a try?
All right, get on the ladder, please.
All right.
Construction.
How do you know?
Yes, new record, baby, let's go! Do you have a job?
I do.
How old are you?
I'm 13.
Okay, I need your parental. Who you calling?
My dad.
The dad, let's go.
Can I do this career ladder thing with this guy?
Hi Dad, my name is Max and I have a show about careers. We need your consent to host your son on the show because he's under 18.
That's fine, yeah.
That's fine? Alright, thanks Dad, bye. Get on the ladder. What's your name?
Thatcher.
I'll guess your job in 2 minutes. If I fail, you walk away and you never tell me what you do. Yeah. Welcome to the career ladder. Hope you don't have to hold your bladder because it's time for the career ladder.
Always wanted to do
Okay, you like this job?
Yeah, I guess. I
It's
mean,
like alright.
it goes towards like something that people like.
Music?
Yeah.
Are you a musician?
No.
Is it connected to your family?
Kind of.
Maybe your dad is a musician?
No.
Is it connected to your mom or
No.
grandparents?
It's connected to something that they do.
They have a job and they do it.
No, it's not in their job. It's not a...
Death to Islam? Wait, do you think Islamic countries have the right to come bomb us now that you said death to Islam? Do you think that it's okay for them to come in here, and now you think it's rightful for them to come in and start bombing us, right? Because if Iran says death to America, it's okay for us to go in there and bomb them, according to the MAGA. So now that you're saying death to Islam, now it's okay for them to come bomb us, right? Whoa, we got to get rid of you, buddy. Sorry, I don't want you justifying other countries coming and bombing us. That's fucked up.
A hobby, and it's not like a leisure activity, but it's more of something that a lot of people do, like a billion people do it.
Okay, do you get paid for this?
Yeah.
And who pays you? The customers.
The customers pay the employers. They're not really employers.
Would I be
a beneficiary of this service. Yeah. Is it in New York? Yeah. Is it very like a New York thing to do? No, not at all. Maybe it's about a venue. Yeah. Carnegie Hall. No. Music venue. It's not fully music. So they have some other stuff there. Yeah. Madison Square Garden. No. How big is it? Is it known? Do tourists go there? No, but tourists go to other versions of it. Of that place? No, not specifically of that place. Is it a concert hall? No. Are there sports played there? No. How big is it? Like compared to this park? Compared to this park, half of it, but it's tall. Oh my gosh. Okay. How much are things there? Can you buy their physical things? You can donate. It's a food bank, maybe. No, but they do support food bank. It's a charity. No. Do you talk to people? Not part of the job that I talk to people, but I do talk to people. Do you have to be there physically? Yes. And it's an activity of some kind? Yes. And it involves music. It's a concert. Part of it has a concert. Okay. If this job was a food, what food would it be? Probably something like something unique, but also not that unique. Remember, 1 billion people do it, or they go to it. 1 billion people do it. Yes. Religion. Yes. Christianity. Yes. Church. Yes. And you are working at a church. Yeah. Helping with like carry.
So what is he, like an offering holder or oh, what are they called? Altar boy? Is he an altar boy? No, no.
Close. The candles is close. Oh, you do the choir. Yes. Let's go. Oh my God. Literally. Do you have a job?
So yeah, that's the career ladder guy. That's him apparently talking to Zelensky.
I'm sorry. I know you have to go soon, so we're just gonna speak here a little bit and then you can walk. Let's do it. My name is Max, good to meet you. Max, good to meet you. Пане президент. Do you speak Ukrainian language? Звичайно, так. Але якщо можна англійською, будь ласка. Для нашої аудиторії, так. Ну добре, ладно. He has great Ukrainian language. You know, I make a lot of videos about the Russian invasion of Ukraine, a lot of videos about Ukraine. One of the most popular comments that we get on the videos is, Max, we like you a lot, we like your videos, we're very sorry for...
Yeah, see, oh, I didn't know he made videos about politics. I didn't know that. What? I was just about to say, wait, maybe that's not him.
He has great Ukrainian language. You know, I make a lot of videos about the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
I was just thinking for a second, maybe that's not him. Maybe he just looks and sounds exactly like this.
About Ukraine. One of the
most
popular comments that we get on the videos is,
they showed this. This is him on the career ladder. This is him with Guy Fieri.
We like you a lot. We like your videos. We're very sorry for what's happening to your home, to your country. But let's face it, Russia is winning. I don't think there's any evidence to that. In your position, what would you say to this?
It's a big part of Russian disinformation. Russia is not winning. They didn't get any goals what they wanted from the very beginning. They wanted to occupy totally Donbass 100%. They didn't get it. And of course, they wanted to occupy the capital. They also didn't get it. Now they lose 35,000 per month. People are number one. The land is the second question. But people are the most important.
My audience is not checking the updates from the front line as they used to do. What is the situation like right now on the front line if we take the last year or two?
We're almost at the same positions. Only the losses increase. Russians can't break our defending lines, and they try each day to do it. That's why this position on the battlefield doesn't give them victory. That's why they try to make chaos by missiles on energy and civilian infrastructure.
One question here during the stairs.
Okay, let's go.
How is Ukraine helping the UK?
We are number one today in the security sky by using our technologies, drones and systems of electronic warfare. No, there is no any country in the world who can really destroy, for example, during one day, 500 Iranian drones. I'm sure that we will have success.
Out of the world leaders, who would you say you have some of the best relationships with, and who do you have some of the worst relationships with?
There is real chemistry.
So who do you have the best chemistry with?
France, UK, Finland, Denmark, Poland. The worst is Hungarian, but it's not about people. I should know. I mean, this is the personalities. I don't like diplomatic lying. Just to
I know Kia. If you want to hop on, you just rambled off a lot of bullshit in the chat. So if you're not one of those people who's fatherless, who doesn't know how to stand up for yourself, my father taught me never to make a statement that I wasn't willing to defend. But I don't expect that from MAGA. I don't expect them to do those sorts of things. But yes, if you are somebody who actually had a father and willing to stand behind your statements, you can hop on and we can get into how dumb everything you just said was.
Be nice for somebody. I don't want to be nice. I want to be strong for my country and to be very honest with our parties.
Ukraine in 10 years.
What is very important, the independent country, and I hope that young people will come back who are now at schools or university will come back and renovate Ukraine. We need our...
All right.
Just the speaker will...
Okay, I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry.
Дякую дуже. Thank you very much. Дякую.
Did I know Kia run already? Typical MAGA. Typical MAGA. Hope you don't have to hold your bladder, cause it's time for the career ladder.
Do you deny leaking to Tucker the Mark Levin meeting?
Yeah, I deny that.
And the second one is, I think, no one said this explicitly, but there's online speculation related to Charlie Kirk, because there was a Turning Point employee named Andrew Colvett, who we know well, he was on the program last week, who's the executive producer of Charlie's show, and now he's co-hosting Charlie's show in the wake of his assassination. And he provided to government employees, is all he's ever revealed. He never said the FBI, he never said you, he never said anybody specifically. That group chat that Charlie was in, that 48 hours before he was killed, in which Charlie said he was done with the
Oh, okay, sorry. I Nokia. I read the latter. It looks like half of what you said got cut out. Because, yeah, half of the things, it just looked like you were just saying Haitians are eating the cats and dogs. Trump never met E. Jean Carroll. Cognitive exams are a measure of intelligence. Blanket tariffs make everything affordable. All our troops are suckers and losers. Like, it looks like you're just making a ton of statements. I see now that I guess you're saying these are all stupid things that Trump said, but yeah, from the way that it looks when you type them all spread out like that, and in that succession, it looks like you're just saying a bunch of it looks like you're making a bunch of statements.
The donors who are pressuring him. Let me pull it up so I don't misstate it. Charlie said, stand by. Oh boy. Anyway, I don't have it in front of me, but he basically said he was done with the pressure that the Jewish donors were putting on him. He had lost another $2 million donation from a Jewish donor. He might have to invite Candace Owens, just as sort of a middle finger to these people to let them know that they couldn't pressure him, and that he wasn't going to cancel Tucker Carlson. So this is 48 hours before he was killed. This group chat, which was in I think a WhatsApp group, involved Charlie and Josh Hammer and some others, and that was provided by Andrew Colvett to someone in government, and some online are speculating that, well, we know it was leaked to Candace Owens, and she reported on it, and some are speculating that you were the leaker. So did you leak that document to Candace?
No.
Did you leak it all to the media?
No.
And have you watched as other government employees have leaked multiple documents and information with absolutely no threat of prosecution?
I have the same access to the media that you do, so I see it happening. I don't know specifics of anyone specifically leaking themselves, but yeah, the leaks are in the paper every single day. And I think there's a big distinction between leaking actual top secret information and then leaking almost palace intrigue of who's meeting with who. But yeah, no. So I'm not aware of any specific leakers, but again, I see all the.
Yeah, I see Jay saying, or sorry, maybe it's user saying you can literally type in Democrats cut veterans disabled 30% or lower. Trump gave veterans best health care. So the times that Democrats have voted against like veteran spending is when they felt like it wasn't enough. That's one time. Another time, Democrats proposed bills where they were trying to increase veteran spending. Republicans voted against it. Democrats voted for it. And then there was another time where there was a specific bill the Republicans pushed that was going to increase mortgages in order to give veterans more funding, and Democrats voted against that. But this is like the only times that Democrats have voted against more funding for veterans. They are bullshit. Joe Biden literally cut veterans benefits. No, President Joe Biden has not generally cut funding for veterans. Rather, his administration has overseen record funding increases, including the PACT Act, which expanded benefits. However, the VA has faced significant funding shortfalls, leading to proposed budget caps and temporary service reductions 2024 to 2025. Biden's fiscal year 2024 budget provided $16.6 billion over the previous year, and the 2025 budget proposed $369 billion for the VA. signed in 2022, the law represents the largest expansion of veteran benefits in generations, providing health care to millions of veterans exposed to toxins. Despite higher overall spending, the VA... Tom, you're getting one guide. This is the first time I've engaged with this person. What do you mean I'm getting one guide hard? It was literally the first comment of theirs that I've engaged with. Also, I don't know why the fuck you guys keep saying that shit when I keep telling you that's kind of the point of the show. Despite higher overall spending, VA experienced budget shortfalls 2026 and 2023. Biden and congressional Republicans argued over a proposal to cap discretionary spending, which Democrats argued would act as a funding cut for VA services. So again, Republicans argued over a proposal to cap discretionary spending. Democrats argued this was going to act as a funding cut for VA services. So again, Democrats not voting for this because they are against cutting spending for them. 30% or lower had their benefits cut, veteran benefits. Democrats voted for it. I don't even know what that means. 30% or lower had their benefits cut. Yes, Democrats have voted against certain Republican-led spending bills that included funding for the Department of Veterans Affairs in 2025 and 2026, often citing objection to policy riders regarding abortion, gender-affirming care, privatization, or funding mechanisms. These votes are often framed as opposing specific funding structures rather than veterans' support itself, while Republicans argue these votes represent opposition to crucial funding. While the Democrats voted for veteran funding is often context dependent, with votes for, against, or against specific funding methods depending on the legislation. While they generally support increased funding, they have opposed Republican-led bills that would fund, for example, veteran benefits by increasing mortgage fees, or when they believe the funding amount is insufficient. Democrats generally support funding for the PACT Act and the VA healthcare services. So again, Democrats have had the largest expansion of VA VA. I'm blanking on the term, but anyways, the Democrats have been behind like the most funding going towards veterans, and the major things that they stop is when Republicans put strict limitations on when the veterans can use it or how they can use it, or when they do things that are actually going to make things more expensive. That's it. Democrats have been way more in favor of funding veterans than Republicans, which is why all of the veterans in my chat are Democrats.
I've never really seen a figure like Charlie Kirk be assassinated pretty much purely because of their beliefs.
Well, wait a second. Okay, let's just step back for a second there. Do you know that that's the case?
No.
Okay, and do you know, but here's a really important thing. That is the narrative that is being spun by the right.
I was just about to say, how the fuck does he know that? How the fuck does he know why Charlie Kirk was assassinated? Where the hell did he get that from?
I can't think of another one.
Yeah, okay. Well, here I can think of another one. I can think of another one that this kid, if it was this kid, was a groiper. And he is a Nick Flint.
He wasn't a groiper, guys. Please stop. Please stop. He was not a groiper. This is so fucking stupid.
Exactly. And Nick Fuentes believes, and the Groypers believe, basically that everything is a joke and that it should all be chaos. A pox on all their house. They want to create chaos.
Tyler Robinson was a liberal. Just fucking get over it. Tyler Robinson was a liberal. Stop with the cope. He was a fucking lib.
And so it didn't matter whether you shot Charlie Kirk or whether you shot the Charlie Kirk's equivalent on the left. And I don't know who that would be.
Probably someone like Hassan Pito.
Yeah. So so there's an answer. He wasn't necessarily shot for his beliefs. He was shot because he was one of the loudest people speaking out there. And so that's my point. I don't know whether Charlie Kirk was shot.
We don't know yet. Okay, you guys sound like MAGA right now. I'm serious. Like we have more than enough evidence and information to come to a conclusion here. We do. Like, if you're gonna keep playing this game of like, oh well, we don't know. We do. We know. We have more than enough evidence. We don't have anything to contradict this evidence. We don't have anything to push back against this evidence. We have zero evidence in one direction. We have a lot of evidence in the other direction. That's pretty simple. There's no fucking reason to act like he wasn't a liberal. That's where all of the evidence leads. There isn't evidence to say otherwise. We might be able to find out more at trial. Sure. Again, I am not denying that we're not going to find out more. I'm saying we have enough evidence to come to a conclusion here. And that all of that evidence leads us in one direction. We have more than enough evidence. Again, we have testimony from friends. We have testimony from his mom. We have testimony from his dad. We have Discord messages. We have ideology. We have like a ton of things that all lead in one single direction. And to keep saying, well, we don't know that. Okay, you may not know, but those of us who are being logical here and not trying to find a way out of this, we know. What testimony? He grew up MAGA? So what? I don't know what that has to do with anything.
Because what he believed, or whether he was shot by a disaffected white male.
Non-fun. Appreciate the raid, good sir. Let's get some W non-funs in chat, guys. We got 2 streams going right now. We got the vertical and we got the landscape. Appreciate the raid, non-fun. Make sure you guys follow non-fun. His links at the top of chat right now. Go check him out.
An incel that had ready access to high caliber rifle and the capacity to be able to shoot a kill shot from over 200 yards from a roof, and somehow disassembled the rifle before he got off the roof without it being able to seen on video. And then amazingly, after being able to do that, was so dumb that he wrote a full confession over text message to his supposed trans roommate that may have been his boyfriend, exonerating his father and blah, 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 blah. Come on, man. Come on. And so
I'm sorry, like all of that's not like ridiculous. Like, it is stupid of him. It's all very human. It's all like expected when we're talking about somebody who's not some like professional assassin or anything. Like, when you do something and then it blows up and everybody's talking about it and it's all over the news, all over the internet, it is the most talked about thing in the world, and you have just like changed fucking history with what you just did. It's really hard when you're just a normal person. You're not a fucking sociopath. You're not a fucking nut job. A normal person would want to tell somebody, especially whoever it is that they're closest to. They would want to go tell those people. So this is fucking stupid.
I don't know why Charlie Kirk was shot. Candace Owens says Charlie Kirk was shot because he was about to.
He was liberal based on what? Testimony? His MAGA parents? Yes. And his friends? How do we know his parents aren't biased? I'm sorry. You can't keep doing this, Allie. I don't know why. Like, you literally sound like MAGA right now. Like, you literally sound like MAGA. Like, when we're going over testimony about what it is that Donald Trump did to a young girl, right? And we're talking about like things that are corroborated from one person to the next, and we have 3 different people who are all telling us the same thing. And then they say, how do we know they're not all biased? Do you have evidence of that? Do you have evidence that, do you have a reason to doubt this? Do you have some way to go against what is now being corroborated by numerous parties? Do you have this reason to state this, or are you just choosing to avoid the statement just because it's convenient?
Disavow Israel. Okay, I don't know why Charlie Kirk was shot. But I do know this: it's only served.
He was a leftist, not a liberal. I haven't seen any evidence for that. He might have been. He might have been a leftist. I don't know. I think like a lot of the stuff like on the gun says that he's like kind of into edgy jokes and that he was a bit more of like a an internet person. A lot of the stuff in their Discord was very like edgy memes and shit like that. I think that like I tend to feel like leftists veer away from those things the majority of the time, but I think the thing like if you read this you're gay, like I think leftists tend to steer away from all of that. I haven't seen any evidence that he's leftist.
One group of people, Charlie Kirk's death. MAGA.
There will be a trial and hopefully we will find out more. Again, you're just repeating yourself. I've already said we have enough evidence now to come to a conclusion. Like you just keep repeating like, yeah, but we could find out more. We could literally always find out more. There will never be a time where we're incapable of ever finding out more. There will never be a moment where we couldn't find out more. There's not a point where you can ever say, well, there's no way we'll ever find out more about this thing. Like that point doesn't exist. Currently, we have more than enough evidence. It's an opinion, right? But it's an opinion that you throw out every single time for no reason. It's an opinion that it's not an informed opinion. How about that? It is not an informed opinion. We have, like, when we watched Turkey Tom's documentary on this, we went through his best friend's fucking, like, entire story about their lives leading up to the shooting. And that I had already said we had enough evidence before that. But then we had literally their best friends talking about this shit and talking about the fact that they had moved left and become liberals and shit like that. That was just beating the fucking dead horse at that point.
They have taken this, they have wrapped themselves in it, they have righteous indignation, and they are able to say it's all. And by the way, all of the data shows that I think 85% of all political violence has occurred has been initiated by right-wing extremists.
That's their opinion. You're okay. This is otherworldly levels of cope. Does being pro-LGBT make you a liberal? Why do we have to do this every fucking time? Holy shit. Why do we have to do this every time? Why do you guys keep doing this? Seriously, there's something wrong with your brains where you do this. Like, I'm serious. There's something clicks in y'all's brains where they just turn off for some reason. You guys go full MAGA. Like, why do you do this every time? We've had the same exact conversation every fucking time. And Mantis, you literally said, and Ali said, well, oh, so being pro-LGBTQ means you're definitely for sure a fucking liberal? No, literally nobody ever said this. Nobody ever said this. I didn't even say anything about LGBTQ. I literally didn't say a single fucking thing about LGBTQ. Not one. Didn't mention it. I do think it's part of the evidence. I do think that when we're looking at the evidence, we're going to look at things and say, okay, this makes somebody more likely to be this thing than that thing, or more likely to lean in this direction than that direction. And if that thing that is more likely also aligns with the rest of the evidence, then that's how we come to conclusions. That's how this works. So yes, if we're saying, hey, his mom says he's a liberal, his dad says he's a liberal, his friends say he's a liberal, and then also he's dating a trans person, and he is seemingly pro-LGBTQ. He doesn't like Charlie Kirk. Like, there's all of these things. None of it, not a single one of these things. His friends didn't say that. His friends didn't say that. What do you mean? It's an opinion, though. Ali, I don't know why the fuck you keep repeating that. I got it the first 5 times you said it. I don't know why you keep repeating it as though that's like something that's enlightening here. They didn't say he's liberal. They said he's on the left. They said it had become more and more political and that they moved left. They said he wasn't political. No, they did not. No, they said that they weren't political in the beginning, and then he became more political later on. But I don't want to keep like re-going over the same fucking things because you guys will forget in a week and then just have the same exact conversation with me again. So I'm not gonna keep relitigating the same shit if you guys are gonna keep coping about it.
Hey everybody, it's Gene with America First Legal. You might have seen my post.
Okay, whatever. Who gives a shit? He's probably on the left anyways for fucking trans person. Okay. Yeah, again, you guys are the ones who are fighting me on it. Like, I'm just saying, like, I don't know why people keep calling him a groiper. There's no evidence that he's a groiper. Like, if we're looking at evidence, evidence says that he's a fucking liberal. If we're going to listen to somebody sitting there saying that he's a groiper, or that it's likely he's a groiper, or that he might be a groiper, well, yeah, I'm sorry, but it's perfectly fine in this situation for me to be pointing out that he's almost definitely a fucking liberal when there's no evidence for that. Could you be wrong? Yes. Could you be coping?
Hey everybody, it's Gene with America First Legal. You might have seen my post last night on X. ICE officers and agents are under unprecedented assaults from the radical left. They're being defamed, they're being doxxed, they're being subjected to illegal harassment. Our team at America First Legal is prepared to help them fight back. If you are an ICE officer or an agent, if you are a family member or a friend of an ICE officer or agent who has been harmed, who has had their reputation dragged through the mud for just exercising their lawful duties as a federal law enforcement officer, I want you to have them contact us today. You can email us at intake.
Wait, what?
Hey everybody, it's Gene with America First Legal. You might have seen my post last night on X. ICE officers and agents are under unprecedented assaults from the
ICE officers are under unprecedented assaults, guys. Unprecedented. It's so hard. Even though there's been way more citizens and like normal people who have been shot and shot and killed by ICE officers than there have been ICE officers attacked in any way whatsoever. Like there's been 2 ICE officers who have ever died in the line of duty, and the last one was in 2011. But hey guys, unprecedented assaults on the ICE officers. Meanwhile, they literally just murdered Alex Preddy. They murdered Renee Good. But man, guys, the ICE officers. Oh, let's talk about the ICE officers.
They're being defamed. They're being doxxed. They're being subjected to illegal harassment. Our team at America First Legal is prepared to help them fight back. If you are an ICE officer or an agent, if you are a family member or a friend of an ICE officer or agent who has been harmed, who has had...
I also agree with the guy, that was Hunter Biden, who called the perpetrator a groiper. The evidence suggests that is most likely the case. If you want to hop on, we can go over the evidence. I promise you there is no evidence for that. There is no evidence for this. I promise you there's no evidence for this. Every single fucking TikTok video that came out with shit about this, they all fabricated all of it. I've been over this. I have litigated it. I have investigated it. It is pure bullshit. All of the people running around saying that he was a groiper, they're fucking lying. And I know groypers. I've debated groypers. I've been engaged with groypers for years and years. I know what groypers are. There was the people who kept saying he's a groyper literally didn't know what a fucking groyper was and have no idea what they're talking about. But yeah, if you want to hop on, we can go over the evidence because there's just no evidence he was a groyper. And I'm not saying this because I care about the groypers or like their you know, their optics or anything. They're a bunch of fucking nut jobs who are definitely radicalizing kids. But the I care about this because it's annoying to me when like people on the left are putting out just as much or just as like not just as much but just as hyperbolic misinformation as the right does, when this is like a huge criticism that I have is of the right. It's really annoying when I turn around and there's a bunch of people on the left doing the same exact thing.
Their reputation dragged through the mud for just exercising their lawful duties as a federal law enforcement officer. I want you to have them contact us today. You can email us at intake.
This is so fucking stupid, dude. Co-parter bitches. Since the 2003, or sorry, since its creation in 2003, a total of 10 U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement ICE agents have died in the line of duty, according to 2019 data from Cato Institute. Other reports mention 29 officers on a wall of honor since the agency's inception, with most of the deaths attributed to COVID-19. Despite these incidents, Cato Institute analysis indicates that in 2025, ICE and Border Patrol agents faced lower risk of being murdered than the general public. ICE detention deaths separately in 2025, 32 people in ICE custody died, the highest number since 2004. How many people have died from an ICE officer or in ICE custody? As of March 15th, 2026, there have been 13 publicized deaths in Immigration and Customs Enforcement detention during the 2026 fiscal year. For comprehensive, official, and up-to-date figures, deaths in ICE custody, you can visit the ICE detention statistics page.
If I could get away with that on the right, man, I'd be making 10 times as much money.
Your guys' biggest content creator is Candace Owens.
She is a liberal.
She is on the right. There's no question.
She's a liberal. She's a liberal. Anybody who goes against conservatives is a liberal, right? Anybody who disagrees with conservatives on things and the overall, they're a liberal. Okay. So she's constantly attacking conservatives, constantly attacking Trump. That makes them a liberal. So if somebody's constantly attacking Democrats, like leftists, communists, socialists, they're always attacking liberals, they're always attacking Democrats, does that make them right-wing? Does that make them right-wing? Those people are right-wing. She's literally a liberal or independent. No, she's a conservative. She's a conservative. The woman who wrote Make Him a Sandwich who was best friends with Charlie Kirk, one of the biggest voices for TPUSA. She ran as independent. Candace Owens ran what?
If I could get away with that on the right, man, I'd be making 10 times as much money.
Your guys' biggest content creator is Candace Owens.
She is a liberal. She is on
the right. There's no question. She is completely on the right. There isn't I don't know what to tell you. She's for traditional values. She wants conservative fiscal policy. She was pro-Trump, right? Like she's on the right. She is on the right. She's not part of left. And what do you have? We have one receipt where she strings together a whole narrative theory about Erica
Kirk. You could fairly say she's neither.
We couldn't say that. She's either.
That's so stupid, dude. That is so fucking stupid. Yeah, this is like, he says she's a liberal. He says this all the time. He always says she's a liberal, right? The second he gets the slightest bit of pushback, he's like, okay, well, maybe she's neither. Okay, you haven't been saying she's neither for the longest fucking time. You've been saying she's a liberal for the longest time. She is obviously a conservative. She is blatantly a fucking conservative.
Right or far right, but
so she's anti-Trump over Epstein. She's anti-Trump over the Iran war.
Yeah, she's jumped off the Trump ship now.
A long time ago.
Is Nick Fuentes left?
2 years ago. Nick Fuentes has been advocating for voting Democrat for like 4 years.
No, actually, he advocated for voting for Trump. Only with the Iran stuff, he's swapped to Democrats. Would you actually try to say that Nick Fuentes is left?
Nick Fuentes has been on and off the Trump train numerous times. Candace Owens was in favor of Trump throughout the last election.
Not to vote for Trump, and he also said don't vote for JD Vance, and now he's explicitly saying vote Democrat.
Yeah, because
he's a Democrat or a liberal.
Well, he's definitely on the right. He's far right because he's a theocrat.
Well,
we're gonna watch some more of this a little bit later, but I got I think there's another clip here.
So when I look at the most prominent left channels, they usually agree. When I look at the right channels, they're all fighting each other.
The liberals agree. The liberals agree, but we have the issue is like the schism happened a lot earlier, right? And it's somewhat what disaffected you guys, right? Is that a lot of liberals
couldn't figure out what a woman was.
Well, no, we shook hands with the progressives and we said, we're just like you. And the progressives were like, yeah, except some of the progressives just, it's an aesthetic. But a lot of them were communists who were like, yeah, we want to take away private property rights. And at no point did the liberals go, hold on, we're actually not like you because that's a rights that we're not willing to get rid of actually. And we don't even want to do it democratically, right? But we pretended that we were the same, which led to this culture war. Like,
I don't know what the fuck she's talking about. This is just blatantly untrue. The Democrats never actually said this. This is totally untrue. Like the Democrats have been pretty blatant in the fact that they were not socialists, that they were not communists, that they were in favor of capitalism. They were fighting against communists. Like this is just totally. Why does she frame it like this? I think it's like to get some like agreement from the other side and like appeal to them, but it is like perpetuating right-wing misinformation that is just blatantly incorrect. It is just like I can agree that Democrats were too cushy with socialists, that they didn't always do a great job at denouncing the more extreme factions of their movement. I can agree with those things. But the fact that they were never like, no, we are in favor of property rights. Well, like, no, that they never said that they were capitalists, that they were in favor of private property, or that they never like, no, they did say these things. They always said these things. Like during the Obama run, they like everybody was accusing them, Obama of being a communist and a socialist. Democrats were very staunch in the fact that they weren't. Then during Bernie Sanders' rise to prominence, where he actually is a socialist, again, like Bernie Sanders was attacked by Democrats for being a socialist. He was called out by Democrats for being a socialist. Like this was a thing that he was called out for. By Democrats. Then the 2020 election came out, and again, it was like moderate libs versus the more progressive branch, and moderate libs were far ahead. I think the top two candidates were like Pete Buttigieg and Joe Biden, and then maybe Bernie Sanders afterwards. This is just totally untrue that they didn't like create a distinct separation between themselves. Again, I think it's true that like they've been a little bit too, they've played a little bit too much footsie with the progressives, but this framing of they never said, no, we are in favor of private property. That's just, they definitely said this.
Point did the liberals go, hold on, we're actually not like you, because that's a right that we're not willing to get rid of, actually, and we don't even want to do it democratically, right? But we pretended that we were the same, which led to this culture war, like takeover, where we were like canceling and Ouroboros-ing ourselves, and it was awful. I don't think that that's a good thing, and I think we're seeing the same unfortunate dance happening on the right now.
So when I look at,
like, this has been one of the major problems that progressives have had, or like leftists have had with Democrats, is that Democrats have been staunchly against socialists and communists. Like, this is one of the problems that they have had with the liberals, is that the liberals are in favor of private property, and that they have been clear about these things.
I feel so sorry for you if you still think it was a meteorite that fell from the sky. Yeah, like, I feel sorry that that is the only capacity that you're...
Bro, this is the most blatant fucking AI I've ever seen in my life. Like, this is, well, I guess maybe not the most blatant ever, but first off, for those of you who don't know, traffic does not move like this. People who are sitting in traffic this deep,
I feel
the cars
so
do not
for you
move
if
like
you
that.
still think it was a meteorite that fell from the sky. Yeah.
That's not how traffic moves when you're that packed in and you're that close bumper to bumper. You're not driving 20 miles, 30 miles an hour down the fucking interstate. Also, on top of that, what the fuck does that say? What the fuck is that?
I feel so sorry for you if you still think it was a meteorite that fell from the sky. Yeah, like, I feel sorry that that is the only capacity that your brain can handle, that it was a meteorite. Because I'm going to tell you right now.
Look at that traffic just fucking flowing, dude.
Meteorite that fell from the sky.
Just driving.
Yeah, like,
they're just
I
going.
feel sorry that that is the only capacity that your brain can handle, that it was a meteorite. Because I'm going to tell you right now, that was not a meteorite. But if that's what you want to believe and that's all your mind can handle, that's on you. That's not me. But this meteorite that everyone thinks it was, sorry, I'm just laughing at the fact that people think it was a meteorite. Now, the reason that I'm laughing is because so many reports are claiming that it fell in multiple states. Now, sure, things can break apart and fall when it comes to the atmosphere, but I don't recall one meteorite.
So many reports. I haven't even heard of this. Meteorite. A March 2026 meteorite fell near Cleveland, Ohio, involved a 7-ton, 6-foot diameter space rock that entered the atmosphere at 45,000 miles per hour, produced a loud sonic boom, scattering fragments. Yeah, meteors can almost, if they actually do enter our atmosphere, they almost can never make it to the ground. Like, they will almost never make it to the ground. They have to be like the size of a fucking moon to hit our actual crust when they're going to just like burn up so fast from hitting the atmosphere that they'll just be dust before they could ever even make it anywhere close to the Earth. This rare observed fall resulted in confirmed fragments found by residents, highlighting that meteorites are usually cold upon landing, despite burning up in the atmosphere. This video shows an interview with an astronomer discussing the meteor that fell over Ohio. I didn't hear about this.
This is an actual meteorite down here, but look at it. That could pass for anything here. You would not pick that up.
No, I think it's a regular stone.
Exactly, yeah. But when you flip it over and cut it open, it looks very different.
This one has an interesting shape to it.
Exactly, because this is a real meteorite from Russia. And look at the patterns with that. That's 90% iron. This is more rock than iron itself. This is what they look like when you cut them open. Now, there's no squares in space. Where are we?
There you go. There you go.
That's just cross section there.
Yeah, look at the cross section, and right there, that pattern that you see right there can only be produced in space.
Wow.
It takes a long time for iron to cool off, and that cannot be produced on Earth. This is definitely from space.
Jay, quickly, put me at ease.
No.
We're not going to see these things, but typically they break up and don't do much damage because they rarely hit the ground, right?
Rarely hit the ground. Or if they do, really, if you go outside on a rainy day, okay, you set up a great big tarp and catch rainwater, you can actually capture meteoric dust that has fallen. Yes.
Oh, wow.
Very cool.
So it happens every single day. It's just we got to hear it today and share it all together here in Northeastern Ohio. What a great day.
We'll remember St. Patty's Day 2026.
Yeah, we will. That's right.
Breaking up and going into 5 different states. And actually, one guy has a photo from his front yard where the meteorite is physically glowing. Now, some reports are saying, especially from NASA, are saying that it was 3 feet in diameter, but then multiple people are...
What the fuck is this, dude? What is he even showing footage of here? What is he even showing footage of here? That, like, it blew through a fucking house and blew up the fucking car? And exploded?
But then multiple...
What is this footage?
People are claiming that this meteorite was much
Oh, it blew up the whole neighborhood.
larger
Oh.
in different areas in different states.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
one of
blew up the whole fucking Okay. My bad, yeah. Okay, so this one was the size of a moon.
resident areas where this meteorite fell, the residents are claiming that there are unmarked and very suspicious blacked out SUVs all over the area. Now, call me what you want, but I don't remember the last time a meteorite required unmarked black SUVs. But hey, I know what I believe in and I know the truth. So I just wanted to say, if you're one of those that still believe in the meteorite that fell from the sky.
Some reports said that Will Smith was there. That's what I heard. I heard some reports claiming that Will Smith was there.
We're going to leave it at that.
He doesn't even allude to what it is, or maybe, yeah, oh, you believe it's a meteorite. Oh, yeah, okay. And he doesn't even come close to even saying what he thinks it is. Bro, you are so corny. You made that video so hard to watch. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that, but bro, come on. Is this the actual poster? Is this him? Script Keeper Elect? Ramirez? PP Chiles? Okay. Okay.
Why are we having, it seems like to be a continuing nagging problem with the Strait of Hormuz. We've all but destroyed Iran's Navy, their leadership. I mean, there are 5 or 6 people remaining who seem relevant. So I know it's been 20 days, or we're in our 20th day now, but why has this taken so long?
Well, I would look at it the exact opposite, which is how has this happened so fast? So you're talking about what would normally be considered months or even years to achieve these military objectives, instead have been achieved in a matter of days, because under the leadership of President Trump, and then of course with Secretary Higgs of the Department of War, we are not fighting a politically correct battle. The hands of our warriors are not tied in getting up and going after the objective, and going after the objective ruthlessly, because this is war, and in a
Yeah, they're not fighting a politically correct battle, guys. They don't care if they kill a bunch of children. They don't care if they kill a bunch of civilians, okay? They're not going to be woke, all right? They're not doing that woke war stuff, okay? They're just killing everybody.
A war you have to fight totally. And so we've seen the leadership of this regime has been completely decapitated and obliterated. We have seen the IRGC dealt one humiliating blow after another. Their Navy is in the bottom of the ocean. Their Air Force is in rubble. Their ballistics missile program...
Wait, I thought it wasn't a war either. Trump's been calling it a war the whole time, so...
has been annihilated and is...
Guys, we need donations. Quit being bitches, all right? We need donations. We need people to send in donos. If you want to support the channel, use the link on the front page. Go to the Stream Elements link and send in donos there. We currently have a very small top 10 list with only 5 people on it. 4 people on it, okay? Within the last week, top 10. Aaron M. Sound with $40. J-Rod with $10. Mantis with $5. Arian with $2. Okay? That's our top 10 list. 4 people on the top 10 list. And it adds up to $57 in a week. Psh. Bro, we're poor now thanks to Donald Trump. I know it. I know it. Which is why I've been very understanding. But we're going to have to go back to the clock tomorrow. I just made this whole new setup, this whole very nice setup with no room for a clock anymore. Thought, yeah, we don't need that anymore. Yeah, we got to go back to the clock. Gotta do it. But if you'd like to donate to the channel, you can use PayPal or Visa or debit card. This is a link that makes it to where I get 100% of the money instead of going through YouTube with Super Chats where I only get 65% of the money. So this is much better, much easier, and I get the money immediately instead of having to wait 2 months for it. So consider donating to the channel with tips or through Stream Elements. You can also use the message box down here to have whatever message you want read through TTS.
Getting further annihilated every single day. This is a phased operation, phase by phase, step by step, objective by objective. The president is achieving his goals, and right now, as you have seen, it has been reported, has been discussed, the United States military is laying waste to targets all across the Strait of Hormuz that Iran uses to menace commerce in that region. But very importantly, the United States is better positioned than any nation in the world to take on this battle. Why? Because President Trump has unleashed American energy, and now, what else is he doing? He's unleashing Venezuelan energy.
NATO Secretary General Mers spoke about opening the Strait of Hormuz. Watch.
Biden only spent $1 trillion on war. And thank God, because he is the guy who pulled us out of war. He stopped the Afghanistan war, and he didn't have any new wars for the United States under his belt. So Biden went -1 as far as wars. We only had 1 war that we were still fighting in Afghanistan. He pulled us out of that. -1. Donald Trump, he's going up in wars.
When it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, I've been in contact with many allies. We all agree, of course, that strait has to open up again. And what I know is that allies are working together, discussing how to do that. What is the best way to do it? They're working on that collectively to find a way forward.
Obviously, that's root. Have any NATO members told you that they're going to help? Because so far, France, Germany, UK have been adamant that this is not their problem.
Well, look, President Trump's been very clear in his views about the NATO alliance and his views about European countries' willingness to step up, especially after everything that we have done in Ukraine, a nation that, yes, was invaded, but is far closer to Europe than it is to the United States of America. We have a giant ocean between us, as President Trump says. The rest of the world depends on traffic through the Strait of Hormuz, not the United States. But again, I just want to underscore, this is a conflict that is only days.
I've noticed that the people in the Trump administration all call it Hormuz. I've only heard like Hegseth, Kane, and now Steve Miller all call it Hormuz, whereas everybody else that I've heard say it call it Hormuz.
Long. The United States has achieved its objectives even faster than anybody thought possible. President Trump was aware of and has calculated through every permutation and every degree of strategy. This has been, by far, the most overwhelming victory based on the objective. So in other words, victory over the Navy, victory over the Air Force, victory over the missile launchers, in terms of each individual military objective ahead of schedule. So that's where we are right now. And again, the president has very wisely, very intelligently created maximum leverage for the United States by building up our energy independence as we engage in this conflict. But just imagine, Laura, just think through this for a second. If Iran had long-range missiles, if Iran had thousands more missiles that they could aim at Europe and the United States and our bases, and they were as powerful as they were going to be under the Obama deal, who had a nuclear weapon and the ability to shut down the Strait of Hormuz, then the whole world would be at the mercy of this terrorist regime. President Trump alone has stopped that from happening.
Oh, brother, dude. Ay. Because they've totally stopped them from shutting down Hormuz. It's just, they've completely stopped that.
Part of a larger story, Mr. Berman. I would just say that John Fetterman is doing as well with Pennsylvania Democrats as the New York Giants are as liked in the state of Pennsylvania or the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I mean, just look at this. Among Pennsylvania Democrats and net approval of Fetterman, back in 2023, he was a Democrat liberal darling. He was at plus 68 points. Look at how low he has fallen down to negative 40 points. He's down there with the Titanic among Democrats in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And, you know, to put a comparison point on, we always talk about how Chuck Schumer is not well liked by the Democratic base nationwide. Chuck Schumer has a net popularity rating of about minus 2 points. He is 38 points more popular than John Fetterman is with Pennsylvania Democrats. And I was also looking at Kristen Sinema, who, of course, ended up leaving the Democratic Party in Arizona. She was considerably more popular just before she shifted over than John Fetterman is at minus 40 points.
Is this a 108-point swing?
This is an 108-point swing. Very good mathematics here.
I was honestly thinking, is that even possible? All right, how does this compare to other? He faces a primary. If he wants to run again, he faces an election in 2 years. He runs in a Democratic primary. How have senators who lost their...
Torben Thorne tipped $5.
Appreciate it, Thorne. Let's go. Let's get some W's in chat for Thorne. Let's get some cheers in chat. Cheer it up. Thank you, good sir.
Cody tipped $20. So much winning I can hardly stand it.
Hey, yo! Cody with the dub. Let's go. Let's get some more cheers in chat. Cheer that shit up. I'm cheering it on. Let's go. Appreciate it, Cody. Thank you, good sir. Fill it up with some cheers, guys. Now Tom can buy a blunt. Yeah. Gotta be able to get that good. We gonna get that dank.
Their primaries. How does their whole situation compare to this?
I would just know John was like off on the screen going, what? Wait a minute. 108-point swing. You never see anything like that, but my goodness gracious. I mean, just take a look here. Okay, 2,000 senators, own party net ratings about when they lost a primary. Bob Smith, plus 15. Arlen Specter, plus 13. Of course, he switched parties to Democrats. It didn't work for him from Republican. Plus 6, Joe Lieberman. Dick Lugar was at 0 points. Lisa Murkowski was at minus 15 points. All of these were considerably more popular than John Fetterman is right now at minus 40 points. He is below the lowest, the ones who actually got beat in a primary. There is no historical analog to this. That is how unpopular John Fetterman is with Pennsylvania Democrats. There is basically no doubt in my mind that if Fetterman decides to run for re-election as a Democrat, he will face a primary challenge and it will be a very competitive one.
So
I doubt he runs again. I doubt Fetterman runs again. There's no shot. No shot Fetterman thinks he's going to run again.
Fetterman says that Democrats are suffering from what he calls Trump derangement syndrome. Is that a compelling argument to make among the voters there?
No. I mean, that is...
Fetterman can go fuck himself. I was never a fan of the guy. Didn't like him. I honestly, I think some of the norms of actually dressing up in Congress and looking the part, looking respectable. I think that those things matter. I didn't like his whole showing up in basketball shorts and t-shirts and shit like that was very becoming of a senator, and so I was never a fan of him, but supposedly, I think we talked about this yesterday, that apparently he had a stroke and then just changed on everything.
The last thing that Democrats want to hear. I mean, look at this. Lowest approval among Dems at this point in term 2. Donald Trump has just a 4-point approval rating. George.
Look up when the highest raises were more. User, you can't be this fucking stupid. That's not how the economy works. Things don't go in order like that. The United States had, yes, insanely high inflation, as did the rest of the world from COVID. This is what everybody dealt with across the whole world. Donald Trump definitely mismanaged COVID to an extent, but nobody blamed the inflation on Trump, right? Nobody said that it was his fault. But you guys have such fucking Biden derangement syndrome that you will turn around and blame Biden for the inflation from COVID. Like, holy shit, how fucking insane do you actually have to be to blame Biden? Did it go down? Yes, we recovered from inflation under Biden. Yes. It went down under Biden. Yes, we recovered under Biden. Yes. Biden was the one who recovered us from inflation. We had the fastest and best recovery from inflation in the G7 countries. Yes. Tom, have you heard 4G Autoblow's new song, White N-Word? Is 4G Autoblow a person's name? No, I've not heard their new song. I haven't heard their old song. I have no idea who the fuck that is. Yeah, not only did Biden bring down the inflation, but wages outpaced inflation under Biden. Like, meaning that the overall inflation didn't have that much of an effect on people's bank accounts when their wages are outpacing the inflation. Tom, are you ignoring the jobs loss during the pandemic? No, but again, Biden had record-breaking job growth. Like, under Biden, we had record-breaking job growth. When we're talking about, like, under the pandemic, right? Like, jobs lost. Donald Trump initially came out with a plan where he wanted everybody to lock down, and not criticizing him for it. Like, it was probably the best idea to try to get everybody on the same plan and try to get all the states to lock down together. But that is, like, what was causing a lot of the job loss were the lockdowns. And then that was one part. But then on top of that, businesses were going out of business because of the problems with shipping and transportation. And so that caused a lot of, like, companies to have to downsize anyways because they weren't able to sell as much. And then there ended up being, like, massive shortages on products to where like there were issues across the board that happened from COVID that I don't know why you would ask if I'm ignoring that. It wasn't related to what we were talking about, but it's also not like a thing that was it wasn't Trump's fault that happened. It wasn't Biden's fault either, but yeah, it wasn't like me ignoring it wasn't. I don't know what that had to do with any of this. Biden had record-breaking job growth under his presidency that Trump has radically fucked up. Like, Trump has radically fucked up job growth in America.
George W. Bush was not, was at 10%. Richard Nixon was at 11%. Donald Trump is the lowest of the low on this point. The bottom line is this. John Fetterman, when you look at his net popularity rating at minus 40 points, he's on a completely other planet from Chuck Schumer, who is also unpopular, and he's on a different galaxy entirely from other incumbents who actually lost re-election, far less popular than them.
We set it up by talking about his vote to push Markwayne Mullin through committee. How likely do the prediction markets think Markwayne Mullin is to get confirmed?
Yeah, John Fetterman basically was the bow on this, because just take a look here. Okay, Chance Mullin's confirmed as DHS secretary, and this is before May of 2026. Look at this, a 98% chance according to the Calendar prediction market. John Fetterman is the big reason why Markwayne Mullin is going to get confirmed as DHS secretary. Another reason for Democrats who already didn't like him to dislike him even more.
All right, and thank you very much for that.
Thank you. I like you, though.
Up to Trump's first term before the pandemic was looking like Trump, like he might be reelected, but the pandemic, however. Do you think that shipping costs and backup was Biden's fault? No. Again, this is something that was happening across the entire world. Like, this, the whole fucking world was dealing with this. No, I don't think it was Biden's fault either. Trump botched the response to COVID. To an extent, like he did. When it came to inflation, I don't know that that was necessarily on Trump. When it came to, like, yeah, transportation, I don't think that was much of an issue with Trump either. When it came to the problem with the things where Trump did fuck up is that there is a real complaint from conservatives that Trump should have locked down the borders earlier. He should have shut shit down earlier, and he kept downplaying it and acting like it wasn't that big of a deal and that people didn't have anything to be afraid of, right? At the beginning of this, when Trump was first like locking down the borders and everything, it is true, Democrats were like running around saying that this was racist, that he was that like his border shutdowns were you know, just a new way for him to stop immigrants from coming in, that like there, and he did it late still. He was late in doing it. And Democrats did still fucking run around like saying that he was being racist for locking down the border. So there were like when it came to that thing, like he really was in a tough position where like even doing the right things late still got him a bunch of criticism from Democrats saying that he was doing it for other reasons. So it was a really fucking stupid thing. And then we have the pictures of like Nancy Pelosi in Chinatown taking pictures with a bunch of like Chinese people with no masks on or anything. Like, look at me, guys. I'm okay and I'm not catching any diseases. Donald Trump thinks Chinese people are all dirty. He's trying to stop them from traveling to the United States, but I'm fine being around Chinese people. Holy shit, how fucking stupid can you be, dude? Holy crap. All right, I'm gonna run to the potty real quick. I'll let this video play, and I'll be right back.
He has details for us tonight. Good evening, Peter.
Good evening, Shannon. Aboard Air Force One a few minutes ago, President Trump announced via Truth Social that we are getting very close to meeting our objectives as we consider winding down our great military efforts in the Middle East. He also said that the job of securing the Strait of Hormuz will be countries that use it more, not the United States.
Oh, I think we won.
But the conflict continues. 4,500 sailors and Marines based in San Diego are deploying to the Middle East as the USS Boxer Amphibious Ready Group joins Epic Fury. According to an Axios report about next moves, quote, the Trump administration is considering plans to occupy or blockade Iran's Karg Island to pressure Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. A White House official tells Fox, as President Trump said, he has no plans to send troops anywhere.
It's certainly a place that people are talking about, but I can't say yeah.
The president's fury with allies is growing as he posts, without the USA, NATO is a paper tiger. They didn't want to join the fight. Cowards, and we will remember. The Pentagon is disputing a CNN report that claims a recent internal assessment from the Defense Intelligence Agency that was circulating inside the Pentagon in recent weeks determined that Iran could potentially keep the passage shut for anywhere from 1 to 6 months. Chief spokesman Sean Parnell writes the DIA is one of many intelligence agencies at the Pentagon that plans for the very worst possible outcome. The 6th-month closure of the Strait of Hormuz is an impossibility and completely unacceptable to the Secretary of War. President Trump left the White House after a busy week with a parting shot about a green necktie.
That I have to take a little journey. We have to get and he would agree, but he's not going to say it. And this is not St. Patrick's Day, by the way. What are you doing with that tie? But we had to go off on a circuitous path and take care of business.
This is the tie. You couldn't really see it in the shot there over my shoulder. It is green, and we have known in the rules of fashion for a long time that you can't wear white after Labor Day. This evening we learned that at the Trump White House, you cannot wear green after St. Patrick's Day. Shannon.
We're not going to have you arrested for a fashion crime. I will trust you on your sartorial choices there, Peter.
Unless I wear this tie again.
Well, I'm going to leave that. The president's the commander-in-chief. He might be able to levy some executive order against that tie at some point, but we like it here. Thanks, Peter.
Hope you don't have to hold your bladder, cause it's time for the Tomfoolery Show. Nice kicking me for being wrong. Somebody kicked you? OMG, so priceless. The Milk Bar TV counts how many times Candace Owens references herself versus God at her Catholic conference in DC.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you. Truly an honor to be here. This is my first Catholic event, so I will never forget this. I just had that Catholic excitement. Just me. I did this. I walk a lot. I do. I walk every day. I've just walked 14 miles. My Apple Watch has died. I'm not kidding. I would say I was feeling good. I was like, I'm doing good. I was like, I'm so hot. I am so sweaty. Like I was like, and I'm physically like, I can't even look at that. I'm something. And I personally couldn't eat. And I know. So I.
What was the first presidential election you were able to vote in? 2020. 2020 is the first time I ever voted by mail, and then 2024 is the first time I've ever voted like in person at an actual polling.
I put that thought away, and I'm a glutton for punishment. I'm just okay. I've done 18 miles today. I've never done so many steps. Look at my hair. My hair. I don't know if it was the Lord. I don't know if it was Deb. I don't know if it was my husband, but somebody said, you gotta do this all again tomorrow. I have 10 miles left. Like, how am I possibly going to do this? And I am not okay. I think, like, yes, I love free market. I love conservatism. I love capitalism. I love this country. I think this country is amazing. I love this so much. The Lord will be with you. I want to go. I was like, oh my God, can you believe these people? They're talking to Jesus Christ, and I'm walk on those strange little pads in the grocery store, and next thing you know, everyone's doing this, and God forbid you forgot the rice. I couldn't make this up. It is the absence of God that leads to all of these things, and I have no idea what's going on.
So far she's mentioned herself 242 times and God 5 times at her speech at a Catholic school. Or wait, oh, it's not a Catholic school, it's a Catholic conference. Oh, sheesh.
When I tweeted last November that Christ is king, never in my life I've seen anything like it. I literally...
if you guys don't know, hey, I made a whole documentary on her saying Christ is king. She's never seen anything like it. I made a whole fucking documentary on it. If you haven't seen it, go find it. It's on it's on this channel, but this channel has like the less finalized version of it. Go to Terminally Online Media on YouTube, and it is it's a documentary that I made. I made this whole documentary. It's very good. You should check it out. Candace Owens. It's an award-winning documentary. I awarded myself the Tomfoolery Show documentary of the year, and so make sure you guys check it out.
just tweeted Christ is King and Christ is King against Christ is King. Candace Owens, Christ is King. Elation that I felt. I just couldn't believe it. I did this. Like, I actually did this. I cannot believe I actually did this. If I had known, and this made me want God again. I couldn't make this up. I don't know if it was the Lord. I don't know if it was devil. I don't know if it was my husband. Oh, the left hates God and all this stuff. I am where I was at. When I thought to myself, and by the grace of God, me and my husband have survived everything. You know, here's why this platform was given to me. God, I found me, mine, to me. But for the first time, my celebrity made sense to me. Mine. I am me. Really, that is just such an analogy for my entire life and my entire ascension.
349 times she referenced herself. 15 times she referenced God. How long was this fucking speech? Holy moly. 349 times? Was this 5 hours? Sheesh. That's fucking crazy, bro. This chick apparently, according to this, says this girl who got Trump tattooed on her forehead is now asking for money to get it removed. So fucking stupid. So fucking stupid, mate. Oh yeah, that's right. This chick. I don't know if you guys saw this. The new Bachelorette. The entire season has been canceled because the Bachelorette, the main girl, okay, so that means they brought one woman on to choose from like 50 other men, right? She had a video from her ex-boyfriend come out recently of where she was insanely fucking abusive and did some really fucked up shit. And they canceled the entire fucking season. Look at this. This is her.
This is called physical abuse. Yeah. Yeah. See, Taylor, this is all you do. It's the only thing you know how to do. Holy shit. I don't give a f. Let me go. Stop.
Let me turn off the speed up.
Dude, leave me alone.
Holy crap, dude. That's a full fucking metal chair right there. That she just hit him with point blank. Holy crap. Then that says that's Taylor's daughter right there on the couch, who apparently gets hit by one of these chairs.
Your daughter is raped.
Here comes another one.
Here. Oh my gosh. Oh my.
Ow, dude. Shit.
This is called.
So yeah, canceled the whole season. Done. Done. Adios. Now, with that said,
How much money did you make, Dakota, selling this footage to TMZ? Because besides the big take of being absolutely appalled and disgusted by this behavior, knowing that you've sat on this for 3 years and chose to release it and get paid by TMZ to release this now means that you are an even bigger piece of shit than I thought. I'm not going to show.
Okay, hold on. Why? Who the fuck is she? Is she actually somebody famous? Is she somebody big? Why the fuck would he have released this before? Why the fuck would he put it out? Why the fuck would he have put this out before if she's some nobody who's not famous, who has no like, what is he? He should have sold it to TMZ. Hey guys, this absolute nobody beat me up a long time ago. Like, what was he gonna do? Just post it on fucking Facebook for no reason? Why? What's the point? The fact that you put it out when there's like, when she's being sought after by 50 other guys, yeah, it seems like now's the time to put it out to where these 50 other guys can know she's a fucking nut job.
The footage here, you can go look it up for yourself on TMZ, because honestly, it is absolutely sickening to me, and seeing that her kid was present is so heartbreaking. We all knew that she pled guilty to a felony. We all knew that she had until like August to be clean and not do anything stupid. Did we know the extent of the child abuse charges that were dropped? No, we did not. And that is why everyone is absolutely sick over this. But that doesn't change the fact that Dakota chose 3 years later at this particular time to release this footage. And this doesn't just hurt Taylor. This hurts her kids. Her kids have to see this now for the rest of their lives available on the internet. As if it wasn't already bad enough, now they have that to add to their trauma. So you know what? I hope you use the money you made.
Representative for Taylor is lashing out at Dakota, telling us, "It's sad to see the latest installment of his never-ending, desperate, attention-seeking, destructive campaign to harm Taylor without any regard for the consequences for their child. Releasing an old and selectively edited video on their son's birthday is a reprehensible attempt to distract from his own behavior." What is his own
To
behavior?
pay for their trauma therapy. Honestly, good for all the girls for deciding not to film, because I'm so done with this.
Imagine calling an abuse victim an even bigger piece of shit than I thought, because he didn't immediately release a video of him being violently abused. You are utterly deranged and detached from reality. So this is an of that person, and they blocked him to where the does not show up anymore. So let's find them. Looks like there's nothing left on her Twitter anymore. The last post was from 2023. Seems fucking ridiculous, dude. This is insane. Like, nobody does that to women, right? Like,
3 years after a string.
except for like maybe conservatives do. Conservatives will come out and be like, well, why didn't you release this information back a long time ago? Why didn't you come out with the accusations when it first happened? Like, lots of times people do want to let things lie. They want to let things go away. They want to let it disappear. They don't want to make a big deal about it. But if the other person is now, like we said in this scenario, they're
The day of the meteor.
they're all like, she's got a bunch of guys who are coming after her trying to date her. That's one thing. You know, she has she's becoming famous. She's somebody who's being highly sought after, all of these things. So like, make it about like, oh, but it's on her kid's birthday. Like, her kid apparently sat through that fucking shit back when it happened. I'm sorry, but like, this is not a great argument.
Here, tell me you're flat on the only thing bigger than.
Not a good argument. But yeah, this apparently happened. So we got a bunch of other shit to get into. I think I might leave some of this for another day so we can get into some longer form content here, because there's still a lot There's still a lot here. Damn. That's for. Oh man. Is this AI? Probably not. Do you guys know there's a fucking conspiracy theory now that this guy was killed because of his comedy talking about like presidents going to war and shit like that. The guy from The Whitest Kids You Know, I'm blanking on his name, but there's a bunch of people running around now saying that he was murdered. 14 and this is D, yeah. Oh, of course. It's poor Russians. Poor Russians.
That's how it goes.
Wait, who is that? Who is that supposed to be? Aaron Schwartz. American computer programmer and entrepreneur. He helped define what syntax of the white markup language format Markdown and was a co-owner of a social news aggregation website, Reddit, and contributed to its development until he left the company in 2007. Yeah, I think that's him. Yeah. I think everybody knows, guys.
Revealed he has been under FBI investigation predating his resignation for leaking classified information. Joe Kent, the Trump official who resigned, is now being revealed he has been under FBI investigation predating his resignation for leaking classified information. Of course, this is particularly interesting considering
matching beanies. Nah, his is rolled up like this.
The narrative that we heard during just after his resignation was that he had been removed from intelligence briefings and was uninvolved in the goings-on with this war. There were rumors that his resignation was largely due to a professional dispute, notably that he had been slighted by the administration, he was ousted, and thus he's going to resign and say this is the reason.
So it is weird. They did talk about like whether or not there were talks about the fact that he wasn't like in some of the meetings about some of these things. And are you watching the whole thing? The whole thing of what? Of this? I don't know. Is there something you want me to go to? Fuck, I totally forgot what I was saying. Oh yeah, that he wasn't in some of the like meetings when they were talking about going to a war with Iran. They're like, oh, he wasn't even in those meetings. It's like, wait, you're saying that like the country that you guys say you're going after because they're the state sponsor for terrorism, you didn't have your lead on terrorism investigations in those meetings at all, but he wasn't part of that, even though that's like your justification. I thought you were just watching Kyla on it, or is she on the whole thing? I think she's on the whole thing. She's literally on the thumbnail.
However, the anti-interventionists are saying it's a principled response to a war of aggression. Well, based on this new information that he's been under investigation predating his resignation, assuming that's true, I think it says a lot more to what is currently going on. And there are questions about whether or not he was the one who was leaking these group texts. So we're going to have to get into all of this. And, you know, we originally were going to lead with, I think, something a bit more interesting in the domestic area. And that is the progressive Democrats in Illinois got blown out completely. And the corporate press is celebrating, Washington Post saying that the people of Illinois are not prepared to walk off the cliff just yet. So it looks like perhaps woke is broke, or at least the online version of it. So we'll talk about that. Plus, there's a lot more information. We got a story about Afro Man that's apparently very, very funny. We'll get into all that. But before we do, my friends, we got a great sponsor. It is True Gold Republic. My friends, having sound money and financial independence is important. Hard assets are extremely important. That's why you should check out True Gold Republic. Look at the world right now. This makes us on network members to go.
Be in Hollywood for doing
we just it's new
over
the war with Iran. We have this clip from Laura Ingram's show on Fox News
saying that Joe Kent, the former director of the United States National Counterterrorist Center, this is from Semaphore, he just resigned. He's now under FBI investigation for allegedly leaking classified information. And the investigation predates.
We watched the video just a little bit ago, apparently, where he was asked if he was the one who leaked information to Tucker Carlson. And I guess the entire idea behind this is because after he left, the first interview that he did was with Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson had talked about a month ago that he had gotten leaked information from intelligence sources telling him shit about Iraq, and that like the only reason that we were at war with Iraq was because of Israel. And then Joe Kent went on his show right after he resigned and said, hey, the only reason we're at war with Iraq is because of Israel. So that seems to be the thought, or sorry, that was the thought process that I was given. But according to her, she's saying that the investigation predates his resignation, so maybe not.
His departure.
So we've seen this report going around, not that the FBI is investigating. We have this from AZ Intel. Former National Counterterrorism Center Director Joe Kent is under FBI investigation for allegedly leaking classified information. Sources tell Semaphore, adding the probe began before his departure. So let me just start by saying I've got my ear to the ground. As many of you know, we have friends who have been on the show and are now in the administration. So friends in the administration as well as members of Congress and their staff. And I've been hearing some rumblings in the Beltway. The rumors that I heard from people that are much more loyal to Trump is that Joe Kent was leaking classified information, at least that's the allegation, and was ousted from these meetings. So they basically booted him out and said, this guy's no good. They think he's the leaker. He felt, at least this, again, the perception, slighted personally and professionally, and that from the View, again, this is all just rumors, they don't think that Joe Kent is truly motivated by Israel, the issue of Israel or Iran, and that it's more personal, and that he's using this as a means to slight professionally an administration that he felt had wronged him. Considering we've got past comments and tweets from Joe Kent about the severity of the threat from Iran, I think this is why many people believe this may be the case. That being said, he appeared on Tucker Carlson recently and talked about what he thought was the real issue, and that was that Israel had pressured us into this war, and that he was not in favor of that. It's what he wrote in his resignation letter. He's being hailed as a principled man who stood up for what is right, pushing back on the Israel lobby. So I'm not entirely sure what is going on, but what I can say is this reporting is that he's been under investigation before he actually resigned. So that lends itself to the he's presumed to be the leaker. Again, we don't know that he is, but I think you were mentioning, you looked it up, he was involved in those leaked group texts. Is that what happened?
Yeah, in 2015. You remember the Telegram stuff?
2015?
2025.
Yeah, it was a long time
been around for a while. Yeah, apparently, I haven't been able to confirm it, but I just searched for it on the internet, and therefore it must be true. But that he was involved with it and said that there was not an imminent threat back then before they attacked Yemen. This is in regards to the bombing in Yemen, and I think he was saying after the fact that there hadn't been, that he saw an imminent threat. I really don't want to misquote him.
I've got Seattle Times confirming what you're saying.
Which one? That he was in the group chats?
He was involved. I don't know. It's just a headline right now, so I don't know to what extent.
These were like the Hegseth group chats where they were like being called out or whatever?
What they were talking about, like they were planning like national security stuff.
Right.
Group chat.
And then the argument they made was that it was like national security stuff after the fact. Like, well, we had already decided to release this, so the texts don't really matter. Which, I mean, if it's true this guy was leaking the stuff.
He was in the chat.
Right. So, I mean, the presumption would be that's what was getting leaked. I mean, what else got leaked that he would have been involved in?
Well, it's just, if he was involved in the leak before, why are you only investigating after he steps away?
No, the investigation predates this. That's what.
Yeah, they said it predates.
They reported.
They're reporting, but they're only publicizing this investigation now?
Well, that would make sense. They normally wouldn't tell us that they were investigating somebody for something like this necessarily. They would say that they're investigating the leaks, but they wouldn't say we're investigating Joe Kent for the leaks.
Suppose if there's an FBI investigation, you don't know they're doing it until they decide to make it public, and perhaps because he came out and resigned, they said, okay, then publish it. I mean, if he was being investigated at the FBI, I doubt they're going to fabricate documents, with fake dates predating his resignation.
Sure, but a lot of people were upset when these signal leaks happened because of the incompetence of the group, right? If he was one of the principal actors involved, why not mention certain members are under investigation to see how this?
They'd have to fire him.
And they could maybe, but the timing is I guess when it comes to breaking news, the timing could suggest two separate things, and I think your bias would make you want to go in one direction or the other. But the reality is, he was kicked out of what meetings?
The intel briefings on terrorism pertain to Iran specifically.
Who is he leaking to?
That's an interesting question. Who was the journalist who published those texts?
Yep, I got it. His name is Jeffrey Goldberg.
That's right.
Editor of The Atlantic. Editor-in-chief.
Right.
Yeah.
So Goldberg got added into it, but again.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Is that leaking it to him? Is that something? Nothing in any of this.
We don't know if that's what was leaked.
Well, even Goldberg said it was an assistant.
Are you under the belief that the Trump administration is creating an FBI investigation right now, that they're going to create documents with past dated? What is your argument?
It's more of a question. It's so breaking news that I probably would be cautious to make any argument. My question here is, though, we have an administration that regularly punishes people who step out of line and are no longer sycophantic, right? And so he makes this major public declaration, basically signaling a MAGA schism. It led to you making that post, right, about how the MAGA coalition is falling apart. And then suddenly, a day later, well, now the FBI is public about the fact that they're investigating him, but actually it was from before, right? I'm like, if I wanted to besmirch somebody who stepped out of line in a big public way and punish them, this might be one of the ways that I do it. Or maybe he is stepping out, right? This is the problem. It actually could, with the evidence we have, be either of these options. That's one of the problems I have.
If the argument is that he was under FBI investigation, resigned, so then someone in the FBI contacted a journalist in Semaphore and said, look, he's been under investigation, it could be very simple. No one asked because he was otherwise unremarkable. So a journalist from Semaphore makes a call to the contacts that she has in the FBI and the DOJ and says, honestly, here's what I think happened. The dude resigns and says it's over Israel. Immediately we heard from the Trump administration, like Carolyn Leavitt, people were putting out well, he was presumed to be a leaker anyway. He was being investigated. Then this journalist contacts people she knows in the DOJ and says, is there an active investigation into?
Why is Swamp Wizard just spamming random shit, or is somebody talking to them, or are they just spamming shit about for no reason?
To Joe Kent, they then say, yeah, it's from a year ago, and then she goes, wow. Then she reports it. That's how the information gets out. No one thought to look or ask because, again, he was otherwise unremarkable. I don't mean that as an insult. I'm saying he was not high profile in the press. He wasn't going to big meetings and blasting out information. He was quietly doing his job, or I guess according to the Trump administration, not doing his job. So this, in my opinion, based on the rumors that I've heard from DC, lends itself to. Let me do this. Let me show you this tweet that Jamie Mitchell says, fascinating stuff, Joe. And it's a post from Joe Kent in January of 2020. The war with Iran talk is very black and white in a gray world. Iran has been at war with us since '79. The killing of Qasem Soleimani, QS, is the first decisive act we have taken against the Iranian terror since the 80s. And that's not the only post he has, which indicates that there was perceived to be a threat or a conflict from Iran. He also made a post about how Iran was trying to kill Donald Trump, and it's intolerable. So many people are viewing this as a flipping of his opinions on the issue. The first thing I'll say is, perhaps. The next thing I'll say is, well, people are allowed to change their opinions. But I'll say it again. Considering there was an FBI investigation into him predating his resignation, and the rumors that I'm hearing from the Beltway is he was doing his job, he was excited to be a part of the administration, they booted him out, they started, basically he was not getting the exit he wanted, so he felt personally slighted. Either whatever the issue is started leaking or something, got iced out from these meetings, and they decided to resign because he was basically in golden handcuffs. I think a lot of people who have worked in offices, either in a managerial level or in a non-managerial level, have talked with somebody who is upset with their place of work and then wants to lash out, either justified or not. Again, I'm not saying it's true because I don't know. I'm just saying what I hear from those that are loyal to Trump, and of course you can argue they're biased, is that this guy, for whatever reason, was no good, so they weren't including him. He got pissed off because he thought that he should be in these meetings, and so he was having a tantrum and then resigned and said, yeah, well, Israel made you do it, despite the fact he's been talking about Iran being in conflict with us for a long time.
Sure.
I suppose the other argument is he came to his senses, was granted access to information where he realized Iran is not a threat to the United States, that Israel is forcing our hand, and then in a truly dignified and righteous stance stood up and said, I will not be party to this administration. I'm just going to add the reason why I don't think that's likely is because they already booted him. So for him to be like, I'm resigning, it's like, yeah, they already kicked you out of the meetings.
According to your sources, right? Like, for example.
No. Like, well, according to the administration, not my sources, but publicly stated, he was no longer involved in these meetings. And now we're learning that he was under FBI investigation the whole time. That's indicative of there was a problem with his work before he decided to quit.
Sure. So the questions I would have is, okay, well, when the Jeffrey Goldberg stuff happens, I would hope that almost everyone in that Signal chat is under investigation, because they should look at all the people involved and go, who here is responsible for this leak, right? So one of the questions I would have is, if he's involved in this investigation, how many other people are also listed as people in the investigation, and did they experience the same icing that he did, right? I don't know, right? What could have happened is that he sees MAGA as a sinking ship. He wants to detach himself from it publicly and politically, and saw the Iran war, which is very unpopular, right? As an opportunity to jump ship. He understands that the midterms are looking rough. He knows that his legacy is going to end eventually, and this was the easiest route out. And he took it. And then when the FBI saw that, they're now just dropping information that besmirches him, right? And this is what I'm saying. When it comes to breaking news, it could be both of these things.
I would agree with you largely. I think that there is a sect of right-wing personalities that think they think Trump is cooked, and so they're shifting away from him. I think a lot of this has to do with what I would refer to as a mass formation. Oh, here we go again. Mass formation psychosis around Israel. And I know I'm so sick of talking about it, but Joe Kent's resignation has to do with Israel. An overemphasis on Israel in foreign policy, overlooking like that Joe Biden was involved in the Burisma scandal. All of a sudden it's Israel, and the people just ignore this. Or the Qatar-Turkey pipeline, which I talk about ad nauseum. And all of the past 20 years of foreign policy we've discussed on the show. You have prominent personalities there building a massive base by creating a singular enemy by demagoguing and saying Israel's done everything. So it could be as simple as, and I don't want to say this is exactly what you're saying, but you can clarify after I finish my point, if this is correct. But my view is that it is a strong possibility. Joe Kent getting booted from his meetings. He's reading the room, and he's like, look, Candace Owens is getting gangbusters views. Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, MAGA is not. Ben Shapiro is not. Ben Shapiro's views, they're not bad, but they're way down. And Candace Owens is through the roof. So he's going, which side am I going to go on? I'm going to go on the side that hates Israel. That's where the people are at. I think that there's a decent probability there because of what we have seen with the likes of Megyn Kelly, Candace, Tucker Carlson, Jimmy Dore, and many. Well, to be fair, Jimmy's not a conservative, but many people on the right have just dramatically shifted from being anti-woke to anti-Israel. Mm-hmm. And I have no idea why. I mean, just people started doing it. Make up any reason you want. Maybe it's just that it's a very compelling argument, I suppose. I think it is wrong, but they've all started doing it. And I will say this, there's a lot of money in it. So, hey, look, if we wanted money, if we wanted to get, 120,000 current viewers, just like old Candace Owens did, we can sit here and rag on Israel, but I don't think that's correct information, unfortunately.
I think it's very interesting looking at what's happening to the right, because I think the left experienced this type of same kind of populist wave takeover, and then the problems that fall out as a ramification of kind of that unholy union, right? So on the right, we've got this populist alt-right, which Joe Kent was somewhat attached to before, because when he was getting confirmed, right, that was the Democrats' biggest issue with him, is claiming this guy's alt-right, he's got Groyper connections, he's a Fuentes type, right? And so him now continuing in that trajectory as we see this right populist, America First, isolationist.
I think the direction that she's going in, like it seems like she's fishing, but even from the information that Tim gave us, is that like Iran is sponsoring terrorism, that they are a threat to the United States. None of these mean that there is an imminent threat. And I don't even think that Joe Kent has backed off any of those statements. Not that I like Joe Kent, not that I think that he's a great guy or anything, but I think that he's always been pretty anti-Israel. He is very like white nationalistic sort of guy. And I think he's also very like anti-Muslim, and so I think that he still feels as though Iran is a threat to the United States. I think that he still feels as though they're like a danger to our country, and that he still says that they're a state sponsor of terrorism. But whether or not that's an imminent threat is very different, and this is like something that everybody seems to agree on, is that Iran's bad. Iran's bad. Everybody agrees. Iran is a horrible country. They definitely sponsor horrible things and do horrible things, and are not an ally of the United States. They are definitely an enemy to the United States. So is China. So is Russia. So is North Korea. So are lots of countries. There's lots of countries. Cuba. Like, we don't go and invade all of these fucking countries all the time. We don't go to war with them. We're not bombing all of them. There's lots of countries that are are enemies of the United States. But it doesn't mean that we go to war with them. It doesn't mean we start bombing them. And so these are like, this is the argument, is that whether or not there was an imminent threat, that's normally what you need in order for this to not be like a war crime, in order for this to be considered justified under international law, there has to be some sort of imminent threat in order to go and bomb them in this way. And so an imminent or persisting threat. And yeah, that just does not seem to be the case with Iran. And that is the bigger criticism from pretty much everybody right now, is just that we went to war over something that was it was a war of choice. Like, we just decided that we wanted to go fight them when we didn't have to. We didn't save any lives by going to fight them at this time. So that seems to be Joe Kent's criticism. That seems to be his position.
Kind of zeitgeist getting more popular isn't overly surprising to me. And I think part of the problem is that MAGA really shook hands with these populist further right people, and we're like, we're the same guys. Even though I was like, neocons are not the same as Nick Fuentes. They never were.
That's true, but the current trend that we're seeing with like Candace, Megyn Kelly, and what I refer to as like the Israel posters, like Jimmy Dore is a good example of this. He's not a nationalist, America First guy, but he's posting all about Erica Kirk and Israel quite a bit. There are many leftists who are on the same page. Sure. Anna Kasparian of the Young Turks talks about how she watches Candace Owens and she loves her show. This is a progressive, and it's like they've unified around the issue of Israel specifically. Yeah. So,
wait, who said that?
And Israel quite a bit. There are many leftists who are on the same page. Sure. Anna Kasparian of the Young Turks talks about how she watches Candace Owens and she loves her show. This is a progressive, and it's like they've unified around the issue of Israel specifically. Yeah. So, certainly the neocons, MAGA was very different 2 or 3 years ago. It was very different. Mm-hmm. And so there is a distinction between the America First and the anti-Israel America First. There are people who I would argue as like predominantly disaffected liberal or libertarian.
I would say that going into this election, my feeling was that most of MAGA was anti-war, and that most of MAGA was against the war happening in Israel and the war happening in Russia and Ukraine. I'll say they made a much bigger deal about Russia-Ukraine. They were much louder about Russia-Ukraine than they were about Israel and Palestine. But there were definitely a lot of people in MAGA that I think were still kind of pushing this idea that Israel-Palestine needed to end, and that Donald Trump was going to bring in an era of less war, not more war, right? That he was going to have less death, not more death. And they had this big criticism of the fact that Joe Biden pulled out of Afghanistan in such a horrible way. Sure, they're not wrong, but Donald Trump going to war with Iran, like, this is that Biden ended a war. Donald Trump has only created wars. So this is I think pretty antithetical to what it was that MAGA was pushing for going into this election. I think that the majority of MAGA was anti any sort of war with Iran or anyone else.
Libertarian that don't want to fund Israel, but Israel isn't their boogeyman for every single issue. They're more concerned with border security and the U.S. economy and not spending money on Ukraine, Israel, Taiwan, whatever country it may be. But then there's a group of people that are just like, nothing matters but Israel. And we've had them on this show, and like, you could ask them about like, there is a raw bar that sells oysters, and then they'll immediately somehow turn it into Israel. And
From
you're
the
like,
Mediterranean?
And no.
Eastern Mediterranean?
Well,
are you sure?
Yes. And then they'll say, have you ever been to the Mediterranean? And I'm like, why did you bring this up? We were talking about oysters. I'm like, well, because when I was in Israel, and then you're just flipping the table over, like, what does that have to do with anything? So I have a lot of conspiracy theories, I suppose, or theories on this. One I would say.
He's not wrong, dude. He's totally not wrong. Like, that is definitely a very real thing from a large portion of the left and the right. Anna Kasparian is one of those people who literally turns everything into a conversation about Israel. Like, there are people who have, I don't know if you want to call it like Israel derangement syndrome or what, but it is it's getting ugly out there for a lot of people who are just stuck on Israel.
Is that it's potentially just an emergent phenomenon without the constraints of, well, I would say not with constraints, because the progressives don't like Israel either. But you are seeing on X, people will get thousands of retweets when they just blame the Jews for something. And I think this has to do with the foreigners that are operating bot accounts that we know they are. There are a lot of anti-Israel countries in this world. There's a lot of Muslim nations in this world that don't like Israel. And they can click retweet. And then if you're an American influencer and you make a post and you get 10,000 retweets, you're going to do it again, because these people are just like, wow, this must be what people like. Well, I'll tell you what I think. I think I'm going to tell you what I think is true based on the facts and not based on what is going to get the most views. And sometimes that means...
I forget who it was, but there was a guy we saw in like a recent video where they were talking about like people blowing up on X, and especially MAGA influencers blowing up on X. And I forget which account he ran, but there was some like account with a very generic name that he was running, and he said, like, he straight up said, yeah, I just post like brainless fucking like tweets that just kind of say like Trump good, Democrats bad, and use some sort of hyperbolic language like, you know, Democrats are coping, or you know, Democrats are you know, Democrats are raging about X or something like that, and then everybody likes it and retweets it and comments on it, and it's just like really good rage bait. And it was funny to me that he could just so simply just say like, yeah, I'm able to just put out mindless, brainless content, and MAGA just comes flooding in and loves it. Like, just, I don't even know if the guy was political. Like, truly, the vibe that I got from him is I don't even know if he actually likes politics or if he likes Trump or anything. I didn't get like any sort of read that he was actually conservative. It just seemed as though he was just in it for the money.
Means we won't get that many views, but at least we'll be more likely to be correct. I'm curious, though, you know, I know you may just be a former actor guy, but
yeah,
following all of this stuff and seeing this shift and what people have referred to as the MAGA Civil War, whatever, like, what is your take on all this?
Well, I think that, well, firstly, talk about Joe Kent, right? I think what is disappointing for me about that is that he was held in such high regard by so many people.
Same temperature here today. It's 24. Dude, it has been rough here for me. Like, every day, during the day, it's getting up to about 75 degrees. And then at night, it's getting down to like the 30s into freezing territory. It has been really rough. Like, I can't figure out what to do. Like, I put on my heat, I wake up in a fucking sauna. Then I put on my AC, and it ends up freezing within a couple of hours. So I cannot win right now.
And so many people that I know that served with him. And that's been very disappointing to me, that when you resign, you have to burn the bridges. Like, can't you just resign like the way it used to be and just go off and say, thank you very much, I'm done, I'm moving on? I think exactly what you said as well, that it would make sense that if the FBI...
Under Trump, when you resign, you become a traitor. Ah, fuck you.
I was investigating him earlier on, that maybe it got to a point where it was a problem for national security, so he couldn't be in those meetings just by necessity if he's being investigated. So it makes sense to me that he was being investigated before. As far as the groups are concerned, I feel that, and we spoke about this earlier on, that the left has been trying to balkanize us for a long time, and we've kind of resisted it to a degree. And over the past few months, I'd say, it really has been moving into those directions. Like, people feel like they have to have a take. You know, they have to, you hate Israel or you love Israel. You can't like say, well, as you just said, well, listen, I don't want to fund them, but I can look here and see that America's and Israel's have similar goals in this, so they join for this. Nobody makes the argument about Saudi Arabia and all the other Gulf all these other Arab countries coming together. You never see someone saying, well, you're doing Saudi Arabia's bidding, ever.
Right.
And that's peculiar to me.
And especially with the expiration of the petrodollar contract, Trump is particularly deferential to Saudi Arabia.
That is such a fucking stupid argument, dude. That's not even a good argument. Like, I agree that the people have Israel derangement syndrome. This is a really dumb fucking argument. Why are you doing Saudi Arabia's bidding? Why don't they ever say that for? Right. Yeah, right. Yeah. They don't, do they? No. No, they don't, do they? No. No, they don't. You never hear that, do you? No. No, you don't. Right. Yeah, no, wrong. Saudi Arabia is not currently bombing fucking Iran. Like, so, not really the same. The fact that the United States and Israel in a joint mission started bombing Iran together, not really the same argument there, buddy. You know,
Arabia, but again, that never comes up. So I wonder if, you know, people say that Qatar is funding a lot of this stuff, and I'm like, I don't know who's funding it, but Google certainly knows what's going on. They know that their algorithm props up people who break the rules, so the only assumption one could make is that they want it to happen, for whatever reason. Whatever conspiracy theory you may think of.
I think it's always, this is like one of the worst.
Google? Did he mean Twitter? Fucking
things about like evil or wrongdoing is that so often it's banal in its purposes. Like, why does Google maybe allow certain algorithms to be overtaken, probably by Russian and Chinese bots that are trying to sow like dissidence amongst a democracy? Because it makes the money, they can sell it to advertisers. As long as they have sufficient plausible deniability, they can get away with it because there's really great rules about the internet, because it's kind of the Wild West, right? It's like, it doesn't always have to be this like string puppeteer at the top. Oftentimes it's really simple machinations of like wanting money and having enough plausible deniability to get away with it, right? Like every con man's line is, if I wasn't conning people, somebody else would be, right?
Yeah, the crazy thing about it is, when I ask people, you know, if, you know, why is Candace Owens on the front page of YouTube, right? When you open a new account, why is she a recommended personality? Certainly, right? She.
Oh, okay. When he was talking about Google, he was talking about YouTube. Okay, he said Google, meaning YouTube. All right.
She has broken many of the rules, and she's being sued for a lot of these things. There's specific rules against brigading and targeting personalities or making accusations and things like that that people have gotten strikes for. Other people have gotten their channels outright deleted without warning for doing less than she's done. And when I bring this up to people, they say it's because the Jews want it to happen. Now, I'm not kidding. They say they want to be hated to bring on the Messianic era, which I suppose the argument then is the Jews are propping up Candace Owens for the purpose of fulfilling their whims, which means Candace Owens' anti-Israel content and Candace Owens herself are a function of Israel's desires. Like, none of it makes sense.
Yeah, well, Tim Pool went to a meeting with Netanyahu. He went to a meeting with Netanyahu with house rules. Or club rules. I forget what it's called. Is it house rules? Or club rules? Where you're not allowed to, like, take your phone. You're not allowed to talk about like specific statements or quote people, but you can talk about general things that happen there. This is like a thing that's brought up about Tim Pool all the time now, is that he was invited to a thing for influencers with Netanyahu, and now everybody says that he's just a Israel shill. It's like, well, okay, even if he wasn't an Israel shill, like, people who are anti-Israel would still probably want to go to these. Now, I get that, like, Israel's not likely to invite anybody who's anti-Israel to their house rules meetings for content creators. It's likely going to be a very exclusive club of people that they think are going to be friendly to their messaging. So I get that idea, but just the idea that he went to a thing with Netanyahu where he meets and greets Netanyahu and a bunch of other content creators, this is not necessarily evidence of any sort of corruption there. Now, Tenet Media Also, not really evidence of him engaging in any sort of corruption.
But you know what? Maybe the real point is just to make sure none of it makes sense. And my view of what's currently going on, based on the conversations I've had, and I know I've said this 800,000 times for the sake of the guests here, the big networks, CBS, HBO, whatever, NBC, they are looking to buy up prominent shows. And the path, like where we're going is YouTube is being dominated by AI-generated slop content. There's more and more videos popping up explaining how to make slop content. Interviews and prominent news outlets with people who do it saying in 2 hours you can make 500 videos per day and make 100,000 per month. And so what that's going to do is just massively flood the zone. Independent channels without the ability to be on top of the mountain of the broadcast tower will get drowned out. They will not be able to make a living doing these things, and they will be relegated to small back corners of the internet. Then the networks are going to buy out the shows they view to be compelling, put them on their apps, and then you're going to have 10 big shows in politics, and it's going to go back to the way things used to be, where you had CNN with 10 million views per night, and no one watched anything but Anderson Cooper, or at the time you still had Hannity and Rachel Maddow, centralizing all views within a small handful of people, where they may disagree on certain issues, but they all agree on basically the most important things, which is largely war.
You think we'll go back, like the genie's out of the bottle with the internet video? I mean, maybe humans could be lulled back to sleep, but I don't know. Maybe some of us will, and then there'll be a resistance that's a free network.
No, I think what we've seen with many of these YouTubers that are willing to talk about Candace Owens, I think they've proven it to anyone with eyes. These people never had a genuine
This person's name is FDT.
Opinion.
Let's go.
They were just making videos about what they thought would make them money. And so take a look at the individuals who make video after video about Erica Kirk's pants or whatever, or like the look on her face because she did an interview and they're just like, look at her face. Like, why is her face looking like that? And I'm like, literally nothing's happening in the video, but they know they're going to get a ton of views. Or that guy who went to a shopping center and said, why is Turning Point paying fees to an LLC in a parking lot when he knew full well he was in front of a UPS store with mailboxes where it is presumed the LLCs were registered to. These people just say whatever they have to say to make money. And that's been the argument for a long time. So that's what we're looking at now. We'll see how that manifests in the midterms. But
well, yeah, when Google bought YouTube, I was making videos on YouTube 2007, and I was like, well, here we go. Get ready for the corporatization of communication. And then a bunch of my friends started getting really rich doing maker studios, and like, they would sit and watch the analytics, and they started calling it content. I'm like, dude, it's not it's me communicating to you. I'm talking to you. This is me.
It's product.
And they'd be like, yes, our product is doing well in the market of analytics. And I'm like, oh my God. And like, it just became about getting the money. It became about the views, not just the money, but it became heavily about the money and being
right.
Relevancy is one thing, but the money, when Google got that money in there, it's not that, I don't think you started doing this, Tim, for money. I didn't start doing this for money.
I still don't.
It's like that you can get paid for. It's still fucking insane.
I mean, it's a job. I'd like to be able to make a living doing something, but
I remember the first time I got paid for content. My first real pop off where I was able to get paid for content was on Twitch. I had been doing podcasts and streams for maybe a year at that point, and oh my goodness, I could not believe when I started getting paid hundreds of dollars from Twitch. I was blown away, dude. I was fucking blown away. Like, wait, I can make money off this? I just like doing this. This is just fun for me. I enjoy the debates. I enjoy the intellectual sparring and shit like that. And I can make money? What the fuck?
The reason we get here is because I was making videos and they weren't making money. And then one day they were. I was like, oh, wow. Look at that. I don't got to do anything else.
I watched maybe 80 or 85% of my friends fall into the obsessed with the money part of it when that happened to them too. When they're like, oh shit, you can make money off this?
It's not so much the money though. I think for a lot of these people, it's the viewership. It's looking at that number. It's like putting out a video and seeing 300,000 and you're like, wow, I filled 3 stadiums. And they get addicted to that social acceptance. It's the same thing we see with teenage girls on Instagram. They post a picture of themselves, and if they don't get enough likes, they delete it and then post a new one. And they get depressed when their metrics go down. One thing I've pointed out quite a bit is that you will get YouTubers, and you can look throughout history of YouTube, that will have breakdown videos where they're crying, saying, I just can't do this anymore. And all you got to do is look at their past several videos, and you'll almost always see 1 million views, 900,000 views, 700,000 views, 400,000 views, mental breakdown video, guys, I can't do this anymore. And it's because it's a normal human thing where they feel like I am fighting as hard as I can, but no matter what I do, I'm failing. Instead of just making videos because they have something to talk about and they want to talk about something, they're actually feeling more and more depressed because they're not getting views anymore.
That's a sad cycle because the more miserable you get, the less interesting you are to watch. So the people that get sad about being sad and then their views go down and they're sad about that, which makes the views even worse.
No, I think it's different from that. When they make the "I'm dying and I can't do this anymore" video, they get 10 million views, and then YouTube.
Well, guys, I can't do this anymore. Not making enough money. I need you guys to donate. Use the tips link in the description or on the front page. Use Stream Elements to donate to the Tomfoolery Show. We got 6 people in the top 10 for the week, meaning 6 people have donated in the last week. 6 people in 1 week. We gotta get more people in the top 10. Just rare. I mean, honestly, like the last month dropped off. I was averaging just in tips about like $300 a week for a while. I think in the last month we might actually be under $100 per week. Per week, under $100. Some of it's definitely because I've streamed less, and but yeah, before the last month, like, yeah, we were doing, I think on average about $300 a week just in tips, and then I would make about $300 in what do you call it, ad revenue, and then about $100 to $200 in memberships, and then maybe another $100 to $200 in what do you call it, super chats, stickers, jewels, that sort of crap. And then, yeah, all of that is dropped off by like 80% just in a month. Oh, fuck you.
To boost them in the algorithm again, they make another video and they're back to getting 1 million views, and they're like, you know what, I'm feeling good now. It's a psychotic machine.
You're right about the relevancy obsession.
Yeah, PewDiePie.
Do you know why? Views haven't dropped. I did talk about the fact that like when we had like 3 people who were doing the majority of the donations and like donating memberships and crap like that, and so like Catmere was definitely a large portion of the donations. He was donating close to, you know, like $500 a month sometimes, just by himself. And then Michael Jones was another like $200 to $300 a month. And there was one more, I'm blanking on his name, but yeah, the 3 people who did the majority of donations, we kicked Catmere out. Michael Jones got a new job. I've still been in contact with him, and he's doing really well, but he's before he worked night shifts, and so he was always working when we were doing content. And then now he works during the day, and so now he's on the opposite sleep schedule to where he's not able to come around anymore. He's still on TikTok. Every time I post a video on TikTok, he comments every time, and you know, still DMs me pretty often. But yeah, there were 2 to 3 people who were like 80% of the donations for this channel for a long time, and all 3 of them, for various reasons, are gone. And so those people, we did consistently say, hey guys, you know, Michael Jones is carrying the weight for everybody. And lately, obviously, it's definitely been Aaron who has been pulling a lot of weight, making a lot of the donos, making sure that we would hit the goals on the clock. Also getting rid of the goal, getting rid of the clock. That definitely makes somewhat of a difference. We seem to be doing well without the clock for a while, so I just got rid of it. But yeah, probably gonna have to bring it back tomorrow. Because if If I'm not hitting goals, might as well just get off and go do something else.
You just put a video talking about algorithm brain and how everyone's being.
You kicked Catmere? Yes, Catmere apparently came up. So we started playing video games with him and like befriended him, and we were hanging out with him for a while. And apparently he came up with like a whole scheme to try to get Mantis to cheat on me. And then when she didn't, he decided to claim she did anyways, and kept pushing this idea that like she was cheating on me when he refused to provide any evidence whatsoever. And then when I was like, okay, well, you're a fucking idiot, like you're not providing any reason for me to believe you, then he just went around to every other community saying that Mantis cheated on me, and was like sending like hundreds of dollars in super chats to a bunch of other bigger creators going, hey, Tom's girlfriend cheated on him, blah blah blah. Like, and so yeah, they're just, we ended up just kicking him out.
Being made to be retarded by these social media algorithms. And he actually made a few good points. He said, get a separate device for browsing social media and don't make an account. Just always use like a private browser, or use a device not yours so that none of your apps, none of your emails, nothing is connected to it. Otherwise, they're going to start manipulating you to see things that they want you to see, which is creepy, but that's the way it works.
So stop chasing the algorithm, and that growth for the sake of growth is cancer, or can become cancerous. Corporations, the ethos of we must expand for the, I think that's going to change too, because a corporation that just grows for the sake of growth ends up overtaking itself and strangling out its own system. Like,
well, it becomes a machine.
Yeah, sustainable corporations, man, that their whole sole purpose is to sustain the environment. And if you can live like that as a creator too, it's not about.
You mean like a generic environment, like just the system that they've built is to sustain itself?
Yeah, to sustain
when he said the environment, I was like, wait, what? Their whole goal is to sustain the environment? What kind of fucking liberal bullshit is this?
The luxury and the beauty that's provided for you to create what you're,
This is why nonprofits don't work, because the function of a nonprofit should be to put itself out of business. But have a 20-year-old nonprofit with an executive director who signed on 3 years ago who makes $200,000 a year, and he's going to be like, I want to lose my job. But let's jump to this story. We got more news from Axios. The squad left suffers complete wipeout in Illinois. Heavens me, all of the progressives got just wiped out. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I got a question for you guys. What do you think Axios focuses on in this article about the progressives losing in Illinois? What do you think is the true subject and focal point of this article?
Right. PACs. Money from Trump PACs.
Racism.
APAC.
No. You are correct, because you probably read it, right?
I've seen APAC posting all day. Like,
it's Israel.
Like running laps.
So I pull up an article talking about progressives losing.
I was close.
And these are people who are protesting ICE operations at DHS. But again, welcome to the psychobabble reality, because the whole article is just about APAC. That's it. Now, to be fair, APAC did back a bunch of their opponents and then celebrate. But there's certainly a lot more to talk about than just APAC. If you want to talk about APAC, that's fine. But literally every point in this, like how many times is, let's just do this. 12 times in this article, the word, look at this.
It's so frustrating too, because I'm very critical of APAC, but I'm critical of APAC for the same reason I'm critical of almost every single super PAC and carry committee, which is that I don't like unreported money, and I don't like high power special interest lobby groups having so much capacity and weight in our elections, regardless of like what they're for, right? I don't want oil lobbyists just like funding and driving. I don't like that. Like, I don't like carry committees. I think that they're bad generally. I think they've been bad for a democracy.
So what do you think it says about Illinois that the progressives lost? Is this an argument of APAC just spent enough money to crush them, or is it that most people don't like these progressive Democrats?
I'd have to see what the funding differences were, because a lot of people know that when you're running elections, funding makes a huge difference of who wins, because a lot of election is just getting people to see your name and face, right? Because most voters are not that informed. Most voters aren't on Instagram looking for Kat and like liking her stuff. And I think a lot of progressives are trying to take the Zoran Mamdani, kind of Gavin Newsom social media strategy and really trying to utilize alt media to campaign themselves. James Talarico did it really successfully as well. But I think one of the issues that they have to contend with is that if you have massive carry committees funding moderates, and moderates will take it because a lot of these people won't take PAC money, or they'll take very limited PAC money, you just can't get your name out there, right? The reality is that a lot of elections are won by who spends the most. Not always, and sometimes there are breakout elections, but the statistical norm is that.
Well, I suppose like an article like this, the progressives are going to make the argument, and they're going to rally a ton of support from conservatives that Israel interfered to stop the far left from losing. Then I imagine with articles like that, I mean, this is Axios, right? Axios is supposed to just be like plain old reporting the news. They do lean liberal on a lot of issues, but certainly you can criticize AIPAC for funding candidates. But there are many other issues in this election, notably like Kat Obugazela, for instance, was arrested. She was at these ICE protests. That's going to sour her view to many individuals who live in Illinois. She's also Palestinian, pro-Palestine, critical of Israel in the most Jewish district in the state, I believe, in Evanston. So again, that does play a role, but all they do is talk about AIPAC. What'll be interesting is I've made the...
I could have sworn that every time we looked into Kat Abba-Gonzalez, she just didn't really have much of a chance. I could be wrong, but I could have sworn that every time we looked into her... Avengers! I'm being circled. I'm being circled in the middle of the map. Kill him.
The arguments, half jokingly, that the future of the left and the right will be anti and pro-Israel. That you've got...
it's terrifying to think about.
Yeah, I think, like what unifies whatever this group is, the anti...
She came second, she had a chance. Second doesn't mean much, like... Cuomo came in second to Mom Donnie. I haven't looked at the numbers, so I maybe I'm misremembering, but I thought that, yeah, when we looked into it, she was not even close. Just on polling. I haven't looked at like the actual outcome of the election very much, so I'm not sure.
Anti-Israel right with the left, and it's the issue of Israel. You could take Tucker Carlson and bring him on the Young Turks at this point, and they will get along perfectly. I mean, the fact that like Anna Kasparian says she's a fan of Candace and watched her show, so long as the issue is Israel, these people have come together and aren't really arguing these other issues anymore. And the reason why I say that the potential for the future of the left and right will be Israel, anti-Israel, is that you can take a look at the previous coalition for MAGA, which was disaffected liberals who were maybe like pro-progressive tax, but were now aligned with the Republican Party, who was opposed to this because they were concerned about like gender dysphoria issues or, critical race theory.
Well, I think, you mentioned something earlier going back to when you said, you're at a stage where you didn't have views and then you had views.
Well, and Cenk and Anna have gone on Tucker Carlson numerous times now and have gotten along with him really well. So that's not just like theoretical. They literally have been getting along with Tucker Carlson.
Views, and it's probably around the same time that the entertainment industry was getting more and more emboldened with the way that they wanted to influence
Say something
culture.
else retarded.
So if you look
go
at something
ahead.
like this, where you've got 12 references to AIPAC in there, that's really obvious. I mean, all you've got to do is look at it and it's like boom, 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 boom. So when you have someone else that's coming out and they're saying, hey, listen, I'm just telling you the way I think and I'm being reasonable and I'm not being swayed one way or the other by money or by bias. I'm just telling you the way I am. There's an element of authenticity there. And I think that what you and I was just going back to talk about what you were saying earlier, that nobody trusts the mainstream media anymore. Nobody trusts CNN. Nobody trusts Fox anymore, right? Like nobody trusts any of these people.
Nobody. The largest news networks in the fucking world, bro. Nobody watches them. Crazy.
So I think that what is going to happen with the increasing, because they're not stopping, right? You think that they'd be like, hey, hang on a minute, this is a little bit too obvious, right? This is it's a little bit too obvious, right? Well, let's just scale it back a little bit. They're not doing that. So there's going to come a point, because they do want to make money. They are essentially, certainly on the news shows, they are entertainment, right? They want to get the clicks. So they will go back, I believe. And I do think they'll do what you're saying. Certainly with the way that the YouTube is moving with all the crap that's on there, that it's going to end up, they're going to come in and they're going to say, okay, well, I'm going to bring these people in and try and make a mainstream and make their own news organizations through it. And hopefully, you know, that might be a good thing in a way, because you still have authenticity. Because if you think about it, like the YouTubers that have been a success have done it themselves. They've bootstrapped it. Whereas if you look back at your Anderson Coopers and whatever, it's the channel. The channel was the platform, right? The channel was already there. We'd already had funding. It had money behind it. And so they kind of slotted into that. And when they started parroting the BS and everyone was like, hang on a second, like what, how did you come to that? It was rejected.
Right.
For more authentic people.
I'm telling y'all right now, it's already happening.
I have no idea what he just said. I have no idea what he just said. I am literally clueless as to what any of that meant.
Big networks know that, like Jimmy Kimmel, Stephen Colbert, this model is on the way out. People don't trust them anymore, and their views are largely pumped up, but it's not organically sustaining itself. So Colbert can do well in terms of his videos, but it's because YouTube puts him up on the front page, default viewership, because he is Colbert, because it is, you know, NBC, CBS or NBC.
This is so fucking stupid, dude. This is actually brainless. Like, just a minute ago, he's complaining about Candace Owens getting put on the front page, and now he's talking about the fact that, like, the most alternative person, you know, ever, he's complaining that she's getting put on the front page, and then now he's complaining that people who are mainstream are also getting put on the front page, as though this is like YouTube choosing who goes on the front page. I don't even know what the fuck the front page means. I don't even know what that means. Like, it just means that you're getting pushed in the algorithm, or does it mean that, like, if you don't have an account, you don't have like a set algorithm, that it's just going to recommend you anyways? Or like, what does this even mean?
These networks have a mandate right now to purchase authentic feeling podcasts. Fox News launched the Hannity podcast, Hanging Out with Sean Hannity, because they know they have to do this. Otherwise, they will cease to exist. 70-year-olds, you know, a big component is the viewership of these channels is in their 70s. And that's it. They're not getting the views in the key demo. So what's going to happen is going to be a semi-decentralized series of podcasts picked up by every major network. Everybody else, you are going to be on YouTube, and you're going to be fighting against AI content that can be produced 10 times as fast for a tenth of the money, and there's no way you'll make it. Yeah, one more point. Regular people are going to say, I don't use YouTube, it's just noise. YouTube will start to prop up just like the other big networks. Let me put it like this. I have already had conversations with powerful executives that are making these moves. It was explained to me a month ago that a meeting was held in Florida between large television networks to discuss specifically how they purchase podcasts and take the space over. They didn't say it so nefariously. They said, we recognize that the industry has shifted. These old shows don't work anymore. And so the mandate of these companies is to start acquiring.
We've always known this, though. Like, this has been a thing that, like, CNN, Fox, MSNBC, CBS, BBC, all of these things that, like, all of these networks have been moving towards YouTube. And when people, like, you know, dumbasses like Tim Pool are sitting around talking about how nobody watches CNN anymore, it's because he's just talking about their broadcast numbers. He's not looking at what they get through YouTube. Like, when they sat around, and I feel like we, like, already showed how fucking stupid they are for this thought process with the Jimmy Kimmel situation, where they all kept walking around talking about the fact that nobody watches Jimmy Kimmel anymore and that he wasn't generating any revenue. And then you go find out that not only, one, was he like the most watched show on their network, two, he's still I think the second most watched late night TV show host, and then three, they totally didn't even look at his YouTube clips where he was still averaging millions of fucking views. So they, like, millions of views on a YouTube clip is generating revenue for the network. It's just, they're so fucking stupid that they don't ever, like, think this shit through. And then they sit around talking about how nobody watches any of this shit anymore. How the fuck do you think they're paying the bills? How the fuck do you think that they keep the lights on? It's so annoying.
Bring prominent shows and authentic podcasts that we can put on the network and generate money through, because that model works better. So what we're going to see is YouTube will be a network just like Paramount Plus, Netflix, or any of these other channels. The way they're going to operate, though, is not going to be the same, where It'll be somewhat.
Why do they care so much? Well, exactly. That is the whole fucking thing, is that they are like in competition with them. They are all dying for mainstream media to disappear because they want the eyes. They want the attention. They want, like, it's a attention economy, and they're trying to get the views on themselves. And so they're just like waiting for people to stop watching television and only watch YouTube more and more, which is becoming the case. Like, this is a thing that's happening. It is trending in that direction. But the thing is that these networks have been moving their networks in that direction as well. Like, they've been changing everything the whole fucking time to meet the demand of what it is that the consumers want. So this is it's really fucking stupid where he's sitting here talking about the fact that, like, oh, they're talking about getting podcasts. Bro, they've been doing podcasts. They've been doing this. This is not new. They've literally been doing this shit.
Somewhat like a hybrid between Amazon and, say, Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus owns IP. You pay per month and you get the shows they make. And they got awesome shows, but Landman's fantastic. And they got all the Star Trek stuff, so I like it. YouTube is supposedly the user-generated content of organic producers, but it's becoming increasingly more difficult to be an organic creator on YouTube. Amazon is you buy it. They do have their originals, so you can sign up for Prime, but they have certain creators they allow to be on the platform. You register, you get approved.
All right, I think I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. This is all fucking dumbass circle jerking, and Kyle is not really pushing back on any of it, so I think I'm going to find somewhere where they get into it.
So I actually think there's an elite civil war going on. Civil war, I said it, but not in the context you guys normally are used to. We've talked about this since Trump got elected, that he's a powerful billionaire, other billionaires don't like him, and that they've tried to remove him from power. It seems like there's a political battle between different special interest elitist groups. And I wonder if it has to do with China versus the US and plans for like what the liberal economic order will look like. What I can say, though, is certainly YouTube is propping up people of a certain political viewpoint, but now we've got the purchase of TikTok and CBS, which is an inverse political viewpoint. I'm just sitting here being like, you got billionaires on both sides propping it up. Maybe there's no civil war. Maybe they're doing it to make everybody fight each other over I won't swear, dumb-ish.
I mean, like, there's this interesting thing, right? If you go to, like, the Curtis Yarvin, kind of like the dark right, which
The dark right.
The dark right. Here, I know I'm giving you a great segue for your one of the topics we talked about before, but Yarvin and a lot of the billionaires that are his proponents are accelerationists, right? They are anti-democratic. They think that democracies don't work. They've been tried and they failed. And they do genuinely want to see, like, the ending of the democratic liberal order. And when I say liberal, I don't mean Democrats. I mean just like liberalism of democracy. And I think that there are other oligarchs who fundamentally think that capitalism and democracy has been broadly good and want to continue fighting for this. That's my suspicion.
But what do you mean by democracy?
The representation that we had, representative democracy, which we have in America right now.
So, without getting into semantics, we're a constitutional republic with democratically elected representatives.
Sure, but
which is distinctly different.
Why did the founding fathers not say democracy? Do you know?
Why did they not say democracy?
Yeah, why did they define it in the way that you just
said? They
said?
defined it as a republic.
Yeah, why did they not say democracy?
Well, the presumption is a direct democracy means the people vote on their laws.
Right, they didn't like the Grecian
In
direct
fact,
democracy.
the 17th Amendment fundamentally changed the structure of our government, because it used to be that the states would appoint senators to the federal government. And now it's the people voting for it, which dramatically altered what the founding fathers' vision was.
Oh, well, sort of. It depends on which founding father you're talking about.
Well, sure.
Because
but the system they created, obviously there was dissent. There were the Federalists and Anti-Federalists. But the system they created functioned as...
This is literally the argument that I just had with somebody recently, where they were saying, yeah, this is against the founding fathers' goal for the country. I'm like, it depends on which fucking founding fathers you're looking at, motherfucker, because the Federalists versus the Anti-Federalists, they had very different ideals of what they wanted here. Gonna play? Why is this?
You voted for your state reps. Your states were effectively their own entities, and then the state would appoint senators to go to the federal government.
Right, but they were very open and acknowledging, because for them, suffrage was about stakeholdership. All they wanted is to make sure that the people who were voting had stakes in the country.
I agree with that.
Right, I do too. I actually think that stakeholdership, the issue is they at the time were like, oh, what's the best test of stakeholdership in our brand new little baby country? Well, at the time it was actually landowning, right? Because they're like, well, landowners are the most motivated to make sure the Brits don't take the colonies back, so we're going to give it to landowners. But they were always open, that it would have to update and that suffrage would have to change based on proper stakeholdership. I think now being a citizen over 18 is sufficient stakeholdership.
No
which
way.
Which is why every political philosopher will tell you we have a democracy. It's a representative democracy. It's not a direct democracy.
Well,
But
actually,
yes,
I
we have
would
federalism.
argue we have simultaneously a multicultural democracy and a constitutional republic. And they're trying to coexist within the same space, and that's what's causing a lot of these problems. Because I certainly don't agree that being 18 and a citizen is sufficient, because you have people who don't understand and don't care voting simply because the strategy of the Democrats, the reason why they don't want the SAFE Act, for instance, has nothing to do with illegal immigrants voting. Like the conservatives will say the Democrats want illegal immigrants to vote, which is not true. The Democrats want to send young activists to rock concerts to register people to vote who don't know and don't care. Then they can go ballot harvesting, or they can do voter drives and get people who aren't paying attention to vote. That is bad for any democracy, whether it's a constitutional republic with democratic institutions.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's the Democrats who want people who don't pay attention to vote. That's so true, dude. Not the ones who are trying to convince you that Donald Trump's an honest stand-up guy.
Would you actually argue that uninformed
who's being oppressed, and the Democrats are trying to lock him up and they're trying to kill him, and yeah. That's the Democrats that want that, dude.
ignorant people being pressured to vote is a good thing for a system?
I think it could be. I think I think I think that voting in self-interest is the best way to vote. I think that like when voters are uninformed and stupid and they just vote for what's best for them, that I think
But
is
they're not
usually,
voting for what's best for them.
I think they usually are, right? This is why small business owners tend to go right, because they want lower taxation. This is why people in the healthcare industry tend to go left, and universities, because again they're in these industries and these
Agreed, but that's not what we're
spaces.
talking about. We're talking about those man on the street videos from Times Square where they ask someone to name a country that starts with the letter U, and they go Utah. And what?
Look, I'm not here to defend the American citizens' foreign policy knowledge.
But hold on. Should those people be voting? Is it good for a system when an individual who doesn't know their own capital when they vote? And let me stress this.
All right, I'm gonna run. I'm gonna grab some food real quick, so I'll let this play for a minute. I'll be in the chat. I'll be right back.
I worked for a nonprofit, and we did, I told the story a couple weeks ago. They asked me if I wanted to go register people to vote at a Death Cab for Cutie concert, of which I'm a huge fan of that band, and said, holy crap, are you kidding? And then I didn't even realize they gave me an all-access pass, and all I had to do was get people to register to vote. The people who were at that concert did not know the first thing about what they needed or wanted. They were completely clueless 18-year-olds. When voting time comes, people go to them and say, vote Democrat, and they go, okay, I guess, and they don't know why they're voting.
I don't know if that's true that they say
I will tell you as an
Democrat.
activist who personally went to these people and asked them to do it. They could not tell me left from right in politics.
I believe that.
They're voting.
The thing that I'm saying, this is one of the issues, right? Do we limit democracy? I'm open.
Yes.
I'm actually open to it. The issue is, how do you do it in such a way that every partisan side and every person feels not unfairly done by, right? And again, suffrage isn't about who's most informed. Suffrage is about who has stakes, right? Who has stakes in the country, which every citizen does. Now, my actual perfect limited democracy is there's a magical button that you touch, and God knows your heart and knows if you love your country, and if it goes green, you get to vote, right?
So wait.
You're a patriot, right? Essentially,
But
you like your
that would mean
country.
Republicans win every election from here on
I
out.
actually think lots of liberals. I mean, who was
No,
holding,
I'm not saying
who was
liberal.
holding signs, we love America,
We're not
in
talking
the
about
last
liberals.
election.
We're talking about progressives.
Well, liberals are Democrats, right?
Yeah,
I'm liberal.
Progressives vote Democrat. They tried running these races. And I think if you pressed a button, and when you press this button, God would just be like, if you don't love your country, your vote doesn't count.
We can't
Republicans
vote.
would dominate everything.
Possibly. I don't actually know if that's necessarily
Well,
true.
do you think the Democrats, which side has more nationalist fervor? I mean, do you really think the Democrats would?
Potentially, yeah, I think so.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, well, I mean, what would Democrats do? They would immediately start rising left fervor for patriotism, right?
But
That's what would happen.
these are people who, I'm not talking about Democrat liberals. I'm not talking about like your run-of-the-mill regular liberal in the city. They'll wave an American flag. But when you go to like Portland, for instance, the protesters during one of these like BLM marches or whatever went to a random house. They're marching through a neighborhood. He has an American flag, and they knocked on his door and told him to take the flag down or else. Those people, they vote, and their vote won't count if you press that button.
Well,
on the right,
again, God might say they love Portland. They love the people around them, right? And again, part of the reason why
Or
this
the
is
country.
funny. Well, I
they
think
certainly don't love their country. They
loving
think
your
America's a
neighbors
terrorist
within
state.
America and having major criticisms, like part of being American is having issues, right? Like lots of libertarians, I say, would be patriots, even though they're also very, very critical of the American government, right? And so, like, would some people not count on my magical God test? Yes, but it's a magical God. It's why it's kind of a joke, is that we can't know these things necessarily. But I think a good stakeholdership is I care about the outcomes of my country, and I think the reality is that a lot of progressives do care about the outcomes of their countries. They genuinely do.
Let's try this. In a system, let's say there's 100 people, and it's a standard IQ bell curve. And let's say the top 40% don't vote. So the bottom 60% do.
Well, they definitely would. Like,
no, but I'm just saying, as a hypothetical.
I'll grant it.
So let's say you have 100 people, and the top 40% of the most intelligent decide we're not going to vote. The bottom 60 does vote. Will that system survive?
I think it will. I think it will. Based on like so I could be wrong. This is one where I'm like, I'm 65% on this. I could be moved either way. I think it will.
You think that the low end of the bell curve on intelligence can sustain a national economy and system?
Well, not a national economy and system. We'll vote. We'll be able to have
I'm saying, will
voting.
the system survive if only the stupidest people are the ones who are running it?
Wait, okay, no, these are two different questions. Are we saying the people that are also running in office, like basically intellectual, high IQ people in general, abandon the country?
There's just 100 people.
Yep.
The top, and they're voting on issues of how they run their little micronation. The top 40% of intelligence say, I'm not interested.
Well, my question is, who are the politicians? Are they also part of the low IQ?
It's that bracket of 60%, the 60% from
So like the politicians themselves are stupid.
They're in that same bracket. The top 40% have removed
Okay,
themselves.
well, if now we're getting to like who actually is in office, that's a different conversation. But I'm talking about voters, right? I don't think voters have to be high IQ. I obviously want politicians to be informed and educated.
But again, my question is, you have 100 people, and the top 40%, let's just say, remove themselves from the process entirely, and only the bottom, we say bottom 60%, but from the bottom to the top to slightly above average, they're the only ones engaging in politics. Will that system survive?
Only ones engaging in politics? No, because that's assuming that politicians. But that's not what I'm talking about when I'm talking about.
I know. I'm presenting this hypothetical.
That system would not survive. No.
My point largely is that if you argue that you only need to be 18 years old and a citizen in order to vote, you are going to have the ease of opportunity to get more ignorant voters versus smart voters. So if you take a look at
well, no, because lower IQ people are also going to come up against different resistances that make them less likely to actually turn out a vote. Like, I
not
suspect
when you
you're gonna
go
have high
to
attrition
urban
rates.
locations where you have high density of people and you need 2 activists to go to each apartment building to get 500 votes each. And all you have to do to convince them to vote is say Trump's a Nazi, and they go, okay, and then they vote Democrat. So
arguably, then the Republicans are doing the same thing. They're just going to other areas and being
indeed,
like,
but
Biden's a
Republicans don't have
communist, and they're like,
population
blah, blah, blah,
density. Republicans don't have population density, and Republicans are disagreeable. I'm sure you've seen that graph that shows the Democrats are a singular cluster that largely agree, and the Republicans are a disparate bunch. I think a great example of this is the current trends of Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace, etc., that were big Trump supporters and now are not. The right is absolutely fractured. Joe Kent's resignation. MAGA may be still MAGA. People may still support Trump, but the libertarian, disaffected liberal coalition that wrapped around, that boosted them, are not on board. So that's going to make it increasingly difficult to convince someone on the right. You know what really, really sucks is that I watch some of these liberal YouTubers, and it's just really. I'm gonna throw David Pakman out here as a great example of this. So several years ago, this was Trump's first term. I made a video for my 4 p.m. Segment saying Donald Trump sees record high approval rating. And David Pakman on the same day made a video saying Donald Trump sees record low approval rating or record high disapproval. And I thought to myself, this is crazy. How could both of these videos exist at the same time? Am I wrong? Well, I looked back at my video and I checked all my sources and I was like, you've got 538, you've got RCP, you've got all of the aggregates showing that Trump's approval rating is at a record high, especially compared to other presidents. How did David Pakman make a video that's the inverse? He cherry-picked a single poll and made a video about it, saying the exact opposite, and it wasn't coordinated. He just made a video, and I said, is David, I thought to myself, because I've known him for a long time, I'm like, is he doing this on purpose? Like, any honest person that's assessing Donald Trump's approval is going to check the aggregate, not a single poll, because a single poll can have errors, it can be static. And, well, this is his MO. Him and Brian Tyler Cohen, this is what they do all day, every day. Lord help me, I wish the right was that fucking stupid. I'd have 1 million views.
See, so the left will look at the right, and they'll look at Tulsi Gabbard defending Iran, and then they'll pull up her shirts, right, and be like, interesting, right? You'll look at, you've got RFK Jr., who's
and we'll do the exact same.
So this is why the smarts line is also dissatisfactory to me, because nobody's going to agree on it, right?
So when
everyone's going to feel unfairly like punished by the system, which is why I go, probably universal suffrage is over 18 in citizenry is the best measure we have.
We on this show, with a disaffected to right-leaning audience, specifically addressed Tulsi Gabbard's tweet, how she did not make an assessment and just defer to Trump, and that she sold shirts saying no war with Iran, and that I support her in 2020 specifically for anti-interventionist regime change policies. Because the people on the right expect the context and the nuance, and it's very difficult to keep them in the same room together. When I pull up, the only person I ever give credit to on this, despite not really liking the guy, is Hassan Piker, that he actually discusses a variety of topics. And his thoughts and opinions on them, even when I think he's wrong or contradictory. And then I pull up the most prominent of liberal pundits, and I'm like, they just make fake videos. Like David Pakman made a video saying Donald Trump poops his pants, which is just like, yeah, that literally didn't happen. And like, If I could get away with that on the right, man, I'd be making 10 times as much
Your
money.
guys' biggest content creator is Candace Owens.
She is a liberal.
She is on the right. There's no question. She is completely on the right. There isn't a I don't know what to tell you. She's for traditional values. She wants conservative fiscal policy. She was pro-Trump, right? Like she's on the right. She is on the right. She's not part of the left. And what do you have? We have one receipt where she strings together a whole narrative theory about Erica
You could fairly
Kirk.
say she's neither.
We couldn't say that. She's either right or far right. But
So
she's
she's anti-Trump
right.
over Epstein. She's anti-Trump
Now.
over the Iran war.
Yeah, she's jumped off the Trump ship now.
A long time ago.
Is Nick Fuentes left?
2 years ago. Nick Fuentes has been advocating for voting Democrat for like 4 years.
No, actually, he advocated for voting for Trump. Only with the Iran stuff, he's swapped to Democrats. Would you actually try to say that Nick Fuentes is left?
Nick Fuentes said not to vote for Trump, and he also said don't vote for JD Vance, and now he's explicitly saying vote Democrat.
Yeah, because
I'm not arguing he's a Democrat or a liberal.
Well, he's definitely on the right. He's far right because he's a theocrat.
Well, I will just the first thing we should clarify is what does far right mean, so that we understand what we're saying.
When I say far right, I basically mean they are probably going to share a lot of cultural values of a lot of conservatives. They're probably going to be pretty critical of trans stuff, might be critical of gay stuff, although obviously conservatives vary a lot more on the gay stuff, right? So they're going to be right on the culture war stuff by and large, like more traditional values, right? Nuclear families. And then when you're getting to the far right, they're going to be accelerationist and usually like anti-democratic. Maybe you want to take away rights.
So it's fair to say then, if that's your view of the right is completely fractured.
Yeah, I think the right is schism
And the
right
left
now.
the left is largely not.
The left is very fractured because
What
we have
are the left
communists. We have like the communist socialists that want to take away property rights, and there's this huge question of right now on the left of being
So among the prominent left YouTubers, Twitch streamers or otherwise, so we know Nick Fuentes. He gets 50K concurrent viewers.
He's
got
not
a big
left.
show. I'm talking about right wing.
Yeah.
Sorry. So Nick Fuentes, he is an element of the right as you describe, and I'm not saying I disagree.
We've got Hassan who won't vote for Democrats, tells people not to vote for Democrats, and says that like.
So he's kind of like.
He's like our Nick Fuentes of the left.
In a certain way.
In a certain way, yeah.
So when I look at the most prominent left channels, they usually agree. When I look at the right channels, they're all fighting each other.
The liberals agree. The liberals agree, but we have the issue is like our schism happened a lot earlier, right? And it's somewhat what disaffected you guys, right? Is that a lot of liberals
couldn't figure out what a woman was.
Well, no, we shook hands with the progressives and we said we're just like you, and the progressives were like, yeah, except some of the progressives just it's an aesthetic, but a lot of them were communists who were like, yeah, we want to take away private property rights, and at no point did the liberals go, hold on, we're actually not like you because that's a right that we're not willing to get rid of actually, and we don't even want to do it democratically, right? But we pretended that we were the same, which led to this culture war like takeover where we were like canceling and boasting ourselves.
Yeah, I totally disagree with this. I totally disagree with this assessment. I think this is. I've literally argued with her on this. I've like her and I've had. We've had long arguments about this sort of thing. But I think this assessment is historical. Excuse me, historical revisionism. I think it's just it's incorrect.
And it was awful. I don't think that that's a good thing. And I think we're seeing the same unfortunate dance happening on the right now.
I think, are you saying that like Republicans shook hands with people who are for things that people don't agree with?
Yeah, like theocrats.
I mean,
theocrats are not good.
Tucker
for
Carlson
Republicans.
claims he's facing a criminal referral. The White House has denied it. Trump says Tucker's lost his way. I mean, they're outright saying no to these people.
Yeah, which is great, and yet we have Joe Kent that's defecting to their side, right? And so there's this huge question of who went. So I'm not saying that the right has to look identical to the left and how the schism falls out, right? In a lot of ways, what we had with the left sweep is a lot of progressive candidates in a blue state aren't being successful, right? And so it seems like there is a resurgence amongst the left for a more moderate, more traditionally liberal. But the reality is like we were a lot more, especially performatively, sold out to the further left.
I think we were asked the other day if one of our callers, if the Democrats can start winning back the disaffected liberals because of the route some of these people on the right are taking with like the Israel Post stuff. And my first point is largely that I'm Israel ambivalent. What irks me is when every problem in the world is specifically about Israel and they ignore the history of the region, the liberal economic order, the petrodollar, et cetera. But if it came down to policy and they said you can vote for funding Israel or not funding Israel, I'd say we should not be funding Israel. Our money should be going to our people here in this country, helping the working class. I'm for some form of universal basic health care. We should be spending money in that direction. If you come to me and then say your choices are the war machine or politicians who 5 years ago advocated for cutting off children's testicles and breasts, I'd say I will never vote for that person no matter what happens. It's never going to happen. And that's just me.
But then I would look at you as the voter and be like, oh my goodness, like that's your single topic.
No, that's what I said. That's just one hyper example. Like when you take a look at all of the stuff that we had seen throughout the censorship era and the COVID era, I'm going to be like, we've got a litany of issues. We can start with the charges against Donald Trump, which were ridiculous. The arrest of his lawyers, which is shockingly terrifying. I'll never support any of these people. By all means, you can claim Trump did something wrong, but they arrested his lawyers in Georgia and Wisconsin. I mean, that's nightmarishly terrifying.
Well, if his lawyers did something illegal.
No, they didn't. You can't charge a lawyer with.
They literally got convicted. They didn't get charged for things that were privileged. They didn't get charged for things that they did that were like, as far as like giving him advice on things. They didn't get charged or convicted for anything related to a case, or, you know, they got charged and convicted for going out and doing press conferences, doing rallies, doing speaking events, going to courthouses and claiming that, you know, doing interviews on Fox News and on CBS. Like, this is what they got fucking charged and convicted for. They didn't get charged and convicted for anything, but Tim never actually looks at any of the shit that he talks about. He's sitting here talking about the fact that, like, oh man, conservatives, they would never let somebody who's so dishonest, somebody who's so uneducated get away with this shit. They would never put up with this crap. Yet that's literally what he's doing. He's sitting there just like making up shit about what happened with Donald Trump's cases when he has no idea. And it's interesting because I do agree with him to an extent. The shit that people like David Pakman put out, or Adam Mockler, or sometimes Brian Tyler Cohen, it is pure shit. It really is. It is shit. Like, they put out the dumbest shit. Like, one of the things he says, like, they said Trump shit his pants. Oh yeah, Trump shit his pants, like that. They literally did this. They literally ran around saying that Trump shit his pants because somebody made a face that it looks like something smelt bad, and so they said that Trump shit his pants. Like, they've been consistently talking about the fact that, like, Trump it doesn't know what's going on, and he has like this cognitive decline to where he's totally lost and doesn't know where he is, and that he's come down with some sort of disease. And like, they do this shit all the fucking time. It really is just pure trash. It really is trash, dude. With that said, it's not like they don't have fucking Dave Rubin on their side. It's not like they don't have Tim Pool on their side. It's not like I mean, I don't know if Tim Pool does that as much, but Benny Johnson is the fucking king of this shit, dude. Benny Johnson is the king of this crap. He really is. Benny Johnson does this stuff like no other. They do this crap, and she gave a great example. Candace Owens is a great example of somebody who does that times 1,000, bro.
Rico for drafting a letter on behalf of their client, and that's what they did in Georgia. And in fact, if Jetta Ellis did not plead guilty, the charges would have been dropped, because they eventually dropped all charges because they're unfounded. That's nightmarishly insane. So you've got Democrats in office now who supported that, and if they came out and said, we are not for transing the kid, and that's what they did in Georgia. And in fact, if Jetta Ellis did not plead guilty, the charges would have been dropped because they eventually dropped all charges because they're unfounded. That's nightmarishly insane. So you've got Democrats.
Weird, my bad. I know I clicked on mute, but I guess it went back. He's totally wrong on this. 4 lawyers were convicted, okay? 1. 2, the charges did not get dropped because they were unfounded. The charges got dropped because Donald Trump won the presidency, and they weren't going to go through trying to convict a fucking sitting president. The charges got dropped because the American people are fucking stupid and decided to vote for a convicted felon who was awaiting trial on 3 other criminal cases that that then, yes, we just can't do them because the people voted for him to go back in office. So, like, but they did not get charged. The charges did not get dropped because they were unfounded. That is not why they got dropped. He is a fucking lying piece of shit.
On behalf of their client. And that's what they did in Georgia. And in fact, if Jenna Ellis did not plead guilty, the charges would have been dropped because they eventually dropped all charges because they're unfounded. That's nightmarishly insane. So you've got Democrats in office now who supported that. And if they came out and said, we are not for transing the kids. We are not for appropriating property. We want to help the working class. We want to secure our borders. We're not for illegal immigrants. I'll be like, bro, 4 years ago, you were for all of those things. So get rid of all of those people and bring in a new Democrat who's got a little bit of charisma behind him.
We're talking about Jenna Ellis, who tried to overturn the presidential elections, right?
Tell me what she actually was charged with and why.
I'm not sure what she was charged with.
She drafted a letter for Trump to the election officials in Georgia requesting information to challenge the election. They argued that was in furtherance of a conspiracy, so she got 2 counts of RICO. She was literally hired as a lawyer to draft a legal letter. Now, by all means...
Well, was it illegal? Because, right, for example, in the case of I don't want to get into all, because I don't know all of the details of 2020, unfortunately, right? But there are absolutely illegal things that happened from multiple lawyers, right? And they were intentionally, some lawyers, so my understanding is some lawyers were under the presumption that genuinely they needed to call into question the elector slates. And
Are they allowed to?
That might be allowed, right? And others were under the presumption that they knew that they were submitting. Here's what you're not allowed to do.
This is why I'm never voting Democrat.
Here's what you're not allowed to do. You can't submit false elector slates. You can't do
Jenna
that.
Ellis submitted a letter requesting information to challenge an election. She wrote, I think, like 1 letter, and they gave her 2 counts of RICO. They dropped all of the charges in Georgia. All of the people who refused to plead out had their charges dropped. This was insane. You take a look at the charges against Trump in New York over fraud. They said that he falsified the records to secure more beneficial terms from Deutsche Bank. What were the terms? Apparently, in one of the filings, they argued that Trump's penthouse, which was 10,000 square feet, roughly, was actually 30,000 square feet. However, it was testified in court that the Trump administration, first and foremost, Trump didn't draft the documents. Why would he? He's the CEO. And the documents always came with a disclaimer that they may have gotten things wrong and required the banks to do their own due diligence to verify, to which Deutsche Bank did, came back and said your information is incorrect and reduced the terms of the deal, to which the Trump organization...
Yeah, guys. It doesn't matter that I lied on my taxes on how much that I make, because the IRS is able to figure out that I'm wrong. It's not fraud when they can figure it out that I'm wrong. No longer fraud anymore, guys.
Accepted. They called that fraud even when Deutsche Bank testified, we were not defrauded, we clarified this, we made money, and we would love to do business with Trump in the future. Yet you go to Democrats and they say Trump was convicted and found guilty.
No. Nope. Not true. None of what he just said is true. None of that. First off, he was not being sued because he defrauded Deutsche Bank. He was being sued because he defrauded the people of the city. Okay. 1. 2. You have to have standards. Okay. It is illegal to file false reports in your statements. It is illegal. It is against law. You are not allowed to just lie to a bank to try to get lower interest rates. That's illegal. Sorry, plain and simple. It's not fucking difficult. That's illegal. 3, the executives who testified said that they agreed that they agreed to do the deal because they went and found other information themselves. The 2 executives who testified did not say we weren't frauded or we weren't nothing, there was nothing bad here. They didn't say that. They just said that we accepted the terms because we were willing to go look into it ourselves. The CEO of Deutsche Bank said that they were wrong in how they presented things because The information that you present to the bank definitely affects your interest rates. And that if it didn't have any effect, they would never ask you for it in the first place. That if there was no reason for it and they were just going to go get their own information and ignore everything you gave them, they would never have you submit it in the first place. So everything he just said here is incorrect. Totally wrong. Those two executives don't work there anymore. And Deutsche Bank, he says, oh, they said that they would love to keep working with him in the future. Deutsche Bank has debanked Donald Trump. He's not allowed to do business with them anymore. So this is all really fucking stupid.
He was liable for civil fraud. And I'm sitting here being like, man, I followed that case. It's insane. You take a look at the falsification of business records, which for the first time in New York State history, there was a claim of falsification of business records without an underlying crime found unanimously by a jury.
So Ellis drafted not just a memo, but a memo very explicitly and specifically outlining how she planned to overturn election results, right? Not just question the results, but to overturn them directly,
yes,
with knowledge of falsified electoral
No,
states.
that's an argument that was never proven in court, and the charges are all dropped for everyone else. Now, she pleaded guilty to that because she was terrified that the machine had come to put the boot on her neck. So tell me why the charges were dropped for everybody else. And I'm sure the Democrats will just say because Trump put pressure and won the election. Look, all I'll say is this. Donald Trump was accused of falsifying business records. He got, how many felonies? 30, 31? 34? Yeah. This was a misdemeanor charge that was upgraded, and the case is, Trump's lawyer Cohen decided to pay Stormy Daniels, but Trump never told him what to do, but he knew what Trump wanted. And there was no unanimously agreed upon by the jury underlying crime that was being covered up for the first time in New York State history. So they decided to upgrade a misdemeanor to a felony 30 some odd, I thought it was 31, but 30 some odd times.
I'm wrong. I'll check.
And then claim that Trump is a felon. And that case, for some reason, is still pending.
34 times.
Okay.
It's been like a year and a half, and that case is still pending. But I'll just put it like this. Make any argument you want. If we are dealing with...
It was 34, by the
So
way.
most,
34, okay.
so the main ones, so in Georgia, where Ellis was relevant, a lot of the people who did not get charged were not charged because they were given immunity deals to give details on what Ellis
the people
had
who had
coordinated.
charges had their charges dropped.
Some of them, but a lot of them didn't actually have it dropped. A lot of them actually went to jail. The ones who were a little bit... I can ask specific names. I'm looking at the information right now. Who went to jail or was fined?
But we're going
to
get
Wisconsin as well.
She's looking this up. Like I said, she was not the only person to plead guilty.
Get AI on the show one day that you can just ask and it'll tell you. It's gonna be awesome.
It'll be like, I'll tell you the answer.
While I'm letting it search, I'm just gonna run to the wall.
I'll just say it like this. For this reason, I will never vote for a Democrat.
Well,
It's
what we
never
gotta
going
do
to
is
happen.
fix the parties, like less communism, less theocracy, more balanced, nuanced. Because what's happening is the machine state is wrapping its tentacles around our genitals as we speak. We need to resist it and untwist this shit, like big time. We talk about like
the Democrats need less theocracy. So many theocrats on the Democrat side. So many, dude.
Oh, Ian, give in to the machine state.
I don't think I can, Tim.
Let it grab your testicles. Let it do it.
I'll let them do what they need to do to me. But what we talk about, like stakeholder capitalism, stakeholder, we were like, what's your stake in the system when you vote? It used to be land ownership. That's how people had stake in the system. The corporations want to go from like shareholder capitalism to stakeholder capitalism because they're trying to create corporate governance. Kyle, I want to tell Kyle this when she's here. She might already know this stuff. So
now that she's gone, she's wrong. I'm right about everything, and she can't rebut.
Like, what makes you a stakeholder in the corporation? And that's kind of miasmic. It's up to the corporation to decide if you actually have a stake in this or not. And then, do you have a right to protest our system or not? Boy, without her, that was kind of meant for
I wonder about everything. It's hard to track all these patterns, see what's really going on. There's a million and one different conspiracies as to what the political machine is actually doing. The one that there's several. One of which is that Trump's been in it the whole time, and the machine state just keeps shifting the narratives that nobody can get a footing, and that we had woke versus anti-woke intentionally crafted by the machine so that the left and right would fight. And then now we're getting the right is being broken apart through the the Tuckers and like the Joe Kent versus the neoconservative, and then we're going to see an evolution on the Democrat side where they start to try and come back to the moderate point. And in this new decade of 2030, I would not be surprised if we're sitting here being like, I can't believe the Republicans are saying these things. They've gone nuts. And the Democrats are the only ones speaking clearly now. I wouldn't be surprised. I predicted that before because it happened during Occupy Wall Street, and I am predicting it again. During Occupy Wall Street, I was, the left loved me. They were like, Tim Pool's the greatest. He's for free speech. Occupy Wall Street gave me private security. I'm telling you, there were volunteer security guards at Occupy Wall Street. And when the far leftist black bloc types, we didn't call them Antifa, physically attacked me, the organizer said, Tim, we're going to have these guys watch your back while you're streaming because the coverage you do is so important. Even when I had filmed far leftists vandalizing police vehicles. The organizers of Occupy said, you were right to do it. This is not what we're all about. Thank you for filming. Now these very same people are like, Tim Pool's far right, you know, he's crazy or whatever. Now we're going to see a shift on the right. And what I was saying just before you got back is that the Democratic Party is going to shift in the next several years and start to look sane, and the Republican Party is going to increasingly become insane, and moderates are going to shift the other direction again. And my thought was, I wonder if the machine does this intentionally. Many have speculated, constantly shifting what left and right is to keep everybody spinning so they can never actually form a real populist uprising.
Yeah. What I said while you were out is about a shared stakeholder. Like you were saying, what kind of stake in the system to vote to control the system. And it used to be land ownership in the United States. Now it's just, you know, you sign the paper, give a social security number. But the corporations want to do stakeholder capitalism, where they're going away from shareholder capitalism, who owns the corporation to decide the future of the corporation. But do you have a stake in the benefit of the system that the corporation's a part of? So they're really like, and then they get to decide what that means in any given moment if you have a right to participate. That's like... I don't have a point to tie it to, but that when you guys were talking about voting, I think that is very much the future of what the corporations are trying to do right now. I don't think it's a left and a right thing. Probably never has been. There are obviously sects of people that spin up, but this global technocratic oligarchy really wants to control our speech and shut us down. Damn. That's all I got right now.
All right, Kenneth Chesebro pled guilty, 5 years probation. So basically nobody went to jail for this, which, to be fair,
and if they waited, it would have dropped.
I would have been happy for people to do more time. One of the issues is probably a lot of these charges that ended up sticking aren't like necessarily jailable fines. A lot of people got community service. A lot of people lost their licenses. A lot of people were fired, right? There was a lot of misdemeanors. There was also a lot of immunity deals that happened, right? Ellis entered in cooperation agreements and had all the charges dropped. Yep. But like entering into cooperation doesn't mean she didn't do anything.
Yes. Ellis got her charges downgraded because she agreed to testify against Trump when his case came up. As did like a dozen other people. They all agreed to testify against Donald Trump. So it's fucking bullshit to turn around and say that these got dropped because they were false charges. That's so fucking stupid.
Wrong.
So when people plead guilty, that proves they did something wrong?
That's not what I'm saying.
Have any of these cases been proven, or are they just plead outs?
You don't take a plead out if you don't think that the court has a sufficient case against you. You take a plead out because it's a better deal than what you're otherwise facing. That's why you typically...
I know you don't actually believe that. Come on. We can't really do this, can we?
Wait. So you're telling me that you think she thinks she could have won the lawsuit? This is a lawyer. He's telling me this is a lawyer, bro. She's Trump's lawyer. The most powerful man in the world. This is his lawyer. One of the richest men in the world. This is his lawyer. This is who he pays for as a lawyer. And you're telling me this lawyer is going to be unnecessarily intimidated and think that she could win in trial. She's too scared. She's never been in a court situation before. She's never had to deal with the court before. She couldn't possibly know what to do in this sort of situation. She's terrified. She had to take a deal. They scared her into this. Give me a break. You don't believe that for a second. Nobody believes that for a fucking second. This is so stupid. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some more chips. This is making me hungry.
Trial tax, right?
Sorry?
You know about the trial tax, right?
Unfortunately, I wish I had.
The overwhelming majority of people plead guilty, regardless of whether they're innocent or guilty, because of what's called the trial tax.
Oh,
the trial tax is a
trial tax.
Yes, it's a known facet in U.S. law that the judges will intentionally give you harsher penalties if you try and fight. So if they come to you and say you're getting 40 years, but you can take a year of probation, everybody just says, give me the year of probation.
Yes.
This is the majority of court cases in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the problems our justice system has is the overwhelming amount of innocent people being punished by the system.
Sure.
Tremendously.
I wouldn't look at Ellis's work and go, that's an innocent woman, though.
I mean, you're talking about, at bare minimum, like a process crime?
No, somebody who knowingly was submitting false electors and directing, not just doing it, directing other people explicitly and knowingly to submit false electors.
So
to
she knowingly did?
Yes, in the case of Ellis.
How do you know that she knowingly did? It was proven in court?
In court, she writes this out.
Right, so you're saying because
Chesebro was like a little bit more like,
because she pleaded
knows
guilty
why we're doing this? We think legitimately these electors might need to be submitted, but she did know. Yes.
You're saying that it was proven in court. She definitively knew that what she was doing was wrong.
Proven in court. I would say.
Like beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah,
like,
I would say.
Pleading guilty to me isn't proof of anything because we know tons of innocent people plead guilty to avoid
I am
harsh
satisfied
penalties.
beyond reasonable doubt. In the case of Alice, you might not be. Right?
Yeah,
but I would say
absolutely not.
her emails specifically are sufficient evidence of saying
I think that
she knows what's going on. She knows
the precedent
essentially.
set in the Nixon v. Kennedy election, where they submitted alternate electors, despite the fact that Nixon could have won Hawaii. The argument was that it didn't matter anyway, so they weren't going to count these electors. They submitted electors for Kennedy, which were not certified by the government, and that was the precedent by which Trump's legal team said we can submit the alternate slate. Then once the court cases once they're officially adjudicated, they will update, just like with Kennedy v. Nixon. So the argument that I have is, regardless of what you think about Jenna Ellis, let's go to the procedure of 2020. The only process by which you could challenge an election that you did believe was stolen is to file the paperwork of an alternate slate of electors and then wait for the court case to be resolved by a judge. Otherwise, according to our electoral system, the deadline is like December 17th. There would be no paperwork.
He's totally wrong here. That with the alternate slate of electors with Kennedy, they did get permission from the states to do this. This was in conjunction with the states, and I think even with the courts at the time. So what Donald Trump did is not at all like what happened with Kennedy, where they asked the states to do this. The states said no, and then they tried doing it anyways. Not the same.
Paperwork filed at all, and even if you won in court, you'd be past the deadline.
Why not? Like you could just do.
This is the precedent set in, I think it was 1959.
Sure, but like we've done recounts multiple
60?
times, right? There was like the famous Al Gore case in like Florida where the vote was decided by like 500 votes, and you had all precedent to just like ask that we like redo the slates and verify and audit all of the votes, right? And like there is a process by which if you legitimately think something has been falsified or tampered with, like there is a process for that, and I'm for that process, right? I have no problem with auditing votes necessarily, right? And the issue is in the case of Ellis and Chesebro, they explicitly were not doing these things.
What did they do? What should they have done?
Gone through the proper processes, which is what? I don't know it off the top of my head, but this is exactly why Pence was opposed to this and basically said, I'm not touching any of this shit.
I would imagine it's the Republican elector slates fill out the paperwork as if they did win. They are submitted as this is pending adjudication. That's, I'd imagine, what you do, right?
Yeah. How do you challenge election results?
Presidential election, which is specifically electoral college. Right. My view would be, just like in, I think it was 1960 with Kennedy v. Nixon, when Hawaii challenged the election results, even though it was Nixon who won, they sent an alternate slate of electors after the fact without certification. And even though it wasn't even adjudicated, they said, look, it doesn't matter anyway, so we're gonna let it slide. So if you did have a disputed election, and the difficulty with our legal system is how long it takes, I'd imagine the process would be file the paperwork as though you won while it's pending adjudication, and then if a judge approves, it's yes. If not, it's no.
No. So you ask for a recount, you file an election contest in state court in whichever state you're concerned about, litigate before certification and during canvassing. So you get a court recount, and after the state resolves the result, the state sends its lawful electors to the Electoral College.
Except that's not ever what's happened. And again, the precedent from Nixon v. Kennedy is that because adjudication was taking too long, they submitted an alternate slate of electors before there was official adjudication, and that was deemed acceptable. And that was the precedent by which the Trump legal team said, we'll do the same thing. And then one of my understanding is one of the main lawyers involved, I believe it was Chesebro, I could be wrong about which one did this. Look at this argument
2020.
2020.
He genuinely believed that there was faulty votes, there was faulty issues, and he looked it up, and he was trying to legitimately have the election audit. There was like a genuine belief that it was stolen. One of the lawyers in the emails explicitly knows that this is false and is trying to follow through with Trump's. Sorry?
There was a report a few months ago that they found something like 300,000 ballots that were illegitimate in Georgia or something like this.
Mm-hmm. I've looked into that. I remember being very questionable about that.
I'll be completely honest. I'm not super concerned with what happened in 2020. I'm more concerned.
It's big enough that you won't vote for Democrats.
I won't vote for Democrats for a variety of reasons. One, that they have consistently defended child sex changes. And like even Gavin Newsom is wishy-washy on this and struggles with it. And it's like, if you can't just say no to that, like if I like Bill Maher. Right? He's got Trump derangement syndrome, but that's okay. You're always allowed to criticize the president, not like the guy. And Bill Maher made a really great point. I love it. He said the Democrats lost a crazy contest to a crazy person. And that really hits the nail on the hammer for me. Trump, for all of his faults that he can be criticized for, is the less crazy of the people running, which is just
Trump.
Yes.
Yes, the Democrats lost.
I'm going to say it again. Bill Maher, lifelong liberal guy, he, in my view, represents what Democrats need to be. Saying the Democrats lost a crazy contest to a crazy person. He does not like Trump. He views Trump as crazy. And I will say it again. For all of Trump's faults, he is the least crazy of the people who ran for president. To be fair, I'd vote for Dave Smith over either of them, but he didn't run. I'm not going to vote for Chase and the gay communist Libertarian Party.
The Democrats lost the crazy contest to the crazy person. That was the point. Which is
the point he was making.
They couldn't be crazy enough, you know. This guy, no, sorry, Kayla. What were you saying?
Well, I don't know if that makes sense in the way you're interpreting it.
Yeah.
Because that would not be a point of contention. It would be, I'm glad they lost.
Yeah,
like Trump beat them, and he should have. The point he was
making.
making.
Insert myself into this. Apologies.
It was the podcast with Jerry O'Connell where he was saying that the Democrats have continually embraced people who are out of touch and don't know how to speak to regular Americans, so they embrace insane issues. And I mean, as you know, like Bill Maher has been very anti-Islam, and so he's sitting here looking at everything the Democratic Party has been doing, and he's like, these people have gone crazy. But I don't want to harp on this.
Yeah, they should have gone and got. We should have gotten somebody like Donald Trump, who's a fucking billionaire and talks like a caveman. That's... Democrats really can't get somebody who resonates with just the average American, dude. Republicans figured it out that they just need to go get billionaires.
We should segue because we can keep the conversation going with this story. We got this from Fox News. GOP governors, AG's back the Trump SAVE Act push, warn the system gives undue influence to states with illegal aliens. The coalition argues current registration systems give states with large illegal populations undue influence over the federal elections. I am here to tell you all that everything everyone is telling you is fake.
Billionaires can't be bought, except Trump has been bought. Except he has been. He has already proven to be the most corrupt president of all time. Openly the most corrupt president ever. Openly. He literally sold like evidence. I mean, we could go over his first term. Excuse me, his first term. We can go over this term. Trump promises donors access to his private national security briefings and new fundraising email. So if you pay enough money, Donald Trump will send you the national security briefings. So how much you think Putin's going to pay for that? I mean, I would bet if I'm from another country, I'm getting in there. President Donald Trump leadership PAC claimed in a new email blast that the president would offer donors access to private government information if they became a national security briefing member. On Thursday, March 12th, Never Surrender Inc. sent out a marketing email to donors written in Trump's voice, which urged supporters to quickly claim a spot in his new membership program. I read this in my text messages the other day from them. We can go through the long lists of corrupt things that he's done. We can go over again in his first term. He literally had millions of dollars spent at Mar-a-Lago because he stayed at Mar-a-Lago more than he stayed at the White House. And because he stayed at Mar-a-Lago, he ended up charging the American people just for him to stay there when we're already paying for him to be in the White House. The room that he stays in, it's his fucking house, and he still charged the American people for him to rent the room that he already lived in. And then he also he charged for each and every single Secret Service member to get their own rooms as well. And they upcharged him. There was no discount. He upcharged them for all these things. Tracking the Trump administration's most corrupt transactions. Ah, fuck. I did not mean to click that. Wait, what is it? From the Washington Post, 6 donors that Trump... Fuck. Since his return to the White House in January 2025, President Donald Trump has continued the same transactional approach to governing that characterized his first term, albeit now with an even greater unprecedented level of unabashed political corruption. Trump has made clear that favorable treatment from his administration is available for a price, and wealthy individuals, companies, and special interest groups have lined up to pay. Let's see. David McNeil made political contributions. He became nominated to Federal Trade Commission. Howard Brody, political contributions, inaugural fund donation, and ballroom project donations. He's appointed as the ambassador to Finland. Benjamin Landa, political contribution and inaugural fund donation. He was appointed as ambassador to Hungary. Donald Trump had, in his first term, set the record for the most lobbyists and the most millionaires in his cabinet, okay, in his administration. He set the record, and he doubled the record that existed before him, okay? He set the new record for the most lobbyists and the most millionaires in his first term. In his next term, he more than doubled his last record. So now he set a new record, more than doubling his last record, with more lobbyists, more than double the lobbyists, more than double the millionaires and billionaires. Timothy J. Lewicki, donation to inaugural fund. He got a pardon. Julio Herrera, he made political contributions. He got the prosecutorial leniency and a pardon. Gemini, political contributions and ballroom project donations. Oh, are these the guys who initially invented Facebook? Those are the guys who initially invented Facebook, right? That's them. And then before Zuckerberg stole it from him, right? These guys made a bunch of contributions to Trump's campaign and his PACs, and they had their charges dropped. We know in the case with Eric Adams, Mayor Eric Adams, he had hard proof that he engaged in illegal corruption while he was the mayor of New York. We have hard proof. We know this happened for a fact. Donald Trump admitted that he had them drop the charges against Mayor Eric Adams. He had the DOJ drop the charges in return for Eric Adams going along with his immigration plan. We know that there were law firms that Donald Trump was accusing of committing crimes that they were going after. They dropped the charges for the law firms in return for free legal counsel. DOJ renews fights against law firms that stood up to Trump in abrupt reversal. Moves come a day after the department said it would drop fight against law firms that stood up to Trump's executive orders. The U.S. Justice Department abruptly reversed course on Tuesday and decided it would defend executive orders made by Donald Trump to try to penalize law firms that represented clients or causes the president did not like. On Monday, the department announced in a court filing that it was dropping its appeals against a ruling by district court judge that blocked Trump's retaliatory executive actions against 4 companies that refused to make a deal with him. Trump's capitulation was celebrated by at least 2 of the companies that welcomed the DOJ's voluntary withdrawal from the legal proceedings. On Tuesday, however, the government filed a new single-paragraph request to the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit announcing it had changed its mind and wished to pursue this appeal. It gave no reason for its sudden about-face and quoted attorneys for the 4 companies who unanimously opposed the government's unexplained request to withdraw yesterday voluntary dismissal, to which all parties had agreed. In a statement, Susan Godfrey, a number of other law companies made settlements with the Trump administration in the months after his second presidency began to avoid consequences, including being stripped of security clearances and having access to government buildings terminated. Critics called the capitulations, which included commitments of pro bono legal work for causes favored by Trump, act of capitalistic cowardice. The 4 companies that defied Trump's Perkins, okay. Two more law firms reached deals with Trump to avoid executive orders they are bending. 2 more legal firms have reached agreements with Donald Trump to avoid executive orders that could significantly harm their businesses. The settlements came as many expressed deep alarm at the U.S. president's efforts to target law firms affiliated with his political rivals and see the actions as a thinly veiled anti-democratic effort to intimidate lawyers from taking cases hostile to the administration. One firm, Wilkie Farr and Gallagher, reached an agreement on Tuesday with Trump in which it agreed to commit $100 million in pro bono work. Absolutely fucking insane, dude. Absolutely fucking insane. Like, you're literally letting them pay you off to stop some sort of thing you're pretending is justified. Okay, well, it's justified. Go through with it. Why would you let them pay you off to stop it?
And a lie. The SAVE Act requires proof of citizenship at the point of registration and would require an ID when you vote. However, the Republican argument is incorrect, and they're doing this because they're oversimplifying to make people want to support it. Republicans are arguing that there's voter fraud and Democrats want illegal immigrants to vote, which, no, that's not really the issue either. Democrats are saying this will disenfranchise 20 million plus voters. There will be women who will struggle to register to vote, which is also not true because you don't get booted off registration from the SAVE Act. The real issue is that by allowing anybody to register to vote without documentation, you can do rock the vote, voter registration drives, voter in the park. And this means you can go to people who normally don't care and wouldn't take the time and register them to vote. You combine that with universal mail-in voting and or ballot harvesting, and you have a massive voter base of people who will passively vote. The Republicans can't do this because they're predominantly rural. So if an individual goes to an urban center, like in New York City, you can go to one apartment building with 1,000 people in it. And in one day, 2 activists can get hundreds of ballots from people who normally don't care. Republicans can't drive door to door in rural areas because some of these houses are, half a mile from the next one. So overwhelmingly, that benefits Democrats who are trying to convince as many people as possible to vote.
But by that logic, doesn't that just assume then that the people in the apartments are already Democrat? They're just facilitating these people to vote? Whereas
I would refer to them as, we call that default liberal, meaning they don't really pay attention to politics, but they lean a little bit left. And you knock on their door and say you're registered, and they'll say, no, sign this, and you are. And they'll go, sure. And so it's very easy for Democrats to get the numbers, which is very difficult for Republicans. But my final point on this, Republicans don't want to publicly admit they are intentionally trying to create barriers to stop low-interest voters. And the Democrats don't want to admit that they win elections through low-interest voters. So both are creating their own version of why this should or should not pass.
The issue is, so say you get the issue is this could affect the popular vote, but this type of logic actually wouldn't necessarily change the electoral college, because the way that the electoral college splits up and all these lines and stuff is to try to balance out the, sorry?
It'll change Congress in the swing states, in the swing districts. And it will greatly affect swing states as well.
Maybe, but in swing states specifically, we can probably presume that in these apartment buildings, Republicans could reasonably go and collect ballots from all the same people, and they'll
But
probably...
they're going to vote Democrat.
Why would we assume that in a swing state city?
Major cities are, even in West Virginia, they're all liberal.
Yeah, but I imagine if they're passive enough, a Republican can probably have a sufficiently compelling argument to move them up. Republicans can go and just advocate for an independent.
We just again revert to the previous argument of why it is that Republicans don't invest money in D+20 districts and why Democrats don't do the same. It's a cost-benefit analysis. Republicans are going to say, look, if we go and ballot harvest in these areas, it's going to take 10 times the effort to get half as many ballots from Democrats. So we're better off passing the SAVE Act and just slicing off Democrats' low-interest voter base. And Democrats are saying you will disenfranchise voters because women will have to get their marriage certificates and this convoluted argument. Look, Republicans are going to claim it's about illegal immigrants voting, which is not the issue. The issue largely is that illegal immigrants count towards congressional apportionment, but Democrats can easily ballot harvest. They do. I have done voter initiatives for Democrat nonprofits. Republicans can't, so they're trying to make it difficult for low-interest voters to vote.
I don't think that there's sufficient evidence that Republicans can't, though. Of course they can.
It's
they can,
difficult.
Well, go to more working class areas that have a lot of construction and union guys, and you're probably going to be able to pull a whole.
Right? We're talking about how in densely urban areas, it's overwhelmingly liberal. And when you go to the suburbs, you will have to go door to door let's use Chicago as an example. The city of Chicago is Democrat everywhere. And only in the past election did we actually see the edges start to turn red. So my neighborhood on the south side near Midway Airport has been slowly shifting Republican for some time, which is very interesting. If you go to my neighborhood in the city, it's still 60-70% Democrat. Well, actually, no. My neighborhood actually is red. But the bulk of the Midway area, which includes 2 or 3 neighborhoods, it's actually shifts more blue as you get closer to the city. You are going to be going door to door, house to house. Okay, going to a building on Michigan Avenue with 50 apartment units, you will be able to get 2 or 3 times as many ballots.
Is this really how ballot harvesting works? You can just go around with them pre-filled out and just tell somebody to sign it and walk off with it?
Harvested and voters registered than you would in the suburban areas where you're going door to door or driving. That's my point. Dense population areas tend to be liberal, and that makes it harder for Republicans to ballot harvest as effectively as Democrats.
Again, I don't even know if I'd grant that, because I have a suspicion that a lot of Republican voters that often probably don't come through in voting would be for example.
I thought this was illegal.
Working class construction workers or truck drivers and stuff that often probably have a lot of the same limits to voting that low income they often do live in the city.
But are you actually arguing that cities are Republican?
No. I think that cities tend to fall left, but I think that's because
Chicago's been run by Democrats for 120 years.
I think that cities tend to fall left because I think that Democrats have good policies that are better for cities and better for running them. I think that's why. I think if Republicans wanted to be able to farm cities, they should probably have policies that city.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is not the way that he's describing it. I'm pretty sure this is not the way he's describing it. Table 10, Ballot Collection Laws, NCSL, National Conference of State Legislatures. Sometimes a voter may be unable to return a ballot in person or get it to a postal facility in time for it to be counted. In these cases, the voter may entrust the voted ballot to someone else, an agent or designee, to return the ballot. Returning ballots for others is known as ballot collection, or pejoratively ballot harvesting. Some states, such as Alabama, state that only the voter must return the ballot. Others, such as Rhode Island and Wyoming, do not explicitly specify who may or may not return the ballot on behalf of the voter. In 35 states, however, someone other than the voter is explicitly allowed to return the ballot on behalf of another voter. Many of these states limit this provision to a family member, household member, or caregiver. 17 states allow a voter to designate someone not necessarily a family member, household member, or caregiver to return the ballot for them. That's what I thought. I thought that you had to either it had to be somebody specific, like a family member or a spouse or something like that, and then, or it had to be somebody that you had already signed up saying this is who's going to turn in my ballot. He's making it sound like somebody can just show up to your house and just be like, hey, here, fill out this ballot. I'll turn it in for you, buddy. Among the 35 states where a voter can authorize someone to return a ballot on their behalf, 13 states limit how many ballots an authorized person can return. These limits are based on the concern that saving people the task of returning their ballot can bleed into encouraging them to vote a certain way. Okay, so let's see what the restrictions are by state. A designated bearer may obtain, so let's see, who can return the absentee ballot on behalf of a voter? Family member, household member, caregiver, okay? In Arkansas, designated bearer, the bearer must return the ballot directly to the county clerk and must show a photo ID to the county clerk and sign an oath both when obtaining and returning an absentee ballot. Other time or quantity restrictions. Designated bearer may obtain absentee ballots for no more than 2 voters per election and shall not have more than 2 absentee ballots in his or her possession at any time. Okay, so this is not somebody who's able to go around doing what he calls ballot harvesting, where you're able to just get, 100, 200 ballots for as a single person and then walk off with them. You can only have 2. Okay, designated bearer. Okay, I think that means that this is somebody that you've already signed up. Let's see. What is a designated bearer in California? Designated bearer may obtain absentee ballots for no more than 2 voters per election. The designated bearer shall not have more than 2 absentee ballots in his or her possession at any time. If the county clerk knows or reasonably suspects that the designated bearer has more than 2 absentee ballots in his or her possession, the county clerk shall notify the prosecuting attorney. Okay? All right. To California. Number of ballots returned prohibited. Designated bearer must return the ballot to the clerk's office or put the ballot in the mail within 3 days of having received it from the voter. Okay, this doesn't say that there's a limit on 2. But this is, oh, this is Arkansas. Definitions. Designated ballot retrievers shall mean county employees, representative poll workers, or vote center workers authorized by the elections officials to retrieve ballots from drop boxes, or temporary workers or volunteers retained and authorized by election officials to retrieve ballots from drop boxes. Your ballot containers. To prevent physical damage, unauthorized entry, the doors, ensure that any ballot material may be deposited, removed, anyone. Okay. Okay, so these are just like state workers who go and pick it up from you. So again, this isn't somebody who just goes door to door asking people to sign up or like fill out ballots. These are people who are literally getting called saying, hey, you have to go to this address, this address, this address, this address, and this address. Like that, they've already said they have ballots. You have to go to these addresses to to pick it up. All right, Colorado, any person of the voter's own choice or any duly authorized agent of the county clerk and recorded or designated election official. The person other than a duly authorized agent of the county clerk or recorded or designated election official may receive more than 10 ballots in any election for mailing or delivery. Okay, so again, this is saying that if you're not duly elected, you can get up to 10 ballots. But again, that I don't think that that's going to make a huge difference if one person gets 10. Like, you would have to have literally hundreds of these people with 10 each, and again, they would have to. These people would already have to have the ballots in hand. Yeah, this just doesn't work the way that he's explaining it.
People like, right? But they don't. They
Well,
don't want to have
I don't
these
think you really
policies.
believe that.
Which,
What's it, where
that
you from?
Republican, that cities
that
just
Democrats have
ontologically
policies that make cities run better than Republicans?
A lot of it's based on land ownership.
what-
Sorry, I just thought it was
What are the
really
biggest?
funny.
Well, let me ask you a question.
California, number 4 in GDP in the world. Like,
Yeah, I lived there for 20 years. It's a shithole.
The food department in San
There's a
Francisco.
lot.
horrible.
But let me ask you a question.
Sure, it's also what are all the red states? They're poor. They're have-nots. They can't get on top of their
Crime is lower
employment.
in West Virginia despite being poor too. It's below the national average.
Sure,
hold on,
sure,
I
but
want to
like-
ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Where are you from? What city?
Right, where am I living? I live in Tampa.
No, like, what city are you from? Like where?
Originally?
Yeah.
I'm Canadian.
You're from Canada?
Yeah.
Oh, you Canadians. Oh, so let me ask you. Democrat policy in Chicago with 100 years of supermajority. So there's numerous territories, neighborhoods in Chicago that were overridden by black gangs. Do you know the Democrat
Black
policy
gangs.
was?
I have no idea.
It was to tell.
I'm glad he clarified it wasn't one of those Irish or Italian gangs anymore. Walking around, hey, she, you gotta give me your money, she. What do you think you're doing there, boy? You better hand it over before I jump you at Tommy Wilkins, see?
Tell the people who lived there they wanted to renovate the project housing so they would be temporarily
Don't make
relocated.
me get my
and then they
Tommy gun
bulldozed
out,
their
boy.
homes and poured dirt over it and never did anything again. That has consistently been what the Democrats of Chicago have done to deal with the problem of impoverished black neighborhoods. How about the policies of redlining and blockbusting in Chicago? Redlining literally comes from Chicago's Red Line, where the cultural practice at the time under the Democrats was to force black people to live in impoverished areas and they wouldn't sell them property outside. The Democrats do not create policies that benefit these cities. In my experience, growing up in a city that was run by Democrats for 100 years, you couldn't do anything because the processes by which they collected the votes made it impossible to actually change the system.
Then why must...
Like Los Angeles is a great example as well, where they have the worst homeless problem in the developed world. Yet for the life of them, they just keep dumping money into what we call the homeless industrial complex, a series of NGOs and government programs that dump money to corrupt individuals.
What percentage of homeless people in California are even from California? Do you know?
It is actually a minority, but a good chunk. The issue with homelessness in Los Angeles is that the weather is nice and it attracts homelessness.
And they have, so it's not just that. I actually, from Edmonton, where I'm from, we have one of the largest homeless populations in Canada, despite it being one of the most northern major city in almost in the world.
Is it a liberal city?
It's a red city.
Oh, interesting.
But we have huge, we just have an incredible nonprofit sector. It's actually where my husband and I met, is working for the same homeless shelter. But we have such great resources that people will get bus rides to Edmonton as a homeless person to take advantage of the system that they have, right? So what's often happening is red states aren't educating people. They're getting them hooked on drugs, giving them construction jobs.
The
and then
red
when they
states aren't
become,
doing that. Like the government is not getting people hooked on drugs. People
you're
are
right,
getting
they're not
hooked on drugs.
educating them. They're not building successful economies that scale up to allow people out of just construction jobs, which is why, you're right, Republicans don't have very big red cities, because Republicans don't build good cities, it seems to be the case. It seems like if cities have to be ontologically left, we have to ask ourselves, why? Like being
collectivism.
Talk to any city person. They're not just this like collectivist.
I think the nature of cities is you collect in an area.
Well, I think the issue is the process of lowest common denominator population basis. So cities are multicultural, multi-demographic, whereas like rural areas tend to be less so. They tend to be more homogenous.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really easy to win a red district that is overwhelmingly white and like traditional American values.
Mm-hmm.
Chicago is much more difficult. If you look at the election of Brandon Johnson, remarkably, every neighborhood voted based on race, 100%. What I find truly remarkable is that in the black neighborhoods, you had the top 3 candidates. You had, I forgot the guy's name. There was the white dude. There was Brandon Johnson, who's a black guy. You had a Hispanic guy. When you go to like the Pilsen areas, top candidate was the Hispanic guy, followed by the white guy. You go to the white areas, top candidate's the white guy. You go to the black areas, this is where it got interesting. The top 3 candidates were 3 black people. And the reason Brandon Johnson is because only one neighborhood defected, and it was the Loyola University area, like near Evanston, where you have a predominantly young leftist base that voted for the more socialist black candidate. And so you combine that with the racial demographics, and they voted for a candidate just because he was black, for the most part. Like the progressives probably did too. He was like a socialist, and he was black, and they don't want white supremacy or whatever, but that's a small portion of the Chicago base. Chicago votes based on race. Right? This is not a function of being a Republican or being a Democrat. It was literally just the black neighborhood saying we're only going to vote for black people, and the white neighborhood saying we're going to vote for the white guy, and the Latino neighborhood saying we're going to vote for the Latino guy. And it's not necessarily that it's overtly about race, although I do think that's a component of it. I think it's who's speaking to who. If you're a white working class suburbanite kind of guy, and you meet like a firefighter family, and you say like, I used to bring my kid to go play baseball. You go, hey, me too. I like this guy. And then if the Latino guy goes to that same dude and says, we used to bring tamales out and we'd sell them on a porch, the guy's going to be like, I don't know what that means. And so they're not going to feel that rapport, you know what I mean?
I know that this isn't what you're saying, but what it sounds like you're arguing, and so clarify where the nuance is here. It sounds like you're arguing when I said, why are cities just ontologically left-leaning? Like, I don't think that they have to be, right? Assuming I don't think that they have to be. And it seems like your answer is black people are in cities who vote for black people?
Well, let me
because there's definitely more white people in
It's called lowest common denominator politics. If you have 3 distinct cultures that do not agree with each other, in order to win, you need to find the point at which they do come together. And so it's actually quite simple. I'll give you free stuff. So we'll give you free welfare benefits, we'll increase EBT, and this will get you the largest share. If you go to like if you go to Chicago and you take a look at like the Midway neighborhood, which is voting for Trump, you're going to say, no free stuff, you got to work hard, you got to roll up your sleeves and live a good life. They're going to be like, I'm voting for that guy. But if you go and say that in, Loyola, for instance, they're going to say you are completely discounting the experience of marginalized people, and I will not vote for this. You go to the upper class area and you say we need to create social programs, and they're going to be like, well, this is an affront. The lowest common denominator for maximizing voting, this is macro level politics, is to say, I am going to give you your benefits. If you go to a rural Republican area, you are going to find generally cultural homogeneity. For the most part, you're going to find over a large swath of land of a district, most people are culturally and ethnically homogenous to a great degree. When you go to cities, you're going to find it's going to be multicultural. So let's say you go to Chicago.
But they're also less educated, less innovative. They're not typically on the bleeding front of
that's
any
not
industry.
material to advocating for a vote, right?
Well, it's this question again of why is the left ontologically, why are cities
ontologically
left?
Are you arguing that the impoverished black neighborhoods are more educated than the white areas of the same city?
No, I'm saying that cities generally are I'm actually saying I think that the reason why cities tend to be left dominated is because they have policy that appeals to city voters the most.
But appeals to most people.
Except apparently rural voters. Right. Who are just like
Again,
too smart to do it? Or?
Yes, but well, I mean, that is the point, yes. That it appeals to most people, that they're going to have a lot more diversity within cities, and so they have to create policies that are more inclusive and that are going to hit more people and are going to appease more people. It's going to make it to where the most people are able to get the best outcomes possible, and that is something that Republicans don't like. They don't like inclusion. They don't like including other people. They don't like having things that having policies that are trying to include others. They would rather just get the simplistic ideals that they've always had and just keep doing that over and over.
Because you do you understand macro level politics?
I understand you're saying they try to make generalized policy. I slightly disagree because they don't say we want to give you your benefits. They try to go which policies are popular right now that will
lowest
capture
common denominator.
Yeah, so housing.
Which policy connects every group of people
as much as possible? Yes.
So again,
of course,
in a rural area, they need only go apple pie, and they go woo, and they need to go like America, and they're like yeah. And then you go to a city, and if you say America, people are going to be like, America's white supremacist. And the other guy's going to be like, I've been American my whole life. You can't say. So they say, tax the rich, because that's not you. So they say, we want to do programs. And then people go, how are you going to pay for it? We're going to tax the rich. And then look what's going on in New York. Ooh. Actually, we should pull up what's going on in New York.
Where are the richest people in the world? Cities.
Dubai.
Cities. Yeah, cities,
yes,
actually.
Exactly.
We know of.
Right.
Let me
Exactly. That is a ridiculous thing for him to say, because the richest people are not sitting in the fucking suburbs, bro. They're in the cities. And the biggest corporations are in the cities. The people who are making the most money are in the cities. The businesses that make the most money are in the cities. The most innovation comes from the cities. I think it's something like 70% of America's GDP comes from Democrat cities. This is just absolutely ridiculous.
Let me, Kyla, challenge this. We have this story from the New York Post. Desperate Hochul begs wealthy New Yorkers to come back as Mamdani pressures her to hike their taxes. They say Kathy Hochul is begging wealthy New Yorkers who fled the city to encourage their rich pals to come back and continue padding the Empire State's lavish public handouts. Hochul made the case against caving to Mayor Zora Mamdani's demands that she hike income taxes by saying she not only wants fat cats to stay in the city, but also by clawing at those who have moved to states with better business climates like Florida. Hey, I'm one of those people.
Wait.
I left New York for a variety of reasons, not entirely because of high taxes, but that was a component. Moved further south largely because of riots and violence, went to New Jersey, and then New Jersey had crazy taxes, so we got out. Now we're in West Virginia, although we're currently enjoying the beautiful weather here in Austin. I was recently asked, as I've explained quite a bit, there are big investors, media companies looking to buy out podcasts and get into space. And so, of course, as many of you know, we've been having negotiations with companies for years in various ways. That doesn't mean we'll take any deals. But I was recently asked by a company if we'd be willing to relocate to New York City, where there's a lot of infrastructure, high-profile guests, celebrities, great opportunity, all of the big podcasting network companies. And I said, never going to happen. And they said, what is prohibitive about New York? And I said, the taxes are too high. Even with those benefits, when we do the cost-benefit analysis, we lose money by going to New York. It is not worth it. Now, Florida and Texas maybe, but New York, no. And now New York's facing a massive deficit where Zohar Mamdani explicitly stated, if they cannot tax the wealthy, they will have to tax the middle class.
I mean, that's somewhat true. Are you opposed to progressive taxation?
Literally what he said. I'm in favor of a degree of progressive taxation. However, you can't, you have to recognize freedom of movement. And I think are you familiar with the Laffer curve?
I'm not actually. Tell me about
so
it.
this is it's an understanding in tax policy that there is a point at which you increase the tax rate and you decrease tax revenue.
Yes.
Because you'll either stagnate activity or you'll pressure people to leave.
I'm familiar with this.
So there is a happy medium where people will be satisfied paying a certain percentage of their income at a certain level if they feel like the benefit is worth it. However, New York has been experiencing a lot of problems recently. Notably, they've had a massive dog feces problem, which is new. I think this is a component of low trust society. You've also had high-profile cases of subway people being pushed on subway tracks. Whether this is more than normal,
that is not
it is certainly popping up in media and it's causing people to freak out. So you've had since
that is not he makes a really big deal about the people getting pushed onto the fucking subway tracks, and I think last time we looked into it, it was like he kept quoting that it was that it doubled or something. I could be wrong on this, but from what I remember, I think it was in like 2024. He kept saying people getting pushed onto subway tracks has gone up by 50%, and we looked into it, and it literally went from like 1 to 2 or something like that. And I heard him quote this like fucking 50 times, dude. It's going up by 50%, and it ended up being the most nothingness fucking number.
COVID lockdowns, a mass exodus. Now you have, with increased taxes, a continued exodus where we're not just seeing the upper class, the wealthy leave. You're actually seeing middle class people leave the city because they don't feel that they're getting their value from.
Okay, we're gonna continue watching this on one stream, not the other. So if you're watching this on vertical stream, head over to my channel and click on the other stream. So we have 2 streams up right now. The people who are watching on vertical is this one right here. If you will head over to the channel and click on this one here, you sound like a fucking douchebag, bro. Then here we're gonna finish the show over there. So you want to continue watching, don't be gay, okay? Don't be a fucking loser. Come hang out with us over there. Let's go. High fives all around, boy. Fucked it up. Alright. Oh, it's because it's on speed up. Alright. But yeah, head over to the channel and watch it over here. We're going to end the vertical stream. So hopefully you guys come over finish the stream with us. We got a while to go. We got about another 2 hours till stream finishes. So head over to the other part of the channel, and we'll finish watching over there. See you soon.
From the city. I would also throw it back to when AOC joined in these protests against Amazon, which is projected to bring in somewhere around like $30 billion in tax revenue. And she came to these financial district protests, ultimately, whether intentionally or otherwise, created a hubbub that pressured Amazon not to put their warehouses in New York, in Queens, and that cost the city billions, which they were hoping to get to fix their crumbling train infrastructure. So for a lot of people who live in New York, it feels like the taxes are just not worth it. Whatever may be in
I just
terms
can't
of,
find, so here's the issue.
Okay, Governor Hochul is literally begging them to come back because they did leave.
The New York Post is the word.
No.
I'm sorry.
You're not going to argue source.
I need people who are high net worth to support the generous social programs that we want to have in our state. Right? Now, there are some patriotic millionaires who stepped up. Okay, cut me the checks. I mean, just if you want to be supportive, but maybe the first step should be go down to Palm Beach and see who you can bring back home, because our tax base has been eroded. So I philosophically don't have a problem. It is like I have to look at the fact that we are in competition with other states who have less of a tax burden on their corporations and their individuals. And I would say remote work changed everything. There were people who could only work in an office in Manhattan or work in New York State, and they were captives to our state. They were going to stay. We saw that that's not the case. I mean, you know, Wall Street businesses looking at Texas, they're not going there because they have a nicer governor. I know that for sure.
"44 states levy a corporate income tax. Top rates range from a 2% flat rate in North Carolina to an 11.5% top marginal rate in New Jersey. 3 states, Nebraska, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania, reduced their corporate income tax rates effectively January 1st, 2026, while no states increased their corporate income tax rates. Among states that impose a corporate income tax, the average top marginal rate is approximately 6.57%, while the median top marginal rate is 6.5%. 4 states, Alaska, Illinois, Minnesota, and New Jersey, levy top marginal corporate income tax rates of 9% or higher. Maine, 8.93%, and California, 8.84%, are not far behind. New York City isn't even in like the top fucking... Oh, never mind. Holy shit. So, yeah, okay, never mind. California is 6th at 8.84%. Alaska is 4th at 9.4%. Minnesota is 2nd. I guess it would be Illinois is 3rd. Yeah, 9.5%. Then Minnesota. at 9.8%, and then New York City, 11.5% in first place. Okay, yeah, they got the highest corporate tax rate. For show.
The governor literally did this. The governor literally said, "Please come back." That's not up for dispute.
What's her quote specifically? And does she have evidence for this?
I mean, we did play the video earlier. Yeah, we play the video for you.
Give it to me, Kathy.
Trend in small business creation. The COVID-19 pandemic hit New York's small business economy particularly hard in 2020 and 2021, with a net decrease of 7,350 businesses in 2020 and 11,600 in 2021. Okay, this has nothing to do with fucking Mom Donnie. I was about to say, there's no way that businesses have already up and left. I was about to say, there's absolutely no shot in hell that businesses, since Mom Donnie won the election, that they've already up and left. That, like, how the fuck do you move in the course of what, a month, 2 months? Like, how the fuck? No shot. Okay, so yeah, so this happened apparently during COVID, where the majority of these left.
I'm looking forward to hearing her voice.
Hochul made the case, came against Zoran Mamdani. Quote, maybe the first step should be to go down to Palm Beach and see who we can bring back home because our tax base here has eroded. I have to look at the fact that we are in competition with other states who have less of a tax burden on their corporations and their individuals. Trump, the comments are a far cry from her much derided remarks in the 2020 election campaign, where she ripped her GOP opponent, Rep. Lee Zeldin, as the then Duchess, blah, 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 blah. Trump and Zeldin and Molinaro, just jump on a bus and head down to Florida where you belong, okay? Get out of town because you don't represent our values, she said. Wow. Blah, 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 blah. We have to be smart about this, but we can fund what we want to fund with what we are already taking in. The state has been facing its own multi-billion-dollar budget gap that was largely patched after a great year on Wall Street, caused bonuses to shoot at 25% over 2025. Blah, blah, blah. I am focused on 100% affordability issues. It appears, actually, there's two quotes, because I played this video earlier, where she's sitting at a conference meeting saying, like, we need to get the wealthy to come back. This is how Trump revitalized New York. He created these luxury towers, and then told wealthy people this is where the high class is. They came back in, combined with Giuliani's broken window policing, which really just means heavy law enforcement crackdown, and it became more appealing to wealthy individuals and corporations, which then boosted its tax base. The controversy as thus far, which is not up for dispute, Zoran Mamdani gave a speech to the city saying, we must tax the rich to fund these programs. If we do not, we are going to have to tax the middle class.
So I understand, and I understand why he's saying that, and I agree with him that we do need to tax the rich, right? So when I'm looking into like this Laffer stuff, my understanding is that like
you're not going to tax me.
I would be sitting there like, bro, there's no fucking way that all these businesses left that fast. There's just absolutely no shot.
I left.
So most wealthy individuals do not leave from taxes, only 2%. So millionaire tax flight is only about 2% of top earners are moving in response to higher taxes.
And you're talking about generally?
Yeah.
Okay,
is like
so
general
look up New York specifically over the past several months.
Well, every time I've looked up New York, it said
over the past several months, there's
no mass exodus happening at all. There has like been a general trend of like some rich people going to Florida because of no state income tax.
I just Googled it, so we'll just pull up whatever Google says. How about that?
I can tell you,
New York City is experiencing a significant ongoing exodus of high net worth individuals driven by high taxes, steep living costs, and remote work flexibility, with many relocating to low tax states like Florida. Despite this, the city remains a global wealth hub with over 33,000 residents worth $30 million or more as of July 2025. That's interesting. I wonder what is motivating the governor to be like, please come back. I'm going to have to go down to Palm Beach and see who we can bring back. Like, clearly she's saying this because she's experiencing a problem, right?
Possibly, like, taking politicians.
It says with many relocating to low tax states like Florida, despite this, the city remains a global wealth hub with over 33,000 residents worth over $30 million or more as of July 2025, consistently replenishing its millionaire ranks. So the problem is that that's right. Ever since their tax rates went up, they actually grew in millionaires. They actually went up in millionaires. That's right. I remember we were listening to somebody complain about this like last month, saying that all of them are leaving ever since X time, and we went and looked it up. In that period of time, they actually grew by like double. I remember this.
of the word is like one of the worst things, especially when we have a quote in the exact same article of her saying literally the opposite like 2 years before and saying
No,
fuck
2 years
them
before,
if they
she was saying, why don't you leave?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
She wasn't governor at the time.
Right, so now all of a
She was
sudden...
running. Or actually, I'm sorry. She was lieutenant governor who assumed it from Cuomo and was in the campaign saying she wanted to run.
Right, and she was saying, screw those people. If they want to leave, they can leave, and saying basically the opposite of everything.
Escape from New York 2025 Millionaire Edition. What other articles say this?
Do you know, Tim?
Rich New Yorkers threaten to leave, then they find out how hard that is. That's a funny one. Brokers discuss Mamdani feud wealth exodus fears. Yahoo Finance. The Center Square. Mamdani's tax plans could exacerbate.
So like one of the issues you
Global.
have to think with why people move, right? Some people do just move purely for wealth, but a lot of rich people have families, they have kids, they have plugged in, they have all of the local restaurants, they have all the digs, right? They have this entire life and community connected to the city.
That's why I'm saying these like the big corporations are not just disappearing.
Which is why I agree there is some little.
But big corporations are not just going to uproot and move, because the majority of the people that work for you are not going to stay with you unless, as that article said, or what we read a minute ago said, is where they're working out of the office, where they're going to do everything from home, and they're going to allow these people to just stay in New York, and then they're going to move their like actual headquarters to Florida so that they just don't get the tax burden anymore. But they'll still, but they'll still be operating, like most of their operations will be out of New York. It's a really interesting way of doing it, because you still, like, a lot of the reasons that businesses move to New York is so that they get the benefit of being where all of the money is, and so they're able to...
Ariana tip $2. The article you read says New Jersey has the highest corporate tax rate, not New York. Your dyslexia is acting up. New York is not even in the top 5 states.
The article you read says New Jersey has the highest corporate tax rate. No, it didn't. It said they had the highest, what was it? The highest marginal corporate tax rate. The highest tax rate was New York. I can go back to it and show you again. Oh wait, is this? Yeah. This is right here. So this is, how do corporate income tax rates compare in your state? Top marginal corporate income tax rates as of January 1st, 2026. 2% to 11.5%. California ranked 6th, 8.4%. Alaska ranked 4th at 9.4%. Illinois ranked 3rd at 9.5%. Minnesota ranked 2nd, 9.8%. New York, or sorry, oh, it is New Jersey. You're right. You're right, it is New Jersey. My bad. Yeah, New York's here, 16th. Okay, my bad. I hovered over the wrong part. Yeah, it's my fault. Okay, yeah. It's 16th. Yeah, so they're not even... Yeah, they're not even in the top 10. Sheesh. Okay, thanks. That's crazy. Yeah, I'm in Georgia. We're 31st. Florida's 28th. Texas doesn't have one. Washington doesn't have one. Damn. That's actually fucking wild.
Little bit of pressure of if you tax the rich, yeah, they might like move elsewhere, which would just make a better argument for greater federal taxes. But that's the Canadian speaking
like,
in me, right? But at the
is
end,
Hochul wrong?
Is who?
Is Hochul wrong? Are like they not leaving? Are all these articles wrong? Are they not leaving?
I suspect it's to be disputed, right?
Again, I believe the idea is that there are some people that are leaving, but there's a larger amount of people who are coming in. Let's see. Millionaires surge in New York City as middle class gets priced out. It's actually really annoying. The AI hasn't like really wanted to answer any of my fucking questions today. The little bit that even if I go to AI, it's just giving me links. Yes, New York City has experienced significant growth in its millionaire population over the last decade, though it is losing dominance as other regions grow even faster. Total count as of 2025, New York City is home to approximately 400,000 millionaires, maintaining its title as the wealthiest city in the world. Decade-long surge, the number of millionaires in New York City grew by roughly 45% to 48% over the past decade. Density, approximately 1 in every 24 New York City residents is now a millionaire. Ultra wealthy, the city has hosts 818 centimillionaires, those with over $100 million in investable assets, and 66 billionaires. The shrinking share paradox. While the absolute number of millionaires in New York City has grown, the city's share of the nation's total millionaires has declined significantly. New York City's share of U.S. millionaires fell from 6.5% in 2010 to 4.2% in 2022. So this isn't saying that they're fleeing. This isn't saying that they're running away. It seems as though there's still more millionaires moving there. It's just that there's other places where they're growing faster. So that's either they're moving there or they're creating money, you know, in a place where they already live. But Tom, why won't you realize that the left was correct all along? You centrists are stuck in the past. Sorry. I've literally no idea. Correct about what?
Right? Like
all these
Exodus.
articles are wrong. Like,
well, the issue is
the news is wrong.
Well, the articles here are saying 2%. That's not an Exodus.
No. A general comment on cities, right, where people may or may not leave, is not the same as literally me pulling up a series of articles where they're like, the wealthy are leaving.
Exodus. That's a really sexy. We're talking about news articles versus a data-driven thing that's saying here.
Which is not material to just New York City.
Sure, it's actually looking at the taxing
we're talking
principle
about New York
broadly.
City, right?
Would you say that this policy of taxing the rich would make them leave would hold true regardless of whether it's New York or if it was like Palm Springs?
We're just talking about New York.
So are you denying that the data that I'm showing you that is not from?
I'm saying it's not material to a conversation about New York current experiences.
How is generalized data about this principle not going to be applicable to a city in which we're talking about the same principle?
New York City is experiencing a wealth exodus, yes or no?
It seems like no. It seems like calling it an exodus.
So these articles are just not correct?
Yeah, shocker. People are fear-mongering. It sounds like some people are leaving. But it looks like it's at about a 2% rate.
The governor fell for fake news.
I don't know what she's doing. Maybe she fell for fake.
Why is she saying we need to bring these people back?
Because again, yeah, there was an exodus during COVID.
It could be a multitude of reasons.
This is why I'll never vote Democrat.
Why? Because
so
I'm
he's so fucking stupid, dude. He's so fucking stupid.
I'm going by data instead of headlines.
I'm just reading the news.
You're reading headlines, and I'm reading a
and the governor's own statements. And the only conclusion I can come to when the governor says, "Please come back," and the news reports say they're experiencing a wealth exodus, is that they are.
So if the governor.
Like, I agree with it. He's not coming to the wrong conclusion. He is right. It would make more sense to, like, listen to what the governor says in this case than just, like, a general stat on the entire country. So, like, it is true that, like, you can have a general stat. This is the thing that we talk about a lot, is that, like, immigrants coming in don't generally cause prices to go up. It's not a real thing. It's not a real problem. It's a thing that like conservatives fearmonger about, but it's not a real problem. With that said, it is happening in some cities. There are some cities where that is 100% happening, where there's places in a city, again, where in the city it becomes too congested too quickly to where they don't have the housing to meet the demands that they need, and therefore the demand goes through the roof, and now prices are way too high to where people who have lived there all their lives aren't able to stay anymore. That is a thing that happens in very, very, very few places. Like we talked about, Springfield, Ohio is one of the places where it happened, where they were talking about them eating the cats and dogs and crap like that. Yeah, it happens, but it's not. Generally, it's not real. Generally, it's not true. In general, that's not the case, but it happens in some cities. So in this case, where she keeps saying, well, generally this isn't true. Well, okay, generally, that doesn't mean it's not happening in New York, but what he's saying is where like the governor is saying, yeah, this happened. We want the millionaires to come back. I would trust what it is that what the governor is saying. It's just that he's reading into it is that this just happened because of Mom Domini, and it's actually happened over the course of years during COVID.
The governor says trans kids actually need to transition. We just believe the governor now because the governor said it?
When the governor says we have a budget shortfall and we need wealthy people back, I go, wow, that's interesting.
That's not what she said. She just said we got to go down to Palm Springs and bring them back.
Palm Beach.
I got a question.
Palm Springs,
California. Specify, is it 2% of the top earners left or 2% of the wealth is gone?
No, 2% of top earners leave.
So what percent of the New York economy was commanded by that 2% of people?
Well, I'm not sure. I wouldn't be surprised if it's significant. Probably like the top, like say we got 100 people, right? And 10 of them are the top earners and 2 of those people leave. I wouldn't even be surprised if the top earners are the ones that leave necessarily, right? But the issue is that calling that an exodus is overinflating the issue. It makes it sound like millionaires are packing up their rich, blonde, beautiful kids into their beautiful Land Rovers and they're driving down to Florida en masse. And, and that's not happening. What's happening is probably a select few of the top performers
6%.
that probably... Sure.
Between 2019 and 2020, the number of New Yorkers earning between 150 and 750 fell by 6%, while the number of true high earners dropped by 10%.
Wait, fell
according to the
because
city's
of
independent budget office. This erosion matters because the city's top 1%, about 41,000 filers, pay more than 40% of all income taxes. The top 10% pay about 2/3, which means the remaining 90% of taxpayers contribute only about 1/3 of the city's income tax revenue. When even a small share of these high earners disappears, the impact is seismic. So recent migration trends confirm the damage. More than 125,000 New Yorkers have fled to Florida in just the past few years, carrying nearly $14 billion worth of income with them, according to the Citizens Budget Commission. About a third of these movers, more than 41,000 people, went to Miami-Dade, Palm Beach, and Broward counties between 2018 and 2022. Those escapes alone stripped New York City of an estimated $10 billion in adjusted gross income. When money and mobility align, no amount of political rhetoric can stop people.
But they're not, again, they're not, like, just saying people leave is like, this is like talking about the amount of businesses that went out of business under Biden. Or this is the thing with Trump as well. The amount of businesses that are going out of business under Trump and not calculating that there's even more businesses that are creating new businesses that are making even more money to where it actually, you end up better. Just not, you're not taking the full picture into consideration.
People from voting with their feet. Into this fragile situation steps Zohran Mamdani and et cetera, et cetera.
So the top, did you say it was the top 2% of earners left? Or how did you phrase that? The top 2% of the earners in New York left?
Of the top earners, 2% of them leave.
Okay, well, according to the city budget from New York.
Is that like 95 to 100, the top earners? Do you have that data?
So I'll have to look for it.
The data points kind of defunct until we can figure that stuff out. Because if 2% of the people left and took 40% of New York's GDP, that's an exodus. That's a legit, like, catastrophic change.
It's an exodus to the budget, but it's not an exodus of people.
Correct.
Right. But the issue is that when we're talking about this, what we're making it sound like is that people en masse are moving. What we're really saying is the richest of the absolute rich won't share the pie. And if anything gets hiked up on them, those people, those select individuals leave.
Since April 2020, New York City has experienced a significant population decline, losing nearly 500,000 residents, or 5.3% of its population in the initial years following the pandemic. While the population outflows slowed in 2022, the city saw a net loss of 216,778 residents in the end of 2023, largely driven by domestic migration. They did recover a little bit in the past year or so.
But that's not only from taxes, right?
No, that's everything. That's
everything. Yeah, because so we are housing prices
we are seeing mass migration. So I'll say two things.
Sure.
But again, some of that is that more rich people are moving in, where other people are being priced out because there's so many fucking millionaires that, yeah, the middle class is being priced out. So this is actually the exact opposite. When you're looking at a mass exodus of people overall, not millionaires, but people overall, you're looking at a bunch of people who literally cannot afford to live there anymore because there's too many millionaires. What the fuck? My stream go down or something? What the hell is happening? Did stream go down or something? What?
For like housing and stuff. So I'm not surprised that people might be leaving New York.
Oh, I just hit play twice. Okay.
I'm gonna try and grab. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I'm gonna try. I want to say a couple things, and then we got to get some of these rebel rants and chats. We'll go a little bit long because I've been having fun. I enjoy the conversation. So I work 16 hours a day. Today, I will have recorded 5.5 hours of content. I record more podcast, talk radio, whatever you want to call it, than any other person on the planet. Now, that's just being hyperbolic because there's probably some dude in his room who talks for 8 hours.
I was going to say, except Cliff Victor, right?
Well, me.
But, and people say Hassan streams for 8 hours, but he doesn't actually talk for 8 hours. I actually have hard, straight talk for 5.5 hours, which is about 8 or 9 hours. Well, it's about 8 or 9 hours of like research plus talking. So I work for about 16 hours a day with business stuff in between. I lose money by doing it because of progressive taxes, which has driven me to the point where, like, my wife and I had the conversation about, like, we probably shouldn't anymore, but, you know, like, what would make this work? So here's how it works. The first 8 hours I work, I make the bulk of my money. After this, we decided to do Timcast IRL, in which I'm working for 16 hours, but I'm a salary-based individual, and then, of course, we have our profit margins. Because I pay more taxes after a certain amount, it means the more hours I work, the less amount of money I make. If I stop working these hours, 30 to 40 people will lose their jobs. However, I'm looking at...
No, not the less money he makes, the less he makes per hour. He's not making less money. He's making less per hour. That is a very dishonest way that he just represented it, as though he's like doing charity work. That is very dishonest in the way that he just said that.
At a diminishing return on working these extra hours, I would be rich if I didn't. This is the problem with progressive taxes. Should these producers and personalities who work in this industry...
Oh, okay, because he's talking about how much he's going to get taxed. Okay, I get it.
Lose their jobs because the progressive tax system is punishing me for working extra hours. The assumption with the taxing the wealthy is that these are people who are just... They're working 40 hours like everybody else, therefore they're earning a salary and they should pay more. When the reality is, at least for me, I'm only making more money because I'm choosing to work 80 hours a week or more and getting punished for doing so. That creates a perverse incentive, which would tell people not to run their businesses, not to work. And for that reason, I largely disagree.
I mean, this is true. I've talked about the fact that, like, there was a period where I was making about $30,000 a year, and then within the course of 2 years, I went to, I think it was $70,000 just in salary. And that was like before you got to like my bonuses or anything else. And so it was, I definitely, oh, fuck, this happens every fucking time, dude. This was like a thing that was very fucking annoying where, yeah, before I was getting like $2,000, $3,000 tax returns every single time I did my tax returns, to then getting like most of the time having to pay for taxes afterwards when I did the returns.
Agree with I would call it like higher end progressive taxes. That does create a challenge because there are some people who barely work at all and make a ton of money. But the problem with a blanket tax system is that not everybody makes money in the exact same way, but they will all be taxed in the same way. That creates a problem. For productivity, and it creates a detriment to working class people who rely on CEOs who are going to work 80 hours a week.
Right. And so when I talk about progressive taxes...
So why should I get taxed for working more?
Sure. The main thing that I would say is we need a distribution system that allows for... Right now what we seem to have is a distribution system where there's like a K going on. This is what a lot of economists are calling it, right? You're either getting poorer or you're getting richer, and there's a diminishing middle class. What I want is actually a taxation system that is most incentivized for the common man. I want the middle class to have the tax system built around them, actually. I think that would be the best. I think that there should be way more tax credits for middle class earners, small business owners, these types of individuals, and there should be a lot more scrutiny looked at corporate businesses, right? For example, if you've got a corporate like Walmart or these like major companies, and their corporate profits have gone incredibly high over the last few years, but their wages have stagnated for the past 5 years. We need to look at that and figure out a way to redistribute it. Maybe we find that company and we just force, maybe we don't need to do all more taxations. Maybe we need to force companies to pay workers more.
I completely agree that, like, Facebook making $160 billion, they should be taxed on it because we just need money to blow up brown people.
Or more importantly, pay their pay their workers more.
She agrees.
Not at all. Not at all.
See, the problem I have with progressive taxes after the fact is that the money is going to go to the war machine for the most part.
You get
corporations.
How
about we reallocate the existing tax infrastructure and figure out after that if we do need to raise taxes?
Sure. I mean,
you're saying taxes should be punitive.
No, I want them incentive based. Like, for example, I want families to be able to claim things like gyms, public.
No, I agree.
Public uses and stuff like that.
I forgive me for interrupting. But real quick question.
Got a show.
Do you think we should stop funding like massive military budgets and stuff like that?
I think we need some military budget, but I don't
Sure,
think we
I
need
agree. But like, it's kind of a lot, right? Like $1 trillion.
Probably. The issue is I don't have a good idea of like what military budget was necessary in an age of like China and Russia, because we need to be stronger than them.
Are you in favor or opposition to the Iran war?
I'm opposed to the Iran war in how it's handled.
Do you think that
I'm not opposed to the killing of the Ayatollah?
We should reallocate. We should basically look at where the tax money is going, and then assess whether or not we are wasting money. Waste, fraud, and abuse tends to be the term, but I don't like that as a single issue because, you know, maybe we don't need such a big military budget. We want a good one. Don't get me wrong. But would you agree that we could probably reallocate the existing tax base, like tax revenue, to better things?
I'm sure there's many areas I would happily.
I think the solution is we do that first, then we go through the budget and figure out where we need to tax more if we need to fund other things. Because I feel like we can probably find a bunch of missing money from waste, fraud, and abuse, but also programs we don't like, and then be like, hey, we could put that money towards things we do like.
Sure.
Then after that, we might not need as much taxes as you think.
This is why I hated Doge so much, is there was this opportunity to properly audit government spending and ask the questions of where they went, and they didn't reduce the deficit. They chainsaw hacked. They destroyed U.S. aid, which was especially if you're dovish, which I believe you are. Dovish. Yeah, like not war hawk. So Trump is a hawk, right? If you're dove, you're saying
myself dovish.
It probably means you probably prefer diplomacy. If there's any foreign intervention that you have to do, you probably prefer diplomacy first. You probably prefer soft power and negotiation. I'm assuming. I could be wrong.
I would argue that I'm like, if I don't want to say left or right. Let's say up or down. If up is dovish and down is hawkish, I'm just slightly above the center towards dovish.
Yeah, that's kind of what I presumed. I don't think you're an extreme on. I'm
sure
you
understand
some.
Up, you know
I understand World War II happened and Hitler.
And the Ayatollah was not a good guy, and I don't shed a tear.
Exactly. Neither was Bashar al-Assad. I brain fart. I don't know where I'm going.
We're going to get some of your Rumble rants. These debates are always fun. Rumble rant. We're gonna have the uncensored portion of the show coming up, but we'll try and get as many of these as we can because I'm sorry, I was enjoying the conversation too much. Gonzo says, "We'll come back to watch, but wanted to follow Timcast tradition. My wife is currently being induced. Welcome to the world, Cody Gonzalez. All prayers are welcomed and appreciated."
Yay!
Thank you, Cody. Congratulations.
Good job,
baby.
Do you want me to read the mean ones?
Sure.
Dan Vicious says Kyla is face corking from all the amphetamines.
I don't do amphetamines. I don't know what you mean by face corking.
I posted this on X earlier because people comment that I'm on meth or like Adderall. And I'm like, I take it as a compliment because I've never done any hard drug. The worst thing I've ever done is smoked pot once when I was 16. I didn't enjoy it. I don't drink, don't smoke. I have no tattoos, no Adderall. I have a cup of coffee every morning around 8 a.m. That's it, a single cup. And then I don't drink coffee after 10 a.m.
It's just that I get him so high when I'm sitting next to him, he gets all stimulated.
Actually, the secret is Ian's got a cattle prod. And when I start getting tired, he just walks in the room and shut the fuck up. No, he says talk more.
Go.
So it's like I'll record my first segment. I'll be like, Ian, I'm just too tired. I'll go.
16 hours today, Tim. Let's go.
Sleep says to keep the tradition going. I'm in the hospital with the, and the wife is pushing baby girl number 3. Ooh. Help! I am now massively outnumbered. Too many babies.
There's a lot of babies in the super chats.
It's a tradition. People. For some reason, people have decided to make a meme trend where when their wife is giving birth, they go on and chat like, "It's now, we're doing it," but we love it because it's amazing.
Counter or something.
That's very cute. Well, congrats on the baby again.
JDev says, so according to her, to be right-wing, you are just against the alphabet people. She's literally half an inch deep puddle on politics.
I'm sure if you debated me anytime, I'm happily slop you up, okay?
Let's see. What is this? JDev says, it's funny watching Tim debate against NotSoErudite. I mean ChatGPT.
Good one.
Were you using ChatGPT during the debate?
No, for the most part, if I use it at all, it's usually to just like search for resources. I'm mostly on Google looking for like articles and stuff.
I like ChatGPT during. I mean, I have no problems with it. Just transparent. Yeah.
Frankly, if anyone's actually like looked at ChatGPT, I once tried to use it for debate prep to be like debate me on my ideas to see what my opponent would say. It's trash. It's like garbage at debate. Yeah.
Badmouth Bandit says, did you see James O'Keefe put a video out undercover as a homeless man on Skid Row, catching petitioners, paying homeless people for signatures and paying them to register to vote? Indeed, I did. And guys, like I worked for. Do you know what the PERG groups are? The group, it's redundant. It's the public interest research groups. It's a series of nonprofits, and they had me go out and do voter registration. And like literally, I walked up to people who are like, I don't know, and it's like, well, just sign up anyway. And they're like, okay, I guess. Like these people don't pay attention. They don't care what's going on in the world. I think that in order to vote, you have to sign up for selective service, men and women alike. Then you get a voter ID card after you do, and then you can vote as you see fit. All right, let's see. Lechef says, there's no mass exodus, just a steady stream of the richest people leaving. That means you're wrong because I'm arguing a term you didn't say. Semantic BS and avoiding context on purpose. Uh-oh. YouTube Super Chats crashed. YouTube always crashes. I swear, like YouTube's been shadow banning the show.
Yeah.
Like everybody's complaining about it.
Weird that there's a super chat bug with YouTube and it hasn't been fixed in 3 years. Is it because most shows don't get 500 super chats in a night? Is that
No,
why?
it's because
Andrew, you're nodding,
YouTube
probably?
controls who is seen and who is not. A year ago, YouTube had us on the front page.
It's crazy.
Like, if you went to YouTube Live, we were the default live show. Someone clicked a button, and then someone else got pissed, and then dropped the hammer on us.
You guys gotta understand, if you don't fix that bug.
So, okay, I don't think that's how it works, but I do think there is some manual, like, changes that they can do. And I've talked about this a bunch in the past, that, like, there was a period where it did feel like I was shadow banned, and I wasn't able to get into the algo, like, at all. Like, you could go to my, like, analytics, and it would show that, like, it was, like, per month, 90% of the people who were watching me were subscribed, and I had, like, 200 subscribers. It was really fucking weird, and I had a bunch of, like, I had some problems with some things, where, like, I'd gotten in trouble once or twice for, like, you know, some things here or there. But, it felt like once that happened, I had just been put on, like, the list. And then, yeah, I wasn't able to get new viewers, and I was just, like, kind of fucked. But then, all of a sudden, one day, I went and, like, I appealed a decision that was made on something. And after that appeal, I won the appeal. And immediately, my whole fucking channel just took off. Like, just fucking to the sky, dude. It was so weird. And it was... There were some parts that, like, probably had some to do with content. But it was strange where for the first time ever, we're getting new viewers that are, like, that are not subscribed to the channel. From over the course of, like... I don't know, like, you know, 2-3 years, it just never happened. Like, we just never got new viewers, and then all of a sudden I did. Yeah, it definitely seemed like somebody pressed a button. So then I started having the problem again. All of a sudden, I wasn't getting viewers. And I started telling people, I was like, guys, I'm pretty sure, like, if I talk to the right person or, like, push hard enough, all of a sudden, I'll be back. Like, they'll just put me back in again. And so I did. I pushed, and I made a big deal about it. And all of a sudden, they kept telling me, there's nothing we can do. Like, we don't have anything to do with the algorithm. We can't change what does or doesn't make it in, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, of course, but, like, can I talk to your boss instead? And they're like, yeah, sure. So then I go talk to the boss, and, like, just kept, like, asking to escalate my issue more and more. And after a while, I eventually, like, pushed to talk to their boss then. And then, yeah, after I did it, like, 3 or 4 times, I then said, okay, thank you. And, like, after I escalated it as high as I was allowed to, yeah, I just said, okay, thanks. And moved on. And the very next fucking day, I'm serious, the very next day, all of a sudden, I was right back to where I was before. So, I'm telling you, like, it feels like there's, like, I think what happens is the algorithm can start to, like, notice that you have some, like, irregularities. So over time, I think it starts to downgrade you, right? It says, like, oh, this person said too many slurs, or this person's put out this much misinformation, or this person's done this, this person's done that. But they recognize that there's, like, some flaws in that. And so if they start to feel as though, like, maybe that was unfair, like, they do a, you know, you appeal a decision of theirs, and they're like, oh, we fucked up on that one, and we thought that he was the type of person to do that sort of thing, so now, like, we're, you know, now we're not sure, so we're just going to reset him in the algorithm. Like, I think that that's kind of what happens to where you're able to get pushed again.
You're not going to eclipse the level that we're at. You need to, I don't know what the problem is. We'll fix it. It's been 3 years. Okay, I'm cool.
Nothing to do with keywords or hot topics. I didn't change any of those things. What do you mean? Yeah, no. It had nothing to do with those things. I didn't. No, and I wasn't sweet talking them. I'm saying that I think that, like, if you just push hard enough, they'll just, like, push for you to get, like, just, like, reset. They'll just, like, reset the algorithm to where I think you have, like, red flags that pop up on your content. And after a certain amount of red flags, it just slowly starts to degrade you in the algorithm. And then after you've been, like, downgraded enough, yeah, like, you just stop seeing new viewers. But yeah, I didn't change anything. Like, my content didn't change, my keywords didn't change, like, none of my shit changed. It was the same the entire time.
All right, let's grab some here. What do we got here? Pariah says, Press Cyan here, as is Timcast tradition. At 4:43 a.m. Pacific time on this day, our son Kai was born. Congratulations.
Good job, man.
That's cute.
Congratulations.
Way to push yourself out.
This is a cute tradition. I like this.
All right. I know, just all over the place. S.A. Federale says, listen, I never heard of this Kyla hottie and left to watch the last YouTube I could find. Jesse Lee Peterson questioning her is the funniest thing you'll ever watch. I'm still laughing and choking. Cheers, fam.
That was a very fun interview.
He's a funny guy, but it's like he's unassumingly funny.
We gotta have him on. Does he travel? I think he said he wasn't traveling, but we should.
Only the Truth says the rich are leaving California because of a new proposed tax. Indeed, we saw the Starbucks guy leave, and Starbucks is relocating to Nashville. They're moving a good portion of their headquarters, and right around the time that they announced they're going to be putting an income tax on high-income individuals.
I was going to tell you, I had, in my, just anecdotal, 9 families from my area in Los Angeles moved to Texas, to the same area in Texas. So there is an exodus. I mean, you could say it's anecdotal or not, but that's 9 families.
I mean, like I said earlier, we were asked by a production company if we'd consider being in New York, and we were like, no, 13.7% or whatever it is, because you've got city, state, and federal combined. I'd be paying like 60%. It's nuts.
And for what? What would you get out of it?
I don't know, a dude pushing someone onto the subway tracks and like dog crap on the sidewalks. Like,
I don't know if this should be our approach. So there's a sweet spot here. There has to be, right? Taxes shouldn't. Your question to taxes shouldn't just be, well, what do I get out of it? Because part of the point of taxes is we all get something, right? The reality is, like, I'm willing to pay a certain amount of taxes so that if my employees have some sort of nightmare in the future, they can claim unemployment and like have a life raft, right? There are good things that come out of taxation.
Yeah, but I disagree. I think this country would be way better if people were just voting based on self-interest.
Wait, that was my argument.
I know.
Yeah, I just said, she said earlier that everybody votes based on self-interest, so now this is kind of... She's saying what people do and what they should do. And so that's the difference here right now, is what people should do. But it's kind of funny.
I'm glad you caught that.
Yeah.
That's Bugs Bunny.
Uh-huh.
Sure. So yes.
The wealthy people should say, I am going to vote based on what benefits my life.
They do. The issue is that
and then they leave.
Well, they do. It's just that they're always going to be outvoted by like common man interest, right? And so this is why I said there has to be a sweet spot, right? Tax the rich doesn't mean I would never be for like a 90% tax on rich people. I think that's silly. I think it's a bad progressive talking point. But like land value tax, for example, is so much better than property tax. It's genius.
How does it work?
Okay, so property taxes basically disincentivize you from developing property, right? Because if your property gets better, they charge you more, despite you contributing to society.
Right.
Land value says you can develop it as much as you want, but if that piece of land, say you have 40 acres and it's in downtown LA, you're going to pay out your ass because it's high prime land and you have a lot of it. Whereas if you have 40 acres in bumfuck nowhere, you're going to get taxed almost nothing.
So you're saying like the government should appropriate people's property?
No, it's very much the opposite. It's saying we decide how much value a piece of land is worth based on its location, based on the size of plot, and you get taxed on that instead of on property value.
The problem is inflation, because if you double...
Let me finish the point. We're not asking a question. So
I thought that was a fucking
with,
dragon, dude.
Like, how property breaks apart and how value taxes are government appropriation? So no. I'll just explain it. So you have 50 acres in 1800, and you're in an empty area that no one really cares about. You do a little bit of farming there, but 50 acres isn't really enough to do any kind of substantial farming. And it's a relatively small plot for back in the day. Mm-hmm. You build a house, you die, your kids get it. 1900s come around, and
You
there's some
die.
development around your 50-acre plot of land, and so the
Fuck
value has
you.
more worth now because of the existing businesses. So what used to be just kind of wilderness trash now actually is reasonably valuable for anybody who wants to develop, but for the most part, they don't think about it. However, property taxes for your property, so let's do it all based on just modern property values. So you have a property that's worth $100,000, and you got to pay property tax about $2,000 per year, and you make that money from your job or whatever it is you do, and then you pay those taxes. You give the property to your children, they inherit it. But now, because there's some development around, which you can't control, the property is worth $300,000. You got to pay $6,000 this year. Well, your kids who inherit it are just working the same farm they always did. They're not making $6,000. The farm generates just enough to get by. So what do? They parcel a piece of that land. They carve it off and they sell it off. After 75 years, the land is now 50 different single-acre parcels owned by a random smattering of people. Or the worst part is they can't afford the taxes, so the government seizes the property and then appropriates it.
Sure, but in the case of property tax, now we have a different incentive structure where they sit on their land and they let it get increasingly dilapidated over time, because if they improve it, if they
It'll
put
get
in the
reassessed.
warehouse, it'll get reassessed.
But
right?
your argument of a land value tax functions the exact same way, slightly differently.
Slightly different way, in a way that I essentially am saying I have preference for. Like, you can be opposed to land value tax, but I think it's a better tax.
If you have 50 acres and we say we're not taxing the development, so we're not going to consider the structures as per the value of that land, right?
Right. It's going to be like spaces and stuff.
Then I build a aluminum plant, which brings 500 jobs, and people start developing around my acreage. They set up a coffee shop, they set up a bank. Now you've got the makings of a small town from this refinery. That refinery and development did increase the value of the land it sits on. It won't be the same because the refinery is going to be worth tens of millions of dollars, but that land will go from 400,000 to 4 million overnight.
Yeah, and then it'll be more likely to be built into like a city later on. I think that this. So again, your argument against this has to be all taxes are bad, right? And I'm not for that.
No, it's that
I think
value
this is
taxes
a
are
better.
bad.
I
like
think
a wealth tax or a property tax or a land value tax or like paying tax on the value of your car.
How do you tax land then? How do you tax property?
You don't.
So just no taxes?
You can pay sales tax. You can pay income tax. But the point is.
So just never move.
Never. What does that mean? Never move.
Well, your incentive in that place, if all we tax is like sales, for example, then everyone is going to be incentivized to just keep property in the land. We're going to have extremely low mobility.
Is your argument that we should create a system by which people can lose their land to the government to incentivize them to
well,
do something?
Well, it's not losing. They're choosing to sell it off. Usually,
oh, right. The government put a gun to your head and said, do it or go to jail, so they sell their property.
No,
okay.
No,
Will you go to jail if you don't pay your taxes?
I think eventually, but like very rarely. It's very rarely that like in cases where people refuse to take.
Will they seize your property if you don't pay taxes?
Up to a certain point. They won't take like your first home
so
or your
when
house
you tax someone's
or your
property
car,
and they've inherited the land, I can't tell you. I bought a piece of land that was for pennies on the dollar. It was inherited by the family that owned it. And they were like, we don't make money that can afford the taxes on this place.
Sure, but I'm in favor of some taxes, right? I'm obviously in favor of taxes.
I know, but when you tax someone's land, you're basically saying there will be no generational wealth.
Well, arguably, what you're saying is that while generational wealth will be maintained, but there will be no housing development ever at any time, because if you sell things off, you lose money. Yeah, because if you are the person.
You were arguing that.
No, I'm not saying that.
If a housing development emerges around dead acreage, that acreage becomes worth more money. So
if you only get taxed on what you sell, which is your model, then you're never incentivized to ever sell, right?
You are.
Why would you ever sell if that's the time you're going to get taxed on it?
Well, if someone inherits a piece of property and says, I don't want to live in West Virginia, so they sell it,
why don't you just rent
and they
it?
retain the you certainly could. But
yeah, that's what most people would probably do, is we would end up in major landowner situations.
I'm going to say this. I don't think you have any experience with rental markets or how that system works, because most people don't want to do it.
I have a decent amount, and I understand that a lot of people.
Properties?
No, one of my like close family friends.
It's miserable. No, and everyone's advocating against it. You've got Mikey Taylor. Shout out to Mikey Taylor, who's a real estate developer, saying you don't want to own, you don't want to rent. You want to be a renter.
Sort of, but real estate is also like one of the largest contributors to American GDP. So we are definitely renting, and there is definitely incentive to own conglomerations. What I'm saying is that we have two different tax systems. I'm taxing either way. I think my system works, and I'm fine with people selling off their property, because suddenly grandpa's property from 300 years ago is worth $17 million, and then they can go buy a farm and probably buy 6 times the land. Yes, I think that that's a better system. Although, yeah, not everyone's going to be in favor for it.
Huh? The government forcing them to
force. It
is force. Well, how is it not force?
It's not forcing, because you could choose to default on your loans,
like
right?
And then they'll seize your land from you.
Yeah, but in this case, you're saying the government's forcing you to never move.
What do you mean they're forcing you never? You choose to move if you want to move. If you don't,
you choose to sell if you don't want to sell.
If the government tells you, pay this bill or we will take your land from you.
If the government says, if you sell this thing, we will take a bunch of your money, that's force.
That's sales tax.
Mine's property tax.
And you can still sell a property and retain the majority of the value you have on it without ever having to parcel it away. So yes, you can literally say, I don't want to sell my land, and keep it. And if you decide to sell it to move on, then you pay a tax. Fine.
So nobody will ever sell.
No, some people will. But
Very
most
rarely.
people won't. They'll retain the value.
You're right.
Most people won't become rentals, won't turn into rentals. And most people who inherit property from their parents sell it because they don't want to live in those areas.
So here's the issue. I'm not a libertarian. Yes, I think the government is allowed to do some level of coercion. And I think while you might not like this, I think my idea of the land value tax is a better tax system than property taxes. But yes, I do want taxation on land to some degree. I think it's a valuable thing for municipalities and
We're
states.
going to go to the Rumble Uncensored portion of the show over at rumble.com/TimcastIRL. Matthew, do you want to shout anything out?
Just Matthew D. Marsden on YouTube and on all the socials. Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah.
Not so erudite everywhere.
You could do like, I'm eating Crossland if you need it. If you didn't know, if you tax their property, but if they rent out their property, you stop taxing them while they're renting, as long as they're a renter. But anyway, I was going to shove that in during the show. I didn't have a chance because they're so good. Catch us on Rumble. See you there. Carter Banks.
Yes. Damn, looking forward to the after show. Let's get into it.
I guess we're technically still on the show.
Yeah,
so
right, we'll see you guys at rumble.com/TimcastIRL, and it'll be the same conversation, but with swear words. Thanks for hanging out.
Oh. Wait, they get to say swear words? Well, I want to go do it then. Oh, I'm so sorry, bro. I didn't realize I was on my fucking mic. My bad, guys. I'm talking to my stupid chat. They're all a bunch of fucking gafers, too. Say hey to the gafers. You said hey gafers. Y'all heard that. He thinks you're gay. He also thinks you guys are fucking gay. Told you. It's a horrible show to watch. Seems to have an understanding of incentives when it comes to being taxed on property, but thinks if you can tax only sales, it has no influence. It's just that, yeah, this is the conservative mind, is that like they'll make things about incentives in the most convenient fucking circumstances, but they totally ignore incentives in the majority of circumstances, or ignore influence, and they'll make it, oh well, you're free to do so, you're free to choose, it's free, whatever you want. Okay. All right, bitches. You fucked up now. Oh man, you guys are in real trouble now. Sorry about the lag. I didn't realize that I still had Slither open earlier, so I cut it off like halfway through the raid, but that was my bad.
All right, guys, here to talk about the current Armageddon that we're witnessing is Vosh. Thanks for joining me, man.
My pleasure. How you doing? Armageddon aside.
I'm doing good. I'm doing fine. But I feel like the line between personal and real world is becoming like less and less as time has gone by. Like I feel like I almost can't.
Earlier when I was talking about the people who do like slop commentary, and I was talking about David Pakman, I was talking about Brian Tyler Cohen, I was talking about Adam Mockler. Kyle Kowinski and Bosch are both like probably the worst of it. I would say Kyle Kowinski, Bosch, and David Pakman are the three worst of just like pure political slop. Like it is just the most shit of shit. Like Tim Pool was absolutely correct in the way that he analyzed these channels. Like they are absolute shit. I would say that the majority of conservatives actually have more substance than those channels. Like truly. I would say Steven Crowder has more substance. I think part of the problem is that because we know we're right, because we know that we like our values align like in a reasonable place, because we know that like the majority of stats and things are going to align with us. I think that the problem becomes that the content becomes boring when we're just sitting around talking about how right we are compared to everybody else. And so they take things to like a super hyperbolic level of shit. I put Asman at the top of the slop tree. I wouldn't say that he is like really like slop, because I don't think he's actually smart enough to know the difference. Whereas I think the Kyle Kowinski is, I think the Brian Tyler Cohen is, I think Bosch is, I think like I think most of these people are actually smart enough to know that when they're sitting around talking about whether or not Trump shit his pants for, you know, 5, 6 fucking videos in a row, I think that they know there's no real reason to actually think Trump shit his pants. I think they know. I think they're well aware that there's no real reason to think Trump shit his pants. Tom Foolery Show, I disagree with you about Adam Mockler. He has some slop segments, but it's, oh, I'm not saying all of it is slop. Same with like David Pakman. I don't think all of them are all doing just slop. Even Bosch doesn't do all slop. A lot of it is. I would say Bosch and Kyle Kowinski are probably the actually no, I would say probably David Pakman probably does the most slop. But I don't think any of them do all slop. Like when you say like this is Arian, there's a thing that I feel like we're getting into on like almost a daily basis.
Guys, here
where you say, Tom, I disagree with you, and then the next thing is like something I didn't say. You're like taking what I said to like a very hyperbolic version of, and it's like, this is what I'm criticizing them for, and you're taking what I said to be the thing that I'm actually criticizing them for saying. But yeah, I don't think that like they do all slop. I think they all have a lot of substance in a lot of their segments, which normally when I'm criticizing them for segments where they do have substance. I'm rarely going to go watch their fucking videos where they're sitting there talking about whether or not Trump shit his pants, and me be like, no, he didn't shit his pants. I just don't care. I don't care that much, so I'm just not even going to say anything about it, but it's annoying. It's fucking frustrating, but more like 2 to 5% slop? Nah, wait. Who are we talking about? Which one of the people I mentioned? Like, when we're talking about David Pakman, you think it's 2 to 5%? So like here, Gavin Newsom is really getting to Trump. Like this sort of thing, like that it's going to be the most like vague notion thing where like Trump is like calling out Gavin Newsom, and because Trump is calling out Gavin Newsom, therefore Gavin Newsom's getting to Trump. But every time Gavin Newsom calls out Trump, it's not, oh, Trump's getting to Gavin Newsom. It's, oh, Gavin Newsom's owning Trump. This is deport you. And then it says, you'd think these MAGAs would be smarter. They are taking it away from Trump. I don't know. This can't end well. Is Trump going to have to fire him for this? He's out of control and it's a disaster. It's like, again, like a lot of what they're doing is like stuff about his cognitive decline. They did this in his first administration. All the same people. David Pakman as well. David Pakman kept doing tons of videos on the fact that he thought that Trump was coming down with like multiple sclerosis or some bullshit, and thought that like Trump was having mini seizures. And I disagree with you about Adam Mockler. Tom goes on to Deepak. Oh, Adam Mockler. Okay. Well, I said, I was like, I don't think that like Adam Mockler wasn't like my main thing. Like I said, David Pakman is the one who's doing the majority of it, but I don't really watch much of Adam, so I don't really know how, like I wouldn't be able to give a percentage for him. Because yeah, I don't really watch his shit at all.
All right, everybody. The entire Trump administration is currently in frantic cover-up mode, only 24 hours after a swift
frantic cover-up mode, okay.
Resignation from our counterterrorism
sounds serious.
Director has everybody shaken. J.D. Vance was on...
Oh, shit. Everybody's shaking. All right, hold on. I need to mentally prepare myself for this. I didn't realize. Okay.
Stage hours ago, melting down, attacking the press.
Oh shit, and he melted down? I didn't even see this. I didn't even cover this. Oh fuck, I totally missed it.
Caroline Leavitt was stuttering on the White House front lawn, and then
Caroline Leavitt stuttered. This is probably going to cause another civil war. Well, fuck.
And went on Fox News to lie and stutter even further. And after all of that, Tulsi Gabbard, our current director of national intelligence, just collapsed during a cross-examination from Senator John Ossoff of Georgia. All of this happened today because this administration is rapidly losing their bearings after starting a war that they cannot keep up with. Netanyahu very clearly drug us into this war. And in fact, that is exactly what Joe Kent said yesterday when he resigned. Let's just start from the catalyst that's starting this current meltdown in the administration. As always, make sure you drop a like. Make sure you subscribe to the Adam Mockler feed if you appreciate the work that we do. We are getting close.
I prefer Mockler over Beasley. Beasley is like 90% slop. Beasley is like, truly, I from what I've seen, I think Beasley is probably 90% slop. For sure. For sure. Even Beasley's titles and thumbnails are slop.
Closer and closer to 2 million subscribers. Let's blast through that. I love you all. And okay, let's jump in. Joe Kent. This dude is actually kind of a right-wing loon. He's kind of a right-wing freak, but he did just resign from a position where he had access to a lot of unique intelligence. And he said, quote,
see, this is what I mean. You need slop segments for your more substantial content. You have to grab attention with the slop. I understand that, and I'm not denying that it's beneficial for people. I'm not denying it. I'm just making a statement about the slop.
To talk about the current Armageddon that we're witnessing is Vosh.
Fuck, there's Armageddon. Well, listen up, guys. Listen up. We're about to find out about the Armageddon that's happening. Let's get ready. Sheesh. This is serious.
Thanks for joining me, man.
My pleasure. How you doing? Armageddon aside.
I'm doing good. I'm doing fine. But you know, I feel like the line between personal and real world is becoming like less and less as time has gone by. Like I feel like I almost can't.
Personal and real world. It's really hard for me to tell the difference between my personal issues and the real world sometimes as well, actually.
Can't compartmentalize as much as I used to be able to because the shit is getting too real. You know what I'm saying?
No, I know what you mean. I sprained my ankle recently, and I really felt the plight of the Iranian people. I'm right along there with them.
So, the first thing I wanted to bring up to you is, from my perspective, what we're witnessing right now, it genuinely seems like a worst case scenario almost across the board to me. We have like a totally rogue fascist Trump regime that honestly, they've totally lost their minds. I mean, Trump is surrounded by sycophants who feed his worst impulses day in and day out. We have a Democratic leadership in Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries who clearly are not prepared for the moment. They don't actually oppose what's happening here. And so they use off process criticism on the war and other things. And so I wanted you to talk me off the ledge a little bit because when I look at this, I see Armageddon basically.
No, yeah, it's pretty worst case scenario. I'm very sorry. I don't know if I can do what you want me to do here. I guess I'm very happy that this happened before the United States decided to pick a conflict with a nuclear nation. Like I'm happy that we're kind of like running up against the wall with Iran, a country that realistically, and I'm not saying this in a chauvinist way, we shouldn't be struggling here. We have navigated Middle Eastern diplomacy. We've used hard and soft power for decades. We've fought Israel's wars. We've done evil in the region. the fact that we're stumbling here tells me that we could have potentially come across, much worse outcomes if we had done this, if we had applied this strategy in I don't know, Taiwan or with Russia, for example. I guess I'm glad Iran's the one to show us straight, and I'm wishing them luck in teaching us what happens when you touch the hot stove,
Yeah, I read earlier today that the U.S. government didn't even think that Iran would.
Bro, seriously, how fucking delusional do you have to be sitting there talking about, like, oh man, Iran's really about to show us what's what. Oh, they're United States in big trouble now because of Iran, dude.
Close the Strait of Hormuz.
I didn't think it was on the table. Yeah.
So when I look at that, I mean, I know that the Trump regime are idiots. That's a fact to me. But I mean, maybe in my naive mind, I still thought there's going to be some people at like the Pentagon, or some people who are generals, or some people at like the CIA or something who are like, hey, you know what? You're out over your skis here a little bit. But apparently, no. Apparently, well, maybe they did warn him, but he was just like, fuck it, I'm going to do it anyway.
Yeah, I think we've lived under rule by expertise for so long that I think we've forgotten for most of human history there was basically no correlation between power and competence. A king or a pharaoh or an aristocrat could just be some water-brained inbred fuck who sent people to die for literally no reason. And we've, over the past couple hundred years, I think for the most part, the average president has probably been smarter than the average water-brained aristocrat. But I think we're past those times. The only reason leaders have to be smart is because the consequence of their incompetence is their own death or exile or something similar. And we have insulated the American brass from the consequences of their incompetence for so long, forward pardoning Nixon, Trump being given legal immunity by the Supreme Court. There's no longer any like Darwinistic reason for them to engage in like that defensive behavior, for them to consider what they're doing, for them to check themselves. So yeah, no, we're just getting like the maximally retarded outcome at every juncture.
So we have, here's what I'm forecasting, and I don't really think I'm out on a limb here, but I see market crash, I see inflation going up, unemployment going up, gas prices skyrocketing, being abandoned by our allies because we gave them the middle finger in like 40 different ways. And when I look at that, my rational brain says, these actually are like revolution.
And what a rational brain it is, Kyle. Oh my goodness. The amount of rationale there. Ooh-wee, buddy.
Conditions. The only reason why I hesitate to like make that prediction is because we have so many tricks to do escapism in this country, where oftentimes it feels like people can go off in their own little bubbles, and you have fucking Netflix, and you have video games, and you have 1,000 different ways to sort of distract you, and we also still have a relatively high standard of living, all things considered. But do you see the same thing that I see, that like in a world that made sense, these almost would be revolutionary conditions, where there would be hundreds of thousands of people in the streets basically demanding that Trump no longer be president?
Yeah, I think the thing that's stopping us here is that so few people have a vision of what comes next. Even the progressive Democrats, even the people we look to, like AOC and Bernie, mostly spend their time prescribing policy solutions, right? It is a fact that our healthcare system is broken. They propose a better way of arranging the money, of arranging the incentives. But there are very few people out there proposing a fundamental reorientation of the way we govern. In the French Revolution, we had the Enlightenment thinkers, the upper middle class. In the Revolutionary War, all the founding fathers were ginned up on Enlightenment thinking. You had people who were willing to make an argument against what we were experiencing. But now, I don't know. I mean, you've got Twitter commies, I guess. But outside of that, can people really imagine the alternative? This is why I think the Democrats as a greater long-term threat. They don't do damages.
What are we supposed to do?
Of arranging the incentives. But there are very few people out there proposing a fundamental reorientation of the way we govern. In the French Revolution, we had the Enlightenment thinkers, the upper middle class. In the Revolutionary War, all the founding fathers were ginned up on Enlightenment thinking. You had people who were willing to make an argument against what we were experiencing. But now, I don't know. I mean, you've got Twitter commies, I guess. But outside of that, can people really imagine the alternative? This is why I think the Democrats as a greater long-term threat. They don't do damage as much as the Republicans, right? And just like a one-on-one, comparison between how much harm they do, the Republicans win out. But I think it's the Democrats' responsibility to look at what the Republicans are doing and to say, this is so bad that in order to preserve the Republic, we need to offer people the belief, the hope that we can recover, that there is an alternative to this. We don't need to spend the rest of our lives every 4 years fighting with just a collection of subhuman retards over whether or not it should be legal to rape people or whether or not climate change exists. Like this isn't a fight we need to have. And I think, unfortunately, the Democrats have done a very bad job pitching that alternative. They need to gin people up with something. I don't think they're going to deliver, right? Or I don't think that they're capable of fully committing to that. But even in their own self-interest, you'd think they'd give it a shot. You'd think they'd give somebody something to work with.
Yeah, so my question for you is, how many Democrats do you think are there in the proper place? Because from where I'm sitting, I feel like when we launched Justice Democrats and it was
Zero.
in Trump's first term, we kind of missed our window. We missed like when the revolt would actually happen, where the Democratic base no longer trusts Democratic leaders, and you have these like outsider Democrats sort of rise up. And I see that window happening now. I see the rise of people like Graham Plattner, who's winning by like double digits against Mills, who's the handpicked Schumer candidate. I see people like Katabu Ghazaleh. I see people like Abdul El Sayed. I see people like Oliver Larkin is his name.
To an extent, I think Tallarico, because I think that like a willingness to speak against Israel is a willingness to speak against the complicity of the centrist Democrats.
Right. And so I guess my point is, even though it's the worst of times in many ways, I see a window opening that I didn't see previously, where there's no complacency among the new crop of ascendant Democrats. The old guard is still there. We still have to topple them. We still have to finish the job. But I see
Kat Abagazala, dude, the new guard, obviously. She's rising in ascension. That really puts her up there with the... She's the next Nancy Pelosi.
young Democrats who are coming up who actually do give me a little bit of hope. Now, it's possible that I'm being completely and utterly naive here, and the same cycle continues, where even if they get in there, then they sort of betray the movement and they go back to being standard Democrats. But I don't know, is my hope misplaced in your opinion, or do you feel like this is actually the Democratic Tea Party? Because I kind of think it is.
I hope so. I like a lot of these people, you know? I think it's so, this is the anarchist critique of entryism, right? Like you can have the best hopes, the best dreams, the best ideas. Once you enter the electoral system, once you try to improve the party from within, you get caught by all these incentive structures that drag you down, and eventually you're making the same compromises as the people who you're trying to replace. I don't know if that's going to happen. I do know that the Democratic electorate right now has not been sold on a widespread solution to the problem we have within this party. And I know that because if you take someone like AOC, much more popular than Schumer. If AOC ran for Senate against Schumer, she would win. I think most people accept that. I think Schumer knows that. But right now, the most popular potential candidate for 2028 for the Democrats is Kamala Harris. And it's like, man, Kamala Harris is Schumer. Kamala Harris is Hillary Clinton. She is the same.
Wow,
she is
crazy.
Biden. She is everything that led to low turnout from the Democrats.
Wow. It's, you know, when you say it like that, it almost makes it sound like people are not as upset with the Democrats as you guys kind of make it out to be all the time.
2024, everything that depressed their engagement. So maybe people are ginned up on these individual, like, you know, competent, do something Democrats. I don't know if they yet have this, like, an understanding of and disgust for what the centrist Democrats really represent. And we need that. And this is why I'm so critical of AOC. Not for anything she proposes in a positive sense, but in a negative sense. I think she should be critiquing party leadership more. Why the hell are Jeffries and Schumer still in their positions? Why the hell is there not more widespread outrage?
Right,
Nobody likes them. Their own people don't like them. The constituency doesn't like them. You know, I mean, Hakeem Jeffries is, I think, tentatively popular, at least in his district. Schumer is very unpopular.
Mm-hmm.
There should be more outrage against these guys. The Republicans replace their unpopular leadership.
Am I crazy? Did we not just look at polling that said something about, like, who was it? Was it Mamdani had lower polling than... Was it Mamdani? Who was it that had lower polling than Schumer? We just saw something earlier about this. I forget who it was.
I don't know why. It contributes the impression that the Democrats just run a loyalty club, you know, where the most senior geriatrics get leadership because it's their turn, and the will of the party has nothing to do with it. And that stuff depresses me. I don't know if we're on the eve of a solution.
Yeah, so I think the part that's not depressing to me is that I do see in the new crop more of a willingness to say, we need like a page one rewrite here. I mean, I brought up Plattner. He's probably the best example, where he's like crusading against the Iran.
Oh, it was Fetterman. That's who it was. It was Fetterman.
On war. He's calling Chuck Schumer out. He's willing to mix it up. I just saw Ro Khanna earlier on Twitter today was fighting with people who were saying it was anti-Semitic to mention the Epstein class and stuff like that. Yeah, so I guess my point is these old taboos are shattering. Now, they should have shattered a long time ago in the Trump era, because it's like to have any sort of taboos like that when Trump clearly, like, there is no playbook and he says whatever he wants. It's kind of crazy. The Democrats are slow to learn. But I do think we are getting to a place like that now where there's a sort of default recognition of the Republican Party, certainly among the entire Democratic electorate, like the voting base, that the Republican Party truly is a terrorist, fascist,
demonic,
imperialist death cult, like absolutely demonic.
Anti-life.
And so that is spurring Democrats to have to be a little better than they were in the past, no?
No, I do think so. I think that the understanding that Republicans aren't just like because this was the myth that the centrists wanted to push, that the Republican Party was filled with good people and they disagreed with Democrats on how to do the same fundamental things, to lower prices, to make the country better, whatever. In reality, they just want to maximize corporate profits and child rape. As long as those two lines are going up, they're fine. That's it. That's all they care about. They'll burn the country down if they can get those two things. So knowing that they're a terroristic entity, which I completely agree with, yeah, I think a lot of even liberal Democrats, right, like the constituency, they're waking up to that. And what we need to see is that translate into results at the ballot box, because that does not gel with having Chuck Schumer as your Senate Majority Leader. I think that we're going to enter a dark period for a while because there is this spark, but we are not yet at a point where the competent Democrats, the do-something Democrats, can affect their will electorally. So we might be in for 4, 8, I don't know, 12 years of people on the left essentially saying, why won't you realize we're right? How long will it take? And every election...
Yeah, dude. Why can't you guys just recognize that we're right about everything? Nobody votes for us because we're always right. But they want to vote for us. You guys won't let them. And they would. But there's always some reason, some crazy reason for why they don't. And it's not our fault.
Cycle, things shift more and more towards us, but there's going to be so much suffering along the way, and maybe a couple of really bad Democrat presidents like Newsom types, you know, who just reinforce the point, but they get people's hopes up and then they get disillusioned.
Yeah, will they be able to pantomime being us? That's the thing, right? Because if Newsom is able to successfully be able to pantomime being one of us, then I agree he can dupe the Democratic electorate and probably get in there. But I've already seen signs of like, I don't know if you could pull it off. And it might be the case that, well, exactly, it might be the case that Newsom is going to be like the most wrong I ever was when I thought DeSantis might be the nominee for the Republicans in 2024? Yeah, 2024, right? I think it might end up being like that, where, like your point on Israel, he criticized Israel tepidly, he gets pushback, he immediately comes out and his spokesperson's like, he actually wants to defend Israel more than anybody else does. And so that's my hope, right, is that the Kamala types and the Gavin Newsom types, while they will try to sort of mimic the way we are, I don't think they have it in them. I think they're going to shoot themselves in the dick. And then I think when they do that, you leave the lane wide open. Like, in a weird way, think about it like with the election of Barack Obama. He genuinely and sincerely came out of nowhere, where everybody expected Hillary Clinton was going to win that election. Then here comes this, like, young senator who hasn't even been in the Senate that long, and all of a sudden he fucking, barnstorms his way to victory. And I think we're sort of primed for something like that now, where it could be like a politician who comes out of nowhere, who says the right things and believes the right things. It could be a celebrity. It could be somebody we're not even thinking about or talking about right now. I almost feel like Kamala at the top and Newsom at the top at this moment is almost like a placeholder from name recognition, in the same way that, like, Rudy Giuliani was leading in the 2008 Republican primary, then the second the fucking thing starts, he falls off a cliff.
I think that the Israel is both a blessing and a curse here within the Democratic Party, because Zionists are so whiny. It's really tough for people like Newsom to feign being on the left, because the moment they, even a milquetoast critique of Israel, every donor group, every funding, every consultancy group, they all step out and they're like, you can't say that, sir. How dare you? And then they have to walk it back. So it's...
Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Yeah, there's one right there. Yeah, right here. There you go.
Really easy to tell there, because they demand like total loyalty, absolute fealty to the state of Israel. But on the negative side, there is so much pressure out there, man. I can't imagine, like, we only catch glimpses of it from the outside. They are probably squashing so many potential presidential hopefuls, like Van Leyen, for example, right? There are so many people, I think, who could potentially run a really good presidential campaign for 2028 from the Democratic side, who are probably facing a lot of internal pressure. And they need to fight that, because if that's the line, like, if you cannot be a Democratic president without bending the knee to some extent, then we're caught in a death spiral. Like, at the very least until 32, we're caught in a death spiral.
So the good news, though, is AIPAC has recently had to get creative. And so they've had to, like, run ads against the candidates they dislike that don't mention anything to do with Israel, because they know how unpopular Israel is among
other
Democratic
PACs
voters.
With different names, or like feigning progressive. Yeah.
Right. And so to me, that's a sign of like, oh, these motherfuckers are on the retreat. They're still on the offense in the sense that they're trying dirty trick.
This much is actually true. Like, the shift in sentiment is so real that AIPAC actually having to like rebrand how they give money to different candidates, like that is a very real shift. Like that shows like real fucking L's for AIPAC.
In order to, like, you know, fool Democratic voters into electing the wrong people. But that shows that they can't just forthrightly argue for the things that they believe in, because it's totally out of lockstep with the Democratic voting base. So I take some solace out of that. I guess one of the things I'm concerned about is this, and I wish I was wrong about this, but my gut instinct tells me we're going to deal with another scenario where even if we get a great Democratic president, that you're going to have another Obama scenario where they go, we look forward, we don't look backward, and like we're not going to criminally charge all the people who literally just went on a 4-year-long crime spree. And that, to me, like, I almost want it to be a litmus test in 2028 that, like, you need to openly be on the record. We're going to prosecute, we're going to investigate, prosecute Elon Musk. We're going to go after Stephen Miller. We're going to go after Donald Trump. Like, we cannot let this fucking criminal syndicate get away with everything they've done. Because if we do, then genuinely and sincerely, there is no more United States. There is no more rule of law. Like, this is just, it's just like you have an emperor and they decide anything and everything and they don't care about the Constitution.
No, that is a litmus test for me. I'm not voting for any Democratic presidential candidate who's not pledging that. You're completely correct. We literally don't have a country if this is the standard. If every 4 years the Republicans have the opportunity to rape the country to death and then afterwards they just get away from it, the next Democratic candidate, we saw what happened when, with Biden, right? With Merrick Garland. We saw everyone was so hyped up. Trump was incredibly unpopular, even to an extent with Republicans after Jan 6. Everyone was like, oh my God, I can't believe he did that. Fox News wasn't defending him. There was a window of time where the culture turned against him. And everyone thought, okay, well, Biden's going to come in, Merrick Garland's going to annihilate him, like everyone affiliated with this is going down. This is going to be unthinkable. Like no one will ever do this again because Trump just fucked up. If he had won, maybe there'd be a different outcome, but he lost, so now he and everyone around him is going to get eviscerated. Then nothing happened. Absolutely nothing happened, and now look where we are. This is what happens when you let lawlessness fester. Any Democratic candidate who refuses to enforce the law, I don't think is worthy of being president. I think that the idea that we can allow these people to get away with this is insane. I want every single gas station receipt these people have ever racked up to be brought in and scrutinized. I want everything they've ever done. I want every security camera that has ever caught them, every text they've ever sent or received. I want a nonstop criminal spectacle of them, and I want there to be results. And I am so hardline on this, I would prefer an economically moderate president.
Am I crazy? Did he not just literally, like, word for word say almost exactly what Destiny said? I feel like that was all, like, word for word what Destiny said. Am I fucking crazy? That was word for word, right?
Who annihilates the Republican Party over the crimes they've engaged in, over an economically progressive president who does not. Because I think the long-term consequences, look, don't get me wrong, not a choice I want to have to make, and probably not a choice the universe is going to force on me, but I think the long-term consequences of letting the most criminal presidential administration in history, by a long shot, get away with it, is far worse than almost any other outcome. It's like the doomsday scenario. They're just going to do it again. You're telling them to do it again, because all they're doing right now is winning. Like, Trump is unpopular, sure, yeah, his poll numbers are going down, the country's falling apart. He doesn't care. All the people around him, every time there's a market spike and then a dip, everyone around Trump who insider traded to, buy the dip beforehand, they get $100 million. They're going to walk away. They don't care. They'll just do it again. They don't care how the country's doing. They're winning. They're winning, and they're laughing at us, and they're fucking kids. And the idea that they can just get away with this it's unconscionable to me.
Kids.
Totally agree. Now, let me ask you this. So my reading of the situation is that I genuinely think the empire is already over. Like, in name, it still might be occurring. The dollar might still be the world reserve currency,
yes.
but I think the groundwork is already laid and the seeds are already planted where, like, it's going to blow up. It's going to, eventually, the dollar is no longer going to be the world reserve currency. Eventually, all of our allies are going to, like, run into the loving arms of China and totally abandon us. And, like, this is what happens when you launch a trade war against your allies, when you don't give a shit about your own treaties that Trump himself, in many instances, came up with and then pulled out of in his second term, when you use diplomacy and negotiations as basically a lie to drag somebody somewhere and then murder them. Like, you can't act like this on the world stage and then, like, just have everybody accept it and everybody act like this is normal. And so I really think that probably within my lifetime and your lifetime, like, I think it's a wrap for the empire. And when that happens, when that day comes, when the dollar is no longer the world reserve currency, we're looking at, like, a Great Depression, the likes of which people can't even wrap their minds around. It'll make the 2008 subprime mortgage crisis and Great Recession look like child's play. Is this an analysis that you share as well, that it's already over, it's just a matter of time until we get the worst effects?
I think it's pretty likely, yeah. Our economy is pretty much entirely built around the service sector, tourism, and financialization. And the only way the financialization bubble keeps afloat is if we remain the global reserve currency and if we remain, like, the place to invest because we guarantee pretty consistent yearly 3 or 4% S&P 500 returns. Outside of that, there's like that is what our country is built on. You know, if China had a big economic collapse, it still has its factories. It'll always have its factories as long as it keeps maintaining them. You know, France, Germany, Spain, Italy, these countries have,
as long as it keeps maintaining them. Donald Trump is bringing all the factories back to the United States, though. So China's about to lose all its factories.
a local economy that isn't entirely built around foreign investment. But hype is all we have. And if that falls apart, yeah, it's going to whiplash like crazy, and the global economy is going to go to shit. And that's not even to speak of the debt. I mean, our current debt to GDP ratio is equivalent to wartime spending, but we're not at war. I mean, like proper wartime spending, right? Like World War II wartime spending. We're nowhere near there in terms of what we're committing with the Pentagon, which suggests that like these levels are unsustainable. There's no way to fix it except for mass taxation, and no one has the balls to do it. The Democrats don't have the balls to do it. Like the most they can offer is a tepid wealth tax. And listen, I'm in favor of a wealth tax, but like that's not far enough at this point. We need like a mass restructured like tax code out the window. Just a flat progressive, well, it's not flat, I guess, but like a sturdy progressive tax, taxing unrealized capital gains, higher corporate tax, it just fucking level the playing field. Really, just like a scythe going over wheat, you know, cut up all that excess wealth, bring it into the economy, reinvest it, but no one's going to do it. I don't know what this country has going for itself outside of the yearly 3% S&P 500 gains that it promises people who invest in its industries. And outside of that, I don't know. I'd like to believe this country has more to offer the world, certainly like in terms of our resources. We're a bountiful country, we're large, we have a lot going for us, like in a, you know, in a sort of map allocation way, right? We have a lot to take advantage of, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. It won't cushion our fall, that's for sure.
So the debt right now is not a problem. And I've never been like a debt fearmonger or anything like that, because I generally agree with like the MMT philosophy that like this really isn't an issue because we have our own sovereign currency. However, having said that, the debt becomes a problem if the dollar is no longer the world reserve currency. Then all of a sudden it actually matters that we have the massive amount of debt that we do, and we can look at something like hyperinflation with political instability and the dollar not being the world reserve currency. When I look at that mixed with like our economy, to me just looks like a massive amount of AI hype. It looks like gambling that's now being legalized in like ways I can't even wrap my mind around. It looks like OnlyFans, and it looks like everything in this country is a scam, and the only jobs we have are like less than living wage service sector jobs. When I look at all that, I just don't see, without like a massive reorganization of the economy, I don't see a way out. Like,
I'm ready for us to do something about OnlyFans, man. We gotta start getting serious about this. Like, we need to subsidize it heavily. We need to get everybody in on this. We need to make sure that everybody is ready to get in on the OnlyFans bubble.
Like, you need, at the very least, a New Deal level, you know, change of the economy. And I think that's even understating it at this point. I think we need more fundamental reform than even what the New Deal offered.
I agree. That's like that's pithy compared to what we need to do. I am a big debt fearmongerer. I'm with the Keynesians on this one, right? Like the government should spend and invest freely when the economy's down, but you have to tighten your belt a little bit when things are good. Right. And we just never did. We have been untightening the belt constantly, and like eventually
all for tax cuts for the rich. It's all going tax cuts for the rich.
Nonstop. And it's only gone. And the funny thing is too, there's like a reverse bell curve in this too, because very poor people in this country don't pay income tax either. You know, we have a lot. The bottom 50% pay very little, and then the top 1% pay very little relative to their income, of course. And then like the middle class up to the upper middle class pay the highest proportion because they are neither poor enough to pay little nor wealthy enough to get in with the loopholes. And it leads to this begrudgingness, or I think people feel like they're being taken advantage of, because this hits the economic sectors where people are successful enough to be comfortable, but not so much so that they feel like they're guaranteed a lifeline their whole lives. They're worried about saving, they're worried about spending, they're worried about like maximizing their outcomes, but they're not quite there yet in terms of like being able to coast off of interest or whatever. And these people are the ones that are getting taxed the highest, and I think it makes them feel like they're rubes. Everyone thinks that being taxed, that makes you a sucker. You know, if you're being taxed, it means that you're in that unlucky bracket. If you were just a little bit wealthier, you could have an accountant figure out some finicky way to avoid it. And I think that like at the end of the day, I'm with the old, I guess, liberals on this one. Taxation is the price that we pay to live in a civilized society. It is the way we facilitate currency. The government creates currency so that it can recirculate and be taxed. I think that it is good. It is good that this system functions. We should all be paying a strong tax, the wealthy far more, of course. But we need to reorient.
You know what? Fuck it. I think in this case, I probably agree with the liberals as well. Sometimes you got to give it to them, guys. Can't always hold out.
How we think about it, I mean, as a civil service. We should be proud to know that our money goes towards local infrastructure, if it did, right? It'd be nice if that's where our fucking money went rather than to Israel. I guess this culture, this attitude that being taxed means you're being fleeced in some way, it guarantees the government will never, ever, ever have the balls to tax people the way they need to be taxed, because if they did, they would never be reelected. It seems like a death spiral. I don't know how we get out of it. What president could convince the people, listen, I know it sounds crazy, but this is better for the economy in the long run, and then just implement a much harsher sweeping tax? I don't think anyone can do it.
And I mean, I'll go as far as to say that extreme wealth concentration, you could either have like massive income and wealth inequality and extreme wealth concentration among the top 1%, or you can have democracy. I genuinely think they're incompatible. That if you have the amount of income and wealth inequality that we see, if you have people like Elon Musk who has like $850 billion, he's nearly a fucking trillionaire.
Yeah.
When you look at that, like, so the Epstein class has more power than entire governments, and that is unsustainable, because what they do is they effectively buy various governments around the world, rig the rules in their favor, run out the back door with all the money, and then leave people with the shittiest jobs where they make next to nothing and they can't even survive, they can't even afford to put a fucking roof over their head and food on the table. So I need people to start looking at this in a way where it's like a life and death matter. I think we should have a no billionaires tax. I think literally everything over 999 million should be taxed at 100%. And, you know, I'm sympathetic to people in my audience who might say, Kyle, you're being too kind. Maybe we should cut it off at over 100 million or over 500 million instead of a billion.
No, I know. I don't disagree at all. We basically don't have a democracy right now. The fact that all of our mainstream media is about to be owned by like 3 people, right? When the Ellisons get their hands on CNN and everything else, the way like you look at the difference between the average person and the average media pundit is allowed to talk about Israel. The fact that Trump gets sane washed in even nominally liberal publications talking about him, where they assign a level of coherence and responsibility that is clearly not there. Like Trump mentally is in the shits. He's not.
This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about.
Present. No, we barely have a functioning democracy. This has always been the critique of bourgeois democracy, right? Like you can give everyone a vote, but if the only information people are working off of to cast that vote is given to them by the ruling class, you're not going to get representative outcomes. Certainly, you're not going to get somebody who represents the interests of the working class. Where this administration has been so bad in both its open advocacy for corruption and wealth concentration that I'm like black-pilled on democracy at this point. I think we basically don't have one anyway. I think that we need a strong arm to get us pushed in the correct direction. I don't think there's a clean way of doing that. I think the start is that the Republican Party has to be treated like a criminal organization, and everyone who lied to facilitate their interest needs to be investigated criminally as well. I know that's a very like wide cut, but it's basically, in my opinion, it's that or the country dies. It's that or we are in the end days of the Republic and we're going to turn into Russia. We're going to turn into just this fetid, poor, hilariously unequal was-been of a country where you have a couple of oligarchs raping kids in their palaces and everyone else is trying to, you know, keep the pipes from freezing in their outhouse. And that's it. And that's the future of America, maybe for 10, maybe for 100 years, unless we do something, and we might be running out of time to do it.
Yeah, and one of the things, I felt very similar this entire second Trump term, because what I've come to understand more now that I never understood it before, I certainly understand it now, is like I get where the instinct of authoritarian leftism comes from. Because, you know, you look at like what Cuba had to deal with the United States, like routinely trying to fuck the country, overthrow it, steal it back for the oligarchs. Like, you go, okay, yeah, I guess the leaders had to get their hands.
Next up, you are truly otherworldly levels of schizo, dude. I don't know how it is that the progressives just end up with way more schizos. Like, there's tons of fucking stupid ideologies out there. There's tons of stupid things to think and believe. How is it that you guys just get every single fucking nutcase? I don't get it. How is it possible? Every fucking schizo, every time.
Hands a little bit dirty and do some fucked up things just to keep their project alive, right? And so I understand that. I also, now when I look at China and I see like the centralization of power, certainly when it comes to their economic stuff, obviously I don't agree with the whatever restrictions on free speech and free press and stuff like that. But when it comes to like centralization of power in terms of making economic decisions for the country, I look at that and I go, they just seem to be able to get shit done. Whereas here, even in a best case scenario, it's so fucking limp dick and like procedural in nature.
And like our infrastructure is falling apart. It's not like they're still interested in nation building. We are actually falling apart at the seams. And we were before Trump too. This is not just a Trump problem. There is a structural problem with our priorities in this country. We shifted everything towards financialization. The only thing we care about is making sure investors get steady returns on their investments. Everything else has been thrown to the wayside with a fraction of the money that we could have skimmed off the top of the stock market. Listen, we could still have billionaires. I don't want them, but we could have had them. All we would need to do is responsibly cut off a couple percentage points of the wealth that circulates rates in the stock market, and we could have been living in a fucking paradise. All of our roads, pipes, bridges, everything, all of it easily taken care of. We would have had a surplus. We would have paid down the debt. Everything could have been taken care of. And we were so unwilling to fuck with the money. We were so unwilling to...
Tom, you're reacting to a leftist streamer. See, this is what I'm talking about. I literally have no idea what you think that has to do with what I just said. Everything you're saying in chat, I have absolutely no idea what you're referencing, what you're talking about, what you think, like, if you even think you make sense right now, or if you're just trolling, pretending that you think you make sense. I literally have no fucking idea. Like, I have no clue.
Touch the streams, that we allowed everything to fall apart. And I mean, again, Biden tried, right? The Infrastructure Act, he passed it through, the budget reconciliation. What has it done? It's done some good. It's done nowhere near enough. A tiny fraction of the amount we need to reinvest in this country, and that was the keystone accomplishment of an entire presidency. That's how far behind we are. It takes a president and years of advocacy to get passed through a budget bill a fraction of the work we need. Meanwhile, China just built 5 new cities. Just
right.
How do we compete with that?
And the Republicans come in and...
Yeah. In the meantime, China literally just arrested all their pedophiles. 100% of them. Like, what are you gonna do? We're over here getting infrastructure bills passed, and China just won the stock market.
Immediately after a Democrat, even if a Democrat does the most like minor, mild tweak to the system to slightly improve it, the Republicans come in with a fucking sledgehammer.
Just break it, just for
and
fun.
Go to work immediately. Yeah, and by the way, to your point here, I actually just talked about this in a segment I did before we recorded here. But so the war is costing $1 to $2 billion a day. And this was actually posted by Newsom's press office. I know that account. I would vote for whoever runs that account over Gavin Newsom, because the person that runs that account knows what the fuck they're doing. But they said the war costing up to $2 billion a day. That's the same as 270,000 Pell Grants, a full year of rent for 143,000 families, nearly 4 years of 988 suicide crisis hotline, 3 months of WIC nutrition for moms and babies, 29 days of free breakfast and lunch for every public school kid in America, and the list goes on and on here. A month of Medicaid for nearly 3 million Americans. Like, that's one day in this stupid, illegal, and offensive war against a country that didn't attack us and is not a threat to us.
I was reading on a relation between like excess costs garnered by this administration and the fact that many of our major cities, I think I was reading on Philadelphia, I could be misremembering, but major cities are having like degrading sewage pipes that in many cases we haven't even mapped out their entire sewage lines. We know there are holes. We know excess sewage is being spilled into like rivers, and we're barely able to get the money together to put band-aids on it. And with the tiny fraction of the money that they're spending every single day in Iran or with Iran, major American cities could be patched up like that. The money is there. The money has always been there. The idea, and we argue over Medicaid for all. We argue over free college education, or like free bachelor's degree up to whatever level you want. We argue over this. There is infinite money. This is, and I mean, whether it's MMT or not or Keynesian, there is so much money out there. We are such a potentially wealthy country. All we have to do is just mildly inconvenience the wealthiest and most evil people alive. That's it. They're the worst humans alive. We just have to mildly, we would take away maybe 1 year of the wealth they've accrued in between like 2025 and 2026. That's it. Just a tiny little drop, and we could fix the entire country up. It would be nothing, but we can't even get that. I sometimes, it's not just America too, right? Europe might not be as financialized, but there's such a huge schism between what the voters want and what their leadership wants, especially with like Israel, for example, right? Like Chancellor Merz or Starmer, very unpopular decision-making with their support for U.S. Intervention in Iran, even though the population there is much, much, much more anti-Israel than the American population. It seems like the West has collectively agreed to suicide. Like, we will not do anything to address this. We will never fix that schism. We will never inconvenience the ruling class.
I think that's exactly right. Let me ask you this question. I've referred to this as moral collapse, in my opinion. I'm curious what your thoughts of it are. So, like, The Nation has an article out today. Steph Curry works with Penny Jar Capital, which has invested in a pair of Israeli cybersecurity startups. It highlights a pipeline of cash that goes from Silicon Valley to the Israeli private sector tech security scene with its close ties to the IDF. So,
Tom, do you accept that liberals are weak cucks? You know what? Next up, let's have the same conversation that you lose on a daily basis. Why don't we do that? Why don't you come in and try to have the same exact conversation that you've been wrecked on 1,000 times over? And they every time you state like a reason for why you believe this, it turns out you are just factually and objectively incorrect across the board. Let's do that. Let's, you know, right after you're called schizo, why don't you just start circling the drain on the same exact conversations we've already had?
You have Curry investing in that. Actually, Kevin Durant also invested in Israeli drones and was like called out on it and had like some like pithy response. You have LeBron James in a press conference who was like, "Oh yeah, I'd love to visit Israel. I've only heard good things." This is what he said. So like when I look at that, and maybe it's unique to American elites, but I have a sense it probably has gone beyond that too. I call this moral collapse because it's this idea of like, I don't know, just hyper individualization to the point where you're obsessed with what you're obsessed with, and you focus on whatever you want to focus on, and you sort of like disconnect and detach from the impacts on the rest of the world. And so that's how we can have like these multi-millionaire celebrity athletes where everybody looks at like they're their friend, and they're like, yeah, I invested in Israeli drones that are currently murdering babies. It is what it is. What's your sense of that phenomenon of like seemingly the moral collapse of this entire country?
Yeah, I think it goes back to a lack of consequences. You know, I mean, the elites have always engaged in this behavior. It's just we used to have a sense of decorum, and I think the decorum was a good thing. I think that for the most part, since the ruling class sets the moral guidelines for society, it is bad for society that the most powerful and loudest people on earth are just so open and cheerful about the evil they do. It seems to me like it's part of a broader Republican strategy. Like, it is not enough to merely be evil, but they need to be actively pro-evil. They need to make a moral case for evil, or at least towards ambivalence in the face of evil. I think that I will admit this does hope pill me a little bit, because I think that it's untenable. I think that this is behavior that can only exist in an environment where there are no consequences. And the moment there are consequences, they're going to either have to shut the fuck up or face immediate reprisal. The problem is that, like, right now, that reprisal only really exists in the cultural spaces. Like, for example, in Hollywood.
This conversation is so radical. Yeah, it's just very detached from reality. Like parts of it they're obviously right about. There's like they point out of like a lot of real issues that exist. Like they're not when they're pointing out like problems that are there, they're not wrong. It's just they make everything a doomsday scenario, and it's and then their solutions are so impractical that they're just not even worth listening to.
You know, there are consequences when actors or actresses are very openly pro-evil. Like, look at Gal Gadot, or that fella from Stranger Things, that Zionism is sexy guy. There are people participate en masse in the cultural consumption of their products, so there are consequences to evil. For Silicon Valley or these companies that exist to be investor like bait, you know, not so much. Investors are the stupidest and most evil people alive. But I do think a reckoning is coming. I think that every day more and more people wake up and they look at like Alex Karp screeching about how like Palantir is going to, you know, look at your asshole while you're taking a shit with their toilet cameras or whatever. And more people are realizing, holy shit, these people are like insanely evil. And eventually it's going to catch up to them. And I don't think they'll be able to run. And maybe, you know what? Maybe they'll run to Israel. A lot of them seem to be, they seem to be well received and very fond of that place. So they can stay there. As far as I'm concerned, the country seems much more tolerant of their moral proclivities than the American public is.
That's true. The war has an 82% approval rating in Israel, and here it ranges from like 25% to like 40%.
Deport
so like
every Republican to Israel, okay? It's the
totally
holy
agree.
land for them, clearly.
I totally agree. All right, y'all sign up below on Substack. See the rest of the interview with Vosh. You don't want to miss
it. Watch some skateboarding, dude. Oh, this is the song earlier that I was talking about. This is the song that's stuck in my head. Love skateboarding. Bro, I thought that was a fucking fish. Holy shit, I thought that was a fish in the ocean. I thought it was like one of those, what are those animals called where there's like thousands of them but they're all connected and they swim around almost looking like a mix between like an eel and a jellyfish? Like a semaphore? I think that's what I thought it was. The song's name is Papa Utai. It means where's dad in French. But a black guy made it, didn't he?
Kat lost her race. She was a young 26-year-old former journalist running for office.
That was sarcastic. Oh, you don't actually think that they're radical. Oh. You don't, wait, you were joking, you don't think they're actually radical?
She had, gotten famous not only from her career in media, but also from her time, protesting against ICE agents, which eventually led to her getting thrown to the floor. She is also well known for her commentary online as a journalist and her streaming. She is also known for...
Don't call her an influencer though, okay? Not like that.
For her activism. She moved to the district, the 9th district of Illinois 2 years ago, and ran for office, and honestly, I think performed quite well. She didn't win, but the fact that a 26-year-old moves into a district, and within 2 years, they're able to get within 3.5% of being the Democratic nominee for office to being a congresswoman, that is quite impressive. And I think that it succeeded for a few reasons. Number one, got so far for a few reasons. Number one, I think that she's actually quite a good public speaker. When she chooses to be articulate, she can be quite articulate. In fact, I would say on certain issues, she was able to be more articulate than current leading progressives that have been elected to Congress. For example, if you were to compare what she was able to say about her foreign policy positions versus AOC's foreign policy positions at the Munich Security Conference, you would think the two people might switch their positions. They might be switched around for who should be performing at the Munich Security Conference or not, because she actually was able to articulate her position quite clearly, even when put under public scrutiny and public pressure. She was also a decent enough public speaker, whether she had built up those skills through streaming or journalism, either way, she's a really good face for a campaign. That's the first thing. Second thing, young. That's a positive right now. People went out with the old, in with the new. Of course, she was not running against an incumbent here. She was running for an open seat after it was closed down for many years. But still, that is something that can help her campaign. Another thing is that she was able to fundraise a very significant amount. She was able to get a lot of support, not only in state relative to the fact that she just moved there 2 years ago, but even more support from out of state, using her social media presence and connections and a media tour in order to solicit donations that kept her campaign competitive, buying ads and in the running.
But they don't like Netanyahu, guys, so it'll be different soon. I'm so lost.
And that's why she was able, in a very crowded primary.
Statue quo.
I mean, when you look at the full...
Some more Nigerian talk.
Full list of candidates, it's a crowded primary. She was able to get ahead of Laura Fine, who was originally supposed to be the big AIPAC funneled in so much money to help Laura. They funneled in more money to help Laura than any other campaign in the 9th. And they really wanted her to win. And
Tom, the left accepts you. I know. I'm on the left. I am on the part of the left with political power that actually gets things done.
she lost to Kat. So that shows that even with that big institutional money, Kat was able to outperform those people. And people who have been in the district as progressive people, like Bushra, who refused to drop out despite the fact that if you were to take her votes and give it to Kat, she would have beaten Daniel. At the end of the day, she lives in the community. Kat moved to the community, and certain issues like that probably kept Bushra in on principle, but she was still able to solicit support in place of those other people who had certain advantages she didn't, namely being from the 9th district and not being easily defined as a carpetbagger. That's not to say that she isn't genuine. That's not to say that she doesn't want to help the country, but that is to say that if you move into a district that you have not lived in ever, and you run for office within 2 years, there will be questions, regardless of your intent, and regardless of your ability to connect your roots to the city of Chicago, especially if you're running in a crowded primary with a lot of PAC money funneling in where they want to, you know, throw lampoons at you. They want to throw something at you. So I would say, all things considered, considering she was running against a mayor, former state senator, local, who's a mathematician, you know, so he has some respect from like that job role. I would say
She was
like,
a
local math teacher
mathematician?
is probably more respected than journalist. I'm not saying that to say that it's more important, less important, or anything. I'm a journalist. What I am saying is that if somebody reads teacher, that seems more down to earth and connected to service than the word journalist, which, you know, could be, of course, you're breaking the Pentagon Papers, you're doing important reporting, or it could mean you're the fucking TMZ, fake news, fake news, fake news. You know, the reputation of journalists is a little, has a bit of a gulf. Okay, so I think she did pretty well, but a lot of people are asking why she lost. And some of the conclusions that people are coming to, I think, is absolutely bonkers. And I think it's really important that at the beat here, at the moment of a lack of victory, if you want to avoid the dirty word of defeat, right? Keep up the momentum or whatever. In that point, you do not want to delude yourself about why we lost. And when I say we, of course, I was not on the campaign. I more mean we as those who would have had any interest in Kat being in Congress in comparison to Laura Fine or Daniel. I'm not a big fan of people who are running for Congress in the Democratic Party who are openly anti-Second Amendment. And when I say, I don't mean, oh, I want a red flag law for somebody who is like twitching in the eye and is asking for a shotgun while rubbing the back of their neck. No, I'm talking about actively wanting to repeal the Second Amendment, right? So there's like, if you have any interest in being like, I don't think that's a good look for the party. I don't think that is something that is practical. It's also something I don't even agree with. You know, there was a reason why I was not a big fan of Daniel, but.
Wait, I got a defib. I got a defib. Where you at? All right, I'm coming. I'm trying to find a way in there. Ah, there we are. Okay, is there? Don't let that fucking bug kill you, though. Watch out, watch out, watch out.
Obviously, if you're somebody from the district, I think the things that contributed to her defeat are pretty clear. But first, let's take a stop over in La La Land, where anytime a candidate loses, it's because of whatever best serves my narrative. Okay, let's go take a step over into La La Land. Here is Ryan Grimm. He used to work for The Intercept. He is now a reporter at Dropsite News, and he also is one of the hosts of the hit program for brain cancer, Breaking Points. Now, he posted in response to the election results, "You cannot consolidate the progressive vote today while saber-rattling war with China. That era is over." I don't know how anyone could read the results of this as being a result of her diplomatic position on Taiwanese-Chinese relations. To be clear, what happened with Kat is that she had an advisor on the campaign trail who talked to...
That's something that Hassan was super upset about, dude. Hassan was real mad about her position on Taiwan.
And very fervently about his support for Ukraine and her support for Ukraine and Taiwan. And in the process of talking about those positions, people were either finding like stuff wrong with the advisor and his history, like, oh my gosh, you know, he's not as pro-Palestine as we would have liked. Like he has like Zionist roots. I saw some critique there, even though I don't know how that necessarily.
That was one of the things. Yeah, that was Hassan as well.
Necessarily immediately trans over to Kat, but people were making that critique, or that he used the word interventionist in the description of her policies, which right now words like that are pretty faux pas.
Yeah.
Even if you're just talking about like, hey, I think most
What's up? I was just in the other building with you. Yeah, I was the guy who just defibbed the other guy.
The world would probably be interventionist if there was a genocide going on in South Africa, right? If there was a genocide going on in South Africa, like a real genocide, not something that Donald Trump cooked up about, you know, something that's not really happening, but a real genocide going on, you know, I think most of the world, I would hope, would be interventionist, wanting to see if there's anything they can do to stop an active genocide. That doesn't necessarily communicate in the minds of people when they hear intervention. They just hear, you want an Iraq war, you want to continue the war on terror, you want a war with Iran, you want to fight for Israel, you want to, and people like assume things because they hear the word interventionist, and like words like neocon and other things that have been completely removed from their original actual linguistic meaning have just become kind of like pop culture words that just kind of fucking throw around at people's foreign policy positions. Rwanda's fine. Any place where genocide's happening, I would hope somebody would want to stop genocide. But because of the use of the word interventionist, his ties, eventually Kat let go of him, not wanting that terminology be associated with her, not wanting his, I hate to put it this way, but his stink at that moment to rub off on her. She then went on Ryan Grimm's show, which is why he has even less of an excuse to say something like this. He then went on Ryan Grimm's show. Maybe she shouldn't have. I don't know. I think probably it was the right thing to go on as many programs as he could, and I think she came off well there, despite what Ryan Grimm said. But she went there and she described her position in detail. She said that her position on Taiwan is that she's willing to sell them weapons to defend themselves, and that in the event that missiles and drones are being launched at Taiwan, she may, not even a guarantee, but may support intercepting the missiles being launched at one of the most dense urban centers in the world. That was her position, that if China decides to start a war and fires missiles at Taiwan, maybe we should shoot down those missiles before they slam into like a school, a hospital, a training ground, a sidewalk, or wherever it would slam into.
Oh, no.
As well as selling them weapons, which the Taiwanese want to buy from us. Now,
oh, no.
That position is
What
a
up, what
very, very, very far cry from saber-rattling war with China. It is one thing for you to go out there saying the Chinese are the ultimate threat. They're going to go to war.
You just got in? What are you looking for? You forgot to bring in what? Oh, yeah, I was gonna come kill Ark as well. Well, no, but I found like 3 guns. If you want any of these, I don't need them. I've got 2 Il Toros and an Arpeggio. Oh, and a Berletta. You want any of these? No, I'm not saying I have to. I'm saying, yeah, I'm saying I literally don't need any of it, and I'm likely going to grind all of it up, so. Nice. It's actually, honestly, dude, I'm gonna end up dropping this pretty soon, so you could take that. Here's some more stuff. I just got here. I just ran through. Almost every room I went into had guns and shit in it, and so I picked them up, but I don't need any of them, so. Wait, do you not know where the guns are? There's a gun run that I do. There's like 5 places with guns. Here, if you want to follow me real quick, I will take you through the process. Okay, I'll take you the way that I go, okay? I gotta mute myself, so just follow me for a minute, okay?
With us, we need to make sure that we have the capacity to project power up into their shorelines, into Beijing and XYZ, instead of something along the lines of, hey, China obviously openly says they want to conquer Taiwan. That's something they want to do. You listen to Xi Jinping directly. He's very open about this. That isn't fear-mongering. That's reading their statements. If you don't believe that's the case, you could either listen to translated versions of their speeches or go learn Mandarin. If for whatever reason those translated versions you don't trust, okay? But the point is, they're very obviously talking about a reconquest of the island.
Yo, what's up? Oh shit, I'm sorry. I just got totally fucking turned around. Ah, fuck.
And so, if you make it so that isn't possible, then you can avoid a war. There is a version of this for the modern era called the porcupine strategy, where you would essentially give Taiwan a bunch of cheap, short-range munitions. Short-range means kind of hard to throw it at Beijing, but short-range munitions that would then be able to be used against landing craft if the Chinese wanted to land on the island. And if that possibility of failure
Okay, you
is
still
very...
with me? You still here? I'm still in that corridor where the snitch just went off. Oh. On the bridge? Oh, okay.
significant. Anyone basing their identity off of reconquering Taiwan.
Do you? Well, so there, like I said, there's like 4 spots. So we're gonna go to one just like as a good starting point, and that's right here. Okay, so this is pretty slick. Okay, so just come through here. This is where you want to start. Okay, you jump on here, and then jump onto this. Okay, what's up, man? Yeah, so you can't get here through anything else. Okay, so this is a gun bag right here. Okay. And then there's also normally 1 to 2 drawers here. They happen to spawn like a lot of gun blueprints and shit like that. Okay? Then we're going to jump back on and go across.
Taiwan is going to be fearful to start a war that not only will send markets into a tailspin,
and then into this open window.
Will not only target infrastructure that supports a very big chunk of the world's microchip manufacturing, very complex microchip manufacturing, but it also comes with a significant risk of failure. If it comes with a significant risk of failure, what would that mean for their political reputation, their hold on power, all these different things?
Then 2 more over here.
So the general consensus is porcupine strategy. Not specifically porcupine strategy. That's the one I favor, of course. But the idea of we need to make it so this island is not easy to invade, so the Chinese think twice, and we preserve the status quo, which is what the majority of Taiwanese people want. Now, what I just said, you can agree with my position, you can disagree with my position. That's not saber rattling. That's not wanting a war with China. That's giving some nuance to say, look, sometimes you need to have something in your pocket in order to prevent a war. Okay? You know, being left-wing does not mean you need to be naive on the world stage. Okay. And this view of us as being naive on the world stage is not going to be shaken if you combine accurate commentary about the backlash and consequences of ridiculous executive action over.
This is what I call the gun run. Okay, I do this every fucking day. Like, this is I get tons and tons of guns this way, especially anvils and El Toros and ospreys. Okay, then the next one's in here. So it's normally right here. This one, it's not there in this game. And then there's 2 more spots. I can show you one of them. The other one I can just kind of describe it to you. But it's in the middle of the park over there. In the middle of the fountain. That's normally like the last spot.
Reaching over the Constitution to start wars with little oversight that leads to schools getting blown up and who knows any number of consequences, versus working with a country to make sure they have the means to protect themselves, as is the basis of current U.S. law on the Taiwan's Relations Act. That's not saber rattling. In fact, I
fuck.
could say that
I
it's the
missed it.
Chinese saber rattling over Taiwan every time they talk about reconquering it. Nobody in DC is interested.
Okay.
Interested in resurrecting Chiang Kai-shek and
all
marching
right. I'll
fucking
do
on
that.
Beijing. Okay. I don't think this is an accurate description of what she has to say. I think that this is just as dishonest, if not slightly less dishonest. I'm going to go slightly less dishonest. No, significantly less than Mike's thing when he said she wants war with China, which is absolutely ridiculous.
Oh, wait,
conclusion.
is that a battery?
But it's still
Shit,
not an
I didn't know
accurate retelling of
batteries
events,
were
and
in
it's at
there.
least slightly dishonest. Definitely considering he interviewed her and she was able to clarify her position to him directly, and this is still what he says about it. Now, you could think that I am terrible. That obviously the correct thing to do is give Taiwan no weapons and talk it out until the Chinese conclude, oh, well, you know, that's a good point. I don't want Taiwan anymore. Or, well, you know, we've convinced all the Taiwanese this is cool and that, you know, liberal democracy is really dumb. And actually, you know, even though they chose that system of government, maybe they shouldn't have. You know, I don't know what your conclusion would be. It's not in our interests. We shouldn't do it. Do any of us actually think that when they were going around knocking on doors, going like, hey, hello, I would like to talk to you about my agenda. I'm running for Congress, or Kat is running for Congress, that somebody said, Kat, you mean the China hawk? You think that that's something that was being said on doorstops? So it's supposed to be that she's knocking on these doors. They respond, oh my God, I can't believe you support Taiwan. Slam the door and she loses the election. I would be surprised if you can get 10 people, 10 goddamn people in that district who had that affect their vote in any meaningful way. Genuinely.
Yeah.
Absolutely genuine.
Yeah, that was like a very online thing. It was like I said, like that was a big criticism that Hassan had and maybe some others, but outside of that, like it was not like a legitimate criticism that people were like they were knocking on doors and trying to get people to vote for her. That was not a thing that they were all worried about.
Genuinely. I have taken time to message people in the district and talk to them. Hey, what motivated you about Kat? And people who even voted for Kat. What were some hesitations you might have had about voting for Kat? You want to know what the number one thing on the list was?
Age.
The number one thing on the list was she just moved here. She just moved here. I don't know much about her. Daniel has lived here as a much longer time. He was a state senator. He was the mayor. He was a local teacher. All of these things create an aura of integrity, or an aura of at least authenticity around him. That's not to say that I'm not making a moral judgment call. I'm just saying when you see teacher versus journalist while voting for somebody who has a current job, teacher who has lived in the district for much longer and has already been a public official, a lot of people are going to trust that first. Those are things that contributed to him winning. Another thing that might have contributed is that, you know, a lot of the coverage around Kat was that she was a social media influencer. Now, she preferred the word journalist. Journalist, an activist, these words, you know, mean are not necessarily negative things in the Democratic base. They could be positive things. But streamer, social media influencer, the way that her campaign was being discussed in some context made it have the same stink that came with Cenk Uyghur's campaign, or came with a lot of social media influencers' campaign, which was, okay, yeah, you can say stuff on the internet, but can you do stuff? What can you do? And there's, again, a question of authenticity. People hear, oh, you're a social media influencer. What are you, like Joe Rogan? What are you like one of those mukbangs? They don't necessarily know. Like Dr. Oz? Are you like?
Well, when he says authenticity, that is the bigger issue, is that a lot of people see somebody who's a social media influencer. One, they're just like these brainless people who don't really do anything. You're like a Kardashian. Like you're just a Kardashian. You're somebody who just like exists for people's entertainment. So you may not know anything. You may not understand things. It's like the term influencer definitely has a connotation to it that says like you don't know much about things. So if instead of influencer they say like this is a political pundit, you know, or this is a political analyst, or you know, something of that sort, like that would obviously be much better for somebody running for office. But when they call you an influencer, it's gonna have somewhat of a not negative connotation. You know, to some extent. It's not a huge deal.
Dr. Phil. Kind of like Dr. Phil. So I think that her image and how she was being discussed, not necessarily how she was trying to present herself, that is something that had an impact. I think that his long presence in the community, along with the types of jobs he had, these are things that had an impact. And when I talk to people, that's the main thing I heard. He lived there, she didn't. So the question of whether or not somebody would vote for somebody that they view as a carpetbagger, I think that is a much more significant contributor to her defeat. I think another significant contributor to her defeat was the amount of money that AIPAC flooded into this race. AIPAC and J Street. Another contributor to this defeat would have been the splitting of the vote. When you look at all these candidates, my God, Bushra, if you take her votes, a largely progressive candidate getting progressive voters, do you think those 6,238 people who are half of what would be necessary, or a little bit over, a little bit like half of this would be enough to get to the difference between Kat and Daniel? Just roughly half of this would be enough. Do you think half of those would have broken for Kat? How many of them would have broken for Daniel? You'd like to think that maybe most of them would break for Kat because of her progressive bona fides. But again, we don't know for sure, because some of them might have voted for Bushra because she was progressive and from the district. But it's a possibility that that could have contributed at least a lot more voters than if she would have changed her position on China. I mean, seriously, why is it that we need to project what we care about onto what voters care about? That completely destroys your ability to commentate an election. If I came in here and I say, well, the reason Daniel and all these people, Kat and Laura, all of them were ahead is because they all support Ukraine. Because they all support Ukraine. Obviously, that's why they won. That's why.
Well, this is again why people make like everything about China, or all of these like you know, lefty content creators and people on the internet want to make everything about like the Democrats being weak or not capable, is because like they think that Democrats should be doing what they want them to do and not like what everybody else wants them to do, and then they project that everybody wants like Democrats to do just what they want, that like everybody agrees with them, and so therefore if Democrats aren't doing what they want, well then they're just not doing what the electorate wants. And definitely not the case.
Why Daniel won is because he supported Ukraine. I could project any number of things as to why Daniel won. Any number of things. Oh, why did Daniel win? Because he wants to ban the Second Amendment. He wants to get rid of it. How do we know that? Do we know that? Could that have gotten him some votes? Maybe. Was that the thing that put him over the line? Probably not. I don't hear that from anybody on the ground. I don't see that from any posts online. I haven't heard that from any of the private conversations I've had with people, voters in the district, as to why they did or did not vote for Daniel. But I heard a lot more. She ain't from here. I don't trust her. And that lack of trust did not come from the fact that she wants a saber-rattling war with China. That's something that Ryan cares about. See, Dropsite was the one that dropped the story about the campaign advisor, and so he has a personal investment over that story that Dropsite was.
I kept wondering why. I heard when I heard Hassan complaining about this, I kept wondering why he kept just blaming it on an advisor, and that like he didn't think that that was her position. I kept wondering why. Like, why does he keep saying this is, oh, she just has a dumb advisor? Like, it's not she's just being advised poorly. I guess where the fuck is he getting this from? That this is an advisor issue? Like, why isn't it her position? Why don't you believe that that's what she thinks? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Was covering, which he is a reporter at. He has a personal investment in the fact that Ryan Grimm is probably of the position that we should not be supporting Taiwan, that the correct position maybe is abandoning Taiwan, leaving Taiwan alone, saying good luck, have fun with the war. The Taiwanese saying, you know what, I guess we're part of the People's Republic of China. We don't need local elections anymore. I guess that's stupid. You know, we developed that, but I guess it's not worth a war. It's not worth America digging its heels in the ground and staying true to its commitments. I mean, I don't know what his position is, because I don't know if I've ever seen him really elaborate on that position. But what is clear is that he thinks that giving them military aid, or even selling them weapons, as well as saying maybe we'll shoot down missiles headed towards civilian areas, that is saber-rattling. That is saber-rattling to even talk about the possibility of what has been an open question and discussion by military planners and, foreign policy experts for decades. I mean, it's not like she just took this question out of thin air and plopped it down. I mean, the Taiwan's Relations Act has been the law of the land for quite some time. So why the projection on this? Do we really think that the reason that she lost is because she supported Taiwan? Then answer me this. Why is it that every single leading candidate is supportive of Taiwan and Ukraine? Every single, Daniel, Kat, Laura, everybody with a significant portion of the vote is supportive of Taiwan. So exactly what is the idea here? That if we would have not been supportive of Taiwan, then maybe we would have been able to pick up enough votes from Bushra or Mike Simmons or, I don't know, Jeff Cohn's 1,000. Maybe would have gotten fucking Sam Polin with his 500 votes. Would have gotten enough of them all together to put Kat over the top as the candidate who doesn't want to support Taiwan because the 9th district is voting over Taiwan. No, I won't even accept the argument, well, that would have gotten more outside support, more phone bankers, more expert. No, I don't buy that either. I don't, because I don't think that there were people who were legitimately going out there and grinding, saying, you know what, I want to fight against APAC money. I want to fight against this. Oh my God, she also supports the self-determination of the Taiwanese. Never mind. I was going to do 10,000 phone banks. I was going to knock 100,000 doors. But now that I know that she supports the Taiwanese, it'd be very easy for me to look at every election where somebody who doesn't support Ukraine loses and just say they lost because they don't support Ukraine. They lost because they're against Ukraine. Joe Kent, why did he lose his race? Because he doesn't support Ukraine. Joe Kent, why did he have to quit? Because he doesn't support Ukraine and he got boxed out. Like, I could just project that onto every goddamn issue if I wanted, but that wouldn't be good commentary. That would maybe be good for me getting all you guys to agree with me and be, hey, Ukraine's the most important thing in the world. I'm reinforcing my own beliefs. But all you're doing is you're just yelling into an echo chamber. You're yelling into a bubble, and it's bouncing off the sides of the bubble. And because you hear those loud reverberations that really only pissed out people largely outside of her district who, would or wouldn't have supported her anyway, that is somehow indicative of the fact that this was a deciding factor. No, I don't buy it. We need to be realistic. We need to examine as to why a race was actually lost instead of just, I don't know, pretending that it's our pet issue.
Nah, let's just say it's whatever you care about. Why not? Who cares? Just say what I wanted. Sheesh. Not that hard.
The number one priority every American should have is getting to the midterms and electing politicians that are not beholden to the same lobbies that funded Trump and enabled him to get to the White House to rip everybody off, enrich himself to the tune of $5 billion, and start illegal wars. And one of these candidates that we have to get elected in Illinois is my friend, Kat Abu-Ghazaleh. She is a Palestinian American grassroots congressional candidate running to represent Illinois' 9th district. She is a renter, former uninsured worker, and union representative
Abu-Ghazaleh. My good friend, Abu-Ghazaleh.
In your copious podcasting about this in the last 2 weeks, you have made the argument very strongly that the United States has been pushed into something not in its own national interest by pressure from Israel and the lobbying power of Israel.
Well, it has been. The question is whether the person who makes the ultimate decision, who would be President Trump, should have pushed back. That's it. Of course, Trump should have pushed back.
As previous presidents have done.
To some extent, some very limited extent. George W. Bush didn't push back. We wound up in the Iraq War, and now everyone pretends, oh, that had nothing to do with Israel. I was there. I was talking to Bush. That's not true. That's a lie. And that's why it's so important, from my perspective, to say out loud what is true before history is rewritten and disappears. And it's lying that gets us here. Because we say, oh, no, lobbying efforts had no effect. Really? We say that about our pharmaceutical policy? No. Everybody understands that every policy a large government makes, including ours, is influenced by various stakeholders who are affected by the policy. But this is the one area we have to be like, no, it had nothing to do with the fact that his biggest donors were pushing him to do this, or the BB visited 7 times in 1 year. Are you joking? I'm not going to play along with the lies anymore. I don't hate Jews. I don't hate Israel. I love my country. This has happened yet again. I can give you a whole list of previous times where it's happened. And I think we need to know what happened so we don't hurt ourselves further.
I am not saying don't blame Israel. I think Israel has its own national interest, and Israel was certainly pushing for things. But I think there is more agency and therefore more responsibility with the President of the United States and the Trump administration.
Disagree. He represents me. I live here.
But that's important because in the way you
Israel
described
pushed him into this. Now, he shouldn't have gone along with it. He should have pushed back. But to pretend that Trump woke up one morning and was like, no, I think
I'm not suggesting that, to be clear.
Israel pushed him. The prime minister, by the way, it's not Israel. There are a lot of people who disagree in Israel. I know some of them. It was the prime minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, who pushed our president into doing this. And I hope this is the last time that Netanyahu or any foreign head of state will ever push an American president to do something that hurts America.
Well, let's talk about that, because I think we may be, as you yourself said earlier, at a tipping point in terms of the rapid decline within the United States for support for Israel. And you see it huge. I mean, you've seen it for seveul years on the Democratic side, you're now seeing it on the conservative side, and you're seeing a collapse amongst younger people. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. How quickly is that going to change the politics of Israel in the United States?
I mean, it's hard to know. There doesn't seem to be a direct connection, not just on Israel or foreign policy, but on almost any issue between what our leaders believe and do and what the public thinks and wants. The public begins to believe in their frustration that there's declining standard of living, for example, or declining birth rates, or whatever it is that's getting worse, and a lot is, that there's no way to use legitimate means to change it. Voting doesn't work. If they believe that, then they will, by definition, find other ways, and those ways are destructive, and I don't want that. So I think it's very important that a government, even a non-democracy, even a monarchy, respond to the concerns of the population. You can ignore them for a while. If you ignore them for too long, you get overthrown.
Let's talk, though, a little bit more about how this declining support for Israel, which I think is one of the most significant political shifts in the United States in recent years. How is that shaping the MAGA movement? I mean, are you now seeing, when I look at the opinion polls, I'm told that there's 100% support amongst MAGA or 95% support for the war. On the other hand, you're clearly a man with a large number of followers who is making a very, very different argument.
I was standing next to Trump at his house when he got elected. I've known him a long time. I talked to him a lot. So, I don't fully understand what MAGA is, but I know that the core promise of the Trump political movement, Make America Great Again, was America First. And it was articulated by him repeatedly at every campaign stop for 10 years. So everyone in America knows this. I think everyone globally knows this. The core of this movement was the idea that you would, and we could debate about how you do it, but you would try to put the interest of your country at the center of every calculation about how you manage your country and how you interact with the world. It's the single most obvious and single most popular political concept ever devised.
Do you think Donald Trump has betrayed America First?
I don't, that's the point, though, is that she's bringing up that, he just doesn't engage with what people ask him at all. It's so fucking annoying, dude. She was saying that, there seems to be a difference in opinion as to whether or not MAGA actually supports Israel and whether or not they think that Trump ought to be defending Israel in the way that he is, as ardently as he is. And he just didn't answer that at all, and instead was just yeah, you're supposed to do what your constituents want. It's not that hard. We all agree that's something that you should do. It's how the fuck did you think that is what she asked you? How the hell did you come to the conclusion that was in the least an answer to her fucking question?
I think that this war is something that he promised he wouldn't do, not once, but countless times. And until YouTube is banned, we'll be able to prove that. And the idea behind it,
I know I misheard that one. He didn't say until YouTube is banned, we'll be able to prove that one. Oh, he did say that. Okay, no, he's saying because we have clips of Trump saying this so many times on YouTube, we're able to prove that he did promise the opposite of what he's doing. Okay, never mind. I got it.
Is not only contrary to America First, it may be its inverse. There's no argument that changing the regime in Iran helps the United States. And if there is an argument, I'd love to hear it. And by the way, if that argument is sensible and convincing, I will support it. All I care about is the United States. But I haven't heard that argument a single time. All I've heard is the kind of tiresome fear-mongering about nuclear weapons, which Iran did not have. It's insulting, actually, even to make that argument to me, that Iran's nuclear program posed such a threat to the United States 3 weeks ago that we had to launch a full-scale war against them. No one's even arguing that because it's stupid and the facts don't support it. So why did we do this when we did it? Because Israel wanted to do it. They chose the timing here. No one disputes that. And timing in war, as in life, is a lot of it, and it determines outcome. And they hadn't thought through what was going to happen next. The Israelis hadn't, and we hadn't, because we didn't have time to.
It sounds to me like you think he has betrayed it.
Because we didn't have time to. Well, I guess he's saying the United States didn't have time to, but Israel seemed to have more than enough time to figure out what to do next.
This war is clearly contrary to what he promised and contrary to the idea that your leaders should put your interests before those of foreigners, period. We put Israel's interests before ours. Trump did that. Bibi's wasn't elected president of my country. My president was. I supported him, obviously, voted for him. But, yeah.
Let's talk about the way the debate develops in this country, because I think you're right. It's extremely difficult to talk about the subject that you and I have just spent the last half hour talking about, because there is a conflation very often. Anybody who criticizes Israel is vulnerable to being called anti-Zionist or anti-Semitic, and there's conflation by the exact people you've just been talking about, in the kind of firmament of political discussion.
Do you think that's a good faith response or a tactic?
I'm about to ask you that question. Clearly, I think you and I agree. We have both been critical of the Israeli government. I just want to kind of clarify terms a bit here.
Well, I've really been critical of the Israeli government.
I've been plenty critical of the Israeli government. I've told you at the beginning that we were...
I've been more critical.
What do I think of Gaza?
Yeah.
I think the war in Gaza, to start with, was a perfectly reasonable response in response to the horrors of October 7th. I think now the places... I mean, I've been there. Have you been to Gaza? I've been to Gaza since the war started.
I've been to Gaza.
Trust me, very few journalists get into Gaza.
Yeah, no, I went with the IDF. It's the only way that you can go in, but nonetheless,
you
see a flattened place. I think it is a disaster for the future of Israel, a disaster for the Palestinian people, a horror, 70,000 people dead.
Why would you describe it first as a disaster for the future of Israel? You've got tens of thousands of civilians murdered, but it's foremost a disaster for the future of Israel. No, it's foremost a disaster for the families of the dead kids.
Absolutely. I made 3 points.
Because everybody sucks up to Israel in this way that suggests they're afraid. And everyone is afraid, and you know that. Everyone's like, the real problem is calling people anti-Semites allows real anti-Semites to flourish. It's like, no, actually, the real problem with calling people anti-Semites who aren't is accusing the innocent of a crime they didn't commit. And the real crime in Gaza is killing people who did nothing wrong. So those are the real problems, I would say. But no one can say it because you have to be like, oh, no, but really, October 7th
I don't know what you're talking about, Gaza. We're having a...
Everyone watching this knows what I'm talking about.
Well, let's get on to that right now.
Yeah.
Because you are critical of the government of Israel. Do you believe in Israel's right to exist? Would you consider yourself a Zionist in that narrow definition?
What does that mean, a right to exist?
The existence of the political state of Israel as
but
it
has
existed,
a right. What does that mean?
That you think it should continue in its existence as a state right now. So you do not agree with Iran, for example.
Well, let me just ask, since you asked me the question, it's fair for me to get you to define the term so I can answer it. You've asked 2 questions. The first was, do you believe Israel has a right to exist? And the second question was, do you believe Israel should continue to go on as a nation state? And those are very different questions. So I often hear the phrase...
Having been created as a political entity in 1948,
does it have a right to exist? Is that what you're asking?
I don't want to get hung up on the right. Should it continue to exist? That's how I define narrowly Zionism.
Because the phrase you used was devised by the Israeli government. Of course, does it have a right to exist? And so my question to you would be, what does that mean?
Why don't you answer my question? It's a very simple question.
I don't know what your question is. Are you asking, does it have a right to exist, or do I want it to exist? Do I seek its destruction?
Fine, answer it that way.
Well, of course I don't seek its destruction. I've already said, as you know, because I said it to you, I don't want Israel to be destroyed or have to use nuclear weapons.
We've established that you are in that narrow terms of Zionist. If that's
I am in no sense a Zionist. I don't want any country to be destroyed at all, and I don't want people to die, particularly ones who committed no crime, because I don't believe in killing innocents, period. That's the basis of Western civilization. Eastern civilization is a whole different view. They believe in collective punishment. I don't.
So you're in no sense a Zionist?
I don't even know what that means. Why don't you define the term, and then I'll tell you whether I am.
Defined it.
What's a
Zionist?
She did.
A Zionist, in my narrow term, this definition is that the state of Israel, the political state of Israel, has the right to continue existing.
The right? Where does that right come from? What do you mean?
What does it? Who cares? That's a fucking different question as to whether or not you believe they have the right, man. Like, she doesn't need to believe that they have the right in order to ask you the question about whether or not you think, like, let's say she doesn't think that they have a right, okay? Let's say she doesn't believe they have a right to exist, but she wants to know if you do. And then when she's trying to understand if you think they have a right to exist, you keep asking her, well, where does the right come from? I don't know. I don't believe they have the fucking right. I'm trying to understand if you think they have the right, but you won't answer the fucking question. So, like, it's so annoying. It's so annoying to listen to, where he's just trying to find every way to avoid actually answering the fucking question. It's so obnoxious. I mean, obviously she does believe that she seems pretty blatantly a Zionist. I'm not suggesting that she may not be a Zionist or anything like that. I'm just saying that in order for him to answer the question, she does not need to define what she means by the right. Like, she does not need to explain what the right to exist means in order for him to say whether or not he thinks they have the right. That is not her burden to, like, define the term for him to explain what he thinks. Now, she could say what she means. If she says, hey, do you think they have a right to exist? And he says, what do you mean by right? And she says, you know, I mean X, Y, and Z. Okay? That makes sense. Yeah, you want to define the term that you're asking about. But then once she says, this is what it means, when he turns around afterwards and is like, well, where does that right come from? Well, if she doesn't think they have a right, like, to exist, why would she be telling you where the right comes from? Like, that's so stupid, dude. It's such a stupid fucking question. Like, it's just not relevant.
I'm not being a lawyer about it. I just want to know what you're asking me.
Not being a lawyer.
Because I don't know what you're asking me.
Let's go to the
Wait, no. I think a lot. You don't want to define your question, and I don't know why. I don't know what you're asking me. I've already said I don't want Israel to be destroyed. I don't want anyone to be killed. And you've said, does Israel have a right to exist? Does it have a? And my question is, what right are you talking about? Does Britain have a right to exist? Does the United States have a right to exist?
There was a world order built up after 1945 which suggested that aggression should not be condoned into countries. Now, that countries with borders have the right to intervene.
I totally agree with that.
Okay.
Which is why the first thing that Israel did within 2 weeks of this war starting, which is supposedly existential for them, was take southern Lebanon, take someone else's country, as they have done repeatedly. And no one even mentions that. And so I guess I would be opposed to that, because I think Lebanon has a right to exist. I thought Gaza had a right to exist. But I noticed that as soon as we start apportioning rights, only one country gets them.
No, I did not say that. You're absolutely putting words into my mouth.
Because I believe, here's what I do believe, since you asked. I believe in universally applicable standards. And if they're not universally applicable, they're not standards, they're preferences. That's why I believe in human rights, not ethnic rights. I don't think Jews have more rights or less rights than anyone else. I don't think Christians have more rights or less rights, blacks, Filipinos. I believe in human rights that derive from the creation of people by God.
Whoa, this guy is he's really deep. What a fucking loser, dude.
CNN has learned that the U.S. military is sending thousands of additional Marines and sailors to the Middle East. This comes just a day after President Trump said this about deploying more troops to the region.
No, I'm not putting troops anywhere. If I were, I certainly wouldn't tell you, but I'm not putting troops.
It also comes just hours after President Trump shared on Truth Social that the fight to stop nuclear-powered Iran is, quote, militarily won. CNN national security reporter Haley Britsky joins us now. Haley, what's the latest? What are you learning?
Yeah, so Boris, we're learning that the 11th Marine Expeditionary Unit off the West Coast is heading towards the region now. This is the second MEU going towards the Middle East. The 31st has already left from the Pacific going towards the region. We don't quite know when it'll get there, of course, what exactly it will do. We're still asking if it will stay in the region, if the military will have 2 of these Marine Rapid Response Forces there. Certainly it raises questions about boots on the ground options, as that's the first thing people think of when they think of these MEUs. But these units are really kind of the Swiss Army knives of the Marines and of the military. They can provide aviation logistics support. So they provide commanders a lot of options. A lot we still don't know about this deployment, but it certainly provides a lot of options to Admiral Bradley Cooper of CENTCOM.
It also raises questions about how long this engagement might go. We heard President Trump say it would be a matter of weeks. Now there are questions about whether this is going to be prolonged.
That's right. I mean, we still don't know how long this is going to go. We hear Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth saying it could be 4 weeks, it could be 5 weeks, it could be 3 weeks. Obviously, we're nearing the fourth week point at this point. But they keep saying, we keep hearing from these senior officials that, as we just heard from the president, this is essentially won, that the conflict is, there's fewer targets to hit, but still the Strait of Hormuz is effectively closed. Where we just saw yesterday an F-35, US F-35 had to make an emergency landing after sources say it was believed to be hit by Iranian fire. So there's certainly a lot still happening on the ground here, and these units moving in will just provide more options for what the president decides to do next.
Haley Britsky, thanks so much for that reporting.
CNN's Kevin Liptak joins me from the White House. And Kevin, let me go to you first. And more Marines, like we were saying, making their way to the Middle East as administration, of course, pushes, we've been talking about, for extra funding, some $200 billion. Bring us up to date with the very latest. What do we know, first of all, about this deployment?
Right, and this will be the second, what they call a Marine Expeditionary Unit that's now headed towards the Middle East. There is another one that is deploying from Asia and heading in that direction. So it will bring the total number of Marines tasked to these units to about 4,500, and it will add to the about 50,000 American troops that are already in the Middle East. Now, what exactly these Marines will be tasked with, it's not clear. And it comes, of course, as the president does seem to be weighing whether to order a ground operation inside Iran, whether it's to secure Karg Island, that very critical area that the administration thinks would put pressure on the Iranian regime, or to go into Iran to try and retrieve some of the highly enriched nuclear material that is buried far underground. That is certainly something that those Marines could be doing, but it is not necessarily what they're going to be doing. They also have tasks like aviation support, logistics support, all of these other areas that they could potentially be ordered up to do once they arrive. But it all seems to be demonstrating that the president is reinforcing the American troop posture in the region as this war grinds on. We're about to enter the fourth week of this conflict. The president and other administration officials have said that it could last between 4 and 6 weeks. So we are, in about a week's time, nearing the window when, according to the administration's own estimates, it could be winding down, but certainly this decision to send these troops into the region suggests that it may not be ending anytime quickly.
The president said yesterday he's not going to have boots on the ground. He also said, though, that he would not tell the media if he was going to do that. Do you think that we'll end up seeing American military on the ground in Iran, including special operations forces?
Well, first of all, I would never take that option off the table. And that's always been my recommendation from the Trump administration to the Biden administration. Don't take that option off the table. You never know what's going to happen, and you want to have that flexibility. With regard to that, I've commented before that I think, some type of large-scale operation into the internal part of Iran, going after a nuclear site to secure enrichment material, would be very complicated, very risky, and would be a very difficult mission. Now, something short of that, where you're trying to seize Karg Island as a leverage point against the Iranians, more doable. It would require more Marines than we have now, or a broader set of service members. But I would never take that option off the table. And you mentioned special operations forces. Look, we use them for various means. It could be a type of raid, or it could be to train militia inside the country. So again, I think that is a tool that every president should have.
Do you think that's what the administration is doing with these more warships and Marines heading to the area? What does that signal to you?
I would certainly tee up options for the president. I think the job of the Secretary of Defense, or the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, is to give the president options, and the more the better. The more room he can have to make a decision with regard to which way to go, depending on either a policy choice or in reaction to what the Iranians are doing or threatening. And so again, I would not only keep that card on the table, I would make sure I have the cards available to me in case I want to use them, because otherwise it takes a long time to get these forces in place. The president spoke, or DOD mentioned last week, about sending the Marines out of the Pacific, and they're still en route, right? They were recently spotted off of Singapore. So it's going to take another week or so for them to get to the region. So you want to make sure you have those tools in place so that if you need to use them, want to use them, they're available.
Secretary Mark Esper, we appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thanks, Brianna.
CNN is learning that thousands more U.S. Marines and sailors are heading toward the Middle East just one day after President Trump downplayed deployment reports, saying, quote, "I'm not putting troops anywhere," though he did say that if he were to, he would not share that with the public. The deployment also happening just hours after the president shared on his Truth Social account that the fight to stop a nuclear-powered Iran has been militarily won. CNN senior national security reporter Zach Cohen has our new reporting. And Zach, on that question of the nuclear capability of Iran being militarily won, isn't there enriched uranium believed to be stored hundreds of feet underground, buried under sand?
Yeah, Boris, that is certainly the understanding of the U.S. intelligence community, and it's a problem we know the Trump administration has been grappling with and weighing the possibility of using U.S. special forces potentially to try to essentially go in there and extract or destroy the uranium that is believed to be deep underground at one of those facilities that was hit last year. But again, to the president's comments yesterday about sending additional troops to the region, we're learning that thousands more Marines are going to be deployed to the Middle East here in the near term, having their deployments accelerated. Now, one Marine Expeditionary Unit.
I'm not a Hassan fan.
It was already on the way to the Middle East. These are units that are really the Swiss Army knife of military capability. They're made up of about 2,200 sailors and Marines. And we're learning now that they're going to send potentially a second Marine Expeditionary Unit to the Middle East. This unit was intended initially to go and deploy to the Indo-Pacific region, but their timeline has now been moved up, and they're going to be traveling to the Middle East, according to two sources familiar with the plans. And so it does raise questions about what is the Trump administration's timeline for bringing it into this conflict. And what?
No, that was 59 seconds. I literally timed it. You're a fucking liar, Wasted. You're a fucking liar. Sounds like something a Hassan fan would do. Is lie.
What objectives do they need to accomplish before they can do so?
To that point, you have this announcement of a deployment, and then also what is potentially going to be a $200 billion request for supplemental funding from Congress. How does the administration square that with what Trump has been saying about this coming to a close relatively quickly?
Yeah, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth was asked about that additional request for $200 billion for the Pentagon yesterday, and he said, quote, "It takes money to kill bad guys," and that was sort of his explanation for why the Pentagon is seeking more funding when they've already spent billions of dollars over the last for some weeks of this conflict. We know that the first week of the military operations against Iran cost roughly $11 billion, and estimates for the totality of the war so far are hovering around $20 billion. So some of this $200 billion request, as we understand it, would go towards addressing the expenditures that have been spent so far during the conflict. But there's also speculation and concern that the Pentagon may try to also get funding for other priorities as part of this additional request. That's something that is going to raise a lot of eyebrows on Capitol Hill, as lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are starting to really push the administration to come out and explain their reasoning and their objectives for the Iran conflict. And they haven't even asked Congress to vote on this conflict yet. So a lot of questions as to whether or not this will ultimately come to pass. But the Pentagon is seeking additional funding, and we are seeing more Marines sent to the region.
Zach Cohen, thanks so much for that reporting.
Can you imagine a more unpopular vote than supporting $200 billion for a war that is currently making a bad economy even worse? Welcome to Pod Save America. I'm John Favreau.
I'm Dan Pfeiffer.
On today's show, we're going to talk about how the war in Iran is turning into a global economic crisis, why the Pentagon thinks it'll cost us at least another $200 billion, and whether Congress will actually approve that funding, the senior Trump official who just resigned over the war, the fight over confirming Trump's next Homeland Security Secretary that involves an actual physical fight, the other actual physical fight that will take place on the White House lawn this summer, AIPAC's role in this week's Democratic primaries in Illinois, and then the winner of one of those primaries talks to Dan, Lieutenant Governor Juliana Stratton, who's on her way to becoming the next Democratic senator from the state of Illinois. Also, please consider becoming a subscriber if you haven't already, so that you don't miss out on any crooked content. Friend of the Pod subscribers get our new extra episode of Pod Save America called Pod Save America Only Friends. Other subscriber-only shows like Polar Coaster with this guy right here, Dan Pfeiffer. You just recorded another one, right?
I did. We talked about what happened in Illinois in great detail, the role AIPAC played in that race, and we did a deep dive in the polling on the Iran war and why this is not going so great for Donald Trump and the Republicans.
Never miss Polo Coaster. Never miss Pod Save America Only Friends. Sign up, become a subscriber. You also get ad-free episodes of all your favorite crooked pods. You get infrastructure across the Middle East, including a hit on a Qatari natural gas complex that has wiped out a good chunk of its capacity for several years. Trump claimed Israel acted alone and won't do it again, but also said that if Iran keeps attacking energy infrastructure, he'll, quote, massively blow up.
It was so ridiculous, dude. It was so insane. He's literally saying both things at the same time. Fucking wild.
the rest of their gas reserve. The president is also reportedly considering sending in ground troops to secure the Strait of Hormuz, which remains closed. On Wednesday night, oil shot past $118 a barrel. Gas prices are approaching $4 a gallon.
I used to listen to Pod Save America in 2016, 2018. I'd never even heard of them until around the election time. And it was when people kept saying stuff about like, oh, the pod bros are the ones who made Biden drop out of the race. And I was like, pod bros? Like Joe Rogan? Who the fuck? Hassan? Like, who do they think made Joe Rogan drop out? And then they're like, oh, Pod Save America. Who? Never heard of these motherfuckers. Who the fuck is that?
And after a worse than expected inflation report, the Fed decided to hold interest rates steady. Here's how this is all playing if you turn on the TV.
Far worse news on prices than expected. Americans have been grappling, of course, with surging gas prices, up 86 cents a gallon since the Iran war began.
It's almost the worst of both worlds. I guess stagflation would come close to describing the situation.
Since the war began, the price at the pump has risen every day this month.
I would think that records could be set.
People are already seeing gas prices. Gas prices are up almost $1 a gallon. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have risen in recent weeks, likely reflecting the substantial rise in oil prices caused by the supply disruptions in the Middle East.
Tough stuff, pretty scary. So that's what people are seeing on their screens. And here's the Trump White House feeling people's pain.
Oil prices will go up, the economy will go down a little bit. I thought it would be worse, much worse, actually. I thought there was a chance it could be much worse. It's not bad.
As much as we got to focus on getting these gas prices down. The reality is, overseas, they're feeling it far worse than we did.
If it were to be extended, it wouldn't really disrupt the U.S. economy very much at all. It would hurt consumers, and we'd have to think about, you know, if that continued, what we would have to do about that. But that's like really the last of our concerns right now.
If you could say something to President Trump and he was going to hear you right now, what would it be?
You are a worthless pile of
Ooh.
And you voted for him how many times?
3 times. That was my bad. Apparently, I'm an idiot.
Love that woman.
Sheesh. I can't tell which of those clips is worse. Like J.D. Vance being like, I know you're paying a lot in gas.
I was just like, literally, I was gonna, as soon as she said you're a worthless pile of shit, I was going to jokingly say, sounds like a Trump voter. I was gonna make a joke and say she sounds like a Trump voter. And then he said, and you voted for Trump how many times? I'm like, wait, what? No way.
Gas prices, but just think of how high the gas prices are in Europe right now. At least you're not Europe. Or Kevin Hassett being like, yeah, if the war's extended, we may have to, you know, it's not going to really hurt anything but consumers. And we may have to think about them, but really they're the last of our concerns right now.
Kevin Hassett is possibly the worst spokesperson that any White House has put out. He, at every opportunity, steps on a rake. Like it's very possible that somewhere there's some Democratic sleeper PAC that books him on TV and he just assumes the White House is doing it because he's so bad.
I mean, so is Scott Bessent. So is the Treasury Secretary. We could have included like 5 Scott Bessent clips in here, but we didn't have time. Like the 2 chief economic spokespeople for the White House, Kevin Hassett and Scott Bessent, are the most out of touch fucking doofuses that I've ever seen talk for a White House.
They work.
Scott Bessent really is some otherworldly fucking horrific, dude. He really is just next level horrible. You down over here, buddy? Are you down in here? Somebody down over here? Are you down? Are you down? Where are you at? Where are you? Did I... Wait, did I pass you? Oh, no, sorry. Somebody went down. I was looking for the person who was down. There was a flare that went off. I was looking for the person. There's another one coming. Got it. There's a spider coming. Sounds like another fireball's about to come. Yeah, somebody went down, so I was trying to find them to defib them, but... Alright.
Work for a president who spends all of his time during a era of high prices talking about the gold leaf that he's procuring for the White House.
How affordability is a hoax. And then yeah, we shouldn't let Trump off the hook there, just being like, yeah, honestly, I thought it was going to be so much worse. It's not bad. It's not bad.
Yeah, saying that near $4 a gallon gas is not bad is just a historic gaffe.
There's so many gaffes. There's so many gaffes.
The whole thing is like it is all a gaffe.
The second Trump administration has been one giant gaffe.
Boy, what a painful fucking gaffe it's been.
Yeah.
It really is like crazy to think that after like what happened with Biden in the last admin, that like you could have a more gap-worthy presidency afterwards. You know? Like, if somebody had told me that this would turn out that this would turn out to have more gaffes than Biden, I would have said you have TDS. I would have been like, that's literally impossible, bro. I'm sorry, but you're just coping. This is next level shit, dude.
It's a tough gaffe. It seems like the chances are getting quite low that Iran will be a quick excursion, as Trump calls it, not an incursion, an excursion, that just causes short-term price hikes. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure somebody went down over
I've thought
here,
this for 3 weeks now. It's calling the war with Iran that has put us on the cusp of a global energy crisis a synonym for a pleasure cruise is a truly insane choice.
Well, especially when the center of the war is keeping a body of water closed.
Yeah, you know where you can't do an excursion? The Strait of Hormuz, right?
Oh my God.
I mean, this really is the worst case scenario of Trump. When you have a president who has no idea what he's doing, who's incredibly impulsive, and is now surrounded by people who only tell him what he wants to hear, you end up in this situation. And it is like Trump got so lucky in his first term to avoid things like this. Maybe it was he had different people around him. Maybe he just didn't have the confidence to actually push through on these things. But like this is so fucking stupid. It is like it's unfathomable. Like there was no.
Oh, I definitely think it was because he had different people around him
about the various imminent threats and everything else. But there was.
I definitely think it was because he had different people around him. Like, I know. I read a couple of books. One was by Bob Woodward, where he was talking about the fact that there were, and I've mentioned this tons of times, that there were a bunch of people around Trump who were literally like, they felt like their whole job was to babysit Trump and to just stop him from doing crazy shit. And there's even been arguments from like a ton of people in MAGA, including Donald Trump himself, that like once a lot of this information came out, their arguments were that like these people should be charged with treason, that like they should go to prison, that like they were very upset, like finding out just how many things Trump tried to do that they were stopping at every turn. And there were a ton of things where he would say like, hey, I want this done immediately. And they'd be like, yeah, man, we'll get right on that. And they'd walk out and like, never doing that fucking shit. That guy's an idiot. No shot. So it was definitely, I definitely think that a big part of it was the people who were there and the fact that they were willing, like Mark Milley is one of them. Mark Milley's obviously Obviously, Mike Pence was one of them. Like, there are just so many people in his first administration that just spent their entire fucking jobs trying to just avoid letting him get anything done.
There was no reason to do this. There's no plan for how it was supposed to go. They didn't think beyond the first bombs. They didn't consider that the Strait of Hormuz might be blocked, which every person who's ever studied a war with Iran said would happen. And they have no plan to get us out of it. And they're just like bumbling along the whole way. And it's people like, obviously there's been, American troops have died. Civilians all across the Middle East have died. The girls' school in Iran.
Bill Barr? Yeah, Bill Barr definitely. Actually, now that I think about it, you're right. I was going to say no, but no, you're definitely right. Bill Barr did that too. Because, yeah, he, with, like, Trump a bunch of times tried, like, charging a bunch of his, like, just personal enemies with crimes and shit. And they had to stop him over and over. Mark Milley, don't trust this cuck. Wait, what does it have? What is, like, whether or not Milley's establishment have to do with whether or not? That's like the whole reason he tried stopping Trump is because he was pro-establishment. Like, you're saying, like, don't trust it. He's establishment, as though that's like helping your argument, when really that hurts your argument. If he's establishment, then it makes sense why it makes sense why he was trying to stop Trump at every turn.
Was bombed. Americans are paying a higher price at the pump. The economy, there are shocks in the economy that are going to be felt for months, if not longer. Even if Trump somehow wraps this thing up in a week, which seems very hard to fathom, but the damage to the economy is being done right now, and for no fucking reason.
Well,
like, it's insane.
And that's an important point, because
the no fucking reason part.
The no fucking reason part, yeah. I think there's because I've seen some people compare it to the tariffs, right? And like, remember Liberation Day, and in the weeks after Liberation Day, we were like, why? Like, I've never seen a president inflict so much damage, political damage on himself for no good reason. And, it turned out that on some of the tariffs, Trump eventually backed off. There's the whole fucking taco thing. But
that is like, when they say for no good reason, that is, I was just about to bring up, maybe that's the direction he's going, but when you say for no good reason, that is like the really frustrating part, is that when the tariffs were overruled by the courts, Trump had a fucking, like, he finally had an out, dude. He finally had an out, and he could have just been like, ah, shucks, dude. They said I'm not allowed, guys. We would have done so much good if they would just let us, but shucks. All right, I guess I'm not allowed to. Well, damn. Those big jerk faces, they're really stopping me from doing what I want. So that sucks. Like, he really had just like a beautiful out where he could have stood there and just like, maybe he stood there as just like, ah, shit, okay, this isn't going well. But like, I said tariffs were my favorite fucking word. I made such a big deal about tariffs leading up to this and kept doubling down on this shit. Like, I can't really give up now. And yeah, he could have done it and didn't.
That situation was one where if he decided to just stop imposing the tariffs, or at least stop imposing certain tariffs, then, the economic damage would be reduced, right? And it would go away a little bit. This is so much different because, like you said, if he could, this whole thing could stop tomorrow, which it's not going to, but if it did, Tracy Alloway from Bloomberg, they had the great Odd Lots podcast with Joe Weisenthal. She wrote today, each successive day of the Iran conflict now generates months of impact on the global economy, and the longer it takes the world to adapt to a new reality of reduced Gulf oil flows, the longer and deeper the pain. So what's happening now is, even though gas prices are high right now, the pain in the price increase that's coming from the oil disruption and the gas disruption in the Middle East has not even worked its way through the economy just yet, fully. And, oil price experts told CNBC this week that right now we're very much in the $150 a barrel range
Okay,
for like
thank
what
you,
oil
love
will
you,
hit. He said, but I
bye-bye.
don't think it's ridiculous at all to suggest $200. And even if the war ends right now, they think it'll take a long time for prices to come back down, and they probably won't come down to where they were before the war.
And that's not even the whole thing. It's not even just oil prices. Fertilizer prices impact food prices. Right now is planting season in much of farm country. And people are making decisions about what crops to plant and how many acres to plant based on the price of fertilizer. What can they afford to do? And so that's going to affect food supply and food prices this fall when harvest happens. Mortgage rates have gone up for 3 weeks in a row because of the inflationary impact of this war, which is going to impact people willing to buy houses and sell houses. It affects the housing market. It freezes capital. And all of these things are having an effect on an economy that was barely chugging.
Sorry? I just need metal.
Along to begin with.
And again, we should talk about sort of options that Trump has right now to reopen the Strait of Hormuz and sort of end this crisis. So he's considering sending in ground troops, although I see that he thinks there's a loophole where he can get around calling it ground troops if he sends them to the islands around Iran in the Strait of Hormuz. And so if he has them take Karg Island, which is the island that Trump bombed last week, where I think Iran exports like 90% of its oil. But the challenge with that is, say you send a bunch of Marines in to take this island, you think Iran is then going to stop shooting at the Marines, or they're going to just allow the Strait of Hormuz to be reopened? Because the idea is that if we take the island, then we can use it as a bargaining chip, and then Iran will say, well, no, if we're going to be hurt if you have control of this island where all of our oil is exported from, so we'll reopen the Strait of Hormuz in exchange for you giving us back the island. They're not going to do that. They are fighting for the survival of their regime at this point. We're killing off all of their leaders. They're becoming more radical as you go down the org chart in the Iranian regime. And what's to stop? And great, destroyed a bunch of ballistic missiles. Great, destroyed a bunch of their leadership. What's to stop random IRGC guys from just blowing up boats? You don't need ballistic missiles to shoot at boats in the Strait of Hormuz. All you need are mines and smaller guns and drones and all that shit. And then they're just going to keep doing that. Why would they stop doing that at this point? Because even if Trump decides the war is over, Iran's not going to think the war is over, because Iran's pissed that they've been humiliated like this. And so they're going to make life miserable in the Strait of Hormuz for people who are trying to pass oil through there for I don't know how long, until they feel like there's a settlement to end the war that they've negotiated.
Yeah, and so when it comes to using ground, there are three options with ground troops, as I understand it, short of obviously invading Iran. One is to put them Marines along the coast of Iran. This would violate the boots on the ground loophole to try to to secure the places where they are firing the missiles and launching the attacks. That's one. The second is to take Karg Island, as you said, which would then be some sort of Monopoly-esque leverage piece that we would use.
And by the way, there's a lot of experts too that are like, Iran's been building pipelines. They've been figuring out ways to get their oil out to
Do you need the snitch scanner?
market without Karg Island. And so if the Americans took Karg Island, it's not really even going to matter that much anyway. So there's some thought that might happen as well.
And the third option is to take a bunch of the islands, because it's not Karg Island is where the energy infrastructure is, but you have a bunch of other islands, most notably one called Qsem or something like that, that's sort of at the entry point to the strait. I really feel like Tommy or Ben here, and I'm probably getting this wrong, but where they launch a lot, where they have a lot of their military equipment, they have a bunch of the missiles and their boats and their ships there. And there are several other islands. Some of the islands are completely abandoned and uninhabited, and some of them are home to highly fortified Iranian naval and military installations. So that's not an easy thing to do either. None of these are good options, which is once again why over the last nearly 50 years we have decided not to go to war with Iran, despite all of our concerns about the regime.
And again, I feel like we're back debating the end of the war in Iraq, Remember when Iraq became a quagmire and then everyone would say for years and years, there's no military solution to end this war. There must be a political solution. But like that's going to be the same thing with Iran, right? Like you can't just drop a bunch of fucking bombs, kill a bunch of their leadership, and then in a country of 90 million people who are now with the regime still very much in place, more radical, angrier, more out for vengeance, more vengeful, thinking that like somehow everyone's just gonna pack up and go home.
It's even so different from Iraq. Iran's obviously a much bigger country than Iraq. It's a much more geographically large in population complexity there, but also the original, like a lot of people in Iraq wanted Saddam Hussein gone. We went in to invade to remove Saddam Hussein.
Oh shit.
And theoretically, for a lot of people, particularly when you had a minority authoritarian represented the ethnic minority, and so there was a world in which you could have possibly, if they had not, the Bush administration had not fucked it up so bad, begun to build a new democracy or peaceful society with the majority population. That is not what's happening in Iran, right? We didn't go in to remove the dictator that everyone hated. We decided to bomb the shit out of the country.
We don't really know that.
And radicalize the population against us. I remember reading someone say that there was a lot of people in Iran.
Hey, did you need the snitch scanner from over there that you shot down?
Nope, that wasn't me.
Oh. Okay, somebody shot it down from up here.
That was a guy over in the medical building.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if he needed it, so I wanted it, but figured I'd give it to him if he wanted it.
There's an entire generation of people in Iran who did not grow up hating America. Right? They're not part they weren't around 1979, they didn't believe any of that. Maybe they didn't love us, but their animating principle is not hate America. And then we blew up a girls' school in their country. So like we are way worse off with Iran than we were before this war.
And the Israelis
Obama
just
blew up
bombed
a
their natural gas reserve.
16-year-old brown kid.
What happened this week?
There was, I don't know how many of you guys were here earlier, but somebody came into chat and he was like, you guys are crying about Iran, but Obama killed a 16-year-old brown kid. Trump would be in prison if he ever did that. And I was like, bro, he did it hundreds of times. They're like, what? No, he didn't. Show me the proof. And so I was like, okay. And so I went and proved it. They immediately moved on to another topic, as they always do. But, like, this is the level of fucking dissidence with these motherfuckers, is that they're over here thinking that Trump never blew up brown kids. Like, but just the girls' school the other day is evidence of Trump blowing up brown kids. Like, and the main thing that we were talking about at the time when that happened, when he came in, we were talking about the fact that, like, there's actual accountability for liberals. There's actual, like, they have to answer for things when they do something wrong, and conservatives don't. And so, like, when Obama, when he shoots at when they shoot at kids like that, Obama actually got like lots of criticism from the mainstream media and like had to answer for it, and ended up changing policy and adding like lots of new like restrictions and shit to how we could use drone bombs and crap. No, stop. So, yeah.
With the Israelis hitting their natural gas reserve, the Iranians retaliating by hitting energy infrastructure all across the Gulf, but especially that Qatari natural gas hub, is like you see how the problem with, like, they call it like the ladder of escalation, right? And like one side escalates and the other side then escalates, and there's a lot of miscalculation and miscommunication, and suddenly you've got Trump saying like, well, this was very bad and I don't want Israel to do this again, but if Iran keeps retaliating, then I'll blow up the rest of its natural gas reserve completely, which will only hurt everything more, hurt everyone more, hurt us more, right? Like, that's what happens. And so you just, like, if nothing else happens and the whole thing ends tomorrow, it's still going to be incredibly hard to fix this and to put this back in the bottle. I don't think you can. I don't know. Like, how bad do you think the politics on this could get for Trump and the Republicans? Because right now it's bad, but, like, you know, you're seeing the polls. He's still like hanging around at upper 30s, low 40s.
I don't know that it is going to that Trump's approval rating will change that much. Where it might come down a few points as the economic consequences get worse for people, but Trump has a pretty high floor in his approval rating. The problem for Republicans here is people do not like this war, right? They didn't like the war before their gas prices started going up. They never understood why we're going into it. You have polls that show that 2/3 of Americans have seen their gas prices go up in 2 weeks. You have 6 in 10 Americans who disapprove of how Trump is handling gas prices. And the thing that's interesting is the Republicans have not abandoned Trump on this, but you do have about 17% of Republicans in a recent poll who disapprove of Trump on Iran. You have about a quarter of former Trump voters, which includes independents and Democrats, who disapprove of Trump on Iran. But I think the most important number here is that in almost every poll, the number of Americans who strongly disapprove of this war is 2 times the number of Americans who strongly approve of this war. So Trump supporters will say they approve of him for it, but they're not excited about this. They don't think it's a good idea. They don't like it. It's reflexive partisanship, and that is very, very bad for turnout in a midterm, right? There was just this is not, you think about maybe the Kavanaugh confirmation in 2018, which fired up both sides. This is not something, or maybe even immigration could fire up both sides. This does not fire up the Republicans, but it does fire up everyone else, and it infuriates independents.
Well, here's something that could make it worse. On top of higher gas prices and higher inflation, Trump and Pete Hegseth are also asking us to pay another $200 billion for their war, which is the price tag of the funding request the Pentagon will soon send to Congress, first reported by the Washington Post and then confirmed by Hegseth during his latest press conference on Thursday morning, where he once again kicked off his remarks with a series of angry war haikus.
A dishonest and anti-Trump press will stop at nothing. We know this at this point. To downplay progress, amplify every cost, and call into question every
angry war haikus, dude. These guys are just too memey, bro. They're literally too memey. It has become too cartoony. This entire administration is just too much of a cartoon, bro. You literally have the wife of the WWE billionaire and tons of billionaires. This is just, I feel like if you made a movie where you had a guy who was a joke, right? He was a millionaire. His daddy gave him a bunch of money when he was younger, and he was able to just kind of fall into success. And because his daddy gave him a bunch of money when he was younger, when he fell into success, that he then really craved the limelight. He really just craved the limelight, really wanted to be in front of media all the time, wanted to do interviews all the time, just really was dying to be interviewed and just seen by people. And so he starts just always trying to be in front of media, so much so that he'll pretend to be his own publicist. Imagine this movie, okay? He pretends to be his own publicist to go out and call places to get them to talk about him, to where he pretends as though somebody working for him is giving them a scoop on a story. And then he becomes such a laughing stock of media and New York and all this, that they decide to give him a TV show where they're going to script everything. It's all going to be just memes and jokes. They'll bring on a bunch of other really dumb celebrities like Piers Morgan and who was the guy who always talked like this, and he was real. He always had his fake teeth sticking out like this, and he was always real serious all the time, but he said some crazy shit and was always looking real wild. All the Celebrity Apprentice. Y'all know what I'm talking about? That was a fucking spot-on impression, so if you know, you know. Anyways, they got some fucking wild characters on there. Russell Brand? That does... Seriously? That sounded British to you? Russell Brand? Anyways, So they bring on just like the dumbest fucking celebrities and just like make a complete laughing stock out of the whole thing. It's supposed to be just this wild joke. Just get all the clowns and bring them all on and just have fun with it. And because you do this, which is obviously meant to be just a massive joke, some people are so fucking stupid that they watch it and think, wow, that guy that they have tell everybody that they're fired, he sounds really smart. I want that guy to be my president. He's a really well-respected person and people obviously like him. He's a great businessman. Like, sounded like him. It was the teeth inflection. Okay. All right. Let's see. This guy. There he is. Gary Busey. Bro, that was a spot-on Gary Busey impression, okay? Y'all are fucked up. Y'all are fucked up for not knowing that that was Gary Busey. But anyways, like, it's such a blatant joke. And how, like, dumb this guy is, and how goofy he is, and just how stupid the whole show is. That, yeah, people decided, okay, I want to make this guy my president. And not only in this movie, not only do they actually vote for this guy to be president, but when he becomes president, he decides to fill his cabinet with other TV stars and billionaires. And just, like, floods his entire administration with other billionaires and celebrities who are just dying for the limelight. Like, this would be unbelievable. Like, if you put this in a movie, it would be too wild. It would be too ridiculous. Like, you would have to make it just like a ridiculous comedy, because you couldn't make like a semi-serious movie about this with this sort of premise, like a West Wing sort of premise. It would be way too insane. It would be way too unbelievable to make a movie like that. Idiocracy is real. Well, it would have to be an Idiocracy-like movie, right? Like, in how goofy and how like surreal everything is. It would have to be like that, and that's the problem. Is that, like, yes, it is literal Idiocracy right now, and we're living it. It's insane.
After much reflection, I have decided to resign from my position as Director of National Counterterrorism Center effective today. I cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran poses no imminent threat to our nation, and it's clear we
step. Sadly, TDS is in their DNA. They want President Trump to fail. We hold the cards. We have objectives. Those objectives are clear. We have allies pursuing objectives as well. And the truth speaks for itself. Iran is an energy-rich country, could be, should be. Instead, like so many other places driven by radical ideology, they've spent that money, instead of investing in their people, they invest it in tunnels, and they invested in missiles, and they invested in launchers and UAVs, and we are destroying and degrading that in historic proportions. As far as $200 billion, I think that number could move, obviously. It takes money to kill bad guys.
So many other places where a government driven by radical ideology invests, instead of in its people, in weapons and guns and bombs. Just horrible. I hate that.
It seems, I can't put my finger on it, but it seems familiar in some way, shape, or form.
TDS is in their
Who would do
DNA.
such a thing?
We have objectives. We hold cards. We read remarks in a weird tone.
Who do you think the press criticism is for in every one of these press conferences?
Donald Trump.
Is it like it must be, right? But it's so weak It is so weak.
It's just they're just so angry every day. They think that they're like, I don't know if they've just convinced themselves that they're doing great and things are going well, and so they're just shocked that anyone would report otherwise. But I mean, clearly they have thin skin, and he doesn't like the press, which is why he kicked most of them out of the briefing room and banned them from the Pentagon.
Doesn't like the press. What did he do before this? Was he
talked about
a high-ranking defense official?
He talked about cable news punditry in that briefing today. He like mocked cable news punditry. The fucking the Fox weekend understudy, Pete Hegseth.
Yes. The guy whose primary responsibility was to answer the phone if Steve Doocy got the flu during the week.
Anyway, once we got through all the war haikus, the $200 billion, which he said, I might come up or down, we'll see. Can you imagine a more unpopular vote than supporting $200 billion for a war that is currently making a bad economy even worse?
No, I cannot. I think it would be. I mean, we asked this question.
You win the award
about the big beautiful bill. Like, could you imagine a bill that cut Medicaid and food stamps and then took that money and gave it to millionaires and billionaires for tax cuts? Can you imagine something worse than that? Yes, we can, John. A $200 billion for an agency that has a $1 trillion budget for a war no one wants and is raising your gas prices. That would actually be a worse vote.
I thought this was horrific when it was going to be $50 billion.
Yes. If they came in with $15 billion, I would think it would be a bad vote.
In fact, part of me thinks, and I don't know, they're probably not this smart, but part of me thinks that they leaked $200 billion so that they could go down to $100 billion or $50 billion and be like, see, it's not that bad after all. We compromised. We looked around and we cut some corners and we felt like we can do it for 50. We don't need 200.
I think this number will come down because I think Congress is not going to want to do 200. I don't think there are votes for $200 billion, but we can talk about that. I think this is the Pentagon leaking this ahead of the White House getting the number to try to lock them into $200 billion. So it's like the military says this is what we need, because this is something that the military is sort of notorious for in their appropriations, is to put the number out there because they think if it comes from the military, it's more likely to be passed before the White House tries to dumb it down. The White House certainly wouldn't want to be caught reducing the number, but you can see a world. I think this is a smaller number when it goes to Congress, just because there's a reality of trying to pass it. But even still, I don't care if they come down at 100. I don't care if they come at 50. This is a horrendous vote. It's something that every Democrat should vote against. It is voting for this would be insane in my mind. Insane.
Again, under Donald Trump, Congress approved about $1 trillion for the Pentagon. $1 trillion.
Where'd that money go, John?
Where'd that money go? $200 billion. Again, these are like big numbers, sort of hard to get your head around them. I did this with the $50 billion when we thought it was going to be $50 billion. Here's what $200 billion could do for the government. This is what the government could do with $200 billion. Could restore Obamacare subsidies for 22 million Americans who just lost their subsidies in Obama and they're watching their premiums go up. It could restore those subsidies
for save money,
6 years for 22 million people.
I don't know if that would be fiscally responsible to do those things. There's a job to do here, guys. Don't get outrageous. We got to be fiscally responsible, okay?
Could eliminate nearly all medical debt in America. All the medical debt that's out there in America. We could do that instead of $200 billion so we could drop more bombs on Iran. Community college free for everyone for 2 decades.
2 decades?
2 decades. 1 point.
Did they really pass $200 billion? Or is that something that they're going to ask Congress for? Or did they already vote? Like, what the fuck?
3 million affordable housing units. Food stamps for 42 million Americans for 2 full years. Free school lunches for every kid in America for 5 years. And WIC, fully fund WIC, which is Women and Infant Children.
Dude, I thought they were going to say that they should be funding. Oh, shit. They should be funding the... the streamer WIC.
Program for pregnant mothers and infants, food assistance and medicine for them for 24 years. $200 billion. Pick one of those things that we could do with $200 billion. But instead, we are using $200 billion to drop more bombs on Iran, to intercept missiles from Iran, and to, I don't know what the fuck else we're doing there. Just to send troops to take Karg Island.
Which is not troops on the ground, because it's
troops on the island. Yeah, it's not troops on the ground. I don't know. Like, do you think this will pass Congress?
It's hard right now to see. They'll do it as a reconciliation bill, so they will do it in the Senate. They'll do it. I think I read they were.
I heard somebody flare up. Where are they? Yeah, I just came in this direction because I heard a flare go off.
Try this as a reconciliation bill because I don't think they can get 60 in the Senate.
But yeah, they have to do it, right? There's no way you get 60 votes.
I'm trying to think. Like, I'm not saying my knowledge of the bird rule was great at the time or is really sustained over the last 15 years, but I'm curious how you would do that. But neither here nor there.
Do you want a deadline blueprint? I just found one in that cabinet. Are you on the bottom? I'll drop it. Here you go. Yes, sir.
If I see 10, if it's a 60 vote
No,
threshold and I see that many Democrats vote for it, I will leave the Democratic Party at this point. That's done.
Let's not, John. let's not put your entire future in your ability to participate in primaries in the hands of. I can name 10 Democrats who'd make you nervous right now. And they only need 7. They only need 7.
Okay, Fetterman. So Fetterman and 6 others.
Well, it's the people who open the government. Now, if you really look at that list, that list doesn't vote for this because like Tim Kaine, I think, was on that list, and Tim Kaine's not voting.
I mean, I'm really trying to think of what the arguments that they would make, right? Which is, okay, well, actually, this isn't new money for Iran. This is money to replenish our munitions and the stuff that we've used in Iran. And it's actually over the last 5 or 6 or 7 years, we've sort of running low on all these supplies. And because we used a bunch, we now have to refill them because it's about our defense and for the next war. And what if we get attacked? And so, like, isn't that the arguments that they would be making?
I think the argument they will make is we wouldn't have gone to this war ourselves, but we're in it now. We have a lot of our troops who are in harm's way, either in military installations in the Gulf or, in the Navy, the biggest armada ever, whatever some call it, there. And we have to get the Strait of Hormuz opened, and that's going to take money. So we have to give
and lives now, apparently.
And lives, yeah, for sure.
I think we need to send some troops to their death, and we need to spend a lot of money, billions and billions of dollars that we don't have, so that we can reopen the Strait of Hormuz that was only closed because we started a war.
Yeah, I mean, it is.
That is where we are.
It's twisted logic for sure. But a lot of the people in the Armed Services Committee and other parts of are captured by the military on some of these things.
And of course, if they don't vote for the funding and the funding doesn't go through, you can't bring the troops home. You just must leave them there in harm's way.
They're stuck there because there will not be gas for the boats.
We can't just get on the boats and come home. We must leave the troops there. What else are we supposed to do?
Here's the thing: is Donald Trump did not ask for authorization for this war. This is a war. This is not an excursion. It is a war. Troops have died. It's obviously cost $200 billion. It has rattled it's created a spiraling conflict in the Middle East. This is a war. We know it's a war because Donald Trump keeps calling it a war. When he doesn't call it an excursion, he refers to it as the war. And
as does this defense secretary, who kept saying war is hell a million times in the fucking briefing.
And so to vote for this is to de facto vote to authorize this war. And no Democrat should do that.
Pod Save America is brought to you by Simply Safe Home Security. Right now, you're listening to us. Maybe you have headphones on, maybe you're at the gym, or maybe you're driving. You are zoned in. If your security camera sends you an alert right now, are you going to see it right away? Probably not. Passive security relies on you paying attention. Real security works even when you're not listening to a Love It rant. Traditional security systems only act after someone has already broken in, and that's too late. Simply Safe's Active Guard outdoor protection can help prevent break-ins before they happen. While others olive oil, and be sure to look for Graz
within the administration.
You're at your local grocery store.
But we've talked a lot about the MAGA media stars who've turned on Trump over Iran, but this week we got the first actual defection from within the administration. Joe Kent, Trump's handpicked director of the National Counterterrorism Center, resigned in a letter where he said that, quote, Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation, and that, quote, we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby. Kent was a very far-right, extremely Trumpy politician before taking this job. He's also a former CIA officer and retired Green Beret who served 11 combat tours. Regardless of who he is, his now former boss, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, didn't refute what he said about Iran not posing an imminent threat during her congressional testimony this week. Here's Kent talking about...
This is like every fucking statement about the Tulsi Gabbard hearing. It's all just she didn't refute this, or she didn't say that they were wrong, or You know, when given an opportunity, she did not stand up for the decision. Like, this is just every fucking statement about her hearings, because she never fucking said anything. She didn't answer anything. So
about
annoying.
why he resigned on Tucker Carlson show, and then gabbered in front of Congress in an exchange with John Ossoff.
Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation. How did you reach that conclusion?
I think this is key. I mean, this would be more challenging to explain had the Secretary of State, the President, and the Speaker of the House not come out and said that we conducted this attack at this time because the Israelis were about to do so. So that takes away the argument that there was an imminent threat, as in Iran was planning to attack us immediately. That just simply did not exist.
Was it the intelligence community's assessment that nevertheless, despite this obliteration, there was a, quote, imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime? Yes or no?
It is not the intelligence community's responsibility to determine what is and is not an imminent threat.
Okay.
That is up to the president
here's the problem.
based on a volume.
So she's saying this, just to be clear, that is exactly what their job is. Just to be clear. That is literally their fucking job, okay? Now, the reason she's saying this is because she got in trouble at the beginning of the Trump administration. I guess it was the beginning of this term. She got in trouble because she had said that Iran was not a threat. And that was directly contradicting what Trump had just said about the entire thing. And that was right when he bombed Iran. Right? He had just bombed Iran, and everybody was playing all of these clips of Tulsi Gabbard just like, I don't know, what was it, like a month earlier or so, saying that Iran was no threat in her, I think it was her confirmation hearing, I believe. Right? And so, yeah, like she had just said this, and then all of a sudden they're bombing Iran, saying that they're this like horrible threat. And so I'm pretty sure she got in trouble for that, and that's why now she's telling a very different story, because they probably told her, hey, you don't decide what is or is not a threat, okay? We decide that. That's not your job. But it's literally her job. Like, I guess Trump decides what is and isn't her job, but it just seems fucking wild. Like, technically, that's supposed to be exactly what her job is.
No, it is precisely your responsibility to determine what constitutes a threat to the United States. This is the worldwide threats hearing.
That's Tulsi Gabbard, who actually sold "No War with Iran" T-shirts when she was running for president. And there she is. As a Democrat. And
what a journey she has taken to be the DNI to a Republican president who started a war with Iran.
What do you make of Kent's resignation? We should also say that now Kent is under investigation for leaking classified information. The FBI, law enforcement sources maintain that the investigation was opened before he resigned because they clearly don't want it to seem like this is any kind of retribution. Who knows if they're telling the truth or not? They don't tell the truth about many things, so it's hard to believe them.
When Kent first resigned, there was a bunch of Democrats who went out and said, whoa. This guy is a extremist who believes in conspiracy theories. Do not don't endorse this, don't get on his side. Tell me the person in the Trump administration who could resign in protest over something who would not be an extremist who believes in conspiracy theories.
I know. It's like,
name one of them. It's like,
it's such a weird
people.
True.
Take the fucking
That's
win.
fair.
Right? Like his head of counterterrorism resigned because he said the war was a mistake. There was no imminent threat. And if you listen to the whole Tucker Carlson interview, there's a lot of wacky stuff in there.
There's some wacky. Well, it actually gets so much wackier at the end. It starts off like, and I will say, Tucker sounds way wackier than Joe Kent, even though I know, and we covered his race against Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez. Like he's a psycho. Like a lot of his beliefs are crazy, but many of the things he said in Tucker Carlson's interview, you don't have to believe that Joe Kent is a wonderful person to believe them. All you have to do is line them up with other facts and other things that people have said.
And one of the most important things he says is one of the reasons we're at war is that the people who have contrary views to the president on many matters, but particularly the matter of war with Iran, we're not allowed to see the president, that those views were kept from him. That has been one of the big problems with this administration. And this is actually a change. He said under Operation Midnight Hammer, there was a large debate within the administration.
We were watching something just a little bit ago where they were actually saying that Joe Kent had been like locked out of meetings and that he was not like actually part of the assessments on like Iran, and he was not part of oh shit. Oh shit. Yeah, I'm fucking dead. Holy shit. So I'm there is like part of me that wonders if that is like part of his issue, if maybe he was a little salty, but that's also part of like the Trump administration's like that's part of their like playbook, is anytime somebody disagrees with them, they just say that person was like on the outs, that they're just salty, that they're just mad, like, you know, nobody likes them anyways. Like, that's always what they do, is they play this like childish game of like, you know, just saying that like nobody liked them. So I don't know, it makes me wonder if like that was part of the issue, but I don't know that it matters all that much, because I just think he's probably right. I think that he's oh shit.
About the pros and cons of doing that. This time that debate did not happen. And so that, like, what he is saying, but aside all of his other crazy views, the argument he is making here is the right argument about how we got here. And it is notable that someone this high up in his administration has resigned over it. Like, that is a big fucking deal. And we can't be like so precious about all of his views. Like, it really, like, I don't want to hammer on this, but if the idea is that we will accept no whistleblowers who are kind of wacky, we will accept no whistleblowers to the Trump administration, like from poor political appointees. That cannot happen.
So just like, if you want, point out the parts of his argument that you don't like, that are wacky, right? Like, so, you know, he leans pretty heavily into, it's like the Israel lobby got us into the war and they convinced Trump, and clearly he and Tucker believe that. And this is where their argument falls flat, because they can't bring themselves to just admit that Donald Trump is a fucking moron, easily persuaded by anyone he talks to. So yes, Bibi Netanyahu and Israeli intelligence may have persuaded Trump to bomb Iran and to join this war, but also Trump could have been just as easily persuaded by watching a fucking segment on Hannity with Mark Levin. Like, it doesn't, like, it doesn't matter whether it's Israel, whether it's Fox, whether it's someone on fucking Twitter, whether it's some jack off in his administration that persuades him. Like, Donald Trump is an easily persuadable moron. Tucker can't see that, or maybe he can't, he doesn't want to admit it. Same thing with Joe Kent, and so they do the Israel thing. But like, it is clear that Bibi Netanyahu has wanted to invade Iran and do this forever, and he was very open about it just the other week and said, I've wanted to do this for 40 years. And now the Americans are doing it with me.
Look, I mean, Joe Kent, both in this interview and then in previous parts of his life, has been reported or alleged, like, really dabbles in anti-Semitic tropes. Like, that is very clear. Put that aside, even if you don't want to have the Israel discussion, even though, as Joe Kent says in that clip, Marco Rubio and Mike Johnson said the same thing in public as to why we attacked Iran then. The point he is saying is there was no threat.
I truly don't know anything about Joe. I don't know anything about Joe. I don't remember him from the I don't remember him from the confirmation hearings. I didn't know who he was before this.
And the decision-making process that got us into this war was fucked up, and the people with dissenting views were not allowed near the president. So now we're in a bad war. So he has to quit to have his voice heard, because his warnings and cautions would not be heard in the administration. So he had to quit. That is, like, I'm just so annoyed at all of these, especially these former Biden national security goobers who are on here like lecturing us about the dangers of Joe Kent.
Yeah, sit down. So we don't, like, Iran was not close to getting a nuclear weapon. It did not have ballistic missiles that could reach the United States.
And wouldn't for 10 years.
And wouldn't for 10 years. It was not an imminent threat to the United States or to U.S. interests. And according to Marco Rubio, the Israelis decided that they were going to strike, and we joined them, according to Marco Rubio, because if the Israelis struck, then Iran would retaliate against us. And so we wanted to go first. These are just the facts on the table that no one in the administration has been able to refute, including Tulsi Gabbard under oath in Congress this week.
Just, you have to take a step back and think about this for a second, which is, we're in a war. The President of the United States has said repeatedly that he had a feeling that they were about to attack us.
And then in his bones, he's gonna end this war when he feels it in his bones.
But just millions of Americans woke up on a Saturday morning and were like, we're at war with Iran. And then the president goes out and tells you the reason we're at war with Iran is because he thought Iran was about to attack us, that it was an imminent threat. And now you have two of the highest ranking intelligence officials in the country saying that is not true. Like, that is a scandal of epic proportions. But because Donald Trump's a doofus and everyone treats him, they grade him like a doofus on a curve, then we don't take that seriously. But that's the story he's telling the American people. That's what he's telling the American people why we're at war. And that is being contradicted. And we can't, because he just says dumb shit all the time, he shouldn't avoid it being held accountable for lying to the country about why we're in a war.
Yeah, most of the government says dumb shit. That's also crazy. Speaking of dumb shit, the other big congressional hearing this week was about confirming Trump's pick to run the Department of Homeland Security, Markwayne Mullin. The Oklahoma senator took questions from his colleagues, while the department he hopes to lead remains shut down over Republicans' refusal to reform ICE. People are waiting hours in airport security lines right now because so many TSA agents who've been working without pay because of the shutdown are calling in sick. Democrats keep trying to fund TSA and all of the non-immigration related parts of DHS, but Republicans keep refusing, and the White House still won't concede to Democrats' demands that ICE officers do things like stop wearing masks and obtain judicial warrants before arresting people. During his confirmation hearing, Mullin wouldn't promise these concessions either, nor did he offer any reassurances that he'd run DHS much differently than Kristi Noem, but he did spend a good amount of time arguing with fellow Republican Rand Paul about whether he deserved to have the shit kicked out of him and whether two consenting senators should still be able to settle their differences with a duel.
Tell the world why you believe I deserve to be assaulted.
I saw a bunch of people making fun of Rand Paul for this. I truly think Rand Paul was totally justified in this. I think he was totally justified in this because it is like a big point as to this guy's credibility and his ability to run the department, especially when we're talking about, yes, like being less violent. This is, I think, a really important aspect. And on top of that, I think he kept talking about the fact that, like, he's capable of admitting when he's wrong. And so if that's the case, then, like, this is a really easy time for him to prove that. This is the moment. This is when you do it, right here. Like, this is it. Go ahead. But he didn't. So I think that Rand Paul was totally justified here in pushing this issue, especially when the guy wouldn't even admit that he was wrong. He wouldn't apologize, but he kept saying, like, I'm a man of my word and I'm an adult and everybody who knows me knows I'll admit when I'm wrong. Like, he kept saying that crap. So if you're gonna say it, he ought to push you on
it. From behind, have 6 ribs broken and a
oh my goodness,
damaged lung. Tell me to my face why you think I deserved it.
Say it to my face.
And while you're at it, explain to the American public why they should trust a man with anger issues to set the proper example for ICE and Border Patrol agents. You supported the felonious, violent attack on me from behind.
I did not say I supported it. I said I understood it.
Is it today your opinion that the caning of Charles Sumner was not only...
I agree that, like, technically there's a difference there, but it is just so stupid to make that point in this fucking hearing, dude. It is really fucking dumb to try to make that argument here and now.
Justified, but argues still for resolving our political differences with violence?
What I was simply pointing out is some of the rules that still apply to this body. For instance, dueling with 2 consenting adults is still there. I was pointing out what is
It's
still
been illegal
acceptable.
for 170 years. There's no precedent for legal dueling. Even then, they fled the country.
I'm not going to be the smartest guy in any room I walk into.
What is the primary mission of Homeland Security investigations?
As I said, that's protect the homeland, bring peace of mind, and secure the confidence of the American people.
HSI specifically is very important because they specialize in dealing with human trafficking, human smuggling, counterfeit, bank fraud, things of that nature. Actually, I have a lot of friends that work for them.
I just want you to know that the whole thing about the dueling and Rand Paul getting attacked from behind, that was the open of the hearing. That was in just the first few minutes, Dan.
His use of 2 consenting adults is very funny there, because in the viral clip when he tried to fight the guy from the Teamsters, he also used the term 2 consenting adults.
Yes.
He said, we're 2 consenting adults. We can finish this man to man, and then told him to stand up and go outside so they could fight outside this hearing room.
Yeah, for people who missed that, and Rand Paul brought it up, Mark Wayne Mellon did, before the hearing, threaten to fight Sean O'Brien of the Teamsters, physically fight. So this, it wasn't just
He
about...
stood up. He started to take his wedding ring off, so I didn't want to damage it by punching Sean O'Brien in the face. And the clip is really worth watching, because then Bernie Sanders is like, sit down. You're a United States Senator.
Bernie's going to break up the fight. So you'll be shocked to learn that Rand Paul voted against Mullen's confirmation, but he still got voted out of committee because of a yes vote from John Fetterman. How about that?
Not surprising.
It should be surprising. I mean, it's not surprising. It should be fucking enraging to people. What do you like? What John Fetterman's like? I called him my friend, and I'm glad that that Donald Trump fired Kristi Noem. Like I called on her to be fired, and blah, blah. I was like, come on, man. Like
he just trolls now. That's what
also
he does.
the guy. I mean, the funny clip was the Rand Paul thing, but the Gallego thing, which we could have gone and done more of that. Like he has no idea. What a large segment of the Department of Homeland Security does. Like he was just mumbling through that answer. The guy's been in Congress. He's been in the Senate for a couple years. He's been in the House for even before that. The guy's been in Congress for many years now. Many years. And you don't know what the Department of Homeland Security, you don't know the different functions of the Department of Homeland Security?
He's never worked on these issues in any way, shape, or form. Like he went from just being a guy to being like 2 weeks ago. And now he's having his hearing. Like, I mean.
Do you think it's time to, first of all, he's probably going to get confirmed, right? Because
yeah, that's what I was really confused about. This is, again, just another dude that I didn't even know existed outside of that clip. Like when I saw the clip of him threatening the Teamster guy, I was like, oh, I remember this. That's it. Like that's the only thing that I know him from. He's just the guy who is so fucking stupid that he actually threatened another person while in Senate chambers. That's him. That's just who he is, I would imagine, to most Americans.
Because Fetterman's a yes.
That would be my assumption, yeah.
Great, wonderful. So now we got Mark Wayne Mullen, and maybe he's going to bring back dueling at DHS. Do you think, what do you think about whether DHS ever gets opened again, and these TSA lines and the airports, and it feels like it's getting to the point where the public's like, what the fuck?
I think he's going to fix it all.
I still think it is hard for Republicans to explain why a fight over ICE has to hold up the funding of the rest of the department.
There are some airports where the TSA lines have been, like out the door, just like taking.
It's because Trump and Republicans regularly hold Americans hostage because they know that that's like the best way to get at Democrats. They know that Democrats are the ones who actually want to take care of Americans. They're the ones who will actually help Americans. And so the best way to get Democrats to fold is by holding Americans hostage. That is the entire game plan from Republicans these days. It's just continuously hold Americans hostage so they can try to get some sort of concession from Democrats.
Forever, I've seen footage from Texas, I think Austin at the end of South by Southwest, where the line was like unbelievable and took an incredibly long time. Other airports where that's not happening. I think that Democrats should bring 2 ideas into this decision-making process. One is they are really under no political pressure to give in here. No one knows what this fight is about. They don't know that this is about a Democratic shutdown over ICE. The Republicans are not going to be able to tell anyone that because Donald Trump launched a war that is dominating attention. And so when people see long lines, they're more likely to blame the incumbent party than
Yeah, I had totally forgotten about this. I'm not even gonna lie. I had totally forgotten that this was even happening. They are totally correct here. Like, nobody's paying attention to this. The last time they were kind of like, there was a back and forth kind of war over who was responsible for the shutdown, and like arguments back and forth. I'm like, no, this is the Democrats who are responsible for this. No, this is the Republicans. Like, and every day everybody was talking about the shutdown, and it was what just kind of dominated the news cycle at around that period for a month. But yeah, this I totally forgot about this shit.
And the Democratic Party in this, so I would not feel political pressure to cave here. I think you also have to be realistic about what you can actually achieve. And so is there some real reforms that you can get that are maybe short of everything you want, but are real and make a difference in people's lives now, and then recognize that you're most likely going to have the House and maybe the Senate next year and have even more leverage to demand even stronger reform. So like, what you don't want to do, I think, is be so stubborn now that you're going to have another 10 months with ICE operating without these reforms, because you're making the perfect enemy of the good. So if there's some real things here, and the White House wants a deal. They're sending I read in Punch Bowl this afternoon, they're sending another counter offer back. So they sent an offer, the Democrats rejected, they're sending a counter offer. There seems to be some momentum to try to get something done here. So like, set up, what are the things where you think you really absolutely have to have? It won't be everything. And then prepare for a much bigger battle next year when you control which bill gets to the floor of the House.
I think that's fair. I think that, the offer that the White House sent this week
that's not the offer.
Was basically like, we'll do all the things that are in the law that we haven't been doing, which is just bullshit, and so you do got to have some kind of real reform there. It is, I think what's most difficult is right now some of the most egregious things that ICE and DHS are doing are not going to be fixed by reforming ICE's practices. Like, I saw that, I tweeted about this, but I saw this story this week that like a man who's been in this country his whole life. He's a DACA recipient who's brought here as a young child. He works, he pays taxes, he's got a family, and he was on his way to visit his new baby in the ICU, and his wife, and ICE picked him up and arrested him, and is now trying to deport him, even though he was a DACA recipient protected by DACA, was already applying to renew his DACA status, and the Trump administration just decided not to renew it, just dragged their feet on it, and so they scooped him up, and now they're going to try to deport him. And it's like nothing that Democrats are asking for, or nothing that ICE, no reforms to ICE right now would change that horrific practice. And so you're right that like you have to be honest about what you can achieve through these reforms. And I do think like getting forcing them to obtain judicial warrants and getting the masks off are two really important things. But I agree that you have to be honest about what you can achieve. But I also think you're right that like the political pressure is not on Democrats as much as it's on Republicans right now.
Yeah, I think, right, like just as I'd say, your motivating factor should be, we have 10 months or so until we are in charge of the House, if we win the House, right? But that's what you're planning for. What can you do that improves people's lives and improves the conduct of ICE over the next 10 months that is actually achievable and would make a difference? And if you can find something that would make a difference and improve the process, maybe it's judicial warrants, maybe something else, then be willing to take that now.
Yeah. Before we move on from this, I should also mention that NBC News reported on Thursday that a year ago, Kristi Noem fuckboy Corey Lewandowski told
alleged fuckboy.
Sorry.
The lawyers got in my ear and said, say it.
Told a DHS private prison contractor that in order for his company to win more government contracts, Lewandowski would need to get paid a success fee. Special government employee Corey Lewandowski getting paid a success fee. After the company declined to pay Lewandowski, the company's federal contracts with DHS shrank because, according to a senior DHS official who talked to NBC, Lewandowski told officials not to award any more contracts to the company. What do you think? Is that normal to solicit bribes from your private prison contractor when you're in government?
There's not a lot normal going on with this whole Corey Lewandowski thing. Is it normal for the alleged lover of the married Department of Homeland Security Secretary to become the gatekeeper and the person who made all the decisions? No. Is it normal for a random employee to demand a badge and a gun? No. Is it normal for someone to take on a temporary rule that allowed them to only work about whatever it is, 120 days, then work much longer by going in the building without swiping their badge, which was in that Wall Street Journal story back then. So it wouldn't count on his days of service. So no, not too normal. But it may be normal in the Trump administration, so that we don't know.
We're not, and this isn't just like there's a million things we talk about that are corrupt and unethical. This is just like illegal. It's just a bribe. It's just soliciting bribes. And Corey Lewandowski, I mean, I almost don't want Democrats to start investigating it now because then Trump gives them the pardon. Just hold on until Trump gets out.
He might be the one guy who doesn't get the pardon.
I was going to say, just let everyone be quiet about Corey Lewandowski.
Did you happen to shoot one of the wasps attacking me just a little bit ago?
No, I just got in.
Okay. I thought somebody shot him, but I thought... Oh.
Let's wait for Trump to leave office, and then people can jump in. All right. Let's talk Democratic politics. We got some primary results on Tuesday in Illinois. J.B. Pritzker's chosen candidate, Lieutenant Governor Juliana Stratton, who you'll hear Dan talk to in a moment, will be the Democratic nominee for Senate. But the big story of the night was the role that pro-Israel advocacy group AIPAC played in several House primaries, where affiliated super PACs with AIPAC spent $22 million. At least $7 million of that $22 million was spent just in the 9th District primary, where Evanston Mayor Daniel Biss beat out progressive activist and longtime Crooked contributor Kat Abugzaleh. The catch is AIPAC directed most of their spending in that race against Biss, even though he has an Israeli mother and has refused to call what's happened in Gaza a genocide. But because he advocated for conditioning aid to Israel, AIPAC spent $7 million to defeat him, and they failed. And their candidate in the Illinois 7th.
I bet that guy is so confused. I bet that guy is so confused right now. I'm probably getting struck by lightning and just dying right now, and he's probably just like, what the fuck? If he ran off, I'm gonna go find him and say the same thing to him again, start the same exact conversation, and then just stand there again. Oh. Am I dead? Oh, almost dead. Almost dead. Holy shit. Very close. Very fucking close. Okay.
Lost as well, though AIPAC-backed House candidates Donna Miller and Melissa Bean won their primaries, so AIPAC went 2-2. In his victory speech, Biss called out the group by name and criticized it, quote, supporting the idea that we can't accept nuance in the U.S.-Israel relationship. Other Democrats outside of Illinois are also reevaluating their relationship with the organization. Arizona Senator Ruben Gallego, a 2028 hopeful, told Politico this week that he wouldn't take any AIPAC money and called settler violence in the West Bank, quote, disgusting. What do you make of the role AIPAC played in Illinois and just the role they're playing in Democratic primaries overall? I know you have a great piece about this in the message box. Today? Is it today?
Today. It came out today, Thursday. Yesterday.
Honestly, I read it this morning and I felt like it was already yesterday. God, it's been a long day. Anyway, it's a great piece.
Today is Jack's 5th birthday. So
happy birthday, Jack.
Yes, he woke up at about 5:20 this morning, which was awesome. He was very excited, but he also woke up at 5 yesterday because he thought yesterday was his birthday. So it's been a very busy day in our house. And if you want that message box or any other ones, you can subscribe at crooked.com/yeswedan for a 20% discount. End of organic plug. I think that what happened in the 9th District of Illinois is just the classic example of how asinine and counterproductive AIPAC's political strategy has been. Because Daniel Biss would have been a potential ally, not a ardent supporter of everything AIPAC stands for, but someone that they can engage with in good faith. Instead, they spent millions of dollars trying to defeat him. And now they've created an adversary. And you're seeing that across the board. And the problem for AIPAC is going in races. They don't run any ads. Now, the important thing to know here is they don't run any ads about the U.S.-Israeli relationship. They only run ads about other things. In New Jersey, when they were trying to defeat Tom Malinowski and accidentally elected the progressive opponent instead, they spent $2 million attacking him on ICE funding. In this race, when they switched their funding to try to beat Kat, and try to suppress her vote at the end to maybe help Laura find their chosen candidate, they, through a group that was called Elect Chicago Women, they ran ads accusing her of being a fake progressive. And so they operate with these shadowy groups running ads that have nothing to do with their stated purpose as an organization to handpick Democrats. And that has polarized Democrats against them and hurt their cause. There will be less people in Congress less Democrats in Congress willing to deal with AIPAC because of the way they are acting in these primaries. And the thing is that they refuse to acknowledge the reality of how Democrats' perception, and really the country's perception, of Israel has changed. There's been a dramatic shift among Democrats who approve of the U.S.-Israeli relationship, a dramatic shift among Americans who, whether they sympathize more with the Israelis or the Palestinians. People attribute that to being a dramatic shift, being primarily about a shift among Democrats, but it's not. It is, like, yes, that is true. It is mostly among Democrats, but even the number of independents who approve of the U.S.-Israeli relationship is down 19 points since the aftermath of October 7th. Among Republicans, it's down 9 points. And so you can't go in there and try to bludgeon people into 100% support of your agenda. And like the way that they have operated is like very bad for their cause. It is, stretching, sort of exploiting every loophole in campaign finance. And is essentially they're operating just in a way that Democrats should want to have nothing to do with them. Like it is such bad faith, cynical politics. And what makes it even worse is it's bad faith, cynical politics that is executed with abject incompetence, which as a former political operative does bother me as well.
Here's the problem with AIPAC. AIPAC wants you to think they are a pro-Jewish organization. They want you to think they are a pro-Israel organization. In reality, AIPAC is an organization that promotes Benjamin Netanyahu's government in Israel. AIPAC is an organization that supports spending our tax dollars to fund the Israeli military with no conditions. AIPAC is an organization that supports the Iran war that we have just spent most of the pod talking about how badly it's going, how dangerous it is, how many lives it's taken, how much money it's costing. AIPAC is an organization that supports Israel fighting in Lebanon, which is starting to look like the war they fought in Gaza, which has led to thousands and thousands and thousands of civilians dying, most of them children. That is what AIPAC supports. There's the policies AIPAC supports. If AIPAC truly believed that those policies are popular, then it would spend its considerable resources making the case to voters in support of those policies. The ads that AIPAC ran would be about the policies that AIPAC supports and the policies it demands the people who run for office that it supports also support. AIPAC doesn't do that. AIPAC's too scared to run on their policies. AIPAC will tweet about their policies in the Twitter world, but when it comes to running ads, when it comes to actually presenting a case to voters, AIPAC hides behind random super PACs, shady super PACs, different names, concerned women for Chicago or Illinois, right? Whatever they fucking call themselves in Illinois and New Jersey, and they do it all over the place. And they say, oh, other super PACs do that too. Yeah, sure they do. That doesn't make them any better. But
the other ones who do that are primarily crypto, the AI industry and the crypto industry.
Yeah, so good. Yeah, no, so okay. You're all the same then. And so if you believe in your policies, then go fucking have that debate. But you don't want to have that debate because you know your policies are unpopular. Because you know if you told a bunch of Americans that you support using their tax dollars to fund Bibi Netanyahu's fucking destruction of the Middle East, then they would tell you to go fuck yourself. That's what AIPAC is. And they have done this by being like, if you're against AIPAC, then you're anti-Israel, and sometimes you're anti-Semitic, and you're promoting anti-Semitism, and you're promoting anti-Israel sentiment, and all this bullshit, and it is fucking bullshit. Because all they do is go around and hide their true intentions and hide behind these super PACs and just like attack people from the left. They attack candidates from the left for things that they don't even believe just to try to win these races. It is pathetic. It is pathetic. And I really hope that like 2028 candidate, if I were a 2028 candidate, if I were advising a 2028 candidate, none of them should take a dime from AIPAC.
Yeah, that would be a truly idiotic decision if you want to be president of the United States.
And now when you say this, then you get, because we've gotten this before, then everyone's like, oh, you guys are doing a litmus test, and now you're saying that people who take from AIPAC shouldn't be in the party. No, be in the fucking party. Run all you want.
I'm just giving you advice.
I'm just giving you advice.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not gonna. I won't support you. Like, I mean, maybe if it's between you and Donald Trump, I'll support you. But like,
if
I'm going to make my choice.
The primary and you're the Democratic nominee.
Yeah.
Then
whatever.
I will support you.
Of course. Yes. Of course. But like, I'm not putting my money behind a candidate that does that. I just don't want to do that. It's ridiculous. We're taught like thousands and thousands of lives are at stake right now, and there's zero self-reflection from AIPAC about what the Israeli government has done. It's crazy. All right, before we get to Dan's interview, we just want to touch on a few stories that show Trump's not going to let a little war get in the way of making money. Literally, in this first instance. On Thursday, Trump's hand-picked arts commission voted to approve a commemorative 24-karat gold coin featuring Donald Trump. We're not gonna have oh yeah, you didn't know this?
No, I can't. I just would have assumed it would have been a historic figure of some kind, maybe a pioneer in civil rights or a suffragist or some of the other things that Donald Trump cares passionately about.
It's also like,
but it's Donald Trump himself.
We should like put it up on the screen for people who are watching.
He didn't ask for this, right? Someone they did it.
It's him with like a menacing like scowl, like holding a desk. It's very fucking weird. It's now going to be it's going to be a commemorative gold coin.
I think he even said that I think when he announced it, he literally said, like, "Oh, I didn't ask for this. I didn't ask for this. They just did it. It's just I had nothing to do with this." Sure, buddy. We all
Creates
totally
or something.
believe it.
I don't know how it works, but that same day, today, Thursday, as we're recording this, Trump posted an image of gold shoes on Truth Social with the caption, "Rare Trump sneakers listed for $180,000 at SneakerCon in Riyadh." Hey, Dan, you think they're having a good time at SneakerCon in Riyadh as the ballistic missiles from Iran are flying overhead and hitting their refineries? You think they're all excited to buy the $180,000 Trump shoes? Glad Trump let us know about that in the middle of this war.
Some person who wants to deal with the government or a partner is going to buy those shoes, put them on, and post them Instagrams and start DMing them to White House officials.
Finally, this is from an Axios piece today. Quote, "While Trump deals with the war in Iran and rising gas prices at home, the president seems downright giddy." What's he giddy about? "The UFC fight he'll be holding on the White House lawn this summer, which he told Axios is, quote, the hottest ticket he's ever seen." Why Donald Trump spoke to Axios about this fight on the South Lawn?
Because they called him.
I'm assuming they
He
called
talks
him.
He talks to Axios 3 to 4 times a day, as far as I can tell.
Yeah,
They called his cell
He picks
phone.
up their calls. He hasn't picked up Tommy's call yet. Trump has apparently been
What up?
personally fielding ticket requests for the UFC fight on the South Lawn, which will go to people
There's
who
a
donated
Rocketeer
to
about to
his
come
super
over
PAC,
this
his
corner, I
inaugural,
believe.
and of course, his ballroom.
Yeah, there it
What
is.
do you think, Dan? Where would you like to begin? This is what's going
Let's start
through
with
his
the
mind.
UFC.
Okay, yeah.
Let's start with the UFC.
Great.
Donald Trump is a really busy guy. He didn't really have the time and energy to dig into the war he started in Iran. But he is going to spend, I would willing to bet, hours on the friends and family list for the UFC fight. He's going to be there. There is going to be.
It's going to be like putting together.
Are you doing lightning strikes? Yep. I was thinking maybe all of this would make it hit me faster, but it didn't happen. Oh, are you staying? I'll give you some heals. Rocketeer, Rocketeer, Rocketeer. Rocketeer.
A wedding seating
with
chart.
a seating chart, and he's like moving people around. He's like, I can't put Jake Paul and Logan Paul on other sides of the arena. They got to be together.
Megyn Kelly can't sit next to Mark Levin.
Yes. And he can be in a smaller seat for all the obvious reasons, right?
Corey Lewandowski can't sit next to Kristi Noem because the husband's coming. These are like a big problem.
That guy's name was Raper.
Yeah,
big problem.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to do this, but he is the man for the job. He will do the seating arrangements properly.
I can't wait to go. It's UFC.
Yeah, I've heard they don't want to sit you next to Stephen Miller.
Right, of course.
Yeah, I mean it's going to be.
But they also can't put me next to JD Vance
or Megyn Kelly.
Look, we're on
and
the
Trish,
same,
even
we're on
though
the
Tricia
same side of the
McLaughlin
war
has
now.
never acknowledged her existence, they don't want to put you near her either.
See, here's a good example. I unfollowed Tricia McLaughlin because you know what? She's gone. Not in the White House anymore. I don't need to see what lies Tricia McLaughlin's peddling anymore.
Okay, well, good.
She's
you know
gone.
what?
Gone from my mind now.
Growth. I like to see that growth at the end of the podcast.
Finally, Dan, if you're looking for a place, if you're in DC, if you happen to be in DC, and you're looking for a place to follow the news, catch a drink, and maybe bet which member of the Iranian regime Israel will assassinate next, look no further than the Poly Market Bar. The Poly Market Bar, which is set to open this Friday in Washington, D.C. The bar is named the Situation Room, and it will essentially be a prediction market sports bar. And on all the screens everywhere, like a sports bar, they got all the games on all the screens. Well, this has got live Twitter feeds,
X feeds is if there. X feeds,
Bloomberg feeds, and of course, Poly Market feeds. All the bets that you could imagine.
And Flight Radar, that's in there too. You can track flights.
Bunch of fucking losers.
I assumed this was a prank.
Oh, I thought this was
not a prank.
It's not a prank. No, it's real. And can you just imagine being like, you know what I would like with my Twitter feed? A big screen and a pitcher of beer.
Now I can imagine some people thinking that I would like that.
Yeah, that's actually. Are you all of a sudden reconsidering it? Yeah, that's a good point.
Then I don't have to hold the phone. Then I can just sit there.
Well, here's the
I
thing.
Can double
You're
fisted.
in it.
I could be drinking.
You're in it for the tweeting, not the reading of tweets. So, yeah, you're like.
Don't tell him, Blue Dirt. Don't tell him. They haven't figured it out for themselves, so don't tell them. I send tons of money to AIPAC by getting ad revenue and donating to AIPAC. So by watching my stream, you are helping me make money so I can continue funding AIPAC.
There's a world of people who play in the games, and people who watch the games of Buffalo Wild Wings. You're more of a player in the Twitter games.
I just can't think of anything more. I mean, I actually shouldn't say anything because everything is more dystopian, but I can't think of many things more dystopian than like betting on, when will the U.S. bomb Iran next at a bar while you're watching this fucking live feed of a map and betting with Polymar. I mean, what?
You're just waiting for that OSINT tweet to come through with the latest data.
What? That fucking city. Anyway, I don't miss it. I don't miss it.
Let's not besmirch the whole city.
I meant more in the
town.
More in the Mark Leibovich vein of
the town. Yes, not the town.
Right.
Yes, the town loves the Poly Market Bar.
Plenty of other great bars that
I guess
probably no one goes to anymore because we're old and
those bars aren't around anymore, China. The ones we went to, those are long gone. They're new bars, I assume.
Yeah.
That don't have large Twitter feeds.
Yeah, no, the days of old glory are gone in Georgetown.
Those were your days of glory, I'll tell you that.
All right, Dan, when we come back, everyone will hear Dan's interview with Juliana Stratton, the Democratic nominee for Senate in Illinois. Positive America is brought to you by...
Thank God. Okay, I'm heading out. I should be back on tomorrow. Or I guess later tonight. Make sure you guys follow me on TikTok every day, including today, or around this stream. I have been getting online and going live on TikTok first, and then going live on YouTube later. Most of the time, I do not stream it to YouTube, so the only way that you can watch is by watching on TikTok, but every day, been going live on TikTok. I'm doing about 5 debates per day on average, and then getting on YouTube afterwards, or sometimes I'll get on YouTube for like the last 2 or 3 debates and then getting off. But this isn't me just jumping on other panels. This is me streaming my own channel on TikTok for about an hour to 2 hours every day, and then I come over here to YouTube. So if you want to watch those, make sure you follow me on TikTok. I also post a bunch of different types of content and videos that only goes to TikTok. It doesn't go anywhere else. It rarely do the videos also end up on YouTube. So make sure you follow me on TikTok to get all the different types of content that we post over there. But yeah, outside of that, I should be back on later tonight. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. And I'll see you next time.